Chapter 1. The 66th Year of Konoha. Konoha Ninja Village. At the pinnacle of the Hokage building, Uehara Tsukimi reclined haphazardly in an expansive leather chair, lacking any semblance of decorum. With his eyes partially closed, he wore an expression of blissful contentment. Behind him stood a gentle woman attired in a classic office secretary outfit, her hands carefully kneading his shoulders, neck, and nape. Her fingers, as pale and tender as young shoots, bore a hint of coolness. Not only was her technique adept and her pressure expertly calibrated, but she also meticulously attended to his unique preferences and habits. Evidently, this was far from their first encounter of this kind. After an indeterminate span, Uehara Tsukimi suddenly rose to his feet. He raised his arms above his head, stretching his torso vigorously while letting out a prolonged yawn. "Michika, is there anything on the agenda today?" "Probably nothing. And if there is, Lord Minato has likely resolved it already." As Uehara Tsukimi engaged in stretches to alleviate the stiffness from prolonged inactivity, he listened to the report from his gentle secretary. A smile of genuine pleasure illuminated his flawless visage, one that had not diminished with the passage of time. In an instant, he turned his gaze towards the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out upon the increasingly prosperous Konoha village, or rather, it should now be referred to as Konoha City. Skyscrapers rose in a splendid array, and even before nightfall, neon lights began to twinkle like stars. Beneath the shade of trees, an elderly man sat in a wheelchair, supported by his beaming children, while joyful children frolicked around them. His heart swelled with pride. How wonderful! Yet another day that is simple yet fulfilling. I have truly devoted myself to Konoha and the ninja world, toiling day and night. With work concluded, it is now time to relax. Bring out the pajik. Uehara Tsukimi displayed no restraint in his pride and self-satisfaction. I may indulge in laziness at work, engage in frivolities, and partake in drinking and gaming, yet I remain an exemplary Hokage. In response to the Hokage's audacious claims, Uchiha Michika rolled her eyes dramatically. Toiling day and night? In a sense, that was not entirely inaccurate, but it was certainly not due to Konoha, the ninja world, or the beautiful women. As Hokage, did he not delegate all responsibilities to Namikaze Minato? During the last gathering with her friends, Kanai had complained about how Minato's hair loss had worsened recently. The once dreaded yellow flash, holder of the alias Shun, had been reduced to a bald figure, a testament to the burdens he bore. Yet, this was also one of the reasons for Uehara's exceptional competence. Perhaps, maybe it could be said, yes, indeed, that's it. A Hokage like him embodies true gentlemanliness, heroism, and regal demeanor. Unlike the foreled by the third Hokage, who spoke of the will of fire and the welfare of Konoha, yet were in reality intoxicated by power, their hypocrisy nauseating, ultimately leaving chaos in their wake. Though Uchiha Michika harbored some inner resentment, her hands moved swiftly. In a matter of moments, a red wooden tray appeared on the previously barren table, adorned with small green cards inscribed with golden names. Senju Tsunade, Yuhi Kurinai, Noera Rin, Uzumaki Kushina, Terumi Mei, Hyuga Ayam, Konin, and Yakumo. Among them, Uchiha Michika's own name was prominently displayed. Michika deftly flipped all the wooden cards, revealing their backs. Unlike the fronts, each card's reverse bore a uniform name, Uehara Tsukimi. Moreover, the writing was larger, bolder, and more vigorous than that on the front. After completing the task, Michika's hands moved swiftly once more, shuffling the order of the cards. Utilizing the exceptional speed of Uchiha's fluid techniques, her delicate hands left behind a flurry of afterimages unless one focused intently. It would be impossible to discern. In a moment, Michika gently pushed forward the tray, positioning it directly in front of Uehara Tsukimi. She then retreated a step, placing her hands together before her abdomen, bowing her head as she softly announced, "Hokagesima, it is ready." Upon hearing her voice, Uehara Tsukimi finally withdrew his content gaze. Lowering his head, he casually flipped over the central card on the wooden tray. Uchiha Michika. 5 elegantly penned characters suddenly revealed themselves. Uehara Tsukimi's eyes sparkled with delight and the previously calm expression on his face was immediately replaced by a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, Uchiha Michika, clad in her office attire, parted her lips slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. A fleeting glimmer of joy danced in her eyes, quickly overshadowed by a wave of embarrassment and shyness. Simultaneously, as if anticipating the moment, she instinctively took a step back, lowering her head even further. Though she had now brushed against the threshold of the shadow level, she still felt somewhat inadequate before a powerhouse like Uehara Tsukimi. In a subtle shift, Uehara Tsukimi moved his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared directly in front of Michika, who had retreated. With open arms, he enveloped her in a tight embrace, leaving no space between them, the sound of their heartbeats distinctly audible. "Speak quickly. Did you cheat just now?" "I did not. The Hokage does not believe you. There is no way such a coincidence exists. Today, by chance, you are on duty, and today you drew yourself. As the Hokage's secretary, you dare to exploit your position for personal gain and engage in workplace fraud. I, as the Hokage of Konoha, the universally recognized child of fate in the ninja world, bear the weight of countless lives and futures upon my shoulders. Even if you're my trusted aide, I must impose severe punishment. Do you understand?" "To understand." Uehara Tsukimi adopted a righteous demeanor, his words imbued with gravity and integrity. Yet, in his embrace, Uchiha Michika's cheeks grew increasingly flushed, her body seemingly weakened, as though rendered limp as clay. The simple utterance of "I understand" emerged as a whisper, barely audible even at close proximity. As for Michika's state, Uehara Tsukimi remained unfazed instead. His smile grew even more wicked, akin to the manifestation of a true villain. However, just as he prepared to activate his Flying Thunder God technique to return home, a long-forgotten system notification suddenly resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. The combined influence of your faction, Konoha Ninja Village, the Akatsuki organization, and the Light and Shadow Alliance has reached an evaluation of 1 billion points. The system has leveled up. Version 5.0 is officially launched. The primary objective of the current version is to assist the host in becoming the true ruler of the ninja world, achieving unification, and attaining the throne of the first emperor. It has been detected that following your ascension to Hokage, you have engaged in regressive behavior, spending your days in the harem, neglecting cultivation and administrative duties, allowing ambitious individuals in the ninja world to stir restlessly, and drawing criticism from those around you. The system will initiate a comprehensive comparison between the world you inhabit and the original world, allowing these foolish natives to understand just how fortunate they are under your protection. Comparison commencing. Wait, me? Regressive behavior? Ambitious individuals stirring restlessly and discontent among those around me? Upon hearing the familiar electronic voice of the system, Uehara Tsukimi's expression turned stern. To speak candidly, without self-promotion, if he had not decisively stormed the Hokage building to eliminate Danzo, eradicate the advisors, and slay the third Hokage, this vast Konoha village would have long since been reduced to mere remnants. White Fang's suicide, the fourth demise, the Uchiha massacre. Even the legendary Sannin had either defected or fled. In the original narrative, even the title of the strongest ninja village was usurped by the hidden cloud. And now, the Super Shadow walks unhindered, with shadow-level ninjas being treated like mere dogs, suffocating other ninja villages to the point of breathlessness. Technological advancements have surged, with development flourishing at an unprecedented pace. To say it is in the prime of its glory would be an understatement. Even after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, which ended without grandeur, there has yet to be a large-scale conflict. The atmosphere of peace and prosperity has allowed countless ninja and civilians who would have otherwise met untimely fates to live in comfort. All of this is thanks to me, the wise, great, handsome, extraordinarily powerful, and beloved Hokage. And yet, they remain unsatisfied? Is it merely because I spend a little less time at work, indulge in a bit of leisure, and have a richer personal life after hours? Is that truly a fault? After fighting for so many years, am I not entitled to enjoy a moment of respite? Moreover, the Hokage's direct advisory office includes Minato, Narashikaku. The medical department boasts Tsunade and Shizun. The technology department has Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. The police department is overseen by Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi. The intelligence department is staffed by Jiraiya. The operations department has Hataki Shigekuni. The administrative department includes Hataki Kakashi. The logistics department is managed by Uchiha Obito, and the construction department is led by Senji Yamato. The Ministry of Education is indeed a gathering of formidable talents, with the name of the 7 ninja sects echoing throughout the ninja world. Each individual possesses their own unique skills. As for me, a mere Hokage who knows nothing beyond comforting the hearts of beautiful female ninjas, did I ever cause them any trouble in the past? Distributing power and occasionally supervising to ensure they do not slack off should suffice, should it not? Indeed, humans are creatures of insatiable desire, no matter how much they acquire. They forever yearn for more. Ambition knows no bounds. Having lived 2 lives, both of which were commendable in their respective fields, and having achieved considerable success, my understanding of human nature has reached a level of clarity akin to seeing through water. Things that come too easily are often not cherished. As the thoughts swirled in Uehara Tsukimi's mind, curiosity began to take root. What exactly is this so-called comparison, and in what form will it manifest? Are they to project the Naruto anime into the sky? However, he remained merely curious, devoid of any concern. As the protagonist of a system narrative, his strongest illusion system, though its name seemed unremarkable, held considerable power. In the past, Uehara Tsukimi was known as Jiang Chun, an ordinary good person. Due to a slightly flexible mindset, a penchant for radical actions, and a strong sense of justice, he inadvertently made a small mistake that led to his condemnation on the execution ground. Just before his turn, reporters inquired whether he felt remorse. Regret? Absolutely not. After indulging in reckless abandon for a decade, facing a fate of a dismembered corpse in public scorn, he would always choose the former over a life of mediocrity, drifting aimlessly until a peaceful death, leaving a good name behind. Some birds are born not to be caged, confined to follow rules, but to soar across the azure skies and upheave this world. In tumultuous times, he was confident that such a person as himself would emerge as a grand figure. Unfortunately, in times of peace, he could only serve as a typical example within the ongoing rule of law. Yet, just as the muzzle of a gun was pressed against his forehead, a sudden multiple-choice question appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. What is the strongest illusion in Naruto? A. Will of fire. B. Konoha Tsukimi. C. Naruto's words. D. Peace in the ninja world. Though he was unaware of the circumstances, he decisively chose a without hesitation. Come now, Konoha Tsukimi is the weakest option here. While Naruto's words were somewhat compelling, even even brainwashed by the will of fire, can one claim that this is not powerful. As for peace in the ninja world, that path was never under consideration. Even if one were to choose it, the purpose would certainly be for oneself, not some lofty cause. Moreover, if the world were not in chaos, how could his talents be utilized? During this moment of choice, a resounding bang echoed as the bullet was discharged, and the crowd erupted in cheers, justice once again prevailing. When he awoke, he had transformed into a newly born infant. At the same time, a system called the strongest illusion quietly completed its loading process. The operation of this system is rather peculiar by forging bonds with others. He can extract abilities from those connections. When the bond reaches 100%, he is granted an extra chance to draw from a lottery. Whether it be father and son, master and disciple, companions, lovers, superiors and subordinates, or any other relationship, all are permissible. The sole criterion for being recognized as a bond is not the conventional depth of emotion, but rather that the other party must acknowledge and willingly submit to his will. Indeed, the will of fire embodies the essence of the will of fire. What is yours is mine. What is mine is still mine, and he is destined to become the Hokage. The logic flows seamlessly, without fault. The name's strongest illusion is truly well-deserved. In the ensuing period, Jiang Chun, under the name Uehara Tsukimi, engaged in a series of exploits, seizing Mikoto in Konoha, befriending Minato, apprenticing under the legendary 3, intercepting Kushina and encountering Might Guy, all while taking Kurenai as his disciple. His strength grew explosively. The system continuously rewarded him with an array of peculiar abilities, such as the oratory prowess of a certain historical figure and the cunning attributes of Chowminda. At merely 18 years of age, not only was he unrivaled in the ninja world, but he also gathered a considerable entourage of like-minded individuals. In the year 44 of Konoha, during an attempted suicide by Konoha Shikaku, and while Danzo was in the midst of his machinations, Uehara Tsukimi boldly stormed into the Hokage building, dispatching a few younglings with a single strike. With a righteous fury, he seized the vacant position, forcibly ascending to the role of fourth Hokage. Subsequently, he unleashed chaos upon the 4 great ninja villages, ushering the ninja world into an era of peace. Thus far, every event that transpired was aided by the system to an extent that could only be approximated as 100. Even if it were true, as some readers speculated with sinister intent, that the host was merely a puppet of the system with grand designs, Uehara Tsukimi would accept it. After all, he had already reveled in unparalleled glory, having long since recouped his investments. Power, strength, wealth, beauty, reputation, everything one could desire was at his fingertips, and he indulged in every bit. There were no regrets, no sorrows, only pride. As Uehara Tsukimi's thoughts swirled, a brilliant golden light suddenly descended from the heavens, splitting the skies of both the current ninja world and the primordial ninja world. It transformed into a colossal scroll that slowly unfurled. Every individual, regardless of their position, be it in the depths of a dark prison where no light penetrated, or even in the realm of the dead, could clearly see it. Moreover, its location was directly in front of them, unwavering despite their varying positions. At that moment, upon witnessing the celestial scroll, every heart was seized by an inexplicable shock. This sensation was not merely a reaction to witnessing something extraordinary, it was a profound realization that this phenomenon was noble, mysterious, and supreme, evoking an instinctual urge to bow in reverence. In an instant, the ninja world descended into chaos, affecting all without exception. In the current ninja world, the moment the scroll appeared, an alarm bell rang out in Konoha, signaling a rare emergency. Hundreds of reedied Uchiha and pale-eyed Hyuga leaped from every corner, occupying every telephone pole. The elite ninjas, led by the heads of various departments and the 7 ninja sects, soared into the air, their forms suspended in midair, vigilantly watching the sky. Sharingan, Byakugan, Jinjutsu, Kagura's heart, eye, scientific instruments, countless detection methods sprang into action without waiting for orders. The remaining 9 great ninja villages, as well as some smaller ninja villages and organizations, though slightly slower to react, displayed the qualities expected of ninjas. However, regardless of the clever or unrefined tactics they employed, the tapestry of the sky continued to unfurl, yielding no information beyond what remained undetectable. Uehara Tsukimi was well aware of the situation and understood that there was no need to escalate matters unnecessarily. Yet, after so many years as Hokage, coupled with the experiences and influences of his past life, he recognized that sometimes it was not about doing what was genuinely right, but rather what others perceived as correct. He cleared his throat gently, and his distinctive voice resonated throughout every corner of Konoha, immediately initiating a level 1 alert. Civilians were to take refuge, and all ninjas, save for members of the police department, the education department, and the rapid response unit, were to enter the shelters to maintain order. The strategic support unit was to assemble a ninja army for readiness, while the rapid response unit was to accompany him into the sky. As his words fell, 2 radiant golden chakra wings, shimmering with brilliant light, unfurled silently from his back. With the flutter of those wings, the winds surged and clouds swirled. Uehara Tsukimi ascended like a rocket, shattering the glass of a window as he soared into the heavens. In a mere 4 or 5 minutes, he reached an altitude of 20,000 meters. Gazing upon the immense tapestry above him, which still remained at an unyielding distance and wholly undetectable, he halted his flight. Standing majestically in mid-air, that moment, sensing his deceleration, dozens of figures materialized beside him, to his left, The combined forces of Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shursui were connected by chakra to 5 other members of the 7 ninja sects. To his right, a vortex of rippling waves dissipated, revealing Uchiha Obito. Following this, nearly 100 figures were released from his gaze. A solemn expression graced everyone's faces, for this tapestry bore an unsettling aura, as if it were not a tangible entity at all. After a brief moment, perceiving that the atmosphere was sufficiently charged, Uehara Tsukimi spoke. The distance remains unbridged, and all detection methods have failed. Given the current uncertainty, Minato shall return to Konoha to oversee the situation. Should any changes arise, the mantle of the 5th Hokage will be directly inherited. Regardless of what transpires, the village shall always take precedence. The others were to disperse and remain vigilant, awaiting further orders. Upon hearing these words, Minato clenched his fists tightly, his lips twitching as if he wished to voice something. Ultimately, however, his gaze transformed into one of resolute determination, casting a reluctant glance at the imposing figure before him before vanishing in a flash. After decades of camaraderie, they had entrusted their lives to one another. Many sentiments required no articulation. Had he been in the same position, he would have made the identical choice without hesitation. Such is the essence of the Hokage, though oftentimes appearing somewhat eccentric. In moments of critical importance, he unfailingly sacrificed himself to protect his comrades and safeguard the village, embodying peace and leaving love and hope for the next generation. This was the true will of fire, and it was the singular reason he followed this man. Not only Minato, but also those in the skies, atop telephone poles in shelters, and even those from distant lands who could catch a glimpse of the dazzling golden light, found themselves with glistening eyes as they witnessed his resolute ascent. That man, as expected, remained as reliable as ever. That silhouette, truly, was as magnificent as always. The 2 great ninja realms, comprised of 10 ninja villages and countless shinobi, regardless of their reactions or thoughts, found that the tapestry in the sky was utterly unaffected by their presence. As it unfurled, lines of text began to materialize upon it. Simultaneously, a celestial, expansive voice, akin to that of a divine being, resonated in the ears of all present. 40 years ago, due to the arrival of one individual. The timeline of the ninja world diverged into 2 paths, giving birth to a parallel universe. The original ninja world continued along its established trajectory, while the other experienced monumental changes, embarking on a distinctly different path. 40 years later, as fate's choices once again loom, the 2 worlds converge anew. Is the original trajectory superior, or is the new path more exceptional? We invite you to witness the comparison of the 2 realms. This tapestry represents the manifestation of the world's will, showcasing the major histories of identical characters from both worlds in a video format every evening at 6 o'clock. The characters featured are pivotal figures, positioned at the crossroads of destiny, capable of influencing the fate of the world. Viewers may expend a portion of their mental energy to post comments. Once all characters have been compared, the life history of the strongest shinobi in the ninja world, the 4th Hokage of Konoha, the master of light and shadow, the child of prophecy, and the wielder of the bloodline limit of Hikari, Uehara Tsukimi, will be showcased. Today's comparison features the ninja world Tsunade Senju versus the original ninja world Tsunade. A 1-minute countdown commences. 59 lines of subtitles began to manifest on the tapestry, while the ethereal voice intonated rhythmically. In an instant, all who beheld the tapestry, whether from the ninja world or the original ninja world, whether shinobi or civilians, whether living or deceased, were engulfed in a deep sense of bewilderment. Within even a single phrase lay a wealth of information capable of overwhelming their not particularly astute minds. Parallel worlds, nodes of fate, the will of the world, life comparisons, each term, along with the meanings they encompassed, stirred tumultuous waves of astonishment within the hearts of the spectators. Only a select few, such as the scientific pioneers Senju Tobarama and Orochimaru, felt not only surprise, but also a hint of curiosity and intrigue, as if they had stumbled upon something fascinating. Just as the crowd was enveloped in astonishment, the first comment suddenly appeared on the tapestry. A white-haired figure, laughing heartily, bore a face marked by several red lines, with the words Ninja World Jiraiya clearly visible behind him. Haha, I never expected that the secret I concealed for so long would ultimately be discovered by all of you. Indeed, the one who changed the world is none other than I, the sage of Mount Myaboku, known as Jiraiya, one of Konoha's legendary three ninjas. It was I who accepted the prophecy of the old sage from Mount Myaboku, seeking and guiding the child of prophecy. It was also I who resolutely took on Uehara Tsukimi as my disciple, dedicating myself to assisting him in becoming the strongest shinobi and the most powerful Hokage of Konoha. Ninja World Jiraiya. Oh, it actually posted successfully. Ninja World Jiraiya. Hey, is there a version of me over there? Can you see my comment? If you do, let everyone know how you are faring over there. Are you as brilliant, as handsome, and as invincible as I am? While the crowd remained in stunned silence, Jiraiya unleashed a flurry of comments with astonishing speed. His tone was one of prideful bravado, and the expression on his face seemed to come alive upon the immobile avatar, causing those who knew him to chuckle in amusement. What is a lively spirit? This is in terms of enlivening the atmosphere. This fellow truly is unmatched at that moment. Others who had regained their composure began to post comments as well, albeit with somewhat uniform content. Uehara Tsukimi. In Ninja World Tsunade Senju. In Ninja World Sh Ta Senju. Ninja World Orochimaru. Ninja World Namikaze Minato. As the comments flashed across the tapestry, it gradually dawned on some that there was an anomaly. The comments were all from individuals of the ninja realm, with not a single one from the original Ninja World. At this point, Jiraiya sent another comment. Ninja World Jiraiya. Hey, the me over there, quickly come out and say something. Could it be that you're having a rough time? Amidst Jiraiya's incessantly animated remarks, after a few more seconds, another version of Jiraiya's comment finally appeared. The same avatar was present, but the prefix Ninja World had transformed to original Ninja World, adorned with a unique icon representing a special mark for the deceased. Original Ninja World Jiraiya, deceased indeed. It has been quite miserable. Looking back on my past, my life is filled with failures that I have always been forced to make cruel choices that I could not save Nagato, could not pursue Tsunade, could not bring back Orochimaru. I failed to protect my master and my disciple, that I could not witness Naruto become Hokage, and I did not even get to finish my story in paradise. I can only gamble the success or failure of my tale on the endings of others, telling myself that even in failure, there can still be a semblance of amusement in comparison to the remarkable achievements of the Hokage throughout the ages. My own endeavors seem utterly insignificant and profoundly mundane, and I often proclaim that individuals grow through the trials of suffering, that a man becomes stronger after being cast aside. Yet, those who dismiss this notion as a mere jest reveal their own inadequacy. Happiness is not a pursuit worthy of the true warrior. A ninja is defined as one who endures what others cannot, though the depths of their own anguish and sorrow remain known only to themselves. Everywhere I look, I am met with regret. The only commendable aspect of my existence lies in my unwavering belief that all hardships are divine trials meant to test me, and that when the time comes to depart from this life, I shall do so like a truly great ninja, embodying the sentiment that how one lives is of little consequence. It is how one dies that truly matters. Were it not for witnessing Tsunade ascend to the position of 5th Hokage, observing Naruto master sage techniques and harness the Nine Tails, and seeing my beloved village flourish anew, I might have even feared the act of dying. That I am profoundly grateful to you for revealing to me an alternative conclusion. To take on a destined disciple, assist him in transforming the ninja world, and gain recognition from so many is indeed splendid. The moment the phrase original Ninja World Jiraiya emerged in the comments, an immediate silence enveloped the crowd. Even Uehara Tsukimi could not have anticipated that the comparison was merely the beginning, leading to one of the most heart-wrenching passages in the entire history of the Hokage. Unlike the whimsical antics of Ninja World Jiraiya that prompted eye rolls from the audience, every utterance from original Ninja World Jiraiya pierced the hearts of those who understood his legacy like a dagger. As he himself stated, he was always compelled to make brutal choices. Parents, teachers, dear friends, lovers, and disciples. One by one they departed or even turned against one another. dreaming of saving the ninja world, yet ultimately achieving nothing and effecting no change. For those from the original ninja world, this seemingly frivolous but remarkably dependable man moved every individual who encountered him, instilling in them profound trust and admiration. Especially in this wretched world, countless individuals share similar experiences. Jiraiya's words struck a resonant chord, evoking tears of either sorrow or nostalgia from innumerable souls. Original Ninja World Naruto Uzumaki declared, "No, Jiraiya-sensei, you have not achieved nothing. Your endeavors are far from dull. As your disciple, I have wholly inherited your will. The tasks you could not complete shall now fall to me. I, Naruto Uzumaki, vow to become the prophesied child destined to transform the ninja world, bringing about change and crafting the most splendid and perfect conclusion to your story. The path of a ninja I follow is a legacy passed down from you. Is it not only natural?" Original Ninja World Kakashi Hitaki remarked, "Lord Jiraiya, from beginning to end, you have been the senior I most revere." Original Ninja World Tsunade added, "You fool, Jiraiya, cease with the tiresome rhetoric. You toss the burdens of Hokage onto me and run off to indulge in leisure. If you possess the ability, come back to face it yourself." Original Ninja World Orochimaru interjected, "Idiot." The original ninja world was left in tears. Many in the ninja world, though unable to empathize fully, given their divine protectors and the long absence of war, felt an overwhelming curiosity sparked by the immense information disclosed by Jiraiya. Another ninja world appeared to hold significant issues, perhaps even grave ones. Ninja World Minato Namikaze inquired, "Has the fourth Hokage in that world perished?" Ninja World Nagato Uzumaki questioned, "Have I also met my demise?" Ninja World Orochimaru pondered, "So in the other world, did I ultimately choose that path?" Ninja World Jiraiya quipped, "Hey, can you not be so pathetic? You actually died?" Ninja World Sarutobi Hiruzen, the deceased, remarked, "Isn't Uehara Tsukimi dead in your world? How then did I perish? Was it in a mutual demise with him, or at the hands of Danzo?" Ninja World Danzo Shimura, the deceased, retorted, "For heaven's sake, have some dignity. Uehara Tsukimi's light release is renowned as the ultimate bloodline limit. Synonymous with death. I didn't even manage to perform my sealing technique before perishing alongside him." Ninja World Danzo Shimura, the deceased, continued, "By the way, did the original version of me become Hokage?" Ninja World Kushina Uzumaki, the deceased, exclaimed, "For what you imply, it seems you old fogies were all exterminated by Uehara Tsukimi." Splendid work. I had long found them displeasing." Ninja World Shursui Uchiha, the deceased, asked, "After my death, did the village reconcile with the Uchiha? Is Itachi still alive?" With the emergence of the first individual to take the plunge, countless qualified individuals began to showcase their presence through the comments. Particularly, the spirits of the deceased were eager to discover what the ninja world had become after their passing. Through brief exchanges, they uncovered the vast differences between the two worlds, the same names. In the original ninja world, were accompanied by markers of death: Jiraiya, Kakashi Hitaki, Minato Namikaze, Nagato Uzumaki, Hashirama Senju, Kushina Uzumaki, Fugaku Uchiha, Shursui Uchiha. All of these individuals had perished. The mood among many in the ninja world turned somber. Even those who still exist in another world have been drawn into this turmoil. It is essential to recognize that each name here possesses strength at the level of shadows, if not beyond. What could have transpired to cause so many formidable beings to meet their demise in succession? Likewise, they have encountered numerous individuals who do not exist in the original world, such as Kamiyama Shimi, Kamiyama Maki, Hitaki Takudo, Senju Ryumei, and Hyuga Airi. To this moment, it has become evident that to post comments on the scroll, one must at least possess the strength of a Jonin or even an elite Jonin. In other words, this new shinobi world not only harbors many powerful figures who were thought to be deceased, but it has also given rise to a plethora of new experts within a mere minute. Everyone from both the old and new shinobi worlds has begun to eagerly anticipate the upcoming comparison video. They are fervently eager to discover what has transpired in this alternate realm, what differences exist within their counterparts, and what divergent fates they have encountered. They lead lives that are more prosperous and fulfilling than their own. Amidst the exchanges, the countdown on the scroll has nearly reached its conclusion. As the final character is inscribed, the 4 golden characters representing the original shinobi world occupy the center. After a brief pause, new text begins to emerge. Background introduction. Original Tsunade, the first Hokage. Senju Hashirama, and the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito's granddaughter, disciple of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Revered as Tsunade Hime, she's a legendary S-rank ninja, known as one of the 3 legendary ninjas alongside Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Due to her fervent love for gambling and her notoriously poor luck, she is also referred to as the legendary Fat Sheep. She wields the extraordinary strength of the Senju clan, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and the contract with one of the 3 great sacred lands, the Shibakuzen, having developed S-rank combat medical ninjutsu, the creation rebirth technique. During the Second Shinobi World War, she led the Konoha ninja forces to defeat Tsunade, alongside Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who jointly commanded the ninja army to triumph over Amigakure. She systematically collected, organized, and summarized past medical techniques, establishing a battlefield hospital system, initiating and spearheading reforms in the medical system of Konoha, enhancing the comprehensive medical system that includes hospitals, medical ninja training, scientific medical technology development, and pharmaceutical research. Innovatively, she combined medical ninjutsu with sealing techniques and scientific instruments, significantly reducing the difficulty of learning and executing medical ninjutsu, making it possible for multiple practitioners to jointly employ advanced medical methods that exceed their individual capabilities. She is widely recognized as one of the foremost medical ninjas in the shinobi world. Mission experience: S rank 95 times, A rank 418 times, B rank 467 times, C rank 236 times, D rank 40 times. Following this brief introduction, in the next moment, the golden light converges, and the image reveals a chubby baby who appears lively and energetic. Beside the baby stand a pair of jovial adults. The woman is named Uzumaki Mito, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, while the man is none other than the renowned first Hokage, the god of shinobi. Senju Hashirama. Everyone suddenly comprehends that this baby must be the focal point of today's comparison, the Tsunade of the original shinobi world. The preceding images flash by like old photographs, capturing fleeting moments of the past. From her introduction to gambling, receiving a necklace from the first Hokage, entering the Ninja Academy, befriending renowned figures like Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Hatake Shigetsu, to becoming a disciple of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, experimenting with alcohol, mastering her prodigious strength, and engaging in practice sessions with Orochimaru, showcasing her extraordinary talent for medical ninjutsu. The atmosphere, despite occasional moments of despondency, remains predominantly cheerful. Particularly, every time she sends Jiraiya flying, the comments reach a peak. Both versions of Jiraiya receive heartfelt blessings from the audience. Witnessing a legendary ninja evolve from infancy to the familiar visage etched in their memories is a novel experience for many in the shinobi world. As the Second World War erupts, Tsunade is summoned to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. The visuals transition from snapshots of moments to continuous short videos, following the deaths of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha, Uzumaki Mito, and Senju Tobarama. Hanzo, the leader of Amigakure, swiftly rises to become a new generation's legend, hailed as a demigod. His formidable water and earth techniques, his unparalleled swordsmanship, and his mastery of the instant movement technique, along with his highly toxic giant summon, the Salamander, render him virtually invincible. That he even creates an A-rank ninjutsu, the Fire Release, exploding flame array, achieving a composite strength that undoubtedly reaches beyond S-rank. This leads to severe losses for the ninja forces of various nations, particularly for Konoha under the command of Shimura Danzo, who blindly overestimates their might and views ninjas as expendable resources. Their desperate desire to achieve great feats becomes the greatest stepping stone for Hanzo's rise to fame. Not only do their aggressive assaults falter, but they also suffer 2 defeats on their home turf, forcing a retreat to the borders of the Land of Fire. Danzo himself sustains grave injuries, losing his left arm and an eye. When Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya arrive with reinforcements at the battlefield in the Land of Rain, the morale among the Konoha Corps ninja forces has plummeted, having already suffered significant casualties. After their pride as the strongest ninja village is shattered, nearly all the ninjas lose their fighting spirit, feeling adrift. In this dire context, the three are compelled to inherit the will of fire. Bearing the heavy responsibility of protecting Konoha Corps, Tsunade establishes a medical camp to treat injured and disabled ninjas. Orochimaru takes command, abolishing misguided policies to rally their spirits, while Jiraiya personally infiltrates the Land of Rain to gather intelligence. The future legendary trio gradually begins to shine, each displaying extraordinary talent. Within just a month, the Konoha Corps ninjas transition from a state of numbness and despair to vibrant activity and renewed fighting spirit. Especially upon encountering Tsunade, the medical prodigy who has saved countless lives, they respond with immense enthusiasm and cheers. As the footage progresses, it becomes evident that Konoha Corps has reclaimed its lost territories. Soon, Tsunade also finds a remedy for the salamander's poison. Meanwhile, Orochimaru successfully lures Hanzo away, dividing him and the ninja forces of Amigakure across two battlefields. Once the deadly salamander poison becomes ineffective, Konoha Corps embarks on a ruthless slaughter of the Rain ninjas. Leaving little room for resistance in another battlefield, the legendary battle that will truly establish the trio's renown in the shinobi world is about to commence. Hey, you old man with the trachea, allow me, Tsunade Heim, to see if your demigod title truly lives up to its name. In the image, Tsunade stands atop the colossal head of the slug sage, arms crossed defiantly, exuding an aura of unyielding confidence. Beside her are Orochimaru and Jiraiya, both wielding their own mighty summons. The sheer presence of these three massive beasts, each measuring dozens to hundreds of meters, instills a sense of awe and trepidation. Not to mention Orochimaru, who has completely mastered the intricate five-element ninjutsu inherited from Sarutobi Hiruzen and can execute complex ninjutsu, and Tsunade, who has profound expertise in the steel fist style, inheriting the Senju clan's secret strength, along with remarkable recovery and healing abilities. Not to forget the 25-year-old Jiraiya. Though he lacks the formidable sage techniques he would later acquire, he has creatively combined fire release with oil to significantly enhance its power while circumventing the fire element's slower speed and uncontrollable nature, establishing himself as the team's primary offensive force. Each of the three stands as a pinnacle of strength. Their teamwork is seamless, understanding one another's intentions without the need for words, responding promptly and effectively. However, Hanzo merely scoffs in disdain. With a swift motion, he activates the instant movement technique, swinging the massive chain scythe with force, leaving a gash across Tsunade's abdomen. Had she not reacted in time, she could have been cleaved in two. This single encounter instantly alters the atmosphere. The ease they once felt dissipates as they realize Tsunade is the fastest among them. If even she cannot evade Hanzo's relentless assault, the ensuing battle will undoubtedly be perilously treacherous. As anticipated, it was not long before, with the demigod's earnestness, they found themselves ensnared in an extreme peril. This was a grueling struggle. Even the future legendary three ninjas faced the imminent threat of demise if they faltered for but a moment. Especially Hanzo, with his concern for the Rain Ninja village, was acutely aware that even a minute's delay in his return could result in incalculable losses, compelling him to execute each attack with lethal intent, entirely disregarding the cost. Nevertheless, the young three ninjas were bound by their own inescapable reasons for not retreating. They had to endure, for should they allow Hanzo to escape, not only would the strategic objectives concerning the Rain Ninja village be thwarted, but the Leaf Ninja forces on another battlefield would also face dire consequences. What was once a brilliant tactical arrangement would swiftly devolve into folly, leading to a loss of not just the game, but their very rice. Unlike other formidable masters skilled in ninjutsu and bloodline limits, a master of the body flicker technique facing weaker opponents would deliver certain death, leaving no room for resistance. Moreover, their sustained combat ability was formidable, as the body flicker technique incurred virtually no expenditure compared to powerful ninjutsu. The once peerless speed of the ninja world was thus and so too was the golden flash of Minato. And at this moment, Hanzo embodied the same. When Hanzo confronted the Leaf Ninja forces, unrestrained by peers of equal strength, his terrifying prowess and slaughter had been validated time and again by the likes of the Wind, Earth, and Fire nations, especially by Shimura Danzo. Should the Leaf Village suffer another defeat in the Land of Rain, leading the ninja world to perceive their strength as waning, they would likely face a siege from 4 villages. Thus, even at the cost of their lives, the 3 ninjas remained resolute in their commitment to the will of fire, vowing to confine Hanzo here, never allowing him to slip away. The scroll depicted the entirety of this battle without omitting a single detail. Contrary to the awe-inspiring image of the 3 ninjas that many had previously imagined, in this confrontation, each sustained numerous injuries. Tsunade, in her efforts to heal her comrades and mend her own wounds, nearly exhausted her life force. Yet, time and again, they rose defiantly, until ultimately, worn and weary, they could scarcely move. Their strength, supplies, chakra, and even their fighting spirit had all been utterly depleted, leaving nothing in reserve at this juncture. Even a lowly genin could easily claim their lives. They could only gaze in despair at the still vigorous Hanzo, forcing themselves into a guise of defiance. Observing the trio, repeatedly gravely injured, yet time and again recovering. Repeatedly standing before their formidable foe, countless onlookers felt their eyes welling with tears, especially among the current generation of ninjas, who had not endured much hardship. The courage to disregard their own lives and the tenacity displayed to such an extent struck deeply at their heartstrings. The ninja world s Senju Roke Tree, sister, the ninja world s Uchiha Itachi. Is this the origin and weight of the title of the 3 ninjas? Truly a model for our generation. The ninja world s Uehara Masaki. Corrupt bureaucrats sit atop the Hokage seat, yet allow the truly valiant inheritors of the will of fire to risk their lives outside. It is utterly infuriating. Father, why not resurrect the 3rd Hokage for me to slay for sport? Uehara Tsukimi. Come here, I have a treasure for you. The original ninja world s Jiraiya. As a spirit, I miss those times. Everyone had yet to change, with only a simple thought in our hearts. Victory. The 3 ninjas, utterly exhausted. Yet as the battle reached this juncture, Hanzo realized that the Rain Ninja Village had already lost this war. At this moment, killing these 3 would serve no purpose and would only enrage the Leaf Village that he reluctantly declared, the outcome of this battle will likely be a victory for the Leaf Village. You 3 are formidable, and to survive under these circumstances, I shall henceforth refer to you as the Leaf's 3 ninjas. With Hanzo's words, a deluge of comments erupted instantaneously. Many were taken aback, discovering that the illustrious title of the 3 ninjas was bestowed upon them post-defeat by their foe. Yet, more were filled with admiration for the indomitable spirit exhibited by the 3 ninjas in this conflict, and astonishment at Hanzo's extraordinary strength. From the footage, it was evident that the 3 ninjas were by no means weak. Orochimaru wielded various ninjutsu with ease, showcasing an array of unconventional techniques, resembling a ninja arts prodigy. Jiraiya had summoned over a dozen different types of toads, and his self-created oil-based fire techniques left a lasting impression. Coupled with Tsunade's seemingly miraculous healing capabilities, frankly, even the Kage of the 5 great villages might have met their match, yet Hanzo emerged victorious. The original ninja world s Orochimaru. In our era, there were many ancient monsters that had survived since the Warring States period. Hanzo is merely one of them. The land of whirlpools, the land of demons, Star Ninja Village, and Takigakure all harbor similar beings. It is only that he chose to challenge the status of the 5 great ninja villages, the original ninja world s Orochimaru. However, this very audacity led to the collective animosity of the 5 great ninja villages towards the Land of Rain, sparking the Second Great Ninja War. The original ninja world s Uzumaki Nagato. As a spirit, what a ridiculous logic. Peace for great nations is peace, yet peace for small nations is not. Must only you define what justice is? The original ninja world s Orochimaru. In war, there is no right or wrong. There is only victory and defeat. The debate within the comments did not last long. As the video transitioned to the next phase, this moment, The scene revealed an aging casino. Tsunade, not yet a grand prize nor overly impoverished, sat boldly at the gambling table. With one hand, she confidently slammed a sizable stack of money onto the table, while the other hand clutched a bottle of liquor, periodically indulging in sips, her ponytail swaying as she exuded an air of extravagance, ready to make a significant haul. Before long, the dealer opened the dice cup, and upon seeing the result, his expression shifted slightly in surprise. The dealer swept all the smaller bets on the table to himself, then selected a stack to place before Tsunade. 4, 5, 6. A win. Here, this is your prize. The moment Tsunade, who had previously been brimming with delight, saw the numbers in the dice cup, her body began to tremble violently, her grip on the liquor bottle faltering. Her eyes were wide with terror. Many in the ninja world had heard of Tsunade's notoriously poor luck in gambling, and the eerie pattern that seemed to accompany each of her wins, an important figure's passing. Even those unaware could glean from the previous footage, where Tsunade had won 5 consecutive games, each followed by the demise of a grandparent, parent, and others, the ominous connection. All viewers felt their hearts clench. Just moments ago, Tsunade's gallant demeanor and unwavering courage in the face of danger had garnered her a legion of admirers. The video lingered on the dice's outcome for several seconds. Then, with a subtle flash, the scene shifted to a battlefield. Towering trees surrounded a cadre of ninjas darting through the underbrush. A shinobi named Rope Tree led the charge, brimming with vitality and excitement. Not far behind, Orochimaru wore a rare, gentle, and indulgent smile. This caused many who knew Orochimaru to exchange bewildered glances. Was this truly the cold-blooded serpent who deemed emotions as burdensome and extraneous? Uncle Snake, your persona has crumbled. Yet in the video, perhaps this disciple embodies the very antithesis of his character. Rather than assessing every situation through the lens of reason, he faces every obstacle with unwavering resolve. He yearns to witness the path of such a ninja and the heights he might achieve. Alternatively, he might see in him the shadow of that foolish Jiraiya, or even the first Hokage. In any case, he feels a profound joy. Everything is beautiful. However, in the next moment, a tremendous explosion and fiery blaze erupted where Shoshin had been running. Orochimaru's expression instantly froze. With a detached demeanor, he advanced with precision and efficiency, meticulously examining Shoshin's lifeless body, the trap that had led to his demise, and any potential clues in the vicinity. After a prolonged silence, he turned his gaze deeply towards the direction of Konoha, remaining silent for a long while. His pupils initially radiated an astonishing killing intent, only to eventually dissolve into an enigmatic, raucous laughter. That hoarse voice seemed to scrape against the very souls of every listener. Although he laughed, all could distinctly sense the intense fury and sorrow that underpinned it as one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Orochimaru is renowned in both the current and primordial ninja realms. Known for his extreme rationality and madness, his display instantly sparked a multitude of speculations at that moment. The voice of Orochimaru reverberated in the ears of the onlookers. I am sorry, Shoshin. It was the teacher who led to your demise. I should never have taken you as my disciple. The grandson of the first Hokage, with a personality nearly identical to his grandfather's, wielding formidable ninja talents and possibly awakening the wood release. The Senju legacy, the political inheritance of the first and second Hokages, along with a remarkable sister like Tsunade. Had he grown without hindrance, he would have undoubtedly been the prime candidate for the 5th Hokage. As the future teacher of the 5th Hokage, I had essentially been anointed as the 4th. To privately bestow the title of Hokage and to unilaterally determine it is something that certain individuals would find utterly intolerable. Haha, Orochimaru's inner voice paused momentarily. He retracted the killing intent from his gaze, along with the flicker of humanity that had briefly shone through. Teacher, perhaps this is the last time I will sincerely call you teacher. Is power, or the position of Hokage, truly so significant to you? If you had approached me directly and urged me to relinquish my aspirations, perhaps I would have redirected my energies towards other pursuits. My goal has never been power. It has never been. A sense of melancholy and disappointment permeated Orochimaru's voice. In the south, there exists a bird named the Yuanju. This bird takes flight from the South Sea to the North Sea. It will not alight without the parasol tree, nor will it consume anything but the finest fruit, nor will it drink from any spring but the sweetest. When the hawk snatches a decayed mouse, the Yuan-ju passes by, looking up and exclaiming, "How terrifying!" The hawk, having found a putrid rodent, fears that the phoenix might snatch its meal, thus resorting to intimidation. Teacher does not comprehend the disciple, and the disciple does not understand the teacher. A futile contest across the void. How tragically absurd, how lamentable. Orochimaru, a man of reason, had come to certain realizations at this juncture. He grieved only for a fleeting moment before entirely reining in his emotions, appearing no different from his usual self. Yet, deep within, Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer the esteemed mentor he once revered, but rather an adversary he could not yet eliminate, one who required feigned submission. Konoha was no longer the village he sought to protect, but a temporary refuge with immense utility and certain treasures worth scheming for. He was determined to realize his true ambition, immortality and the pursuit of the world's truth that in the current ninja world, due to the actions of an unnamed fourth Hokage, the misdeeds of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had become well known even among the children of the Ninja Academy. If one does not criticize the F4 for a day, one's motives and intentions will be doubted. However, the primordial ninja world was different, as Orochimaru's thoughts reached the ears of the observers. A colossal wave of uproar surged forth. These individuals had disguised themselves too well, successfully deceiving countless souls. Yet, those who could discern the truth, possessing their own judgments, were cowed by the ruthless and merciless nature of the F4. They not only dared not reveal a hint of their insights, but also strived to maintain an air of having been successfully brainwashed. Many ordinary ninjas, perhaps never even having seen the face of a Hokage, could only trust the village's propaganda. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen's image in the hearts of the populace had always been one of benevolence, generosity, wisdom, foresight, and a deep concern for the village, tirelessly devoted to its welfare. In 4 words, the people's expectations, the focus of the masses, to such an extent that even exceptional ninjas like Hatake, SH, Saku, and Minato Namikaze would willingly lay down their lives, pressing forward without hesitation in pursuit of the so-called will of fire. Yet now, with the truth of Shoshin's death laid bare, the entire Konoha erupted in turmoil. Even after 50 or 60 years had passed, the prestige of the first Hokage remained undiminished. He was no longer merely a ninja, but rather a figure of faith in the hearts of many. Yet, as the grandson of the first Hokage, Shoshin had been insidiously murdered by his successor, the third Hokage, and the Hokage's aide, Shimura Danzo. It goes without saying that not only Konoha, but also many other ninjas from different villages were consumed by rage. Even without the weight of being the first Hokage's grandson, as a talented ninja with a promising future, betrayal was absolutely unforgivable. They spoke of the will of fire, declaring that where Konoha flourished, the flames would endure, illuminating the village and nurturing the new leaves. They feigned a visage of hope for the future in the youth, insisting that the older generations must trust and protect them. Yet, they would immediately turn to the pursuit of power, resorting to any means necessary. How grotesque, how repugnant, the torrent of fury erupted from the hearts of the Konoha ninjas. It was not solely due to Shoshin's death, but also from the profound betrayal they had suffered. Above the scroll, in that instant, an overwhelming barrage of comments flooded forth, causing the scroll to expand significantly. Primordial Ninja World Tsunade, damn you, Orochimaru. Tell me, what truly happened to Shoshin? What have you discovered? Primordial Ninja World 3rd Hokage. Yagami AI, spirit, is that even a question? A fool could discern who was responsible, that if there's any wrongdoing in the ninja world, it's almost a certainty that the blame will be placed on Shimura Danzo. Primordial Ninja World Jiraiya, spirit, so this was the moment you decided to forsake kinship and the village in pursuit of immortality. Primordial Ninja World Onoki. Haha, I nearly died from laughter back then. I thought Konoha had produced another genius. Should I send someone to assassinate him? Yet before I could act, he was taken out by his own people. Had it not been for that yellow flash, I would have reduced you to nothing. Primordial Ninja World Tobarama Senju, Spirit Monkey, Tell me honestly, was it you who did this? I've already ordered the Senju clan's collateral branches to go into hiding, leaving only those who couldn't conceal their identities. Even these have been forbidden from using the Senju name, all to ensure the next generation can ascend without obstruction. Can you not even accommodate them? Who can tell me who remains of the Senju clan? Primordial Ninja World Tsunade. Me. Primordial Ninja World Tobirama Senju. And who else? Primordial Ninja World Tsunade. No one and one. This was impossible. The remaining members were all elites. How could there be not a single one left? Primordial Ninja World, the realm of the deceased. Tobirama stared blankly at the scroll above, the barrage of comments striking him like resounding slaps across the face, filling him with shock and fury. The notion that Shashin's death could be a misunderstanding or an accident was still plausible. After all, no other ninja village would simply stand by and watch a new god of ninjas emerge in Konoha. They would undoubtedly employ every means to assassinate him. Framing and defaming afterward was not particularly difficult to comprehend. However, the complete annihilation of the entire Senju clan, save for Tsunade, was utterly inexcusable as a prestigious clan that had endured for a millennium. The Senju numbers were counted in the thousands, with extraordinary physique, immense chakra reserves, an unparalleled legacy of jutsu, and a plethora of allies. Such a lineage could not simply perish without continuous, malicious targeting. The ancient adversary, the Uchiha clan, had existed for a millennium, yet failed to achieve what he had. Senju Tobirama was instantly filled with fury. Unlike his elder brother Hashirama, who possessed a genuine heart filled with great love and compassion. Tobirama's aspirations were rather straightforward: to care for his brother during their youth, to secure a future and a safe haven for his clan as its leader, and to protect the village as Hokage. He had always been selfish and ruthless, with a multitude of souls lost under his command, a number beyond reckoning. Otherwise, he would not incessantly speak of the malevolent Uchiha. Who could demand sacrifices from him under the guise of the shinobi world was something he would vehemently refuse, even scoffing at the notion. Yet, if anyone dared to infringe upon his taboos, he would not hesitate to fight to the death point. Two of his three younger brothers perished at the hands of the Uchiha, and his elder brother ultimately succumbed to the life force drained by Uchiha Madara. His life was consumed by an abhorrence for the Uchiha, a hatred so profound that he could not find solace even in death. Now, the Senju clan, which he cherished so dearly, had perished, not by the wicked Uchiha, but at the hands of a trusted disciple entrusted with the Hokage position. How could he not be enraged? It was not only Tobirama. Even the usually carefree first Hokage was notably silent at this moment. He had established the village for peace, for the happiness of future generations and children, and had gone so far as to expend his own life to protect it, even striking down his closest friend. Yet his clan had been extinguished by the very village he had sought to safeguard. With descendants lost and children gone, such a fate was unbearable for anyone. In the primal shinobi world, Hatake Kakashi remarked, Lord Second Hokage, not only has the Senju clan been lost, but many other clans have vanished as well. Numerous smaller clans have disappeared without a trace. The medium to large clans, such as the Fma, have migrated entirely, while only a few remain of the Kurama clan, yet they can no longer serve as shinobi. Apart from Shizen, the rest of the Kato clan has either vanished or fallen in battle. The Hatake clan consists solely of me. The Uzumaki were annihilated. The fourth Hokage, before his demise, sealed the nine tails within his son, compelling the village to retain this last bloodline. However, life has been far from pleasant. I am left to scavenge for expired instant noodles AS for the Uchiha clan. Itachi Uchiha slaughtered his entire family in exchange for the life of his younger brother, Sasuke, and afterwards defected to intimidate Konoha. Following the third Hokage's death, Sasuke also betrayed the village. The ancient clans of Konoha now see only the Hyuga remaining, yet their numbers have dwindled by over 70%. Upon Kakashi's revelation, the primal shinobi world did not exhibit a substantial reaction, for the shock had long since settled. However, within the current shinobi realm, a tempest of unrest arose. The Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans were all direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, possessing not only a rich lineage but also formidable strength. Each one had the capability to establish their own village. This did not even account for the multitude of subordinate shinobi clans they had amassed over millennia of medium-sized clans such as Kato. Pataki, Fma, and Kurama each had their own unique skills, occasionally producing top-tier warriors. The notion that all had been eradicated was staggering to be why the heavens. Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed a ruthless individual. At the Konoha Police Department, on a lamppost, Itachi Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha exchanged glances, both drenched in cold sweat. As Itachi pondered Kakashi's words, he contemplated what choice he would make if the circumstances forced him to slaughter his entire clan in exchange for his brother's survival. Meanwhile, Fugaku recalled the fateful night before the fourth Hokage's ascension. That night, Uehara Tsukimi stormed into the clan's territory, armed with a kunai, and without employing any powerful techniques such as sage arts, light release, flying thunder god, or spiral shuriken, he single-handedly decimated the entire Uchiha clan with mere foundational ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Without sustaining a single injury, he left with the remark, "I hope the Uchiha will display some understanding at tomorrow's Jonin meeting." Before departing, the following day, Uehara Tsukimi openly usurped power he had contemplated and hesitated, yet ultimately did not dare cast a dissenting vote. Had he been a tad more thoughtless, the Uchiha would have faced annihilation. Even if they had not fallen to Uehara Tsukimi, they would have met their demise at the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. How could he have failed to see the venomous nature of these two old dogs? Furthermore, anyone who dares to label me a coward shall face my wrath. What is wrong with being cautious? Who would dare oppose someone like Uehara Tsukimi? My caution not only preserved the Uchiha's legacy, but also allowed it to thrive. I take pride in my caution. I am proud of my caution. Sharing Fugaku's sentiments were Senju Naoto, Uzumaki YK, Kurama Asan, and Hitaki SH Saku, among others. Uehara Tsukimi had not ascended through legitimate means. He had directly eliminated the previous Hokage and the advisory council, coercing the Jonin meeting to acknowledge his legitimacy. Initially, they too had harbored doubts and contemplated rectifying the situation. However, Uehara Tsukimi was too formidable. His Genjutsu could instantaneously defeat the Sharingan. His chakra surpassed that of the Uzumaki, his physique exceeded that of the Senju, his ninjutsu overwhelmed the third Hokage, and his swordsmanship could contend with Konoha's White Fang. His most potent light release could strike at the speed of light, ensuring that whoever was targeted would meet their end, rendering almost all shinobi incapable of resistance. He was deemed an unparalleled force, whose mere presence signified death. He also possessed the flying thunder god and sealing techniques. How could one combat such an adversary? Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, who would first seek a seemingly legitimate reason, Uehara Tsukimi would brazenly storm into your home and decapitate you, displaying your head at the entrance for all to see. He was more audacious than Uchiha Madara had ever been. While Madara faced limitations imposed by the first Hokage, when Uehara Tsukimi unleashed his wrath, Konoha would not suffice to withstand his onslaught. The situation was dire, and with the imminent outbreak of the Shinobi World War, many were persuaded that having a powerful Hokage was undoubtedly beneficial for Konoha. Ultimately, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Of course, just as everyone had anticipated, those who did not accept, such as Sarutobi Shino and the Shimura clan, had already become mere relics of the past. The children of Konoha played joyously beneath the trees. Despite Uehara Tsukimi's conduct, even after his subsequent achievements surpassed those of previous Hokage, many remained unconvinced in their hearts. What heroism was there in forcibly seizing power? The true Hokage should, like the first Hokage, be elected by the consensus of all. Yet now, all those who had been oppressed by Uehara Tsukimi, who had previously harbored grievances, now gazed upon the devastating plight of the Uchiha and Senju under Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership. Not only the thriving Hitaki SH Saku, the entirety of the Uchiha clan, and the remaining Senju and Uzumaki members, but even the souls of those unfortunate souls who had perished at Uehara Tsukimi's hands felt a twinge of relief. Uehara Tsukimi was indeed a man of integrity. Although he could kill without hesitation, he claimed not to target you, and he truly did not. He was straightforward, never lied, and was reliable in an instant. Uehara Tsukimi's stature in the eyes of all within the shinobi realm grew even more formidable. At that moment, Senju Tobirama could no longer contain himself and inquired, "The Senju clan here has not perished, has it?" No sooner had his words fallen than someone promptly emerged to respond, "Oh, not worry. Lord Second Hokage, the Senju clan has been reinstated by the fourth Hokage. Tsunade is currently giving birth to 6 children, and our connections have flourished immensely. The eldest, Orochimaru, and the second daughter, Senju Chizuru, have already made a name for themselves as S-rank elite shinobi in the shinobi world. Among them, Uehara Tsukimi has even forged his own reputation, being hailed as the Ocean Messenger. His water release surpasses yours and currently serves as Konoha's resident diplomat to the Mist Village, as well as an assistant professor at Konoha's Advanced Shinobi School. This fellow holds his father in high regard, vowing one day to emulate the fourth Hokage and storm the Hokage building to seize the title. Last year, he even began courting a young woman from the Mist Village, and judging by their constant affection, they seem on the brink of marriage. As for Senju Chizuru, she has awakened would release, albeit not as potent as the first Hokages, but sufficient to nurture some flowers and plants. However, she has collaborated with Yakushi Kabuto to develop hybrid rice, optimizing grain seeds, and significantly boosting the shinobi world's food production. In terms of fame and prestige, she stands as Konoha's second most esteemed figure after Uehara Tsukimi, even eclipsing the fourth Hokage's most esteemed partner, Minato Namikaze. By the way, I am also their teacher. Alas, my cursed talent. Each of my disciples is far too capable, making it impossible for me to remain humble. I never intended to be this ostentatious that I in the shinobi realm, Tsunade Senju declared. Do you have a problem with me giving birth to 6 children? No, how could I dare to have an opinion against you 2 unreasonable individuals? Replied Jiraiya of the shinobi realm. Uehara, deal with him for me. Uehara Tsuji, acknowledged shadow clone technique, flying thunder god teleportation, Konoha's steel fist. The ninja world Jiraiya. What the hell, are you serious? Bang, what the hell, bang, what the hell, bang, 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 After a flurry of activity, the barrage soon fell silent again as the video of the original ninja world Tsunade progressed to a new phase. This time it was set in a conference room. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito K-Suk, and Tirun Kahu, the Konoha F4, occupied the highest positions. Their demeanor, if expressed positively, could be described as confidence, if negatively, as arrogance, looking down upon others. In any case, they exuded an air of authority, as if they held all the power and everyone else was but a dog, obliged to obey. Below, numerous high-ranking ninjas sat upright, clearly indicating that this was a meeting of Konoha's elite. The scene lingered for 2 seconds. In the footage, Tsunade stood up, her face etched with sorrow, proposing the allocation of a medical ninja to each ninja squad to enhance survival rates on the battlefield. Her words were laden with emotion, and upon concluding her plea, she bowed deeply to the F4 and the surrounding elite ninjas, murmuring expressions of gratitude. Tsunade's actions were profoundly moving. The once haughty princess of Konoha humbled herself to such an extent, which undoubtedly demonstrated her sincerity. However, her proposal was evidently dismissed by the F4. As the saying goes, major issues are discussed in minor meetings, while minor issues are debated in grand assemblies. Konoha's affairs were typically decided in private by these 4, leaving little room for others to intervene. Whether soliciting opinions or holding a high-ranking ninja meeting, it was merely a fade to avoid accusations of being inconsiderate. Some among them even expressed dissatisfaction towards Tsunade's suggestions. Good strategies, proposals beneficial to Konoha, could only be articulated by them. The rest were expected to obediently admire and praise. What was the purpose of her emotional outburst here? Sarutobi Hiruzen, adept at manipulating sentiments, maintained a fade of attentiveness regardless of his true thoughts. Tirun Kahu and Mito K-Suk displayed mere impatience. Yet, Shimura Danzo's gaze turned sinister, his eyes glaring at Tsunade with a menacing intensity, betraying a hidden malice. Much like Orochimaru earlier, his intentions were laid bare. Tsunade, have you finally lost your facade, exposing your ambitions? First, you gifted the necklace symbolizing the first Hokage's aspirations to Narasaku, encouraging him to apprentice under Orochimaru and vie for the position of Hokage. Now that Narasaku is dead, Do you intend to step forward yourself? Observing the heavy casualties among frontline ninjas, you hastily propose an increase in medical ninjas to curry favor with the masses. What a cunning strategy, yet I shall not allow you to succeed. The Senju clan must not produce another Hokage. Only I can lead Konoha forward. I alone am the most suitable candidate for Hokage. Danzo's repulsiveness and darkness left all viewers in shock. They recognized his shamelessness, yet none anticipated it would reach such depths. The Hokage position, highly esteemed and sought after, is indeed coveted by many. However, aspiring to become Hokage should derive from genuine strength and achievements. Not through schemes and suspicions aimed at eliminating potential rivals. He would eliminate anyone who posed a threat, all in the name of Konoha. This is outrageous. An overwhelming barrage erupted once more. Original Ninja World Noki, allowing such a parasite to hold power. How could Konoha not face extinction? Original Ninja World Tobarama Senju, Spirit Monkeys, Danzo you all, Original Ninja World Yondaime Hokage Minato. Is mutual suspicion this severe? Truly, our fourth Hokage is the greatest. He fears not your strength, for he surpasses all. Original Ninja World Kushina Uzumaki. Clearly, Tsunade is grieving too deeply over Narasaka's death. How can you wretched beings think so much? Original Ninja World Tobarama Senju. Spirit the standard for evaluating whether policies are rational and should be implemented should be based on the village's benefits and drawbacks, not on the influence on those in power or baseless conjectures. Original Ninja World Uehara Tsukimi. Doesn't your ninja team have any medical ninjas equipped? Original Ninja World Mizuki Rin. Fool. Standard medical ninjas were only established after the fourth Hokage reformed the Shinobi Academy and established advanced ninja schools. Original Ninja World Uehara Tsukimi. Thus far, the comparison video had played for less than an hour. However, the immense volume of information conveyed and the stark contrast between the two worlds had left viewers feeling shaken and confused. The ninja world was astonished at the dismal state of the original ninja world, as Konoha, under the rule of the F4, steadily declined, with all ninjas living in trepidation. Numerous renowned strong figures had perished, and one clan after another had vanished. Comparisons are often daunting. Many for the first time felt and recognized that Uehara Tsukimi's seemingly simple and blunt policies were, in fact, remarkably astute, forward-thinking, and well-intentioned. They felt a mix of pride and shame. After all, there was a time when they took everything for granted. Once, when things didn't go their way, they harbored grievances. Meanwhile, the original ninja world revealed a completely different reality, one that was even more perfect than their dreams. Especially upon realizing that in this ninja world, the F4 had been effortlessly dispatched by Uehara Tsukimi, the delight within them surged uncontrollably. Kakashi Itachi's remarks remained relatively composed, attempting to discuss from an objective standpoint. Others, however, unleashed their lifetime's worth of profanity, with language so vulgar it could not pass any review. Meanwhile, some expressed envy towards the ninja world governed by Uehara Tsukimi. Jiraiya was alive. Kakashi Shigeru was alive. Minato Namikaze was alive. Kushina Uzumaki was alive. Orochimaru had not defected. Tsunade and Jiraiya had not left, and the Uchiha clan had not been exterminated. How powerful and prosperous would Konoha be in such circumstances? It was simply unimaginable. The video continued to unfold. After Tsunade proposed the addition of medical ninjas, the F4 lamented about the financial constraints during wartime and the lengthy training periods and high costs associated with medical ninjas, expressing their sorrow yet swiftly dismissing her proposal with a few words. Meanwhile, the high-ranking ninjas below remained silent and observant, pretending to be statues. Those seated here were not ordinary ninjas. Either they were direct affiliates and stakeholders of the F4, unwilling to oppose their decisions, or they had been deeply influenced by the will of fire, too intimidated to speak out. They were not like Tsunade, who had been protected by Mito and had grown up carefree. Having never witnessed the true malice of human hearts, each of their stories, as convenient tools, could fill a book, an epic tale of tragedy that moved one to tears. Who among them had not lost a few relatives or comrades? Regarding F4, I had already formed a sufficient judgment in my heart. At this moment, to forcefully assert oneself is akin to courting death. Only one person, the newly appointed clan leader of the Kato clan, Kato Dan resolutely stood up to support Tsunade on the stage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze deepened as he turned to glance at his old friend, but he said nothing, yet it felt as though everything had been conveyed. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, without even turning his head, was already aware of certain individuals' thoughts, and a sinister smile crept onto his face. That expression seemed to convey, "You are quite bold, young man." The actions of the two, amidst the attention drawn by Tsunade in the conference room, went largely unnoticed. However, the video captured a close-up of the moment. This scene instantly caused a jolt of apprehension in the hearts of many within the original ninja world, signaling that something significant was about to transpire in the current ninja world. Although many shinobi were unfamiliar with the true brutality of political struggles involving these two, the demeanor exhibited by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had already instilled a sense of foreboding. Could it be that even Tsunade was in jeopardy? The scene shifted to Kato Dan professing his feelings to Tsunade. In the next moment, Tsunade presented Kato Dan with the necklace that belonged to the first Hokage. Once more, the scene flickered, revealing Tsunade achieving great feats on the battlefield against Tsunade, her immense strength-shattering puppets, and her medical ninjutsu neutralizing poisons. Two words encapsulated it all: perfect restraint. Kato Dan's soul techniques proved to be equally formidable, playing a crucial role multiple times. Tsunade was swiftly defeated, their front lines retreating further, ultimately conceding to peace talks. Upon receiving news of Konoha's victory, the entire camp erupted into a sea of laughter and joy. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, Tsunade, having shed her burdens, returned to her former occupation, shaking the dice cup in the modest camp with boisterous laughter. Yet unexpectedly, on such a fortuitous day, she won again. The scene shifted again, revealing a heart-wrenching, almost suffocating scream of agony that suddenly pierced the ears of all present. "Stop it! Stop it! I command you to stop!" Tsunade knelt before Kato Dan, her hands desperately releasing yang release chakra, pouring it forth as if it were free, causing her hands to radiate a brilliant, blinding green light. The intense sorrow and urgency on her face caused those outside the video to feel a pang in their hearts. Watching her beloved lose warmth and become rigid before her, while feeling utterly powerless, was a torment that sent chills down the spine. However, no matter how hard Tsunade tried, it proved futile if guarding against a top-tier medical ninja. Kato Dan had not succumbed to a typical death. Instead, he was like a rope tree, having his insides completely obliterated. Even divine intervention could not save him. Nevertheless, Tsunade never ceased her attempts at healing. On the contrary, she poured even more yang release chakra into him, disregarding the expenditure of her own life force and the waste of surplus energy. What if a miracle occurred? Until someone finally spoke up, urging her to stop, stating that he was already gone. Only then did Tsunade numbly retract her hands, sitting in a daze, her pupils dilated, her gaze unfocused, as if she had suddenly lost all vitality, becoming a mere shell of her former self. Much like the moment Orochimaru encountered the death of Rope Tree, the collapse of her steadfast beliefs was far more despairing than the sorrow of the deceased. Countless sleepless nights, innumerable life and death struggles, and countless heroes who fell on the battlefield. Who knows with what fervent emotions, resilient will, and resolute courage they struck down the notorious puppet army of Tsunade. In the end, they could not withstand a baseless speculation from within the Hokage's office. Peace was supposed to be decreed by the general, yet the general was not permitted to enjoy peace. The blood of heroes chilled, and their hearts grew cold as well. In the distance, Orochimaru received word and rushed to assist. Upon seeing Tsunade and the deceased Kato Dan, he paused momentarily. He felt neither sorrow nor outrage. Instead, he simply remarked, "Life is indeed fragile. The human body is so easily broken." The barrage of comments surged in response, reflecting the collective emotions of the crowd. Uzumaki Kushina of the ninja world exclaimed, "Tsunade is despicable. They clearly agreed to peace talks, yet they stabbed us in the back with a surprise attack." The original ninja world Chio, the undead, retorted, "We cannot be blamed for this. The conditions they offered were too enticing. Not only could they evade the stigma of defeat, but they could also conclude the war by forming alliances, all while absolving themselves of any war reparations." The land of wind and Tsunade are not Konoha. Resources are scarce, and they must stretch every penny. The financial issues hit us at our most vulnerable point, leaving us with no choice but to agree. Moreover, we paid a price. Kato Dan's last-ditch retaliation cost us 3 elite jonin, including a promising young bloodline user. The scroll was presented to the entire ninja world, visible to all. Chiyo, as a seasoned politician, though aged and having transitioned into a spirit, remained sharp-minded. She keenly recognized how terrifying it would be to be doused in mud at this juncture. To be despised by the masses, to become repugnant, to be mired in scandal without any chance of redemption. Such a fate was unacceptable. Thus, she decisively deflected blame, subtly implicating Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo in their vile machinations, successfully shifting the focus of the crowd. The original Ninja World's Inoki remarked, "Old Lady Chiyo, you've targeted the wrong individuals. Engaging with Tsunade means that even if peace talks succeed, Konoha will never acknowledge it. For if that were the case, the victory would be attributed to Tsunade, not to the brilliant command of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, in Konoha. Only these two are permitted to establish great achievements." Uzumaki Kushina countered, "Disgusting, utterly disgusting." The original Ninja World's Orochimaru added, "Politics is inherently a filthy affair. Only eternal life and the truth of the world are worth pursuing. That I wonder what exactly this so-called will of the world entails." Uzumaki Kushina interjected, "Nonsense, our Uehara Tsukimi is nothing like that." The Ninja World's Namikaze Minato asserted, "The fourth Hokage is different. He is a truly great ninja possessing the will of fire, powerful yet humble, courageous yet prudent, far-sighted and action-oriented. Just as he once said, 'My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All that I do is for justice.'" Minato's casual praise elicited no surprise, as the entire ninja world was well aware of the profound friendship between Uehara Tsukimi and Namikaze Minato. The golden duo in their youth, Uehara Tsukimi was the Golden Flash, while Namikaze Minato was renowned as the Yellow Flash. After the change of eras, Uehara Tsukimi nominally became Hokage, yet he primarily focused on strategic planning and overarching policies, whereas Minato effectively served as the de facto Hokage, issuing nearly all specific policies and decisions. Regardless of how sentimental his words might seem, no one would be taken aback. However, at this moment, all were united in their disdain for the repugnant F4 led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. This statement resonated deeply, igniting countless echoes of agreement. Compared to the insidious calculations of those lurking in the shadows, Uehara Tsukimi's character was a source of genuine reassurance. Hyuga Ayaka of the ninja world remarked, "Here he comes again, the greatest Uehara fan in the entire ninja world." Conan of the ninja world concurred, "Indeed, I have never encountered a being more wise than Uehara-kun." Yuhi Kurinai of the ninja world added, "Regardless of the difficulties and dangers faced, he never falters, forging ahead, and keeps his promises. This is the fourth Hokage we revere." Terumi Mei of the ninja world stated, "If you have never been close to that man, you can never comprehend the greatness and nobility that sustains his heart." Yamanaka Ino of the ninja world declared, "Those who cannot acknowledge Uehara Tsukimi's greatness are the fools of this world. He can lay bare his most brutal and base side before anyone, including those he respects, loves, or admires. He admits to being such a person and hopes for your forgiveness. Yet, it is precisely because of this that what he pursues and anticipates becomes all the more precious and worthy of trust. Unlike some sordid characters who present one facade while harboring another, leaving one to wonder how they even meet their end." Nara Shikamaru of the ninja world concluded, though it may sound incredible, "This is the fourth Hokage, whom everyone sincerely trusts and follows in the realm of ninjas." Uchiha Makoto remarked, "Never has anyone succeeded in uniting so many ninjas, forces, and even nations towards a singular goal. It has never been achieved." Which Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, responded with pride, "Truly, he is the man I cherish." Jiraiya, however, questioned, "Are you all serious?" Original Jiraiya interjected, "Has the topic veered off? Were we not discussing Danzo?" Once again, Jiraiya found himself under heavy scrutiny. Nevertheless, This deviation in conversation sparked a profound curiosity among countless individuals from the original ninja world about Uehara Tsukimi, who exactly he was and what actions he had taken. Such was the admiration he garnered that not only in Konoha was he praised, but even members of the Akatsuki, Tsunade, and Kirigakure expressed their commendation. Even Tsunade, who had recently been engulfed in grief over the loss of Kato, felt ripples of emotion stirring within her. She could sense the sincerity in their words, each infused with a deep-seated respect and fervor that would not have emerged under duress or coercion. Moreover, as she perused the discussions in the chat, it appeared that she had married Uehara Tsukimi and had borne 6 children. How embarrassing, she thought, to have brought forth so many. Yet, another version of her husband seemed rather intriguing. After being moved by Naruto, which alleviated her hemophobia, her heart no longer lay in the desolation it once did. She found herself not averse to the pursuit of beautiful things. However, this fleeting sentiment quickly dissipated, and her expression hardened. Some accounts were due for reckoning. Ever since the truth of Shinjuro's demise had come to light, she had yearned for action, but out of a desire to learn how he had truly perished. She had held back until this moment. Now, having reached the limits of her patience, she felt no further need for restraint. Tsunade clenched her fists, her anger palpable, with a cold gaze directed at the assembly gathered in the Hokage's office regarding the scroll incident. She commanded, Kakashi, Jikaku, deploy the ninja forces to encircle the root base immediately. N01 is to exit. Those who defy this order will be treated as traitors and may be dispatched on the spot. Understood. Affirmative. To your command, Hokage-sama. The original Konoha sprang into action. Countless ninjas dashed across rooftops. Within moments, Kakashi and Yamato, both former root ninjas, led the charge, effectively surrounding Shimura Danzo's base and exits. Everyone comprehended the intentions of the 5th Hokage. Yet there was no trace of dissatisfaction or fear among them. Only excitement, an overwhelming thrill. Many had contemplated the demise of Danzo for some time, but the inability to act had hindered them. Now their long-cherished aspirations were poised to be realized. Among them, Kakashi's gaze burned with fervor, his mood electrified. Spiritless? Lacking chakra, indifferent expression, with eyes devoid of vitality akin to a dead fish. Nonsense. Kakashi was formidable. After all, would he not crush a walnut with his complete Susanoo if challenged? Meanwhile, the video continued to roll. As the audience witnessed the once impulsive, exuberant, and boisterous Kunoichi, whose laughter rang like silver bells, succumb to her fears of blood and falter at the sight of scalpel. They beheld the legendary Sannin, the Hokage's disciple, and the princess of Konoha, Tsunade, languishing in casinos, her gaze void of life. They noticed her insomnia when sober, unable to find solace in sleep, that a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Collectively feeling a pang of empathy, tears welled in their eyes. In this mire of the ninja world, many resonated with Tsunade's plight and emotions. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to feel. The once indomitable Tsunade had not succumbed to the loss of kin, but to the betrayal of those she trusted most. Along with the village she vowed to protect with her life. The weight of such treachery was unbearably heavy. Instantly, the disdain and fury towards the Konoha F4 intensified that a torrent of prohibited terms flooded the chat that moment. A striking message appeared at the top of the scroll. Senju Hashirama. Spirit, what exactly have we been safeguarding? Gone was the light-hearted banter, replaced by a somber tone. This poignant utterance drastically reduced the volume of messages. Many fell silent, sharing a collective sense of grief. Senju Tobarama, Hataki Shigetsu, and countless others who dedicated their lives to the establishment and protection of Konoha, still proud until their last breath, echoed the same inquiry. This comparative video shattered their convictions, dismantling what they once held dear. The belief that their sacrifices would ensure the joy, peace, and happiness of Konoha was utterly obliterated, rendering all efforts, sacrifices, and contributions meaningless. Almost laughable, it was no wonder the first Hokage posed such a question. Had the Warring States period persisted, the Senju and Uchiha clans would never have faced annihilation. Unlike today's ninja villages, which amassed terrifying military might, they would have been unable to conquer such a deeply rooted aristocracy. Uniting the disparate ninja clans and organizations was an endeavor fraught with challenges. This exemplified the greatness of the first Hokage as for the ongoing attrition. The family-based factions, though slender, remained agile and capable of relocation at any moment, while the ninja villages shackled them, preventing any escape. My apologies, everyone. It seems I have muddled things. The first Hokage spoke once more, this time devoid of anger, instead filled with remorse and regret. The village system appeared to be a misguided decision. At that juncture, another message emerged in the scroll, a particularly unique one, both the speaker and the content standing out. Uchiha, spirit, the longer one lives, the more one realizes that the harsh realities of life are rife with helplessness, suffering, and emptiness. In this world, where there is light, there must also be shadow. As long as the concept of a victor exists, so too does that of the vanquished. It is precisely the desire to protect love that breeds hatred. To seek peace necessitates the initiation of war. They exist in a causal relationship, inseparable and unbreakable. This is the so-called cycle. Hashimama, your notion of hearts connecting and humans understanding one another ultimately leads to the realization that humans cannot truly comprehend one another. I am right. I alone hold the truth. Join me, Hashimama, and together we shall forge a perfect world devoid of war, pain, and defeat. Only victors, only love and peace. And Uehara Tsukimi, your ability to earn such widespread recognition suggests you can discern the causes and effects of this world. You are also welcome to join us. This was yet another heavyweight figure, known as one of the twin heroes of the Warring States alongside Senju Hashirama, a veritable demon of the ninja world and the rose of the battlefield, who co-founded the era of ninja villages. Had it not been for the second Hokage's scheming, he would have been the originally appointed first Hokage. With their Susanoo and the Great Buddha, they had vanquished 4 nations. This was a mere jest among netizens. Yet to those of that era, the terror of the Shura was as formidable as his name suggested. The sequential utterances of Uchiha and the first Hokage escalated the fervor of the discussion to its zenith. Perhaps many in the present day had grown unfamiliar with these two figures, recalling them only through history and legend. Yet, it must be acknowledged that those speaking on the scroll were not solely the living. In the realm of the dead, a multitude of spirits had no knowledge of Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo, yet the terror of Susanoo and the Great Buddha was a visceral experience. First Hokage, you are not at fault. The blame lies with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Indeed, one must not allow the actions of a few nefarious individuals to overshadow the monumental advancements of an era. If Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions could undermine the legitimacy of the ninja villages, then Uehara Tsukimi's existence and the Konoha he leads must surely validate their greatness. Isn't the appearance of their world precisely what everyone yearns for and dreams of? These two detestable beings have managed to sway even the will of the first Hokage. It is truly infuriating. Above the hidden leaf village, Uehara Tsukimi gazes at the striking barrage of messages on the scroll. His expression momentarily stunned. The stronger the individual, the larger the font of their messages on the scroll, and the longer they linger. Undoubtedly, both the first Hokage and Uchiha are among the strongest in any ninja realm. Aside from him, his words instantly seize the spotlight, the colossal font making it nearly impossible to overlook. However, to his surprise, Uchiha has called out his name. Your heart, not solely devoted to Hashimama. Very well, I shall indulge you in this game. Uehara Tsukimi's thoughts shift slightly, and a plan for rebuttal takes shape. In his previous life, he was a social pariah, and now, his evolved into the ultimate form. Such a scenario is utterly trivial that Naruto's verbal prowess truly formidable. Let us compare it with my oratory and manipulation skills, shall we? Uehara Tsukimi, is reality merely a tapestry of helplessness, suffering, and emptiness? I am curious as to how you reached that conclusion. Was it through solitary musings in a dark cave? Where there is light, shadows must inevitably follow. This seems quite logical. Yet conversely, where shadows exist, there too must be the brilliance that gives rise to them. It is precisely because hypocrisy reigns supreme that sincerity becomes especially precious, that it is this understanding that has garnered me the faith and reliance of so many. If this world is devoid of light, then I shall transform into the most radiant beacon to illuminate all, rather than succumb to hatred, doubt, or self-pity. And as for your so-called vision of a perfect world, devoid of war, pain, and failure, where only victors exist, where love and peace reign supreme, on the same tree, not even two leaves can be identical. Among the myriad of people in the world, dreams often clash. Your aspiration is peace, while his is war. A desire is to dominate all beings, while he seeks unrestrained freedom. Not everyone yearns for truth, goodness, and beauty. Dreams often conflict. Such a world can only exist in a fantasy. As for the first Hokage, I believe each generation has its own mission, and yours has been fulfilled. The matters that follow are entirely mine to handle. There is no doubt about that. True peace will be forged by my hand, and the transformations of the future shall be realized through me. This is my answer, Uehara Tsukimi. Uehara Tsukimi's eloquent outpouring, honed over 2 decades of being a Hokage, has rendered him adept at such discourse. Unlike Tsurutobi Hiruzen, who merely embodies the will of fire, he possesses a wealth of genuine and monumental achievements that lend undeniable weight to every word he utters. However, what he did not foresee was the audience's focus veering off course from the outset. The effects of his barrage were, indeed, rather exaggerated. The fonts of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were already substantial. Even at the pinnacle of the super shadow level, they were at the apex. Yet Uehara Tsukimi's message unexpectedly eclipsed theirs. In an instant, it pushed their messages aside, forcefully claiming the center stage, shining like the sun and completely overshadowing the surrounding stars. The disparity became immediately apparent. I could see this moment. Those who had begun to grasp the rules of the barrage were left astonished. In the primitive ninja world, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, the deceased, is there truly such a formidable presence emerging once more in the ninja realm? My demise was not in vain. Senju Tobarama, the deceased, how is this possible? Surely, this must be a jest. Someone stronger than my brother. Uehara Tsukimi of the ninja world. Damn, it feels as though my dreams have been shattered at this rate. When will I ever breach the Hokage building and claim the title? Namake's Minato of the ninja world. The strength of the Hokage has once again increased. Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina, Yuhi Kurinai, Nara Shikamaru of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, the deceased from the primitive ninja world. Ha ha ha. Uehara Tsukimi. While you have countered my assertions, I must commend you. You truly comprehend the cause and effect of this world. You are correct. It is an illusion, a powerful genjutsu capable of ensnaring every individual in the ninja realm. Upon hearing this, Uehara Tsukimi found himself too weary to mount a rebuttal, for the absurdity of Madara's thoughts and peculiar reasoning had left all present in a state of astonishment that a cacophony of spontaneous rebuttals surged forth. Nearly drowning him out, .1 leaf obstructs the view of Mount Tai. The activation and evolution of the Sharingan necessitate extreme emotional stimuli, and without reaching a certain intensity, success remains elusive. All wielders of the Manjiki, from Uchiha Madara to Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Fugaku, have been swept away by this extreme and radical emotional tide, blinded by their newfound confidence following their sudden surge in power, believing themselves to be the center of their worlds. Consequently, they have committed heinous, cruel, and terrifying acts. Yet in their delusion, they perceive themselves as grand, moved by their own self-importance. They remain utterly oblivious to the external world, even refusing to acknowledge it. Uchiha Madara, in his blind ambition to forge a perfect peace through illusion, failed to inquire whether anyone else wished to live within such a mirage. Moreover, his grand design was guided by others, a colossal conspiracy from the very beginning. Aside from the commendable resolve to pursue peace, everything else is but a farce. Amidst the cacophony of indignation directed at Uchiha Madara, the scroll reveals a shift in Tsunade's life. Nearly 2 decades of wandering the ninja world culminated in the aged third Hokage finally perishing in Orochimaru's scheme to dismantle the Leaf Village. At this moment, the hidden leaf is in a state of disarray, lifeless and devoid of vigor, With only a handful of reputedly powerful ninjas remaining, it has descended into the most dilapidated, weakened, and perilous state in history, urgently requiring a leader of both prestige and strength, endowed with determination and capability. The high-ranking advisors favor Jiraiya, likely deeming him easier to manipulate. However, Jiraiya believes the bold Tsunade is the most suitable candidate, as he is too soft-hearted and ill-suited for political affairs, prone to being swayed by others. Thus, he sets out with Naruto in search of her. On the other hand, Orochimaru, having battled the third Hokage, finds his hands sealed by the Shinigami, suffering greatly and placing his hopes on Tsunade, the legendary medical ninja. After many years, former classmates, companions, and comrades converge once more. Yet, there is no warmth, no reminiscing, only blades drawn against one another. A desperate struggle for survival. The three legendary ninjas have fractured their bonds. This battle, too, is chronicled on the scroll. Compared to their confrontation with Hanzo, the three ninjas have made significant advancements in their strength, far surpassing the average shadow level. Orochimaru has undergone soft body modifications, rendering him nearly immune to physical attacks, while also creating a series of practical snake-based jutsu. It can be said that he is equipped with an abundance of resurrection coins. With both major and minor denominations, AS for Tsunade, her creation of the mitotic regeneration technique enables her to instantly recover from even the gravest injuries, with high resistance to magic and physical attacks. Coupled with bloodlocking techniques and spare chakra reserves, she, too, is a formidable force. AS for Jiraiya. His Sage mode delivers a guaranteed critical hit, and his summoning techniques continue to grow increasingly elaborate. Giant toads, small toads, sage toads, scroll toads, gore toads, sealing toads, transforming toads. You can never anticipate the bizarre toads he might summon. Even though the three are not at their peak condition, Jiraiya is poisoned, Orochimaru has lost the use of his hands, and Tsunade suffers from hemophobia. They still deliver an extraordinary battle for all to witness. However, the spotlight of this confrontation does not fall on any of the three legendary ninjas. Instead, it shines on Jiraiya's newly accepted disciple, Uzumaki Naruto. Although the plot feels somewhat contrived, as the protagonist of the original story, he still manages to shine at a crucial moment. As the battle reaches its zenith, Tsunade's hemophobia suddenly rears its head, rendering her trembling and immobile. Just as she is about to fall prey to Kabuto, serendipitously at this moment, her comrade Jiraiya is firmly engaged by Orochimaru, unable to provide support. The silent disciple, merely a medical ninja, finds herself overwhelmed after a few failed attempts to counter the hidden weapons and poisons. Only Naruto remains, resolutely stepping forward, willing to risk his life in that critical moment. When the pharmacist Do launched his attack, he brazenly forsook defense, allowing his adversary's kunai to pierce his palm, seizing the opportunity to ensnare the enemy, rendering them unable to escape. Subsequently, a well-executed spiral bomb successfully repelled the foe. However, this life-for-life tactic inherently inflicted harm upon himself before inflicting damage on his opponent. And the cost was indeed substantial. That Naruto's thigh muscles, cardiovascular system, and the chakra supply pathways of the Nine Tails were all severed by the chakra scalpel. In contrast, the hand-piercing wound that turned the tide of battle appeared trivial. Even the pharmacist, though, a distinguished medical ninja, scoffed, declaring it impossible to save him. Regardless of the protagonist as Halo or the contrived plot arrangements, Naruto at that moment was undeniably moving. The weak, when facing formidable foes, daring to draw their swords, in a sense, had already achieved victory, let alone winning the battle itself. Uehara Tsukimi had saved many, yet his victories were solely due to his overwhelming strength, effortlessly crushing his enemies without placing himself in peril. Naruto's reckless actions also successfully rekindled Tsunade's fighting spirit. Determined not to lose someone dear once more, she forcefully overcame her psychological barriers, re-emerging as the familiar princess of Konoha. Tsunade's hemophobia was miraculously cured, her combat prowess restored to its zenith, compelling Orochimaru to retreat. The story following the battle of the three ninjas became somewhat lackluster. Tsunade returned to Konoha amidst the cheers of the crowd. Assuming the role of the fifth Hokage, and the conclusion seemed rather idyllic. However, in the final moments of the video, a deeply significant scene unfolded. During a high-level meeting, Danzo's face was contorted with malice as he argued vehemently with the fifth Hokage, while the other two members of the F4 continuously attempted to mediate with Tsunade. Mere seconds later, in an izakaya, Tsunade found herself once again utterly intoxicated. What difference did it make to become Hokage? The F4 had dominated Konoha for decades, and it was no mere jest. Enemies, potential enemies, suspected enemies, and those who could evolve into adversaries were all swiftly dealt with, nearly all important, as well as less significant. Positions have been filled with their own loyalists to the extent that the esteemed fifth Hokage could scarcely find capable personnel, resorting instead to deploying freshly graduated students like Naruto. The Senju clan faded into obscurity. The Hyuga clan withdrew into seclusion, and the Uchiha clan perished. Only the Sarutobi clan stood resilient, independently thriving, while the 3,000 ninja army posed an unassailable force. Hokage, a puppet? How ludicrous! How lamentable! In the preceding video, Tsunade had successfully garnered a considerable amount of goodwill. Her medical ninjutsu was indeed remarkable, and her emotional depth was commendable. Most importantly, she was genuinely grand and strikingly beautiful. Who could refuse to cherish such a magnificent beauty? Moreover, her battle achievements were commendable, having played pivotal roles in defeating Hanzo in the Land of Rain and triumphing over the Sand Village. She was certainly not inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Observing such a talented and capable fifth Hokage being bullied to the point of inaction, drowning her sorrows in alcohol, ignited the fury of the vast netizens. They swiftly unleashed a torrent of criticism towards the F4. The comment section erupted once more. In the ninja world, Kushina Uzumaki exclaimed. It's utterly infuriating. How dare they bully Sister Tsunade like this? Just watch, I'll smash their heads, Minato Namikaze remarked. What you need is an Uehara Shimi to burn bridges and emerge transformed, Shigeru Hatake noted. Uehara once said, how can one govern Konoha alongside these vermin? It seems he indeed possesses extraordinary foresight. Itachi Uchiha commented. The false will of fire, a loudmouth, shameless. The true will of fire is embodied in action, never hesitating to sacrifice personal gain. Without a doubt, our esteemed fourth Hokage exemplified such a being. In the original ninja world, Jiraiya, the spirit, mused, I once believed that with you, Konoha would surely thrive again, yet I did not expect even the Hokage position would prove so fraught with difficulty. Kakashi Hatake of the original ninja world pondered, why does our world lack an Uehara Shimi? Tobarama Senju, the spirit, advised, little Tsunade, you ought to learn from Uehara Shimi when decisive moments arise. One must never show weakness to a village leader. If you cannot transmit orders effectively, what purpose does being Hokage serve? Compromise is not a solution. One concession leads to another, and over time, it breeds weakness. In a hidden refuge exclusive to the village's higher-ups, Tanshin, Koharu, and Mito Gate, Yin exchanged a glance, their expressions suddenly darkening. From the moment this tapestry emerged, the unfolding events had completely surpassed their expectations. First, an unusual celestial phenomenon occurred, prompting the Hokage to promptly dispatch Umbu to convene all Jonin for discussion. Likewise, faced with such an extraordinary event, they instinctively sought refuge in the deepest, largest, most costly, and best-equipped sanctuary, the safest haven available. Ultimately, it turned out to be merely a comparative video. One would think that after orchestrating such a monumental commotion, akin to a world-ending catastrophe, they might allow those ignorant curs outside to perish in peace, letting them earnestly embody their will of fire. Why the thunderous uproar, yet the rain barely falls? Now, it left everyone with a sense of discontent. Village leaders. What was wrong with prioritizing self-preservation at a critical moment? Preserving a flicker of hope for Konoha's future, was that not justifiable? If Konoha were to be destroyed, it would be upon them to pick up the pieces and rebuild the village, setting that aside. The revelation of the circumstances surrounding the deaths of Shinsuke and Kato only fueled the public outcry throughout the ninja world. Their reputation plummeted. While it should not have been a grave issue, Having immersed themselves in politics for so many years, they may lack other qualities, but their thick skin and blackened hearts had undoubtedly been honed to perfection. Face, reputation, others' opinions, these were long since inconsequential. Collectively, they barely amounted to a few coins. Only tangible benefits held true value. Everything else was mere illusion that, in their perspective, anything could be sacrificed for profit, with face and reputation being the least valuable. When it was possible to act as Sarutobi Hiruzen, one should do so. But if circumstances prevented it and they could not be Hiruzen, then being Danzo Shimura was hardly a tragedy. After all these years, the misdeeds committed by one Danzo could fill a sizable tome. Yet, he continued to thrive and scathe. What could anyone do against such shamelessness? However, as the video continued to play, the mounting anger of the crowd surged. When even the second Hokage emerged to criticize them, their composure shattered. Unlike others who might endure insults without consequence, as long as one possesses a thick skin, they could dismiss harsh words as non-existent. But if Tobirama Senju were to speak, it would challenge the legitimacy of their power. What if someone wielded the second Hokage's words as a mandate, demanding they step down? With such frail strength, how could they dare to fight back? Would they truly retire to live out their days at home? Mito Gate, Yin quickly interjected. We are also acting for the stability of Konoha. Currently, Konoha is in a transitional phase, absolutely unable to withstand any turmoil. Overly aggressive policies will instigate disputes, and disputes will deplete the village's strength. We must prioritize the greater good. Tanshin Koharu concurred. Indeed, as long as we unite and support each other through this difficult period, once the new generation matures and the village has new pillars, all issues will be resolved seamlessly. Engaging in power struggles and inciting internal conflict will only benefit our enemies. It brings pain to allies and joy to foes. Mito Gate, Yin added, regardless of the faults. Sarutobi has passed on that a life lost means debts are settled. Pursuing accountability is utterly meaningless. Even if we were to nail Hiruzen to the pillar of shame, drawing the scorn of thousands, it would not improve Konoha's situation. It would be wiser to channel our energy into more constructive pursuits, such as maintaining the village's stability. Tanshin Koharu remarked. No matter the circumstances, the third Hokage ultimately sacrificed himself to protect Konoha. When faced with significant moral dilemmas, he hesitated not at all to the end of his life. He chose to embody his will of fire with his very existence, which befits the title of a true shinobi. Some past events may have stemmed from misjudgments, or perhaps they have fallen victim to the enemy's schemes. Mito Gate, Yin asserted. As ninjas, your duty is to execute your missions competently. However, as leaders, the burdens we carry are heavier than anyone else's. Our considerations must be thorough, balancing all parties, looking to the future, and prioritizing the greater picture in the Hidden Leaf Village. With its 30,000 ninjas and 860,000 residents, development is imperative. Employment is essential. Sustenance is necessary. The populace of the Land of Fire, numbering 79 million souls, yearns for peace, stability, and survival. We bear the foremost responsibility. Often, we find ourselves ensnared in a dilemma, for who among us can guarantee a life devoid of mistakes in these fleeting decades? There is truly no need for excessive nitpicking. Moreover, regarding this so-called will of the world, none among us possess a clear understanding of its nature. Is it benevolent or malevolent? Are there hidden machinations at play? Is the information presented genuine, or is it merely embellished and twisted? To trust blindly, to comply without question, or to act impulsively may lead one into a trap. It is imperative to recognize that one's own eyes can often be the most deceptive. Lo and behold, as I find myself utterly astounded, in the realm of ninjas, high above the hidden leaf, Uehara Tsukimi observed the exchange between the primordial ninja world's Mado Guy and Zoan Riko-san. Their words, like a verbal tennis match, shifted focus from diverting attention to absolving Sarutobi Hiruzen, eventually casting blame upon the scroll itself, exemplifying the epitome of inverting black and white. Remarkably, even such a monumental stain was deftly glossed over. The entire process and rhetoric were not merely familiar. They were executed with unparalleled finesse. One cannot help but admire the sheer audacity displayed. rivaling that of the infamous F4. Meanwhile, a certain unnamed fourth Hokage felt ample room for personal growth. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, at this moment, the Hidden Leaf remains firmly under the dominion of the F4 clan. Even with Tsunade's ascendance to Hokage, little could be altered in haste. As the duo's specious arguments unfolded, countless supporters eagerly emerged, inundating the platforms with messages of endorsement, each one more fervent, more animated, and more exhilarated than the last, since Tsunade's rise, despite her lack of significant achievements. The mere fact that the Hokage does not belong to their ranks left these parasites feeling uneasy, their existence increasingly intolerable, and no longer could they act with reckless abandon in the foreseeable future. As Tsunade continued to elevate and empower her allies, their prospects would inevitably plunge into darkness. During such pivotal moments, even a fool recognizes the necessity of aiding kin over justice. Especially now, the circumstances differ markedly from the past. Previously, one could merely utter hollow platitudes without substantial backing, and even the grandest proclamations would amount to mere castles in the air. Yet now, with the third Hokage having sacrificed his life for the Hidden Leaf, who would dare label him selfish? Sarutobi Hiruzen's demise was timely, providing ample ammunition against those mud-dwellers in verbal sparring. With the Sarutobi clan at the forefront of the Hidden Leaf's backbone, the tide of public opinion shifted dramatically. Many began to perceive the third Hokage's death as a closed chapter, questioning the scroll's intentions and deeming past grievances trivial in light of the current crisis, where stability and unity were of paramount importance. A number of those who had previously vowed to hold the F4 accountable began to waver, even dousing the flames of their anger. This perspective, it seemed, possessed a semblance of merit. Impulsiveness is forgivable. What if the Hidden Leaf were to fall victim to enemy exploitation? Witnessing the tide of public sentiment shift, especially within the village, painted an auspicious picture. Zoanri Kosan and Mato Gai sighed in relief, their faces aglow with triumph and satisfaction. They had employed similar tactics, rhetoric, and strategies far more than once before, particularly against those genuinely invested in the village's welfare, who espoused the so-called will of fire. For instance, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui were exemplary in their self-sacrifice amidst adversity, village hardships, and the dilemmas faced by the higher-ups. Regrettably, such invaluable assets had either perished or defected. However, if one were to speak of true mastery in this art, it would undoubtedly be Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even among themselves, Zoanri Kosan and Mato Gai fell short of his prowess. Unbeknownst to the self-satisfied duo, external ninjas had already encircled the root base. They, who had long viewed Danzo as a crude and unrefined figure, failed to notice the unusual silence of Danzo during this prolonged period. Outside the root base, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, wore a furious expression, her rage nearly palpable. She was no ordinary villager easily swayed. She bore the weight of two victims, her brother and her beloved. No matter how grand the rhetoric, she would not allow them to escape unscathed. Her initial anger had only intensified in light of these events. Please, Hokage-sama, wait a moment. Yet, as Tsunade seethed, Kakashi's face bore a knowing smile. Was it merely bluster? Who could not engage in such exchanges? In the next heartbeat, a barrage of bold, radiant text appeared above the scroll, as the original Ninja World-esque Kakashi Hitaki unleashed a torrent of well-reasoned arguments that ruthlessly exposed the overlooked facets of the situation. Zoanri Kosan and Mato Gai were rendered utterly speechless, unable to raise their heads in the face of such scrutiny, ultimately resorting to a silent charade of pretense, as the future sixth Hokage. Kakashi, bridging the gap between the previous and successive generations, was far more complex in intellect, strategy, and capability than he appeared. At the onset of Boruto's story, Naruto had just ascended to the seventh Hokage. However, by then, the Hidden Leaf had undergone a transformation of monumental proportions, evolving from an antiquated village into a modern metropolis. The political landscape, economic strength, cultural development, and the martial prowess of the village had all diverged drastically from the past. Kakashi's incisive analysis prompted a wave of contemplation among the crowd. While many had sensed something amiss, they could not pinpoint the source of their unease. Peace, stability, and the greater good. Their words seemed faultless. Yet, Where did the true problem lie? However, as these words were spoken, the crowd suddenly came to a realization, it turns out that only we are concerned about the greater good, striving for the village. While all of you are preoccupied with vying for power and profiting from usurpation, is that correct? It seems that everyone else must sacrifice themselves for the sake of Konoha, giving their all. While you can comfortably enjoy the peace and benefits that come at the cost of other sacrifices, is it? What kind of absurd logic is this? In an instant, the barrage exploded with fervor, far surpassing the dramatic peaks of the deaths of Shinjutsu and Kat. After all, most people are inherently selfish, whether it be Shinjutsu or Kat. Regardless of how significant their status or contributions may be, they are but mere individuals deserving of a fleeting glance. The F4 boldly indulges in their impunity, having keenly exploited the frailties of human nature. Yet, how many among the ninjas of Konoha have not been subjected to the bullying and deceit of the F4 for the sake of peace? I shall temporarily conceal your contributions. For the sake of stability, I shall refrain from punishing the Sarutobi clan ninjas who have wronged you. For the village, I implore you to heroically sacrifice yourself for the greater good. For the overarching situation, let this position be temporarily entrusted to the direct lineage of the higher dash-ups. Is this not a blatant oppression of the honest? One by one, incidents involuntarily surged to the minds of everyone present. The more they pondered, the more they sensed the dissonance, and the deeper their anger grew. Furthermore, unlike Kakashi's reasoned arguments, these straightforward ninjas, not particularly astute, resorted to simple vocabulary and brief sentences, making their grievances easily comprehensible. Typically, it involves a single verb paired with a noun representing the targeted individual's kin, resulting in a steaming barrage freshly delivered. When countless individuals simultaneously unleash similar barges, the sensation, the thrill, is unparalleled. Dare one to experience it, and they may find themselves at the brink of demise. Even those with a thick skin and a heart as dark as the duality of indulging in treachery while maintaining a fade of virtue, such as Orochimaru and Minato, felt their blood boil, their bodies trembling with rage. The composure and grace cultivated over decades of wielding power were instantly cast aside. Hatake Kakashi, what are you attempting to accomplish? Is there no longer a sense of hierarchy? As members of the village's elite, as advisors to the Hokage, our actions and methods naturally come with our own considerations. How dare you speak so freely? Here you are, instigating discord and inciting public opinion. Are you plotting a betrayal? As per usual, whenever they find themselves in the wrong or unable to argue their case, the F4 resort to intimidation. You are entirely correct, but my rank supersedes yours. The weak must submit to the strong, subordinates must adhere to the will of their superiors, and the youth must show filial piety, care for, and obey the elders. To act otherwise is to defy authority, to disregard the hierarchy, to lack shame. To dare to counter my words, to pose questions, to put me in a difficult position is an error in itself. I merely committed the same conventional mistakes that any opportunistic and greedy rat might make. It is but a minor issue. Yet you have the audacity to publicly reproach your superior, not merely a slap in the face, but a challenge to the very fabric of societal norms. If everyone were to behave as you do, how could the nation and the ninja villages possibly function? It is undoubtedly anti-humanitarian and a principled issue that must be met with severe punishment to serve as a deterrent. Minato swiftly delivered a slap, immediately followed by Orochimaru presenting a sweet date. The actions were executed with remarkable smoothness. Kakashi, you are also an esteemed ninja of the village. Should you have any issues, you may submit a formal document for review, and the village will provide you with a reasonable response. Why resort to such extreme measures? We are all working for the village. It is merely a difference in opinions. Yet you have made it so disgraceful, providing fodder for others to laugh. If White Fang were to learn of your actions today, one can only imagine his reaction. We shall overlook this incident for now, but be sure to exercise caution in the future. Orochimaru and Minato played their roles as the traditional red and black faces, attempting once more to tighten their grip on power, seeking to manipulate the masses. Regardless, they are still high-ranking advisors, their influence still palpable, that if you were to be perceptive, you would recognize it as a moment of impassioned folly, and we could move past it. However, should you be obtuse, it would be seen as a deliberate insurrection, and the fate of White Fang remains fresh in our minds. Yet they have forgotten that the third Hokage not only speaks of the will of fire, but can also unleash a barrage of five natures. While the title of the strongest Hokage may be inflated, his actual strength as a Kage is undeniably formidable. Even Orochimaru, with his myriad of tactics, admitted that had he been 5 years younger, he would have been no match. When such an individual presents reason, one cannot afford to ignore it. Whether it be a slap or a sweet date, one must accept it obediently. Not to mention that the original ninja world lacks figures akin to the likes of Uehara Tsukimi. How many truly benevolent individuals exist among those who have become ninjas? Unfortunately, they are merely outmatched. But what do the two of them possess? Decades of neglect and training, eroding their will. One must question whether they can even contend with the average J-nin now. Furthermore, the fifth Hokage has already assumed power. It is Tsunade who now holds the righteous authority. Kakashi immediately let out a cold laugh. Betrayal. Such an accusation is leveled with remarkable finesse. But do you think today is the same as days gone by? In my view, it is you who are betraying Konoha AS for hierarchy and insubordination. What right do you have to speak of such matters when you are the ones attempting to constrain the fifth Hokage? The Kakashi of the original ninja world wished to continue his tirade, having been stifled for so many years, his desire for battle surging. The only one capable of suppressing him, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, had also fallen to Orochimaru, leaving him utterly fearless. However, the Kakashi of the current ninja world could no longer contain himself to, I say, my other self, you are being far too verbose. Why not simply go up and eliminate both of them? What purpose does this lengthy discourse serve? It's giving me a headache. If it were in the hands of my teacher, such insubordination would have long since led to the grass on their graves growing into towering trees. No, it has already grown into trees. Just the other day, my eldest son climbed up to raid a bird's nest. Meanwhile, observing the words of another self on the scroll, outside the base, a masked man with silver hair widened his eyes in shock. Moments ago, he had displayed boundless fighting spirit, only to suddenly appear as if defeated, utterly disarmed that you're actually married and have children, not just one. Hatake Kakashi of the ninja world. What is the problem with that? It appears that, in an effort to provide everyone with a moment of respite, after the recitation of the original Tsunade's resume in the ninja world concluded, the screen plunged into an eerie silence. A full 10 minutes elapsed before the familiar golden text reappeared. Original Ninja World Tsunade's resume has concluded. Now commencing the comparison with Ninja World Tsunade Senju. Background introduction. Tsunade Senju, granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Uzumaki Mito, disciple of the third Hokage Tsurutobi Hiruzen. Wife of the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Sister to Senju Ropiki, head of the Senju clan, medical minister of the Hidden Leaf Village, deputy head of the science department, director of the Medical Technology Research Institute, honorary director of the Konoha Hospital, professor of medicine at the Konoha Advanced Ninja Academy, chief advisor of the Hokage's Direct Advisory Office, titles held, medical sage, god of medicine, Princess Tsunade, Lady Hokage, Senju Princess Professor Tsunade. Alongside Orochimaru and Jiraiya, she is known as one of the legendary three ninjas, and alongside Kakashi Hatake, Shursui Uchiha, Might Guy, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and Naruto Uzumaki, they are collectively referred to as the seven ninja sages of King. She possesses the extraordinary strength of the Senju clan, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and the ability to summon from one of the three great sacred lands of the summoning realm. The Wet Bone Forest. She has developed S-rank forbidden techniques, the 8 Gates of Might, and the 8 Gates Human Bomb. She has also created S-rank physical techniques, Sage Art Might, and Sage Art Chakra Pulses. Furthermore, she has pioneered S-rank medical ninjutsu, the life resuscitation technique, and Ultra S-rank combat medical ninjutsu, the Super Sage Art Creation Rebirth 100 Heroes technique, and the Super Sage Art Creation Rebirth 10,000 Heroes technique. She is proficient in lightning release, earth release, water release, fire release, and possesses exceptional mastery over yang release. She has learned and mastered acquired bloodline limits, primary light release, fire and thunder version, and has eliminated the acquired bloodline limit. Advanced would release water, earth, yang version. With the aid of the Sage runes developed by Namikaze's Minato, she can briefly enter Sage mode for 5 to 10 minutes. During the Second Ninja World War, she led the Konoha ninja army in defeating the Sand Village and, alongside Orochimaru and Jiraiya, jointly commanded the ninja forces to triumph over the Rain Village. She systematically organized, summarized, and refined past medical techniques, initiating and leading the reform of the medical system in the Hidden Leaf Village. Enhancing the comprehensive medical system that includes hospitals, training of medical ninjas, development of scientific medical technology, and pharmaceutical research. Innovatively, she combined medical ninjutsu with sealing techniques and scientific instruments, significantly reducing the difficulty of learning and performing medical ninjutsu, thereby enabling advanced medical methods that surpass individual capabilities to be executed by multiple people collaboratively. She pioneered comprehensive medical technology, proposed the classification of medical personnel, and led and participated in the compilation of series such as Basic Medical Knowledge, Intermediate Medical Knowledge, Advanced Medical Compendium, Konoha Medical Research Regulations, Konoha Hospital Diagnostic Regulations, and the Code of Conduct for Medical Workers. She developed various new drugs and medical instruments, and conducted research on cell regeneration, limb transplantation, allogeneic transplantation, genetic testing, gene correction, and gene completion, among other S-rank and Ultra S-rank medical technologies. She has received the highest contribution award from Konoha twice, been honored as an outstanding ninja 3 times, recognized as an exceptional scientific worker 4 times, celebrated as an outstanding educator 6 times, and awarded as an excellent medical worker 11 times. Over the span of 60 years in Konoha, she received a Lifetime Achievement Award, earning her the title of God of Medicine, placing her in the highest honor hall of Konoha. Recognized as the foremost medical master in the ninja world and a pioneering figure ushering in a new era in medicine. She has been evaluated by the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, as a woman who dares to challenge the Grim Reaper with the inscription, "Heaven did not give birth to me. Tsunade, the path of medicine is eternal as the long night." Task experience: S rank 412 times, A rank 495 times, B rank 444 times, C rank 404 times, D rank 40 times. The exceedingly lengthy introduction of Tsunade Senju instantly sparked a flurry of astonishment, even leaving the original Tsunade herself utterly dumbfounded. Indeed, this resume is remarkably extensive, and this Tsunade seems to be rather formidable that, in contrast, even the status of the 5th Hokage appears somewhat overshadowed. The comment section erupted into fervent discussion that, oh my, is this truly real? Over 400 S-rank missions. Impressive indeed. The Hokage has stated that when it comes to medical accomplishments, Minister Tsunade is unparalleled, both in the past and likely in the future. The Lifetime Achievement Award sounds incredibly prestigious, and the numerous accolades for outstanding medical work are truly enviable. This just the beginning, and already there is such a fuss. If I were to inform you that during those years Tsunade did not receive the title of Outstanding Medical Worker in Konoha, it was not due to her incapacity, but rather because she was either pregnant or raising children and thus did not attend work, you might be utterly astonished. You think the God of Medicine is a mere jest? Truly remarkable. Original Jiraiya. From another realm, it seems that this alternate world is indeed entirely different. I believe I can already glimpse the world transformed by the Child of Destiny. Original Cat Dan. Wow. Tsunade from another world appears to be rather extraordinary. Original Shimura Danzo. Limb transplantation, allogeneic transplantation. You all certainly seem to be intrigued by the first cells. We are all the same in that regard. It's just that I have expressed my desires while you all masquerade as virtuous. Ninja World Senju Tobarama, from another realm heaven, did not give birth to me. Tsunade, the path of medicine is eternal as the long night. Little Tsunade, you have grown, and it is truly heartwarming to see you receive such accolades. Ninja World Senju Hashirama, from another realm, I feel the same. Original Senju Hashirama, from another realm, I feel the same. Ninja World Senju Butsuma, from another realm, I feel the same. Original Senju Butsuma, from another realm, I feel the same. Firstly, it should be noted that in this narrative, the so-called comparison and the related content in the comparison video are not a genuine manifestation of the world's will, but are deliberately fabricated by the protagonist system, intended to provide a foundation of public sentiment for Namake's Minato's rule over the ninja world. Secondly, each comparison target is intrinsically connected to the protagonist, and given that Namake's Minato is a time traveler, she will certainly take an active role in crucial plot developments. The trajectories of their lives have diverged significantly from the original narrative due to the protagonist's existence and influence. Based on these two reasons, one will observe that in subsequent comparison videos, Namake's Minato's appearance frequency will be notably high, even leading to situations dominated by her presence. There is no need for confusion regarding this. Another essential explanation to provide in advance is that due to the special nature of comparisons, most narratives are described through the perspectives of side characters, and the content of the videos is meant to be viewed by all within the two ninja realms. Consequently, many elements, such as the protagonist's true thoughts, motivations, objectives, the existence of the system, and the special abilities possessed by Namake's Minato, are bound to remain unportrayed within the narrative. This may render some plot points appearing absurd, awkward, misunderstood, or even incomprehensible in their internal logic. To mitigate such occurrences, the author wishes to clarify certain aspects that cannot be depicted in the comparison videos. Firstly, the protagonist's ability, the strongest illusion of the will of fire, is not a comical term or a reference derived from Naruto. Its essence is a special ability conferred upon the protagonist by the system, comprising three elements. 1. An extraordinary level of acting that can touch the soul and shake the heart. 2. A capacity to evoke and influence the hearts of others through speech, actions, and demeanor, making it easier for others to believe in the protagonist and leaving a profound impression of their actions. And thirdly, after establishing bonds, rewards are dispensed by the system based on the strength of those bonds. A point mentioned at the beginning of the work. Next is the protagonist's motivation. Through the perspective of side characters, one might see the protagonist acting for the village, the ninja world, peace, and other noble causes. However, in reality, in the vast majority of cases, there is but one purpose behind their actions: to exert or enhance the strongest illusion's ability to influence, as well as to establish and reinforce bonds to obtain system rewards. Furthermore, wealth, power, beauty, fame, and other such desires are merely tools and materials to transform the aforementioned three goals into reality. Additionally, since Might Guy is the first bond established by the protagonist, in the vast majority of comparison videos, the protagonists typically make their entrance already possessing the complete set of abilities bestowed by Minato, along with the unique rewards granted by the system upon achieving a bond level of 100%. The special reward for reaching 100% bond with Minato is the oratory prowess akin to that of a mustachioed speaker, functioning similarly to the second ability of the strongest illusion, the will of fire. While it is comparatively more potent, its limitation lies in the necessity of verbal expression for activation. Its specific function allows the protagonist to more readily persuade others when articulating beautiful prospects or lofty, noble goals, thereby captivating the hearts of their audience, fostering connections, and deepening existing bonds. This ability does not overlap with the strongest illusion. Rather, it synergizes uniquely, tailored for special narratives and scenarios. Within the confines of this narrative, the protagonist acquired the entirety of their powers even before entering the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 6. After this lengthy introduction, the video resumes, showcasing the nearly identical childhood experiences of two characters. The depicted scenes reveal their births, encounters with gambling, their transformation into mischievous rascals, their schooling, the forging of friendships with young Jiraiya and Orochimaru, mentorship under the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the subsequent revelation of their remarkable talents in physical and medical ninjutsu. Rapidly evolving into exceptional ninjas, this portrayal mirrors that of the original Tsunade with striking fidelity, down to the minutiae, until the 33rd year of Konoha. One fateful evening, a remarkable guest arrived at the Senju clan's abode. With their arrival, Tsunade of the ninja world, and indeed, the entire ninja realm, was set upon a path starkly divergent from what had been. Everything began to change in ways that were unrecognizable. The scroll even infrequently inscribed 5 golden characters within the video. Destiny's encounter. At the outset of the scene, a young girl with vibrant red hair, Kushina Uzumaki, tugged at the sleeve of Uehara Tsukimi, dashing forward like an exuberant husky, her hair cascading into a dozen strands, each seemingly possessing its own will, some falling naturally, others soaring upward, some dancing with the wind, while others battled against it, intertwining with each other. Kushina wore an exuberant smile, as if anticipating some delightful mischief, radiating an eagerness that was palpable. Not far away, a young woman clad in white, with a golden ponytail cascading behind her, stood with hands firmly placed on her hips on the steps before her. Exuding confidence, her gaze commanded respect without an ounce of anger. Merely 19, Tsunade had yet to traverse much darkness or sorrow. As the princess of Konoha, she radiated vitality and grace. Flanking her were Jiraiya. Sporting a white, spiky hairstyle, his smile even more exaggerated than Kushina's, seemingly foreseeing the impending events, while Orochimaru's eyes squinted slightly, his expression inscrutable. This tableau lasted barely 2 seconds before Kushina yanked Uehara Tsukimi before Tsunade, exclaiming loudly, "Sister, sister, this is the guy who boasted in class that he intends to marry 20 wives. He even mentioned that when the time comes, he might consider giving you a spot." Whoa! Such bravado. Impressive. Laughter erupted, as the audacity to speak to Lady Tsunade in such a manner suggested that their fourth Hokage might soon find himself in trouble. Truly, a paragon for our generation. The Hokage, even at such a tender age, possessed such grand aspirations. Nearly brought tears to my eyes, as Kushina's words echoed. The ninja world was thrown into an uproar. Uehara Tsukimi was simply too young, having only 1 year's age difference from Kushina. Even if he had repeated a year at this age, the shorter ones might barely reach 1 meter in height, while the taller ones might only measure 1.3 or 4 meters. A 7-year-old child claiming he would marry 20 wives and considering one of them to be the legendary Tsunade, albeit just a tentative consideration, prompted many to think, "I would also like to be considered." No, I wouldn't even need to think, but the issue lies in lacking the capability. Most crucially, as the comments revealed, this bold proclamation was not merely fanciful. Uehara Tsukimi eventually achieved it. Those who knew and did not know him alike were astounded. A sudden sense of this child as no ordinary being washing over them. Amidst the astonishment, a fervent curiosity arose, compelling everyone to wonder what would transpire next. Indeed, the strongest illusion, the will of fire, had been activated. In the ninja world, many widened their eyes, their eagerness palpable, even more so than that of the red-haired Kushina in the video. Who is Uehara Tsukimi? The fourth Hokage of Konoha, the strongest in the ninja realm. Rumored to be the prophesied child destined to alter the world and sever the ties of hatred. Not to mention, he often executed astonishingly audacious feats that left onlookers in awe. His renown was unparalleled within the ninja community, entirely unmatched by any second contender. Observing the whimsical experiences of such a celebrated figure from his childhood, especially those tinged with innocence, offered a rare delight to many. It was evident that, true to her character, Tsunade would not disappoint in her subsequent actions. Even Tsunade, Senju herself, bore a smile, reminiscing fondly about those times. Regrettably, the comparison video merely provided a summary, omitting the intricate details of the character's experiences. Such inconsequential elements were summarily disregarded. Amidst the murmurs of discontent, the scene transitioned, revealing the 5 individuals now in a wilderness. The diminutive figure of Uehara Tsukimi tended to the roasting fire, while Orochimaru wielded a sharp blade, slicing pieces from an unknown animal's leg and arranging them neatly on a plate. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kushina, their 6 eager eyes fixated on the grill, held their chopsticks at the ready, poised to strike with unmatched speed and precision whenever a piece of meat was deemed ready. Tsunade and Jiraiya, unashamed, justified their actions as training Kushina's discerning eye and judgment as a ninja. After an indeterminate period, having feasted to their heart's content, they lay sprawled upon the grass, engaged in lively discussions. At that moment, a youthful yet resolute voice suddenly pierced the air. "I do not believe in so-called destiny, let alone in the ridiculous notion of being the child of fate, that if destiny truly exists, then all our efforts thus far would be rendered a mere farce. Should we all cease our endeavors, stop training, and refrain from undertaking missions, simply lying at home until the world undergoes transformation? Would that not be splendid? Unless one condition holds true, that I am indeed the child of destiny, perhaps then I might entertain such beliefs. Upon hearing Uehara Tsukimi's declaration, the gathered individuals instantly grasped the subject of their discussion, the prophecy from the great Toad Sage concerning Jiraiya's potential to become the child of destiny. Many within the current ninja realm had heard the rumors regarding Uehara Tsukimi being the prophesied one and wholeheartedly accepted this notion. However, the specifics of how this was confirmed remained largely unknown. Consequently, their expressions shifted to one of intense curiosity. This was the sentiment shared by all ninjas in the current world, let alone those from the primordial ninja realm. Almost everyone was now alert and attentive. However, at this juncture, Uehara Tsukimi evidently possessed little authority in the conversation. He remained perceived as merely a slightly clever and mischievous child. Thus, his bold statement, while surprising to a few, did not elicit admiration. Jiraiya burst into laughter, affectionately ruffling Uehara Tsukimi's hair, seemingly finding the idea of only believing in destiny if he himself were the destined one amusing, yet entirely unconvincing. Orochimaru smiled, dismissive of the child's proclamation, sharing a similar disbelief in destiny, yet not inclined to acknowledge or be moved by a mere child. Even the most mindless of narratives would not portray it thus. Tsunade's gaze, however, gleamed with a dangerous light as she grasped Uehara Tsukimi's ear, expressing her discontent. "You little rascal, you speak with such audacity. If destiny were indeed a tangible entity, I would not mind being the child of fate myself. Alas, destiny is elusive and cannot be discerned. Even when there are traces to follow, it is not the case that just any ordinary ninja can easily discern or alter them, let alone become the prophesied one, and otherwise, it would no longer be termed fate or destiny." Before long, the scene transitioned once more in a room resembling a living room. The familiar figures of Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Kushina, and Kamikaze appeared. Once again, the youthful voice of Kamikaze resonated. "Uncle Jiraiya, do you think there is a possibility that the great Toad Sage revealed this prophecy to encourage you to seek out the prophesied child? And that it is only through your diligent search that the prophesied one will emerge or be guided onto the path of transforming the world?" This statement sounded rather nonsensical, leaving the expressions of Tsunade and the others in a state of confusion. However, Kamikaze remained unfazed and continued. "If we analyze this purely from a rational perspective, the most unreliable aspect of prophecies lies in the fact that those who know the prophecy might attempt to alter the scenarios presented within it. Furthermore, the more individuals who are aware, the greater the potential for unexpected occurrences and changes. That it is a rather simple logic. Since the great Toad Sage proclaimed that you will take on the destiny of a disciple, then I, or perhaps some ambitious individual, might find a way to eliminate you before you ever receive a disciple. In such a case, would the prophecy be deemed a success or a failure? Regardless, we are already aware of the positive nature of the prophecy's contents. It suffices to silently await the unfolding of events without incurring unnecessary risks. There is only one scenario in which a prophecy can remain as precise and error-free as possible. That is, the actions taken by the individual aware of the prophecy after they become cognizant of its contents actually facilitate the fulfillment of the prophecy. For instance, if I were to say that Kushina would score 0 on her exam tomorrow, and she then stays up all night studying, resulting in her oversleeping and missing the exam, ultimately receiving a score of 0. In other words, you will guide the prophesied child, and the great Toad Sage is currently guiding you as well. At this point, even the socially anxious individual could not help but feel parched. Kamikaze lifted his cup for a sip of water, while his mind brewed the next part of his discourse. This time, however, the three ninjas were no longer as lighthearted as before. Tsunade and Orochimaru fell into contemplation, particularly Tsunade, as the focal point of the discussion. Despite Kamikaze speaking, her every move remained the center of attention in the video. Tsunade's expression turned grave, her aura becoming formidable. The notions of fate and prophecies may indeed seem laughable, yet if there exists someone or something attempting to manipulate events through such means, it is no longer amusing. Realizing this, Tsunade gazed at Kamikaze, no longer underestimating him. Among the three, only Jiraiya appeared somewhat slow on the uptake. Scratching his head in confusion, with a hint of bewilderment, he inquired, "It seems plausible, but what does it matter? Even if the great Toad Sage had not guided me, I would still agree to seek out the prophesied child. Peace has always been my cherished wish." Clearly, he had not grasped the deeper implications of this statement. However, that was of little concern, as Kamikaze's seasoned experience from 5 years as a top sales representative and 3 years as a core member of a pyramid scheme would soon ensnare him in my trap. Kamikaze set down his cup and spoke once more. "No, it is indeed useful. Immensely so. You ninjas regard intelligence as your second life. Executing missions often necessitates prior investigation and analysis of relevant information. Seeking the prophesied child operates under the same principle that if we build upon the point we have previously established and conduct a secondary analysis, we can swiftly derive several conclusions. First, the prophesied child will be your disciple. Second, the prophesied child will revolutionize the ninja world. Third, the prophesied child becomes your disciple because of your search for the prophesied child and embarks on the path to transform the ninja world. Isn't this merely stating the obvious? Jiraiya felt a buzzing in his head, nearly overwhelmed by the convoluted reasoning. Breaking down 2 plus 2 into 1 plus 1 plus 1. Wasn't that akin to taking off one's trousers to fart? The viewers of the video shared a similar perplexity, unable to comprehend what their Hokage was truly conveying at that moment. Kamikaze's lips curled into a triumphant smile. "This is not mere banter, Uncle Jiraiya. Based on conclusion 1, we can ascertain that the prophesied child is still quite young and currently lacks a mentor. After all, as your disciple, they cannot be your peer or older than you. By extension, from conclusion 2, we can easily deduce that the prophesied child must possess extraordinary talents, not only as a ninja, showcasing exceptional aptitude, but also holding unique perspectives on societal, ninja, and global issues. Otherwise, how could they possibly revolutionize the ninja world? Surely, you do not believe that a weakling or a fool would bring about such change. The most crucial point lies in the third conclusion. The prophesied child becomes your disciple due to your search for them and embarks on the path to transform the ninja world. In other words, they must be someone you know who, through discussions with you about the prophecy, has embraced your ideals." Kamikaze fixed his fervent gaze on Jiraiya, his eyes ablaze. Young without a mentor, exceptionally gifted with their own understanding of the world. Familiar with Jiraiya and having deliberated the proposition of the prophecy with him, I not seem like such a candidate. Am I not? Kamikaze's extensive discourse left the others in a daze, unable to discern his intended message. Yet upon the final words, countless mouths dropped open in shock. Surprise, astonishment, disbelief, and admiration flooded their expressions. They had never anticipated that the conversation would lead to such a revelation. Goodness, the truth has finally emerged. You've shown your true colors. Haven to you? According to your analysis of those 3 conditions, it seems the so-called prophesied child is nearly identifiable by their ID number. In an instant, a barrage of comments flooded the screen. 666. Unbelievable. I thought I was about to uncover a grand secret. After waiting with bated breath, that last twist almost threw my back out. The issue is, following his logic, one genuinely cannot find fault in it. Impressive, truly impressive. It turns out that this is how the prophesied child is confirmed. It is indeed surprising. The Hokage was only 7 years old at that time. 7 years old and already so astute? The audience watching the video immediately recognized someone's hidden agenda. The 3 ninjas, as the parties involved, reacted promptly, quickly coming to a realization. 6 eyes converged all at once. Jiraiya's face lit up with mirth. Orochimaru suddenly licked his lips, while Tsunade, who moments ago was lost in thought about a potential grand conspiracy overshadowing the ninja world, now found herself confronted with the boastfulness of a mere child, leading to a wave of exasperation. Raising an eyebrow, she unhesitatingly seized Kamikaze's ear once more, stating discontentedly, "Little brat, you're being quite disingenuous. What is wrong with me? Is there any flaw in my analysis? What if there is a flaw? What if there isn't?" Kamikaze attempted to argue his case, only to receive a loving smack to the head in return. He was then unabashedly embraced by a shameless adult, who proceeded to pinch his cute cheeks, rendering his protests futile. All he could do was grumble indignantly. "You vile woman, just wait. 30 years of fortune and misfortune will turn. Do not underestimate a youthful spirit." Initially, Tsunade had not paid much heed to his words, accustomed to teasing Shinosuke and Kushina. However, upon hearing Kamikaze's retort, an uncharacteristic glint of mischief appeared on her otherwise beautiful face, akin to a wolf that had stumbled upon a sumptuous feast. Grinning wickedly as she leered, "Oh, what will happen 30 years from now?" Of course, Tsunade had no genuine romantic inclinations toward the 7-year-old Kamikaze. She simply did not feel right without teasing or bullying him in this context. "Once I defeat you, I shall demand that you bear me 8 children." As Kamikaze's indignant, youthful voice echoed amid Tsunade's playful grasp, Jiraiya burst into hearty laughter. "Huh? What ambition!" Tsunade herself found amusement in the banter. After all, it had merely been a jest, and she felt no offense. Instead, there is an extraordinary sense of childlike wonder, and one cannot help but continue to knead with fervor to this moment. However, the tone of the comments has taken a sharp turn. "Lord Hokage, 30 years have already passed. How is it that you are still short by 2? It turns out that the 4th Hokage also harbored unfulfilled ambitions, and today we finally caught a glimpse of one. Come on, 4th Hokage, quickly make up for those 2 missing. Let's fast forward to the moment of bearing 6 children. Tsunade, hold your confidence high. There are only 6 now, and the 6th has yet to be born. In reality, there are only 5. You have won this wager, I must say. You are all rather dull. Does obsessing over such matters hold any significance? Tsunade could very well give birth to 7. Let the 8th one not be born," leading to utter despair. After a burst of laughter, it was not long before Jiraiya fell into deep contemplation, seriously considering the possibility of this matter. After all, from any angle one looks at it, Uehara Tsukimi indeed resembles the child of destiny, far too closely. So young yet so astute. Many of his remarks and insights leave even this adult feeling astonished and shaken. Although the video only showcased these 3 segments, the discussions among the group extended far beyond this. Someone has already repeatedly and unintentionally shared their views on numerous subjects, showcasing their own brilliance and extraordinary nature, though the ties have not yet been formally established. The seeds have long since begun to sprout in unnoticed corners. The fact that 3 individuals can engage in earnest discourse with a child speaks volumes. Point 1 could assert that the existence of today's discussion is no mere coincidence, nor a sudden whim of the 3 ninjas, but rather the inevitable result of someone's diligent efforts. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, in addition to the demonstrated prodigious wisdom, Uehara Tsukimi possesses an equally remarkable talent as a ninja, although it remains a mystery why, despite being permitted to attend school at the age of 5, he chose to wait until 6 and even voluntarily repeated a year thereafter. Nevertheless, even many nearly graduated aspiring ninjas are no match for him. He has gained significant notoriety within the Ninja Academy. Known as the Slap Demon, his reputation is widespread that a figure of such caliber, even if not the child of destiny, would be a worthy disciple. The scene lingered on Jiraiya's contemplative expression for several seconds before transitioning once more. This time, it was beside a small river. Kushina stood in the water, straining to grasp a writhing fish, her expression quite exaggerated. Meanwhile, the other 4 resumed their discussion on the shore. It was still Uehara Tsukimi's voice that resonated. "Jiraiya, the notion that mutual understanding among people can lead to a desire for peace, or that such a method can be realized, is fundamentally impossible. People are inherently different. Their abilities vary, their desires align, yet their circumstances diverge. Their perceptions of matters, their views of the world, and the means they habitually employ to achieve their goals differ as well. If you approach the task of seeking, choosing, and guiding the child of destiny with such a mindset, the only inevitable outcome will be the destruction of the world. This is the greatest flaw in your character, the attempt to protect everything. If you do not alter this, in the end, you may find that you have been unable to safeguard anything at all. That it is evident from the visuals that a considerable amount of time has passed since Uehara Tsukimi first encountered the 3 ninjas. Not only has he grown noticeably taller since his initial appearance, but the attitude of the three ninjas toward him has also transformed from their previous casual indifference typical of adults addressing a child. Clearly, during this unremarked time, he has left a profound impression on those around him, perhaps more than once, compelling even such figures as the three ninjas to regard him with newfound seriousness. Of course, the change in address from Uncle Jiraiya to Brother Jiraiya suggests that he has also been subjected to significant pressure and persuasion from the shameless adults that I in the video upon hearing Uehara Tsukimi's words. Tsunade and Orochimaru immediately displayed expressions of agreement. The aspiration to foster mutual understanding among all and thus achieve peace is indeed a noble one. Yet, with even a modicum of rationality, one recognizes its impossibility. Within the village of Konoha alone, factions are already divided and engaged in perpetual conflict. The factions themselves are not a monolith, with internal disagreements still prevailing, let alone across the entire ninja world. Only Jiraiya appeared dejected, his expression shadowed, as though deeply affected. He had initially thought that Uehara Tsukimi, who seemed to openly express his desire to become his disciple, would support him. However, Jiraiya attempted to steer Uehara Tsukimi back onto the right path. Yet upon opening his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words, as he has never been particularly adept at preaching. There is no however. Brother Jiraiya, you truly comprehend where your greatest flaw lies? You desire far too much while being willing to offer so little that a farmer wishing to reap rice must plow the fields, fertilize, sow seeds, water, eliminate pests, harvest, dry, and store. Even with such extensive labor and sweat, natural disasters and human calamities often leave them with nothing to show for their efforts. Achieving world peace is a grand and arduous endeavor. To say it could be accomplished without any price is an understatement. How could it possibly be achieved without sacrifice? If it were truly that simple, we would not have endured a millennium of ceaseless warfare. Over the course of 1,000 years, no one can ascertain how many heroes and luminaries have emerged. I believe there are certainly more than just you among those who yearn for peace. However, their efforts have all ultimately failed to surpass the ancients and achieve unprecedented feats. Relinquishing naivety is the first and absolutely essential step. This world is already sick. It must excise the festering rot and expel the pus to be reborn anew. Upon reaching this point, Orochimaru couldn't help but nod in agreement. His reluctance to support Jiraiya's pursuit of such ideals did not stem from a lack of desire for that idyllic world of peace. Rather, it was due to the daunting nature of the task. The vast ninja world is rife with hatred and intertwined with countless causes and effects. Each person's dreams, demands, interests, and positions differ. Achieving peace necessitates quelling all desires for conflict. How could that be anything but a formidable challenge? The prospect of a correct approach appears bleak, let alone the entirely farcical methodology proposed. Beside Orochimaru, Tsunade gazed intently at Uehara Tsukimi, seemingly lost in thought, her eyes captivatingly intense. Not only did Tsunade and Orochimaru, distinguished ninja among their peers, resonate with Uehara Tsukimi's perspective, but many ordinary ninjas and even common folk before the screen acknowledged his views as well. This is not an intricate matter. It is easily comprehensible. Yet Jiraiya remained furrowed and exceedingly troubled, his very breath inexplicably waning. Few are aware that this valiant figure is not merely grappling with the simple proposition of whether peace requires sacrifice. Even the most naive would not genuinely believe such a notion. What he is truly hesitating over is what Uehara Tsukimi's pursuit of peace entails and what sacrifices it demands. Does it encompass himself, his teachers, comrades, friends, and even the entirety of Konoha? Are they included? He may indeed be rather foolish, yet in certain respects, he possesses an unsettling acuity and sensitivity at this moment. He is acutely aware that if he were to implement Uehara Tsukimi's vision, then at the very least, Sarutobi Hiruzen would certainly not have a place at the table in the future peace. Ideologically, the two are nearly polar opposites, and positionally, the F4 obstructs Uehara Tsukimi's inevitable path. And he does not wish to lose either. Perhaps, just as that young lad has suggested, he desires far too much while being willing to offer so little, attempting to protect everything, only to ultimately realize that he has failed to safeguard anything at all. How about this, Brother Jiraiya? Let me pose a question you might comprehend. How can we enable these 10 individuals below to reach mutual understanding, abandon their bloodshed and strife, and pursue the peace you advocate? A farmer who has toiled for a year, only to suffer natural disasters and famine, watching his parents, newborn children, and beloved wife face starvation. B. A merchant who has exhausted his fortune and efforts to gather goods, only to be robbed of everything, losing his son in the process. C. An ambitious individual whose lifelong dream is to dominate the world, willing to forsake everything and plunge into darkness, employing the most ruthless and terrifying means. D. A ninja whose sole desire is for a peaceful and happy family, yet is coerced by the powers that be to sever all emotional ties, forced to kill all those he is bound to in order to become a perfect tool for survival. E. A ruler facing widespread famine, with the populace suffering and his own position teetering on the brink. The village has been besieged, leaving a landscape strewn with corpses and a leader engulfed by the flames of hatred. Jiraiya, you are the disciple of the Hokage, the mightiest shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village, and you possess a summoning contract with my Bokuzen, one of the 3 legendary sanctuaries. You have even mastered sage techniques that were once the exclusive domain of the first Hokage. Your companions include Tsunade, the princess shared by the Hidden Leaf and the Land of Fire, and your mentor is one of the rulers of the 5 great military powers of the shinobi world. In the future, you will guide the prophesied child destined to transform the world. You need not concern yourself with the basic necessities of life, nor must you pursue resources for your training, or even fret about life and death. Instead, your thoughts dwell upon grand themes such as the shinobi world, existence, war, and peace. Yet, what you fail to grasp or perhaps subconsciously forget is that for many, merely surviving demands an exhaustive effort. They wage wars, commit wanton slaughter, and resolve conflicts in ways that would seem unfathomable to you. It is not that they lack fear of death, nor are they inherently malevolent and devoid of emotion. Rather, when faced with certain death or a flicker of hope for survival, they are compelled to choose the latter. You naively assume that if everyone simply embraced peace, sought mutual understanding, and abandoned unrealistic ambitions and methods, they could coexist happily. You even harbor resentment, confusion, and disdain towards those who do not share your perspective. Despite your lofty ideals and dreams, you have never truly comprehended others, a world where everyone understands one another truly attainable. Without addressing the fundamental issues, all splendid visions are merely delusions. I see, Jiraiya murmured as he listened to Uehara Tsukimi's unrelenting critique, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle before departing the riverbank, burdened by his thoughts. Uehara Tsukimi clearly failed to grasp the true source of Jiraiya's deepest concerns. Unaware of the profound depth of Jiraiya's contemplation, Tsukimi unwittingly delivered another harsh dose of reality. It was only upon observing Jiraiya's seemingly unperturbed demeanor in the face of his near-critical remarks, still caught in a web of inner turmoil, that Tsukimi realized his oversight. He recognized he had made an empirical error, that Jiraiya's outwardly carefree and light-hearted facade was exceedingly deceptive. He was not oblivious to many matters. He simply chose not to voice them, in stark contrast to Jiraiya's melancholy. The emotions of the other two were markedly more positive. Orochimaru's earlier indifference had vanished, replaced by a profound gaze, though his expression betrayed no specific thoughts. It was evident he had been moved. Tsunade's emotional response was even more pronounced, regarding the seemingly grand and lofty ideal of peace, while a select few like Jiraiya might occasionally indulge in such daydreams. The vast majority would never genuinely pursue it. The reason was simple. The tumultuous history of the shinobi world, steeped in centuries of warfare, had ingrained in everyone a subconscious belief that peace was unattainable. Tsunade occupied a middle ground. She would neither genuinely embark on the path of peace nor dismiss, belittle, or misunderstand similar thoughts and aspirations. The rationale was straightforward. Her most revered grandfather, Hashirama Senju, had embraced such ideals when he and Madara Uchiha founded the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon hearing Uehara Tsukimi's nearly essential discourse, Tsunade, who had previously exuded confidence and superiority, suddenly became hesitant. Do you believe the era of shinobi established by the first Hokage was a mistake? After all, The peace he longed for has not materialized. Instead, warfare has intensified. Uehara Tsukimi responded without a moment's hesitation. Each generation has its own mission. His task has been fulfilled. It is now incumbent upon us, the successors, to carry forth the legacy of our predecessors. If peace is ultimately achieved, then the era of shinobi is an indispensable intermediary, and the first Hokage, without question, stands as a heroic figure. Is that so? Tsunade whispered, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, the narrative soon broadcast her innermost thoughts. Little Shimi, perhaps, with your wisdom and insight, you might indeed complete the path my grandfather was unable to traverse. The video did not capture the entirety of their debate. For the most part, it was dominated by Uehara Tsukimi's voice, often distilled to the most pivotal remarks. Nonetheless, every utterance from Tsukimi prompted countless individuals across the shinobi world to reflect deeply, including Jiraiya of the primordial shinobi world and the so-called prophesied child, Naruto Uzumaki. The 10 individuals mentioned in Tsukimi's concluding remarks nearly unveiled the fundamental reasons behind the incessant strife and conflict. Why do people engage in such reckless mutual slaughter, leading to an overwhelming number of tragedies? The answer is both simple and harsh. They do not wish to die. Such beings abound throughout the shinobi realm, representing the countless souls desperately clinging to life on the precipice of death. Nearly everyone can find their own reflection within this narrative. Almost every individual has faced similar choices and decisions. Taking a life, or even multiple lives, for a morsel of food or a sip of water is not a novel occurrence. In a world that consumes its own, if one does not partake in the feast, they shall inevitably be devoured. Konoha's Minato Namikaze. The first step in resolving a problem is to acknowledge its existence. Regardless of how grand or beautiful a vision may be, it must be pursued step by step. Otherwise, it is but a castle in the air. Uehara once imparted this wisdom to me, and I have adhered to it. The truth of his words has been proven. Konoha's Shikorinura. Was the Hokage this insightful in his youth? Such conclusions do not come easily. Konoha's Orochimaru. Uehara's thoughts are perpetually refreshing, even upon repeated hearing. One cannot help but be captivated. The original shinobi world S. Inoki. Curse Konoha! Why has such talent not appeared in our Wagakure? The original shinobi world S. Tobarama Senju, in spirit to possess such insights at such a young age. This individual is indeed extraordinary. Had I been in his position, I might also regard him as the destined child. The original shinobi world S. Itachi Uchiha. If he can pose such questions, he must surely possess solutions. That I am curious how he arrived at his conclusions. That I once pondered similar issues, but regrettably could not find answers. Konoha S. Itachi Uchiha. You, a remorseless perpetrator of genocide, dare to compare yourself to the Hokage? Sharing a name with you is truly unfortunate. Before contemplating peace in the shinobi world, perhaps you should reflect on how to meet your own demise. Truly infuriating. Countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions in the comments, with many brilliant minds attempting to glean information from the current shinobi realm. Setting aside Uehara Tsukimi's future accomplishments, the wisdom, foresight, and extraordinary ability to pinpoint the crux of any issue demonstrated in this brief video captivated numerous individuals, especially those in positions of power and influence, sparking intense curiosity. Among those in the current shinobi realm, some, unfamiliar with the fourth Hokage's past, were deeply astonished. After all, such profound discourse emanating from a wise and battle-hardened elder would be worthy of reverence, let alone from a mere 7-year-old child. Following the initial shock and astonishment, a profound respect and admiration for Uehara Tsukimi swiftly emerged. Our Hokage is truly extraordinary. Perhaps similar discussions lingered for quite some time, without continuation. After this exchange concluded, the video did not hastily proceed with subsequent content, but instead shifted to showcase the personal interactions between Uehara Tsukimi and Tsunade. However, as no significant events transpired, the exchanges were largely trivial. Thus, much like Tsunade in her youth, certain scenes were vividly recreated solely through photographs. For instance, Uehara Tsukimi brewed a new batch of wine, and someone eagerly rushed in to take advantage of the situation. Furthermore, when Uehara Tsukimi invented a new dish, someone indulged until their belly was round. Additionally, when Uehara Tsukimi successfully mastered the bloodline techniques of the Uzumaki clan, specifically the Diamond Lock, another individual scrutinized Uehara Tsukimi's body with a look of disbelief. Countless such moments, captured in still images, gradually emerged before the onlookers. As time passed, the relationship between Tsunade and Uehara Tsukimi visibly grew more intimate. Various affectionate gestures, the unreserved exchange of the thousand hands techniques, and Tsunade assisting Uehara Tsukimi in concocting precious medicinal elixirs, unfolded. There was even a scene where Tsunade, inebriated, pulled Uehara Tsukimi to sleep beside her. Although nothing overtly significant transpired, the spectators couldn't help but murmur in amazement. The comments section erupted with amusement. Uehara Tsukimi's intentions are known to all. Previously, it seemed abrupt that the fourth Hokage was with Tsunade, but now it appeared that it had been premeditated all along. Tsunade, do not be deceived by him. He merely covets your form. How foolish. Tsunade let her guard down and was caught off guard by his true intentions. Truly, he is a paragon among us. Who would have thought that a Hokage could achieve such feats at such a young age? Amidst the antics of the crowd, the video finally transitioned to a new phase. This time, the interval was noticeably longer than before, possibly spanning several years. Uehara Tsukimi's physique had grown significantly more robust and sturdy. His height had soared to nearly 145 centimeters, resembling a young adult. In the scene, Uehara Tsukimi had his hands clasped behind his head, hopping along in tandem with a middle-aged man clad in tight green clothing. Sporting a pot-shaped hat, trailing behind was a lewd young man with a white hedgehog hairstyle and red face paint. The man in green shouted exuberant phrases like passion, youth, and greatness, his tone and expression exceedingly exaggerated. Particularly memorable was his gleaming white smile. Meanwhile, the hedgehog-haired youth boasted incessantly about things like the frog sage, the spirit of nature, esteemed authors and disciples of the Hokage, his tone urgent and expression eager. As for Uehara Tsukimi, situated between the two, he simply continued to leap steadily, his movements, rhythm, and exertion unaffected. His face bore neither expression nor disturbance. Maximum immunity. In the distance, the camera panned to Tsunade, who had resumed her poised demeanor. Hands on her hips, mockingly laughing at Jiraiya. You once begged me to take you on as a disciple, and now look, you're the one seeking someone else. The scene then fast-forwarded, judging by the sun's position. It was clear that a significant portion of the day had passed in the Senju clan's territory, within a vast bath barrel. Uehara Tsukimi suddenly emerged from the water like a fish, shaking his hair and wiping the medicinal liquid from his face. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, I hold your wishes in high regard. I admire your determination, and I can understand your thoughts. However, to take me as your disciple is not a simple matter. You must have noticed that I am not like ordinary children. I cannot be lured away with mere sweets. I have my own aspirations. What on earth? What is this? Wasn't it you who sought to apprentice under Jiraiya by all means? It is a rare sight to witness. How many have longed for guidance from the legendary three, but could not enter their doors, while Jiraiya, eager to take on a student, was being turned down? Jiraiya must be feeling despondent. Truly, he is the Hokage, treating the title of disciple as if it were a piece of candy, leaving one speechless. He is the Hokage, while you're merely an unremarkable jonin of Konoha. I wonder what Jiraiya was chattering about with those two. It turns out he was desperately trying to take on a disciple, only to be ignored. How does this contrast with what someone boasted earlier? Upon Uehara Tsukimi's declaration, not only was Jiraiya rendered speechless, but countless others within the ninja world were equally stunned. Take me as your disciple is not a simple matter. Just listen to those words. Doesn't that sound absurd? One might think someone else was pleading to apprentice under you. If any compatriots from the Blue Planet were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly shout, Jiraiya, he's CPUINGU. He's UFONGU. First, he approached actively, capturing the target's attention, then released signals to gradually gain their recognition. Once the target was ensnared, the situation flipped and the initiative lay firmly in his hands, leaving the other party at his mercy. Unfortunately, in this world, two time travelers seldom coexist simultaneously. I end the scene. Uehara Tsukimi leapt out of the bath barrel, swiftly wrapping himself in a bathrobe. With a sigh, he gazed regretfully at the seemingly disheartened Jiraiya, asking, "Do you know what the most terrifying and unwelcome adversary in this world is?" Jiraiya's gaze flickered, puzzled by why this young boy would pose such a question. Were they not discussing apprenticeship? What an unexpected twist. Nevertheless, he attempted to respond. A powerful ninja with no weaknesses? Uehara Tsukimi shook his head slightly. Then a greedy opportunist? A ruthless killer who revels in bloodshed? A hypocrite who appears benevolent while harboring malevolence? I see. You are a clever person. You must fear an even more astute opponent. Am I right? Well, I cannot think of anything else like a tea that moment. Jiraiya was still unaware of Uehara Tsukimi's true intentions. After failing to guess correctly multiple times, he decided to wait for the correct answer to be revealed that it is someone like you, Lord Jiraiya. Uehara Tsukimi slightly lifted his head, fixing his suddenly sharp gaze upon Jiraiya. Upon hearing the final answer, Jiraiya's expression transformed in an instant to one of utter shock and bewilderment. Soon after, a wave of intense disbelief surged forth. He even doubted whether his ears were malfunctioning or if this little brat was merely teasing him. However, upon seeing Uehara Tsukimi's piercing gaze, Jiraiya instantly realized that the other party was not joking. Although still under 10 years of age, ever since the discussion on peace 2 years prior, he had never regarded the boy as a mere child, but rather as an equal interlocutor. It sounded strange and incredible. Yet how could the chosen one change the world without possessing certain extraordinary attributes? The long-awaited transformation in the ninja world could not possibly be initiated by an ordinary individual. This was a question Jiraiya quickly pondered after encountering Uehara Tsukimi, and it was also the reason he was willing to humiliate himself to take on a disciple, that he believed Uehara Tsukimi could indeed be that person. Thus, at this moment, Jiraiya felt a profound sense of shock, confusion, and even anger that he pursued peace, while Uehara Tsukimi appeared to be a sage capable of discerning the roots of the ninja world's turmoil. Though they did not share the same aspirations, they should at least be aligned in their goals. How could they possibly become adversaries? Not only Jiraiya, but countless others in the ninja world were equally taken aback upon hearing this utterly unexpected response. They knew Uehara Tsukimi was already Jiraiya's disciple, and coupled with the earlier exchange regarding peace, it seemed they were ideologically aligned, making it unsurprising if they were to bond as brothers. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they had turned into enemies, and the most formidable of foes at that. As if sensing Jiraiya's bewilderment, Uehara Tsukimi's voice resonated once more. The so-called enemies you speak of are merely ordinary foes that threaten one's life. The truly fearsome adversaries are those that oppose one's beliefs, obsessions, ideals, and the very path one must tread and embody. When an individual possesses noble convictions, grand thoughts, unwavering will, a resolute determination to die for their beliefs, and dreams they are willing to pursue at any cost, such an existence will remain undaunted and unwavering, persevering even unto death without a trace of regret. You still recall the Valley of the End? If two individuals of such caliber were to tread divergent paths, they would inevitably become the most formidable adversaries to one another. Alas, we are precisely such individuals. Moreover, it is rather unfortunate that the path I intend to pursue diverges somewhat from the vision you hold for the world. Should you truly choose me, you must place all your stakes upon my shoulders, unconditionally believing in my capacity to fulfill all that is required, regardless of how absurd, incomprehensible, or challenging my actions may seem. I ask for your wholehearted support and the utmost effort. Even if it contradicts your own principles, will, or faith, this is undoubtedly the significant choice referred to in the prophecy of the great Toad Sage. Determining whether the future of the ninja world will lean towards stability or catastrophic transformation. Jiraiya, what we seek is a monumental endeavor, one that has not been witnessed for eons, aimed at carving a new destiny and laying the foundation for future generations. On this gambling table, life itself is but the most trivial of stakes. Therefore, when you return next time, be adequately prepared for the weight of this realization. The resolute voice of Uehara Tsukimi echoed through the air. Jiraiya fell silent immediately, his previously furious expression shifting to one of profound understanding, followed by a hint of terror. His hands clenched into fists, trembling incessantly, He had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet could never fathom that the ultimate outcome would manifest in this manner. Two individuals yearning for peace could, due to their divergent paths, become enemies, perhaps even the most dreadful adversaries that must be eradicated. Yet he could not deny the truth in Uehara Tsukimi's words. The opposing party had already dismissed the path of mutual understanding between people. Without adequate awareness, continuing onward would inevitably lead to conflict. This realization, which took him 2 years after that discussion to arrive at, was the true reason he resolved to take the other as his disciple. Had he not experienced similar concerns in the past? As Uehara Tsukimi articulated, this is a divergence of beliefs, a struggle of paths, an affair of utmost significance, far surpassing even life itself, from which no one would dare to retreat. Just as in the Valley of the End, where the first Hokage sacrificed his vitality to slay his dear friend, thereby securing the era of the ninja villages. Not only Jiraiya, but countless others fell into silence upon hearing Uehara Tsukimi's elucidation. The struggle for life is already immensely brutal. The vanquished lose their right to exist in this world. And yet, the ideological battle, which holds greater importance than life itself, is even more merciless, for the aspirations of the defeated will be utterly obliterated, their dreams denied, and their hopes extinguished, particularly for the parties involved in the Valley of the End incident. Uchiha and Senju Hashirama. The weight of these words resonates even more deeply. To raise the sword against a dear friend who shares the same desires. What profound sorrow and anguish that entails. Yet they had no other options, and now, at this moment, Uehara Tsukimi and Jiraiya stand poised to face a similar choice. Shall they abandon their own nindo and place all their bets on another? Or stubbornly adhere to their beliefs, ultimately using the blade to determine right from wrong? Either path is excruciatingly cruel for those involved. As before, Jiraiya departed in silence once more, his countenance darkened, oblivious to Tsunade's calls behind him. Original Jiraiya, spirit, so it is, this kind of decision is truly difficult and harsh. Yet it appears you have ultimately made the right choice. You are indeed far superior to me, Jiraiya. In truth, I senti so difficult. When I cannot find the path to achieve peace, yet desire it deeply, upon discovering that another may be capable of doing so, what else can I do but place my faith in them? Even if there is but a 1% chance, it is better than having none at all. Original Uchiha spirit, what an exquisite discourse. Uehara Tsukimi, you truly comprehend the realities of this world. I extend to you a sincere invitation to join me. Original Senju Hashirama, spirit, is that how it was back then? Madara, I wondered why you suddenly went mad. It has pained my heart for so long. Original Uchiha spirit, and what of my counterpart over there? Why do you remain silent? Have your plans gone awry? Uchiha spirit, it's not merely an issue. Do not seek me out casually. I fear Uehara may misunderstand. When I express confusion, it is not I who am troubled, but rather I believe you are. Fear of Uehara Tsukimi's misunderstanding. What absurdity is this? In the original ninja world, a line of black appeared above Uchiha head. However, with someone like Uehara Tsukimi in existence, it is to be expected that plans may not unfold smoothly, and he did not dwell on it excessively. Perhaps the other is simply masking their true feelings. Possibly, maybe, the scene continued to unfold on the scroll. Tsunade called out to Jiraiya several times, yet he remained unresponsive, continuing to stride forth. Sensing the impending crisis, she turned back into the room, seizing Uehara Tsukimi by the nape and lifting him into the air. With a fierce inquiry, she demanded, "You claim that life is merely the most trivial of stakes. Have you ever taken a life? Do you understand the sensation of facing death? You are but a child. How can you bear such heavy thoughts? Go find Jiraiya and tell him that your words were mere folly." She had overheard their entire conversation. Although she often presented a fiery demeanor, seemingly reckless, as the fifth Hokage, Tsunade is far from foolish. She comprehends the profound impact of such words on Jiraiya, and her heart is ablaze with fury. Among the 3 legendary ninjas, the other 2 pursue their own aspirations, while she herself holds no grand ambitions. Her priorities lie solely in her relationships, though Jiraiya frequently plays the role of a punching bag, enduring blows to gain experience. This serves as a testament to their deep bond. Similarly, her feelings towards this audacious child, who dares to harbor impure thoughts towards her, have grown considerably over time. Not in a romantic sense, but as an elder's admiration for a child who is handsome, intelligent, articulate, and possesses remarkable talent is universally likable. Furthermore, this individual has gone to great lengths to facilitate future endeavors, showcasing extraordinary culinary skills and even inventing several advanced gambling techniques that transcend time. Such efforts are numerous, all aimed at amplifying the final confrontation. Over the course of more than 2 years, this once dubious child has become akin to family, second only to her brother, Roketree. Even if we were to take 1,000 steps back, Uehara Tsukimi stands as the chosen spouse of Kushina, thereby forging an unbreakable bond with her. She cannot fathom how she would cope if a rift were to form between these two, especially one that could not be mended. Tsunade barely restrained an overwhelming impulse to deliver a savage blow to Uehara Tsukimi as she spoke. Yet, throughout their exchange, his expression remained unaltered, as he calmly replied, "Jiraiya will return only if he either eliminates me or completely aligns with my perspective. As for you and I, let us disregard each other. If we are to perish, let it be so. For I have no intention of concerning myself with you." Tsunade's face registered a moment of astonishment. Not only her, but anyone would likely struggle to believe that Uehara Tsukimi's previous words were spoken with a resolve to embrace death. After all, no matter how astute he may be, his youth renders him insufficiently experienced to grasp many truths fully, especially when confronted with matters of life and death. Even seasoned ninjas often falter. Originally intending to forcibly suppress this audacious child and mend the rift between them, Tsunade was suddenly overwhelmed by anxiety. She cast Uehara Tsukimi aside and, with a single step, transformed the bathing tub and the entire room into a gaping pit before vanishing from sight. Shortly after Tsunade's departure, a man with long, smooth black hair and skin pale as snow emerged from the shadows, his gaze ablaze with intensity. It was none other than our core technology, Orochimaru. "Kamiyama, it seems you have misjudged this time. Even if Jiraiya does not align with you, he would never slay you outright. Instead, he would choose to engage you in a fair contest. In fact, he may even offer you some assistance, for he possesses a character that is both conflicted and hesitant. However, I find myself unexpectedly intrigued by you. Should you be unwilling to take Jiraiya as your master, then come to me. What you desire, I possess. What you do not wish for, I shall not impose upon you." Orochimaru's elongated tongue swirled as it caressed his chin. His fervent gaze and unsettling expression, coupled with his bizarre posture, almost suggested an intent to devour. Yet, Uehara remained unfazed, offering only a faint smile. To him, the 3 legendary ninjas were mere targets. It mattered not whose guidance he fell under, but rather how to forge and deepen bonds. Jiraiya was already certain of his choice, having observed Shimi over the past 2 years. However, Shimi had equally been fortifying Jiraiya's confidence. Those debates were not an end, nor even the beginning of an end, but rather the conclusion of a beginning. From the outset of this conflict, he had already claimed victory. Tsunade, on the other hand, could not rush. Engaging in excessive actions before her body matured would yield little effect and might even breed annoyance. Knowing the character of his counterpart, he devised a rough plan. Now, only Orochimaru remained. Uehara gently shook his head and stated, "Uncle Snake, I shall not take you as my master. If possible, let us be comrades on the path instead. Though the truth is often held by a select few. Walking the road to truth alone can be rather lonely, don't you think?" "Comrades?" Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a novel term. He pondered, lips pursed, and suddenly a smile graced his face. Instead of feeling angered by Shimi's equating of their statuses, he felt a genuine delight. Indeed, comrades, friends in the pursuit of truth. At that moment, he had not entirely relinquished his emotions. The deepest longings of his heart were unexpectedly acknowledged. And with the enhancement of his formidable jinjutsu and oratory prowess, even a steadfast figure like Uncle Snake felt a stirring within. Strangely, anticipation began to blossom, even if the other was merely a 9-year-old child. "Until we meet again, my comrade. If Jiraiya truly intends to slay you, I shall intervene." Orochimaru gradually faded from view, countless netizens erupted into fervent discussions. The situation had escalated to such an extent that, apart from a few who were privy to the past, others were taken aback. And no one could have foreseen that this exemplary master-student duo would initially veer toward the rift, blades drawn against one another. Especially in the current ninja world, given that a certain shameless individual often boasted of his identity as the teacher of the destined child, even placing it above his prideful title of Sage of MT. And well, in this version of events, Kamiyama Shimi had once idolized him as a child, frequently visiting his home, hoping to be accepted as his disciple. Thus, in the collective memory, it was believed that Jiraiya had offered substantial assistance to Kamiyama Shimi in the early stages. No one could have anticipated such a turn of events. One individual eagerly sought to take on a disciple, only to be met with a sharp rebuff. The desire to accept me as a disciple is not a simple matter. In retrospect, it truly was not. Renounce and abandon his own ninja way in favor of believing in others is undoubtedly more painful for a resolute individual who considers the adherence to ninja beliefs his lifelong mission than to face death itself. Almost everyone awaited with bated breath to see what would transpire next and how matters would ultimately resolve. Yet, the narrative abruptly cut off. This was a comparative video of Tsunade Senju. The inclusion of this brief segment was due to its immense significance in her past, establishing a causal relationship with the forthcoming transformations. Following this, the portion without Tsunade's appearance would likely only be revealed in Jiraiya's comparative video, providing a glimpse into the unfolding events. Thus, amidst the cacophony of boos, curses, and incessant inquiries directed at the parties involved, the scene transitioned into the next phase. Author's note: this segment has dragged on a bit. Let's move on quickly. Furthermore, it is essential not to divulge every detail all at once, leaving some content for the subsequent comparative videos. In the 35th year of Konoha, the Second Shinobi World War erupted. Like the original Shinobi world, Shimura Danzo wreaked havoc in the Land of Rain. Aside from a series of defeats and the emergence of a more notorious demigod, he gained nothing. Not only did he suffer severe injuries, but he also led the frontline Shinobi army to substantial losses, causing morale to plummet to an all-time low. In this time of crisis, 3 eagerly anticipated disciples of the Hokage were dispatched to reinforce and take command of the battlefield. In the video, Tsunade established a medical camp to treat injured and disabled ninjas. Orochimaru took charge of the command, abolishing erroneous policies and rallying the spirits of the troops, while Jiraiya personally infiltrated the Land of Rain to gather intelligence. The future legendary 3 ninjas gradually began to shine, each revealing extraordinary talents. Furthermore, their disciples, Kamiyama Shimi, Uchiha Mikoto, Sage Ju, and Jiraiya's team consisting of Namikaze Minato, Yakushi Nan, and Hyuga Hisashi, also showcased their prodigious abilities, frequently achieving remarkable victories. Among them, Kamiyama Shimi and Namikaze Minato were lauded as the Golden Flash and Yellow Flash respectively, forming the celebrated Golden Duo due to their exceptional body flicker techniques and the latter's innate bloodline limit, capable of unleashing radiant golden beams. Within a mere month, the Konoha ninjas transformed from a state of numbness and despair to one of vigor and fighting spirit. However, despite Kamiyama Shimi's genius, his influence on the overall situation remained minimal. Akin to the original Shinobi world, Orochimaru ultimately executed a cunning maneuver to separate Hanzo and the Rain Ninja army onto 2 battlefields, while Kamiyama Shimi led forces to subdue the ordinary Rain Ninjas. They resolutely embarked on the path to prevent Hanzo, this demigod, from reinforcing his allies, thereby earning the title of the legendary 3 Ninjas. The rain poured down in torrents, with sheets of water cascading from the heavens, creating a deluge so profound that it scarcely had time to flow away upon hitting the ground, accumulating into a thick layer. Even from elevated positions, one standing on the ground found themselves submerged to their ankles or even calves. The drainage outlets resembled waterfalls, with the sound of rushing water echoing incessantly, while low-lying areas were completely inundated, presenting a landscape reminiscent of a marshland. In this all-too-familiar setting, history seemed to repeat itself. Hey, you old man of the ventilation pipe, allow me, Princess Tsunade, To test whether your demigod title truly lives up to its name, in the scene, Tsunade stands atop the colossal head of the slug sage. Her arms crossed over her chest, chin held high, her face radiating an eagerness brimming with excitement, exuding an air of unbridled confidence. Beside her are Orochimaru and Jiraiya, each commanding their own enormous summoning beasts, standing proudly upon them, their presence equally formidable. Particularly, Jiraiya, known for his flamboyant demeanor, appears unable to contain his exuberance. Although Orochimaru remains composed, the prospect of confronting such powerful adversaries and validating his past learnings ignites a thrill within him. In response to Tsunade's provocation, Hans merely smirks with disdain. Almost instantaneously, a figure materializes before the trio, a massive chain scythe swung with great force, launching the first assault as a formidable survivor from the tumultuous Warring States period. An era marked by the reign of the two legendary shinobi, Hans possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities. Those who have not experienced that era can scarcely fathom its terrors, where powerhouses abound and bloodshed is rampant. Having felt that atmosphere, he regards these delicate blossoms nurtured in a sheltered environment with utter indifference. The likes of Shimura Danzo, despite his grandiose claims, prove to be merely average when confronted, suffering significant damage in mere moments. As a master of the body flicker technique, a surprise attack is his most familiar and lethal tactic. This seemingly ordinary strike encapsulates all his strength, and should he manage to incapacitate even one opponent swiftly, the ensuing battle would become considerably easier. Thanks to the comparative footage of the original Tsunade, all spectators within the shinobi world now recognize that this unassuming elder is, in fact, a nearly peak-level shinobi. Especially with his unparalleled water body flicker technique, in an environment like the Land of Rain, he becomes virtually elusive. Witnessing the young legendary three face off against him once more, a sense of trepidation envelopes the audience. With a swish, Hans's oversized scythe glides through the air, the terrifying speed generated by the full might of a peak-level shinobi, making it seem as if the scythe had transcended space to appear directly before them. Were it not for the close-up of the footage, over 99% of the spectators would scarcely have perceived this attack. Yet, in the next instant as the scythe zipped past, Tsunade emerged unscathed, her attire intact. She merely shifted backward slightly, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, that was fast." The term "wow" was coined by Uehara Tsukimi, and due to its vivid and poignant nature in expressing certain contexts, it quickly spread throughout the Hidden Leaf Village from the Ninja Academy. Following her exclamation, Hans's expression darkened considerably, his eyes losing their previous lightness, replaced by an overwhelming seriousness. A surprise attack is his specialty, especially the initial strike against an unknown opponent, in order to maximize the unexpectedness of his attack and exploit his adversary's underestimation. He had channeled all his strength. However, this strike had utterly failed. This indicated that his most terrifying and swiftest speed posed no threat to his opponent. This battle, it seemed, was precarious. Not only Hans, but also the previously anxious audience began to express their astonishment. Unlike the previous video, Tsunade had evaded this strike. What just happened? It seemed as though Tsunade had been pushed aside by an invisible force, evading the attack inexplicably. I know. It was the Hokage's sky dance technique. By concentrating chakra on the surface of the body and bursting forth in a specific direction, one can gain leverage from thin air, responding far quicker than muscle activation. As long as the nerves react. It equates to evasion. Moreover, if the physique is sufficiently strong, the absolute speed of short-term bursts can surpass the norm. This technique should have been developed not long ago. I never expected Tsunade to have mastered it so early. The Sky Dance technique, a signature move of the fourth Hokage, renowned as the Yellow Flash, is no wonder he gained such a title. While Hans is formidable, he pales in comparison to the fourth Hokage's taijutsu. With the fourth's technique, victory seems assured. Though Uehara is absent, his techniques continue to shine brightly. Initially reluctant to watch, given the brutality of the previous battle, anticipation now surged within the audience. Surely, as Jiraiya was the fourth Hokage's teacher, he must possess formidable techniques as well. Amid the audience's discussions, Jiraiya suddenly burst into laughter, leaping forward with a swift step, charging directly at Hans. This action left the spectators in a state of shock and disbelief, their thoughts coalescing into one. "What on earth are you doing?" Jiraiya laughed heartily, his face brimming with self-satisfaction, akin to a child eagerly flaunting a newly acquired toy to his companions. As he charged forward, a character inscribed with the word Sage appeared on his face, radiating a faint orange glow, emanating an aura far surpassing the ordinary, a clear manifestation of the early version of the Sage rune. "Haha, behold my prowess, Sage art, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet." 3 gigantic fire dragons, exhibiting an unusual hue, split into 3 directions, left, right, and straight ahead, rushing towards Hans with remarkable speed, effectively sealing off all escape routes. This technique, an A-rank jutsu developed by Jiraiya to rectify the shortcomings of fire release in terms of speed and controllability, boasts immense power. Upon unleashing it with Sage Chakra, both speed and potency are amplified severalfold. In that moment, Hans's expression shifted dramatically, immediately activating his prized body flicker technique to escape at the utmost speed. Yet despite his efforts, he could not avoid the flames that inevitably clung to him. Most critically, his summoning beast, the salamander, was completely engulfed in flames, succumbing within mere seconds and retreating to the summoning realm. From afar, Hans's figure emerged slowly from the water, his mood sinking once more. Although it was but a single strike, it signified a shift in the balance of power. He could no longer dictate the course of this battle. Jiraiya's display astounded the audience before the screen that moment. He appeared remarkably youthful. In the original timeline, he would not have mastered Sage techniques for several more years. Yet here they were being applied in actual combat. Moreover, it seemed to be executed instantaneously, something he had never accomplished throughout his life. Not only Tsunade and Jiraiya, but during the ensuing battle, Orochimaru also revealed a skill absent in the original world, sealing techniques that on one occasion, facing the trio's combined assault, Hans was forced to retreat repeatedly. When he found himself in a particular location, numerous sealing runes suddenly emerged from beneath his feet, trapping him in place. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have met his demise, compared to the previous battle in the original world. The current trio of shinobi faced far less adversity, sustaining minimal injuries and frequently cornering Hans into perilous situations, after a prolonged conflict lasting a full 10 minutes, realizing they were at an impasse. Hans, with a bitter expression, remarked, "Few possess the qualifications to battle against me, Hans, and even fewer can force me into a corner. Since you have managed to engage me to this extent, henceforth, I shall refer to you as the legendary 3 of Konoha." With Hans's words, an overwhelming flood of comments surged forth. Although all 3 were designated as legendary 3, the significance of their titles diverged dramatically. Point 1 was a title bestowed post-defeat, a humiliating acknowledgement from the adversary, while the other was a sincere recognition from a powerful foe after a hard-fought victory. The disparity was vast, and the contrast stark. In the video, Jiraiya wore a smug expression. "Legendary 3? Hardly. Were it not for your status as a demigod, I wouldn't deign to accept such a lackluster title." Tsunade, standing triumphantly atop the slug's head, remained silent, yet the upward curve of her lips betrayed her elation. Many top-tier shinobi possess their own titles. Some are born from self-assertions or the proclamations of comrades, eventually permeating the shinobi world, such as the Doctor of Ninjutsu. Others are monikers earned through instilling fear in their enemies, like the Yellow Flash or the Silent Water. Still, some titles belong to the pinnacle of shinobi power. When they speak out in praise of an individual, the entire shinobi world begins to reverberate with that person's illustrious name. The names of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha have been widely circulated, with the latter being referred to as one of the legendary 3 ninjas. The moniker of demigod serves as a stepping stone, carrying immense weight and significance. The battle against Hanzo marked the inception of the legendary 3's fame. When Hanzo himself acknowledged that the 3 ninjas of Konoha possessed strength rivaling his own, their renown echoed throughout the shinobi world. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru suddenly ignited into prominence, their names resounding far and wide. Even their adversaries on the battlefield began to treat them with newfound respect and caution. Although this respect often manifested in the form of more potent and ruthless techniques, the pivotal battle against Hanzo concluded. And soon after, a notable divergence from the original narrative emerged. The plot surrounding the death of S.H. Toku was omitted, and the video transitioned directly into a fast-forwarded sequence that a plethora of fragmented clips, accompanied by monotonous still images, comprised the subsequent few minutes of the montage. Tsunade, relying solely on her reputation, intimidated enemy ninjas. She guided Uehara Tsukimi in the mastery of the Iron Fist technique and medical ninjutsu. She delivered a crushing blow to Jiraiya. She drunkenly took advantage of Uehara Tsukimi. She was appointed as the supreme commander on the battlefield of the Land of Wind. She decisively defeated Chiyo and her elder brother. She commanded the ninja army to a resounding victory, leading Suna to surrender. Upon her return to the village, she received an exuberant welcome from the citizens of Konoha. She was fed new dishes by someone. Rumors suddenly spread throughout the village. Ultimately, that individual stormed the Uchiha compound and retrieved Mikoto, leaving countless people in a state of shock. Yet, Tsunade alone wore a frown, as time swiftly elapsed amidst the fragments pieced together in the video. In the blink of an eye, it was the 44th year of Konoha, and the Third Great Ninja War was on the brink of eruption. That year, Uehara Tsukimi turned 18, officially coming of age. It was also the year when the renowned Konoha White Fang, who had made significant contributions during the Second Great Ninja War, met with ignominy following a failed mission and ultimately took his own life. Author's note: after researching extensively, some sources state it was in the 44th year, while others claim it was the 45th. I couldn't ascertain the truth and am too lazy to calculate, so I've just written it as such. Please don't take it too seriously, and if there are any errors, consider them as part of the protagonist's butterfly effect. Future discrepancies should adhere to this principle. Of course, in this world, due to someone's prior scheming, a tragedy was successfully averted at a crucial moment. Seizing the opportunity, that individual boldly invaded the Hokage building, directly ending the tyrannical reign of the F4, but during the time spent reading various Naruto fanfiction, Uehara Tsukimi harbored a significant confusion. Everyone knew that the F4 was far from benevolent, particularly Shimura Danzo, whose actions incited universal outrage that he was the epitome of a villain, foolish, wicked, and scrupulous and self-righteous. While many characters have undergone redemption arcs, none have managed to redeem him unless they were forced into his role. Yet, these protagonists, or rather the authors, seem to selectively forget this fact. Instead of preemptively countering Danzo's schemes, they relentlessly portrayed his darkness and malice, employing methods that allowed Danzo to torment the protagonists. Knowing he was formidable, why not devise a strategy to eliminate him beforehand? What is the point of adhering to a principle of non-aggression if he continually drags you in a conflict? It is absurd to wait until you've lost several loved ones, parents, partners, friends, before retaliating with righteous indignation. Uehara Tsukimi was never a virtuous character. To him, like Minato, it was essential to showcase the will of fire while earning the Third Hokage's favor, all while spreading positivity to garner support. Alternatively, he could have opted for a more cunning approach, orchestrating plots to expose the F4's malevolence and force their ousting. However, these options never crossed his mind. He found them excessively tedious and lacking in decisiveness. In a certain book, the protagonist replaced Minato, intercepted Kushina, and invented the Rasengan, all to assert his presence. He executed a series of maneuvers, anticipating that the F4, much like in the original story, would commit significant blunders during the Third War, leading to their forced abdication. Ultimately, however, due to the protagonist's overwhelming prowess, defeating wind, lightning, and earth, Konoha suffered minimal losses by the war's conclusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen not only retained his position, but was also lauded by the masses, solidifying his power. That moment, Uehara Tsukimi was left in a state of bewilderment. There was another story, even more absurd, where the protagonist wielded numerous cheats, detailing their incredible prowess. Yet, regardless of how the F4 manipulated, schemed, and humiliated him, he refused to retaliate, but he chose instead to remain hidden until the F4's transgressions accumulated sufficiently before revealing the truth to the masses. Even with the power of the Sage of Six Paths, he nearly lost several girlfriends to threats from the root. In a fit of rage, He chose to cry to Hiruzen for assistance in pressuring Danzo. Uehara Tsukimi, who abhorred such scenarios, calculated the combat strengths of both sides and, feeling confident in his chances, decided to take action. The reason he waited until now was not merely due to the White Fang incident being a rare opportunity, but also because Minato's Flying Thunder God technique had recently reached its zenith, and he could successfully open the 8 gates. Both crucial trump cards were finally in place. Indeed, the White Fang incident was a rare opportunity. As the saying goes, heaven bestows a chance. If not seized, it becomes a misfortune. Wang Yongming stated, "In stillness, one conquers the thief of anxiety. In letting go, one overcomes the thief of desire. Through practice, one defeats the thief of hesitation. Once all 3 thieves are vanquished, all endeavors can be accomplished. Would you dare disregard the words of a sage? In such moments of indecision, there is no need for hesitation. Act decisively. What does it mean to be lawless? What does it mean to rebel? Raise your hands and brace yourself." In that very instant, Uehara Tsukimi emerged from the Hokage building, gripping Hiruzen's severed head, leaving nearly everyone in a state of shock. In the frame, many were still discussing Jiraiya. The moment this scene unfolded, the world fell silent. The sheer impact of this moment was overwhelming. Particularly, Hiruzen's lifeless expression, marred by evident terror and disbelief, stood in stark contrast to Uehara Tsukimi, who casually strolled with one hand in his pocket and a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. The onlookers felt their hearts race. However, merely 2 seconds later, the vanishing comments surged back with tenfold intensity. Incredible! There was no attempt to conceal the sentiment. Brother, at least wear a mask or something to disguise yourself. They were utterly at a loss for words, eventually concluding that incredible was the only appropriate response. Forgive my lack of eloquence. I can only exclaim in astonishment that I believe he acted rightly. When faced with such a loathsome being, this is precisely how one should respond. Nonetheless, despite Hiruzen's actions, he is indeed impressive. I'm curious about the emotions of the others in Konoha at that moment. Could this be the fabled child of destiny? Witnessing, fearing, and loving, the original Uchiha Madara. Spirit haha. This is precisely how it should be done. Well done, Uehara Tsukimi. I acknowledge you. The original Namikaze Minato. Spirit, you might be a tad hasty. If mishandled, such matters could lead to tremendous unrest, even culminating in a global war. The original Senju Tobarama. Spirit, no. 4th Hokage. You are mistaken. In moments like these, one must act decisively. Either eliminate any similar thoughts entirely, or proceed with unwavering resolve, without a hint of hesitation or doubt. Excessive scheming and calculation may lead to mutual suspicion, resulting in internal strife that could incur even greater losses. Uehara Tsukimi appears simple and reckless, yet he has discerned everything, securing victory. The shinobi world's Namikaze Minato. Confidentiality leads to success. Indiscretion leads to failure. The Hokage indeed spoke these words. The shinobi world's Hatake sh Saku. I was indeed taken aback at the time, but upon reflection, it was precisely what he would do, outside the root base in the original shinobi world. Tsunade, renowned for her boldness and fiery temperament, halted her actions upon witnessing Uehara Tsukimi, one hand in his pocket, the other holding his severed head. Even she, known for her brashness, found herself wide-eyed in astonishment. She knew Uehara Tsukimi was fierce, but was his ferocity truly to this extent? This is undoubtedly the work of a ruthless bandit, isn't it? After a fleeting moment of astonishment, I found myself murmuring, "Is this the man in question?" Had it been before, the sight would have undoubtedly incited a wrath to slay one's own mentor and commit such heinous acts, all while appearing utterly indifferent. How audacious! Yet at this moment, with her forthright nature, having endured 3 long years of frustration in the role of Hokage, she could only feel an inexplicable force surging within her. It dawned on her that this was the essence of a true warrior. This was what it meant to be Hokage. What had she been doing all this time? The likes of Danzo had lingered far too long without consequence. Indeed, one must compare goods to discern their worth, and one must measure oneself against others to grasp the disparity it played in the realm of the afterlife. Sarutobi Hiruzen. though filled with shock and anger upon witnessing the scene, could not help but harbor an inexplicable admiration for such boldness. Having witnessed countless acts of murder and the defeat of renowned adversaries, he was nonetheless struck by the audacity displayed by Kamiyama Shimi, who, in the face of a person of such authority and inscrutable power as the Hokage, acted without hesitation and without pretense, striking openly and then exuding a sense of ease as if plucking a wildflower from the roadside. Such composure is exceedingly rare among ninjas. However, someone was proclaiming, "How can a nobleman remain subservient? And a true man born of heaven and earth cannot languish beneath others for long." While they relished the thrill of killing, the flames of chaos ignited in their backyard. Among them, Tsunade, the fiercest of the sharks, was particularly incensed. As previously noted, Tsunade was a person of strong emotional ties, unlike Orochimaru, who would forsake all sentimental attachments for his pursuits. Jiraiya, though naturally indecisive, would acquiesce to reason when presented with a compelling argument, much like when he chose to leave Konoha after the death of a disciple and the betrayal of his close friend. Only Tsunade was unyielding, driven solely by the singular notion that Kamiyama had slain her teacher. As she pursued him throughout Konoha, wreaking havoc and chaos, Kamiyama could only flee in disarray, unable to retaliate too fiercely, much to the amusement of many onlookers. The stark contrast between their circumstances transformed the commentary into a sea of jubilation. The scene everyone had eagerly anticipated had finally arrived, especially for those ninjas who had lived through this event. Alongside an unnamed lecherous sage, the teasing was relentless. What a ridiculous comedic turn of events. "Kamiyama Shimi, where's your grandeur now?" Laughter erupted, and spirits soared as if someone had just won a lottery. The juxtaposition of Kamiyama's usual arrogance against his current predicament was starkly amusing. Even the original ninja world watched with rapt attention. As the infamous figure of the ninja world, being chased by Tsunade through Konoha was undoubtedly one of Kamiyama's few blemishes. Having just dispatched the F4, he was poised to ascend to the position of Hokage and become one of the 5 leading arms dealers in the ninja world, marking a significant milestone in his life. Yet just as he stepped outside, a powerful punch from Konoha sent him flying over 100 meters. Frankly, the disparity was quite overwhelming that a beautiful woman's punch is still a punch, and one mustn't underestimate the pain of an accidental strike. Nonetheless, this unexpected turn of events reignited the curiosity of countless netizens. How would Kamiyama ultimately deal with Tsunade? Her character was well known, fierce and passionate, harboring a deep-seated aversion for evil. Especially in her youth, she would not tolerate any form of injustice. It was no easy feat to deceive her killer mentor, seize the title of Hokage, and ultimately marry her, bearing 6 children. Such a narrative would be met with incredulity if penned in a novel. The entrance of the Hokage building, after Tsunade's furious punch sent Kamiyama flying. The following events remained shrouded in mystery. Many spectators, eager to see their Hokage deliver further punishment, were left disappointed and agitated. In the blink of an eye, Tsunade appeared less enraged, although still sporting an angry visage. Her fury no longer manifested in violent outbursts, allowing for more civil discourse. "That I assure you, if there isn't a sufficiently reasonable explanation, I shall shatter your skull," she warned. Yes, you are the strongest," Kamiyama replied somewhat dismissively. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a secret chamber. This chamber was unlike any other, constructed entirely from precious alloys that gleamed with a metallic luster, adorned with massive rivets embedded deep within. The metallic wheel that served as the door's mechanism was as large as an adult could stretch their arms, evoking a sense of profound weight. The surface was covered in intricate sealing runes that flickered on and off. Judging by the rudimentary structure of the seals, it was evident that precautions for detection, defense, and even self-destruction were in place. This was merely the exterior. The inner workings remained a mystery. The door resembled that of a bank vault, suggesting the protection of an exceedingly rare treasure within. Upon witnessing this scene, a solemnity enveloped everyone present, including the still fuming Tsunade and the others awaiting outside. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Shikake Nara, Minato Namikaze, Shikake Nara, Mikoto Uchiha, Kushina Uzumaki, and countless others who had never encountered such a high-security chamber. Many found themselves unconsciously holding their breath. Outside the chamber, Kamiyama executed several hand seals. After the sealing runes dissipated, he forcefully turned the metal wheel. The heavy clanking of gears and the grinding of metal lasted for a few minutes before a resounding crash announced the completion of the final step. However, Kamiyama did not immediately open the door. Instead, he turned and sat cross-legged on the ground. From a sealing scroll, he drew forth a glimmering, straight-edged long sword, resting it across his knees. With a deep gaze, he spoke earnestly. This sword is called Amaterasu, one of the legendary Kusanagi blades, measuring 3 feet and 5 inches in length, weighing 17 pounds and 6 ounces. It can sever hair and slice through iron with ease. It is a weapon of unmatched prowess. Behind this door lies my most significant secret to date. When you emerge, you will either use it to sever my head, thus eradicating any future threat to the village you wish to protect, or you will join me as comrades in the pursuit of a brighter future. Now, you may enter. The flickering candlelight cast shadows across Kamiyama's face, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Even Tsunade, in her fury, was taken aback by his resolute declaration, reminiscent of their earlier stubbornness before he became Jiraiya's disciple. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Shock, surprise, urgency, confusion, and disbelief were all evident. Mikoto and Minato rushed forward to persuade him. But Kamiyama remained unyielding, eyes closed, a solitary tear tracing down his cheek, utterly unmoved. In we go. Who fears whom? Tsunade habitually made another cutting remark, yet what she herself failed to notice was that her tone had softened considerably compared to before. The fierce glint in her eyes, once predatory, had vanished, replaced by a hint of anxiety. Though she longed to obliterate that wretched being with a single punch, the over 10 years of companionship, the myriad of whimsical ideas, the countless delectable dishes, and the myriad of grand declarations had woven an indelible bond between them. Should Uehara Tsukimi truly perish, she feared she would never find solace or forgive herself. Yes, Tsunade moved. The heavy metallic door creaked open gradually, revealing the scene within the secret chamber. To all present, to their astonishment, there was no treasure of gold or jewels, nor were there the bizarre and rare artifacts they had envisioned. Instead, there stood a simple desk, a pile of scrolls, and several couplets and banners adorning the walls, meant to express lofty aspirations. Yet it was these very couplets and banners that, upon sight, caused nearly everyone's minds to momentarily freeze in shock. Almost all present wore expressions of profound astonishment. For each phrase, indeed every single character, had been meticulously chosen and thoughtfully inscribed, brimming with someone's cunning to the onset of his journey. Uehara Tsukimi had acquired a unique ability known as the Will of Fire, which comprised 3 distinct aspects. First, an extraordinary level of acting that could stir souls and shake hearts. Second, the capacity to evoke emotional fluctuations in others through words, actions, and displays, which would exude a power akin to bewitching their hearts, making them more susceptible to believing the protagonist and leaving a lasting impression of his every deed. And third, the provision of rewards according to the depth of bonds established, dispensed systematically. Though this ability appeared immensely powerful, it was not without its limitations, particularly concerning the second aspect. While the protagonist's actions might render others more inclined to trust him, this was not an omnipotent phenomenon that could be activated at will or through any means. Should one's behavior be excessively absurd or overly mundane, the allure for those nearby would dwindle to an infinitesimal degree. If one's conduct was too bizarre, it would fail to engage others in the performance and emotions. Conversely, if it were too ordinary, it would not incite any emotional response, rendering it ineffective. In simpler terms, if one were a complete lunatic or an utterly unremarkable individual, deepening the bond with the target would prove exceedingly difficult, and the rewards tied to that bond would be virtually non-existent. After a decade of experimentation, Uehara Tsukimi had mastered the delicate balance between the absurd and the mundane with remarkable precision. The items within those scrolls and banners occupied that optimal threshold of effectiveness to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to forge a destiny for the living, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, and to usher in peace for all ages. These 4 exquisite lines, renowned for their grandeur, were said to be a must-copy for any time traveler. The universe is vigorous. A gentleman strives ceaselessly. The earth is vast. A gentleman bears great virtue. These lines, drawn from the 3 ancient classics of Chinese civilization, are revered as the pinnacle of Confucian teachings and are among the most celebrated phrases from the I Ching. The source of myriad doctrines, Uehara Tsukimi had transcribed a multitude of such phrases and affixed them to the walls. Those with keen eyes also noticed the titles of some scrolls on the desk: Productivity and Production Relations. Power and Force. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Great Unity. Principles of Economics. Given the authorial caliber, the world of Naruto seemed culturally impoverished, with countless single-threaded beings. These millennia-old crystallizations of Chinese civilization were akin to a royal trump card for them. Moreover, Uehara Tsukimi's calligraphy was exceptionally remarkable prior to his traversal, due to the invasion of Western culture and a restless social atmosphere. Many crafts requiring meticulous patience have been lost, creating an urgent need for individuals with ample time and a singular focus to carry on these traditions. Thus, some cast their gaze upon an impeccable venue. The prison of IT was said that over half of the jade carving masters in the nation emerged from a certain prison in a magical metropolis, earning the moniker Shanghai style. In addition, numerous intangible cultural heritage techniques, including porcelain carving, lacquer painting, goo embroidery, paper cutting, plush embroidery, textile arts, tie-dyeing, and Pujiang wheat straw collage, continued to thrive within those walls. His journey from arrest to the execution ground spanned a full 7 years. A whole 7 years, during which he relived the rigors of senior year and high school day after day, from the ringing of the morning bell at 6 to the evening's retreat at 10. Regardless of wind or rain, without a single day of respite. Ultimately, he absorbed the essence of various calligraphy styles: regular script, running script, cursive script, seal script, clerical script, and more, imbibing the wisdom of masters such as Wang Shiji, Yin Jinqing, Zhao Mengfu, Wu Changsha, Yi Yurin, Ouyang Sun, and Lu Gongquan. He gradually developed his own writing habits, infused with a natural aura of authority and grandeur. Merely gazing upon these characters seemed to penetrate the depths of one's soul. The combined impact of these 3 elements was nothing short of staggering. In an instant, the 2 ninja worlds and countless onlookers fell into an eerie silence. The vibrant barrage of comments that had persisted since the beginning of the comparison suddenly ceased. Even the legendary sage of 6 paths, who had witnessed millennia, found himself momentarily lost in thought. The overwhelming shock was not merely an individual's reverence for another powerful, noble, and grand figure. Rather, it was the innate subjugation felt by a backward, ignorant, and unenlightened feudal civilization upon encountering a profoundly advanced, great, and ancient civilization that stood in stark contrast to their own. Every sentence, every character, and even each stroke of the brush warranted careful contemplation. After savoring the depth of meaning contained within, many experienced a sensation akin to an elevation of the soul, as if they were transforming into something altogether different. The implications embedded within sent shivers down the spines of many, leaving them trembling. Following a brief mental blank, nearly everyone's hearts began to race violently, that a potent blend of shame and admiration intertwined, and the gazes directed at Uehara Tsukimi grew fervently intense. It was a fervent faith willing to entrust one's very life to another. This time, the barrage of comments on the scroll was scant. Many found themselves at a loss for words to adequately express their admiration for Uehara Tsukimi's lofty ideals, grand aspirations, and noble character. Ninja World, Senju, Tobarama. Revenant, based on your discussions, I have endeavored to elevate my assessment of Uehara Tsukimi as much as possible. Yet upon facing the true essence of him, I still realize I have underestimated him profoundly. Ninja World Namikaze Minato. It is no wonder the 2nd and 4th Hokages are such extraordinary figures. It is likely that 1,000 or even 10,000 years may not witness another like them. In a certain sense, he embodies divinity. However, not in the conventional sense of possessing extraordinary power capable of moving mountains or filling seas, but as a god of faith illuminating the true nature of the world with unprecedented brilliance. He is the beacon of this era, the architect of a reformed world, our guiding light and signpost. Ninja world Orochimaru. A ninja can only perceive oneself. The shadow can see the village, yet Uehara perceives the entire world. Ninja world Uchiha Shursui. My teacher once told me that there exists only one kind of great hero in this world. One who, after recognizing the truth of the world, continues to love it. Ninja world Uchiha Itachi. To follow such a Hokage and to utilize one's strength in realizing world peace has always been my greatest pride. For Uehara Tsukimi, China was not merely a nation or a race. It was a civilization, a faith. Countless benevolent individuals and countless classical sages constituted its flesh and bone. It coursed through his veins, imprinted in his very essence, resonating in the depths of his soul. Undiminished by reincarnation, untainted by traversal, having become an inseparable part of himself. These great, profound, and insightful classic texts, akin to a clear mirror reflecting the world, continue to impart new shocks to the soul, even after countless readings and contemplations. Perhaps, these concepts may struggle to find their footing in a foreign world. Ultimately, a profound cultural foundation or certain fundamental knowledge is often requisite to grasp the true essence of many concepts. Yet, there exists a most formidable illusion known as the will of fire, which with but a slight nudge ensnares those who encounter it, provided that its qualities are indeed extraordinary and worthy of contemplation. The meanings and contents encapsulated within the classics of Chinese literature, coupled with the unique cadence of their phrases, along with the exhibition and magnification of exquisite calligraphy, undoubtedly ensnare all observers, rendering them entranced and unable to extricate themselves, while savoring the experience infinitely. For those capable of comprehending their true significance, the cultural desolation of the shinobi world evokes a sensation akin to that of a frog at the bottom of a well. Encountering the vastness of the universe for the first time, awakening a profound shock from the depths of their soul. Moreover, the most potent illusion of the will of fire manifests its effects more vividly amid heightened emotions. Following the recent demise of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was evident that the hearts of the populace were far from tranquil. Individuals such as Namake's Minato, Hatake Kakashi, Narashikamu, Uchiha Mikoto, and Uzumaki Kushina appeared as if immobilized, rooted in place, and unable to move. Tsunade was no exception. Her mind momentarily plunged into a complete void, all thoughts evaporating, leaving only a humble reverence for something profoundly sacred and exalted. It was a peculiar sensation, as if even her innermost thoughts must be tread upon with caution, lest they inadvertently desecrate something divine. After what felt like an eternity, she finally regained her composure, beginning to earnestly observe each piece of artwork. To establish the heart for heaven and earth, to give life to the populace, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, and to usher in peace for all generations. The journey ahead is long and arduous, yet I shall seek diligently, echoed in her mind. The heavens move vigorously. A gentleman must strive unceasingly. The earth is vast and nurturing. A gentleman must uphold profound virtue. Confine a mayfly within heaven, and earth is akin to a mere grain of sand in the vast ocean. Lamenting the fleeting nature of my existence, while envying the infinite cosmos. Each phrase contained lofty ideals, grandiosity, and profound philosophical clarity. Especially striking was the grandeur of the ideals conveyed and the utter sincerity that compelled her heart to yield. It was hard to fathom that this was indeed the handiwork of that mischievous child she remembered from days past. Time slipped away unnoticed as she observed others perusing the scrolls on the table. Their expressions a mixture of obsession and astonishment. In a moment of heightened emotion, Tsunade also selected one that the scroll contained a brief essay, its handwriting hasty and reminiscent of a rough draft. Fish I desire. Bear's paw I desire as well. Yet both cannot be had at once. Thus, I would forsake fish in favor of bear's paw. Life I desire. Righteousness I desire as well. Yet both cannot be had at once. Thus, I would forsake life in favor of righteousness. Life is what I seek, yet there exists something I desire more than life. Hence, I refuse to live in a mere, unworthy manner. Death is what I detest, yet there exists something I detest more than death. Therefore, I shall not evade calamities merely due to my aversion to death, that if what one desires does not surpass life itself, then whatever can preserve life, why not pursue it? If what one detests does not surpass death itself, then whatever can avert calamities, why not endeavor for it? Thus there are those who can attain life yet choose not to. There are those who can evade death yet choose not to. Therefore, it is evident that there are indeed things that one desires more than life. And there are things one detests more than death. This quality is not possessed solely by the wise. It resides within all, yet only the wise can retain it. Every word contained within this secluded chamber had been meticulously curated by someone. Much of it, upon reflection, could be linked back to him, perhaps to deeds he once undertook, or perhaps to grand proclamations he previously uttered. Tsunade's mind immediately wandered back to a fleeting confrontation between Uehara Tsukimi and Jiraiya prior to the latter's apprenticeship. In that moment, Uehara had proclaimed, "Lord Jiraiya, what we pursue is a monumental endeavor, unprecedented in the ages, one that seeks to break new ground and lay the foundation for future generations that on this gambling table. Life is but the most trivial of stakes. Thus, prepare yourself for the gravity of the task at hand." Recalling their resolute exchanges, Tsunade fell into a contemplative silence as she regarded the scroll in her hand. After a prolonged pause, she mused inwardly. To forsake fish in favor of bear's paw, thus your path of the shinobi and your ideals cannot coexist. Hence, one must sacrifice life for righteousness. Is this your breadth of vision and awareness? Furthermore, regarding Jiraiya, she noted his reaction upon hearing of their teacher's demise. There was no hint of surprise. From that day forth, he must have anticipated this very outcome to establish the heart for heaven and earth, to give life to the populace, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, and to usher in peace for all generations. That I hope you can truly accomplish this. Otherwise, I, Tsunade, am not to be trifled with. Time passed, though its measure was lost, as each individual emerged from the chamber. Outside, Uehara Tsukimi's voice resonated at an opportune moment. Life is the most precious of gifts, and each individual possesses but one. Yet, ultimately, all shall meet death. This is the law of the universe, which even the sage cannot elude. Regardless of strength, status, lofty ideals, or steadfast resolve, irrespective of gender, nationality, or race, all shall ultimately return to dust, scattered by the winds. Upon understanding this, I recognize what I truly seek: the pursuit of life's value and the brilliance of death. For while the demise of the physical form is inevitable, the legacy of one's accomplishments may endure eternally. I hope that one day, when I reflect upon my past, I shall not regret a life squandered nor feel shame for a life of mediocrity. At the moment of my passing, I wish to proudly declare, my entire life and all my energy were devoted to the most magnificent and noble cause, the liberation of humanity and the advancement of society and civilization. This is my ambition. Now, you may reveal your answers. Will you take my head, or will you follow me in pursuit of that distant dream? Uehara's voice remained calm, devoid of any turbulence. Yet, at that moment, all who beheld the juxtaposed imagery experienced a surge of intense apprehension. Despite knowing that Uehara ultimately became Hokage and continues to thrive, and despite recognizing the unprecedented achievements he had garnered universal acclaim for, it was akin to reading a novel where the protagonist invariably succeeds. Yet, one's emotions still oscillate with the narrative's fluctuations. Faced with such a paragon, one who epitomizes perfection and has surpassed all expectations of a protagonist, even the slightest misstep in the storyline evokes a profound empathy within them, even more fervent than that of Uehara himself. Fortunately, their concerns proved to be unwarranted. As soon as Uehara's words concluded, a figure eagerly collapsed to the ground, exclaiming with a voice trembling with excitement, "Konoha's elite shinobi, Namake's Minato, pays homage to the Hokage. From this moment forth, I pledge unwavering loyalty, willing to face 1,000 deaths without regret." As Uehara's classmate, friend, and former rival, Minato had long prepared to make a pivotal statement. Yet now, every gesture, every utterance flowed from the depths of his heart, unfeigned and spontaneous. sparked by the grandeur and magnificence of the ideals laid before him. Even a completely unfamiliar individual finds it challenging to remain indifferent, let alone him. As the voice of bluffing Shueimin faded, an array of other sounds arose almost simultaneously. Chimu Shizuku expressed his willingness to follow. Before entering the secret chamber, Konoha's White Fang had appeared as if he were a soulless husk. Yet at this moment, he resembled a razor-sharp blade, so keen that it was nearly blinding. This man, a true believer in the crumbling will of fire who had been betrayed and abandoned by the higher-ups, had reforged his convictions, emerging more resolute than ever. As a teacher, it is only natural to support the ideals of one's disciple. I, Jiraiya, acknowledge you as the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Tears glistened in Jiraiya's eyes. Nothing brought him greater joy than witnessing the genuine hope for peace. No words could adequately describe the elation he felt at that moment. The choice to stake one's life on the path of a ninja is indeed brutal. But fortunately, he had placed his bet wisely. As a disciple, it is equally natural to support the aspirations of his mentor. Chimu Kakashi vowed to follow him to the death. The young rookie, still ungraduated from the ninja academy, gazed intently at his father. Upon witnessing White Fang's resurgence, he too adopted a cool demeanor, emulating him. Orokin, you possess far more gravitas than I had previously imagined. As a comrade, I am eager to witness what a truly immortal endeavor looks like. I look forward to your future, esteemed fourth Hokage. As one of the few who had not been completely brainwashed and who had rare insights into certain schemes, Orochimaru harbored no intentions of exposing the truth. Rather, he took a keen interest in fanning the flames. After Tsunade Hiruzen's demise, the former Hokage's disciple, who was the most likely candidate to inherit the Hokage title, indeed bolstered the confidence of many. Ha ha ha, this is the essence of passionate youth. I have found a new direction for my struggle, to manifest all my will and fervor for Lord Hokage. Might Guy's eyes brimmed with tears, his expression extraordinarily animated. As more individuals joined the fray, even those who harbored doubts or discontent regarding Uehara Tsukimi's actions against the third Hokage found themselves kneeling in acquiescence to the prevailing tide. This was not only because everyone present had already formed a bond with Uehara Tsukimi to some extent, but also due to the formidable forces gathered outside the secret chamber, which encompassed over 70% of Konoha's strength. The overwhelming recognition he received made it almost self-evident who would lead Konoha into the future. It could be said that the less astute were easily misled, while the wise would avoid unnecessary conflict. By the time they entered the secret chamber, the outcome had already been decided. Observing the collective reverence and submission to Uehara Tsukimi, aside from one particularly proud anomaly, the scene erupted into a spectacular crescendo. Although this was a comparative video featuring Tsunade, a certain individual's frequent appearances had rendered them the undeniable protagonist. Countless viewers from the ninja world were captivated as if engrossed in a riveting novel. From Uehara Tsukimi's interpretation of the prophecy of the great Toad Sage to his own insights on peace and the path to achieving it, culminating in his recognition as the soon-to-be fourth Hokage, poised to influence and guide the world. The pacing was brisk, the highlights plentiful, and the plot peaks numerous, all while provoking deep reflection and leaving them profoundly shaken. As the narrative unfolded, they fully immersed themselves in the emotions conveyed. They felt disheartened by Uehara Tsukimi's setbacks and elated by his triumphs. This moment, having reached the pinnacle of the first half of the story, the audience experienced a near-perfect resolution, akin to savoring a refreshingly chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day. Invigorating their very souls, an avalanche of comments flooded in, expanding the canvas exponentially. Among them, more than half sang Uehara Tsukimi's praises in every conceivable manner. A few dissenting voices emerged, proclaiming, "The ninja world s Tsunade Hiruzen. Spirit, this must be a conspiracy." He could not have garnered so much recognition in such a short time without prior scheming, only to be swiftly drowned out by a deluge of disparaging remarks. The remaining dissenters were venting against the F4, their emotions running high and their words increasingly unseemly. Viewers were exhilarated by the climactic turn of events, while above Konoha, Uehara Tsukimi's mood was equally splendid as a series of system notifications reverberated in his mind. Congratulations, host! You have successfully established a bond with the original ninja world Tsunade. Current bond level, 20. Reward, 10 to Super Sage Body Development. Current Sage Body Development. Super 75, Sage Body Level. Basic. Equivalent to the first Hokage. Super, equivalent to the Sage of Six Paths. Ultimate, equivalent to the ultimate evolution. Congratulations, host! You have successfully established a bond with the original ninja world's Uchiha Sasuke. Current bond level, 20. Reward, 5 to release Advanced Nature Transformation, Creation from Nothing Development. Current Creation from Nothing Development. 94. Congratulations, host! You have successfully established a bond with the original ninja world's Chimu Kakashi. Current bond level, 44. Reward, 5 chakra limit, 20 stage reward. Lightning release, special nature transformation. Purple lightning, 40 stage reward. Current total chakra, limit 1234. Purple lightning, a special nature transformation of lightning release, enhancing its cutting ability. Listening to the continuous stream of notifications. Uehara Tsukimi exerted great effort to refrain from bursting into laughter on the spot. To gain recognition from the system, which would yield rewards, the potential evaluation of the target must be at least A grade or higher. Over this prolonged period, he had nearly exhausted the resources of the current ninja world, leaving nothing more to harvest. Ordinary techniques could still be enhanced through training, while some special abilities simply did not exist in the ninja world and could only be obtained through system rewards. Though he was already invincible within the ninja realm, who would refuse greater strength? Moreover, the threat posed by the Otsutsuki clan still loomed, and no one knew how formidable the legendary Otsutsuki deity truly was. It was far too early to relax. The emergence of this comparative video had also introduced him to an entirely new ninja world, allowing for the establishment of bonds with identical characters twice. He didn't even need to operate personally. As the video played, he could flaunt his prowess while the bonds automatically connected. This was simply exhilarating. His gaze returned to the canvas. After receiving affirmative responses from everyone, Uehara Tsukimi sheathed the long sword resting on his knee, gradually rising to face the crowd, a hearty smile gracing his face. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, even having analyzed and calculated it dozens of times beforehand. Even in the face of countless ifs, at this very moment, a surge of heroic sentiment welled up within his heart. 13 years had passed, from that fateful encounter on the streets with a certain named Might Die, to finally attaining the coveted title of Hokage. A full 12 years had elapsed. Some might speculate that Uehara Tsukimi's machinations for today began with the humiliation of Kakashi Hitaki, while the more astute might trace it back to his apprenticeship under Jiraiya. Yet only he understood that it truly commenced with the successful establishment of his first bond. That year, he was but 5 years old. The concept of power is deceptively simple, yet profoundly intricate. Its simplicity lies in the essence of compelling others to submit to your will. Should one achieve mastery over another, be it person or object, one possesses dominion over them. However, the complexity arises in the art of inducing submission. Economic incentives, righteous causes, and idealistic pursuits can all achieve this end. Among these, the righteous cause embodies human sociability, reflecting emotional and belonging needs, which is currently monopolized by the existing elite, represented by the title of Hokage. A symbol of present-day justice, economic interests, on the other hand, signify human biological needs, encompassing material and energy requirements, yet they too are firmly grasped by the current power holders as vital instruments of maintaining status. As noted in the Zuwan, only names and tools cannot be entrusted to others. The name signifies the righteous cause, also known as morality, which the ancients held in high esteem, while the tools represent strength. Akin to swords, the F may not have heard this phrase, yet they undoubtedly comprehend a similar principle, which is precisely why others cannot compete with them. Uehara Tsukimi's sole option was the third pillar, the pursuit of ideals. Once physiological, safety, emotional, and esteem needs are fulfilled, the pinnacle of human aspiration becomes self-actualization. Ironically, this is where Sarutobi Hiruzen falters the most. His flawed will of fire would likely fool only a handful of elementary students in a previous life, as middle school curricula have already introduced rudimentary dragon-slaying techniques. Upon realizing this, Uehara Tsukimi discerned his lifelong ideal, the underlying theme that weaves through the narrative of Hokage, world peace. Peace was never his objective. Rather, it served as his instrument. Over 13 years, a certain individual had been systematically undermining the foundations of others, the future elite of Konoha, known and unknown, including those with immense potential yet to be realized. We're all drawn into the web of bonds he sought to establish. Among the previous generation were the legendary Sannin, Kakashi Hatake, Might Dai, and Uchiha Itachi. His contemporaries included Narashiku, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, Namikaze Minato, Hyuga Hinata, and Uzumaki Kushina, with younger figures like Aburame Shino, Yuhi Kurenai, and Might Guy in the mix. Although not everyone was entirely devoted to him, the majority held a favorable impression. Unbeknownst to them, Uehara Tsukimi had already executed a strategic encirclement akin to rural encroachment upon urban centers. With power over these key characters, he had, in a sense, already become indistinguishable from the Hokage. Today merely served as a concentrated reinforcement of all the bonds he had cultivated, coupled with a temporary manifestation of power. The next step would be to seize true names and tools entirely within his grasp. However, before that, a minor inconvenience needed addressing. Uehara Tsukimi shifted his stance, the sound of his wooden sandals resonating against the floor as he approached the only two individuals still standing at the scene. Tsunade crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance, her expression resolutely defiant. Yet, her attempt to project indifference only reinforced someone's conviction of her concern. What should one do when faced with a stubborn tsundere? The correct answer: approach boldly, disregarding all else, and shatter her facade without hesitation. Tsunade, you neither kill me nor bow to me. Why is that? My legs and arms are my own, so I shall neither kill nor bow. What can you do about it? Humph. As she spoke, a hint of pride crept into her smile, admitting to herself that she was captivated by Uehara Tsukimi's aspirations. His formidable charisma even stirred her heart. Most importantly, he had subtly instilled in her the notion of how inept and worthless Sarutobi Hiruzen and his F4 truly were. While the revelation was rather sudden, it was not beyond comprehension. However, considering her earlier fury, the swift capitulation seemed utterly out of character for the princess of Konoha. After all, if surrender came so easily, where would her dignity lie? Where would her pride be? As long as she did not concede, he would have no recourse. Surely, she wouldn't resort to a shinobi from the mountains to read her memories. Would she? Is that so? Uehara Tsukimi replied with a faint smile, performing an action that left everyone dumbfounded. He leaned forward, directly pressing his lips against Tsunade's. After a gentle touch, he withdrew without hesitation, leaving behind a flustered silhouette. Tsunade's smug expression instantly froze, her eyes widening in shock as she was left completely stupefied. By the time she registered what had transpired, the perpetrator had vanished without a trace. Whoa! Incredible! This marked the 7th time I've exclaimed in awe today. It truly is incredible. Does he not fear being struck down? I've learned my lesson. Next time I find someone to pursue, I hope the Hokage watches over me and that she doesn't strike too harshly. Surely, this is the scene everyone eagerly anticipates. Right? Take care. Only by flirting with death can one truly grasp the essence of life. Setting aside other matters, the courage exhibited by the Hokage is unrivaled throughout history, while others merely possess a modicum of bravery. He has a veritable individual thriving upon it, a timid inquiry. Does this approach even work? I can't shake the chill creeping down my spine. Indeed, it works. Trust me, it absolutely works. What if the ISNT struck down? What if? Uehara Tsukimi's sudden action astonished not only Tsunade, but also everyone else present. And one anticipated he would resort to such a breach of conduct, launching a surprise attack in this manner, directly catching everyone off guard. However, individuals like Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi, and Narashiku quickly regained their composure, redirecting their focus to the intricate patterns of the floor beneath them. Uzumaki Kushina pouted, seemingly displeased, yet remained silent. After all, Uehara had never concealed his inclinations. Exposure to such antics had rendered her somewhat desensitized. Only Jiraiya, his eyes transformed into wide circles, one hand trembling as he pointed towards Uehara Tsukimi's escape route, while the other hung agape, emitting incoherent sounds at His exaggerated expressions and movements made it impossible for anyone to overlook him. Yet in the next instant, he suddenly soared into the air, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud before gradually sliding down to the ground. Unconscious that it's all your fault. You perverted old man. You've corrupted Uehara. Tsunade's fists clenched tightly, her expression darkening. An observer, she appeared unchanged. Yet only she knew the intensity of her heartbeat at that moment. Had it not been for her chakra, suppressing the unusual response coursing through her, her cheeks would have undoubtedly flushed a vivid crimson by now. Meanwhile, the others hearing Tsunade's voice could only twitch their lips in disbelief. Even the barrage of comments fell into a momentary silence. Here is Uehara Tsukimi, who at 7 years old declared his intent to marry 20 wives, and he needs to be corrupted by someone else. His illustrious name and legendary exploits are well known even among many ninjas from other villages. Although the ninja world does not adhere strictly to a monogamous system, it is predominantly the lords or nobles who take multiple wives. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Not only are exceptional female ninjas few and far between, but rarity also enhances their value, resulting in very few who would willingly share a husband. Furthermore, as tools and weapons, ninjas are expected to restrain their desires and uphold the way of the ninja, even suppressing their basic appetites, let alone indulging in other detrimental vices that in fact, some ninja villages and organizations may strip away the individuality of their ninjas. Characters like Uehara Tsukimi, who blatantly disregard rules and follow their own whims, are indeed like scorpions, uniquely toxic. While the audience inundated the screen with sympathy for Jiraiya, the scene abruptly transitioned to the next phase. In the early hours before dawn had fully broken, a shadowy figure stealthily slipped out from the gates of Konoha and swiftly maneuvered through the surroundings, soon having distanced herself from the detection range of the Great Barrier and patrolling guards. Tsunade halted her run, dispelled her transformation technique, and exhaled deeply in an instant. Her tense expression transformed into one of carefree nonchalance as she strolled leisurely through the woods. With a playful demeanor, she even plucked a wildflower by the roadside to inhale its fragrance. However, at that moment, something caught her attention, and her previously relaxed countenance abruptly stiffened. At the end of the path stood 2 figures, one tall and one small. The taller figure had his hands in his pockets. Facing away from Tsunade, his stylish god robe billowing gently in the breeze. The words Fourth Hokage were emblazoned in bold gold letters, exuding a fierce and domineering aura unique to Uehara. The shorter figure was a little girl, clutching a large package, her expression taut as she scanned the surroundings anxiously. They've come, the girl exclaimed, prompting Uehara Tsukimi to turn back with a smile. With a light touch of his toes, he appeared before certain someone who was clearly trying to maintain a facade of stubbornness despite the awkwardness. I just couldn't sleep, so I came out for some fresh air, Tsunade remarked. That's quite all right, Uehara replied with a gentle smile, revealing a warmth that was distinctly different from his usual demeanor. In that moment, he radiated a comforting warmth akin to the rising sun, soothing yet not blindingly bright. As he spoke, he took the package from the little girl and began retrieving its contents. A black scroll detailed an S-rank long-term investigation mission, bearing the Hokage's seal and signature, in times of need. It could be used to summon and assign nearby Konoha ninjas. You can peruse it when you have the time. If not, then so be it. The white scroll contained the flower wine he had brewed himself, 3 varieties, each with 10 jars. The osmanthus wine was soft in taste, with a delicate and rich aroma, lingering with a hint of sweetness, and a moderate alcohol content, perfect for savoring in a picturesque setting. The rose wine, made with cold spring water, carried a chilling and fierce essence. Yet when consumed, it felt like being engulfed in flames, a duality of ice and fire, ideal for drowning sorrows. The peach blossom wine struck a balance between the two. Sweet and fragrant, neither too bland nor overly intense that in hot weather it could be chilled, or the bottle could be submerged in warm water for a comforting drink. And this bracelet, I crafted it according to your preferences, using 12 specially made dice and a jade pendant. The faces of the dice are inscribed with numerous sealing runes, each serving a different purpose, activated by infusing chakra. As for the pendant, it is a space sealing item. Though small, it is sufficient for storing emergency supplies that IT also serves as my flying thunder god mark. When wrapped in chakra, I can sense it and will respond without hesitation when needed. This is a seasoning I developed. Use it sparingly, as it cannot be found elsewhere. This is called high-heeled shoes, and this is a special type of pants I call stockings, accompanied by corresponding shorts and a top, making a complete set. It serves no significant purpose, but I believe you would look stunning in it. I had intended to gift it to you on your birthday, but it seems that day may not come. Uehara Tsukimi, resembling a treasure-filled child, continued to extract item after item from the package. Tsunade's gaze flickered as she hesitated to speak, feeling an inexplicable oddness about Uehara today, unable to pinpoint what was amiss. It was as if, in some intangible way, something unfortunate was unfolding. Minutes passed, and seeing Uehara still rummaging through the items, Tsunade quickly reached out to stop him. All right. I merely went out for a stroll. It is not like I'm dying. Why are you acting like a mother hen? This is not your style. However, she was utterly unprepared for the moment she reached out, as Uehara's gentle and warm smile suddenly appeared strained. As if he were forcing himself to smile despite being unable to genuinely do so. 2 tears slid down his cheeks, quickly wiped away, yet Tsunade's keen perception as an S-rank ninja caught the subtle shift. Tsunade's earlier impatience transformed into alarm. Wait, are you crying? In her memory, Uehara had exhibited extraordinary wisdom from a young age, appearing remarkably mature beyond his years. It was nearly impossible to find the childish innocence typical of his age in him. He always had his own rationale for everything, often surprising others with his insights. Even on the topic of world peace, he could articulate his perspective. This was the first time she had witnessed tears on his face, a rarity that left her astonished and at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Uehara, unfazed, resumed his warm smile and said, "By the way, this child's name is Kato Shizen, the niece of the late Jonin Kato Datsu, and one of the few surviving orphans of the Kato clan. I have assessed her. Her talent in medical ninjutsu is remarkably high. Having her by your side as a companion would be beneficial. Given your personality, it would be quite challenging for you to manage without a suitable person to handle trivial matters." With that, Uehara Tsukimi beamed once more, without a hint of hesitation, and activated his body flicker technique. Swiftly departing towards Konoha, his tears not only dismantled Tsunade as emotional defenses, but also left countless viewers in utter disbelief. Uehara's typical demeanor had always been characterized by dominance, strength, and an unwavering presence. Coupled with his formidable abilities, it was rare for him to encounter setbacks. Thus, when they witnessed the Uehara in the video, tear-streaked yet still forcing a gentle smile, their eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly the same Hokage who, at a moment's notice, could unleash fury and violence, even going so far as to display his opponent's severed head at the Hokage building with a cigarette in hand? Yet after the shock, the next reaction was an overwhelming sense of heartache. As though their hearts were gripped tightly, leaving them breathless to witness such a domineering figure, one strong enough to openly slay a Hokage and then nonchalantly smoke outside the Hokage building. Reduced to tears was a profound expression of sorrow and grief. What could have transpired to elicit such a reaction from someone so resolute? Many situations hinge on contrast, and while others might evoke dismissive comments, the sight of someone like Uehara exhibiting such vulnerability felt entirely different. Some began to disparage Tsunade in the comments, believing this ignorant woman was somewhat ungrateful. Observers were heartbroken. Tsunade, as the person involved, felt the weight of emotion even more acutely. Put it bluntly, she felt an overwhelming urge to abandon everything and embrace Uehara tightly, giving him everything he desired. What did it matter if he had a few more wives? In the capital of the Land of Fire, such nobles abound. Wait a moment, Tsunade suddenly interjected, her voice cutting through the air, as she revealed a radiant smile under Uehara's puzzled gaze. With a swift gesture, she formed a series of hand seals, enveloping the unique garments contained within Shizun's wrapping in a gentle green chakra. In the blink of an eye, the verdant glow flickered, causing Tsunade's ample green robe and black ninja pants to gracefully cascade to the ground. In their place emerged a striking ensemble of ultra-short attire. Black stockings, high heels, and a crop top that revealed her midriff. An entire outfit meticulously designed and crafted by Uehara. Oh, you think it looks good? Tsunade asked, extending her arms and twirling on her toes. Her cheeks bore a bright smile, and a hint of rosy hue had crept in, enhancing her allure to that moment. Tsunade was nothing short of breathtaking, her figure, beauty, and the tailored attire, accentuating her every advantage. The fleeting moment of feminine shyness, a desire to charm, transformed her into an exquisite weapon, akin to a beam of sunlight piercing through darkness, leaving an indelible impression on all who beheld her. Uehara was momentarily entranced, his expression frozen in awe, eyes aglowed. Is it beautiful? Tsunade's voice, laced with a touch of bashfulness, drew Uehara forth without a hint of hesitation. In an instant, he enveloped her waist in a firm embrace, lifting her chin with one hand, and pressed his lips against hers. Not a mere brush, but a passionate, unrestrained kiss. Time slipped away, and perhaps sensing the brewing storm of emotions in her, Uehara pulled away, tears streaming down his face, a resolute smile gracing his lips. Take care of yourself. I must go. In the moments not captured on film, Uehara, embodying a serpentine spirit, licked his lips with a self-satisfied grin, his face radiating triumph and a certain intoxication with the memory, devoid of any sorrow. Long before, he had recognized that Tsunade was no ordinary woman. Her identity, status, power, and beauty, coupled with her illustrious accomplishments, set her apart. With such a wealth of pride, it was clear that winning her heart would not be a simple endeavor, particularly for Uehara, who was already entangled with several beautiful companions. That Tsunade's inherent resistance, even disdain, toward him complicated matters further. Thus, he needed to employ bold strategies, his recent performance, a gift, the unintentional tears, and that final, unexpected act, was merely to sow a seed in her heart. This seed would take root, sprout, and eventually blossom into a towering tree, bearing rich fruits. The day of fruition would not be far off. How shameless of you, Tsunade muttered, her tone laced with dissatisfaction after a prolonged silence. Yet, even her complaint lacked the fiery spirit she was known for. Her voice softer, almost playful, that moment. An unsettling premonition began to take shape in her heart, a feeling that had been brewing but had never been as clear as it was now. Uehara's last smile replayed in her mind, reminiscent of countless farewells she had witnessed during the Second Ninja World War. Those eyes and expressions filled with the essence of parting. But had he not become Hokage? With his strength, what threats could possibly endanger one of such caliber? With the powers of light release, the 8 gates, sage techniques, flying thunder god, sealing techniques, and an immense chakra reserve, even the return of her grandfather and Uchiha Bido would yield uncertain outcomes. Confusion swirled in Tsunade's mind, a sentiment echoed by countless viewers of the video. Though fleeting, Uehara's last glance was captured in detail, and the audience noted the profound longing in his eyes, the struggle to sever emotional ties despite a deep-seated attachment. This moment struck a chord within the viewers, silencing even the most ardent admirers of Tsunade's transformation. The tenderness of a hardened warrior became all the more poignant when stripped bare, evoking heart-wrenching emotions. Although the truth remained elusive, Uehara had transformed into a giant bearing the burdens of the abyss, all while bestowing warmth and smiles upon the world and those he cherished. What truly transpired remained a mystery. Even in his youth, threats to the Hokage were nearly non-existent, save for those beyond the ninja realm. Years passed, and Uehara remained well, suggesting that troubles had been resolved. The weight of the Hokage's role was indeed a heavy one. Tsunade recalled the 4th Hokage's words. The crown elevates its bearer, symbolizing power and status. Yet, its true essence lies in shielding you from calamities, ensuring you see only golden hope. She had disregarded these words then. But their significance resonated deeply now. The solitary burden of the Hokage in darkness revealed the true meaning of their role. Countless speculations arose, yet not a single individual ventured to provide a definitive answer. Most conjectures appeared wildly implausible. That moment, Tsunade, embodying her original self, interjected, "How curious. Why are the comments from mere J-nin and ninjas from your world? Where are your 7 ninja swordsmen? Come forth and explain." As it was her comparative video, her curiosity about the alternate version of herself and her relationship with Uehara was piqued. Her inquiry prompted an immediate realization among those engaged in discussion. The previously vibrant Orochimaru and other top-tier ninja had seemingly vanished at this critical juncture. The escalating anxiety among the crowd intensified. Under normal circumstances, if all were well, Uehara and his subordinates would rush to alleviate concerns. Yet those privy to the truth remained silent, hinting at a situation far more dire than anyone had imagined. In that moment, another prominent figure emerged. The original Uchiha, Obito. In spirit, I believe, I comprehend the situation. He laughed heartily. Uehara, your resilience truly surprises me. Yet, thwarting me will not be an easy feat. I look forward to the moment when your blood runs a little hotter in challenge. With fervent eyes, Uchiha Obito gazed at the unfolding scenes, a raucous laughter escaping him as his mouth stretched into a grin that seemed to elongate his entire visage. According to the information provided at the onset of this narrative, the changes within the alternate ninja world began with Uehara's birth. At that time, he had already completed the most pivotal step of his grand design, seizing Hashirama's power and awakening the Rinnegan. Even if subsequent events diverged due to Uehara's emergence, he trusted that the alternate version of himself would orchestrate everything flawlessly, believing only the powers of the Rinnegan could navigate such complexities. Only the strength of him, the Asura of the ninja world, is worthy of being feared by someone of Uehara Shimi's caliber. What further solidified Uchiha Madara's conviction was a prior exchange between the two, conducted through a barrage of messages. Is reality merely filled with helplessness, suffering, and emptiness? I am most curious as to how you arrive at such a conclusion. Is it merely through solitary contemplation in a dark cave? Furthermore, even on the same tree, no two leaves are identical. Among the myriad of people in this world, the aspirations of individuals are as diverse as the stars. Your dream is peace, while his is war. It longs to dominate and wield power over all beings, while he yearns for unrestrained freedom. Not everyone aspires to truth, goodness, and beauty. Dreams often clash. The world you envision, a perfect realm devoid of war, pain, and failure, where only victors exist, a domain of love and peace, can only exist in illusions. This statement contains two pivotal points: the rhetorical question about solitary imagination in a dark cave, and the assertion that such a world cannot exist outside of Jinjutsu. The very means he intends to employ to achieve world peace is the ultimate Jinjutsu, infinite Tsukimi. Initially perceived as mere coincidence, it now appears that Uehara Shimi has uncovered something significant. Uchiha Madara is genuinely excited. Aside from Heisei Mama, he is on the verge of acquiring a new rival, a S1 who once declared that this world is too small and barely sufficient for his own endeavors. The essence of battle, or rather, the proclivity for conflict, is etched into his very bloodline. He eagerly anticipates that celebrated Uehara Shimi will bring him a long-awaited surprise, that a single stone stirs 1,000 waves. The moment Uchiha Madara spoke, countless spirits were instantly invigorated. The substance of his words carried immense weight, particularly the second, which nearly laid bare the fact that the individual posing a threat to Uehara Shimi is none other than Uchiha Madara himself. Moreover, this threat remains unmitigated, that in an instant, the collective memory of those present harkened back to a previous debate conducted via barrage, during which Uchiha Madara proclaimed his intention to fabricate a truly perfect world devoid of war, pain, and failure, where only victors exist. This claim was subsequently refuted by Uehara Shimi. In a flash, a torrent of messages erupted. Original Senja Hashirama, Spirit Madara, what on earth is happening? What are you scheming? Original Senju Tobarama, Spirit truly the malevolent Uchiha. I knew there was no good to be had. Original Noki, wasn't Uchiha Madara long dead? The barrage still bears the mark of the deceased. Original Chiyo, Spirit, it must be a resurrection technique. My old wife once developed a special jutsu to grant true life to puppets, which could also be used to revive the dead. Though my technique can only resurrect those who have just perished, and the body must remain intact, consuming all of my life force in the process, it at least proves that resurrecting the deceased is not mere fantasy. given Uchiha Madara's stature as one of the Warring States' dual heroes. It is not far-fetched to believe he could discover or create a similar technique. Original Senju Tobarama. Spirit, it could also be impure world reincarnation, but if that's the case, my brother and I, along with others, could return as well. That I know Orochimaru has mastered and even improved this technique. He summoned me once. Original Minato Namikaze. Spirit, let me share some intelligence. The fifth Hokage and all of Konoha and the ninja world. Take heed. My disciple, Uchiha Obito, is not dead. Not only is he alive, but he has also awakened the legendary eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, possessing exceedingly rare spatial abilities, that he was the one who controlled the Nine Tails assault on Konoha. And he once referred to himself as Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's pronouncement has drawn the gaze of the masses, and many harbor a sense of foreboding that Chiyo's interjection has escalated the intensity of the debate to another peak. In the realm of the deceased, countless spirits once again reminisce about that terrifying era shrouded by Susanoo and the Great Buddha, whether deemed the god of ninjas or the Asura of the ninja world. Both emerge from the battleground that a general triumph is built upon the bones of countless fallen, and how much more so for such a figure who altered the very fabric of the era? If such a being were to be resurrected, it is difficult to fathom how reality would respond in the tangible world. The conjecture that Uchiha Madara may possess a technique to resurrect himself elicits profound shock and trepidation among the populace. After all, this is Uchiha Madara. A name carries weight, a shadow follows. Even those who have never faced his towering and terrifying presence can still envision the remnants of the Valley of the End. However, while others remain shaken, a peculiar entity, shrouded in darkness and barely resembling a human, can no longer contain its disdain. Uchiha Madara, are you out of your mind? Are you really insane? Are you truly mad? The plan has reached a critical juncture, and the sudden emergence of some nonsensical world will only serve to complicate matters further. Must you speak? Must you? Black Zetsu roars, a great fury reddening his visage. A millennium has passed. 1 full 1,000 years he has served these naive Asuras and the erratic Indra for over 1,000 years. Heaven knows how he has endured this span, each time, without fail. Something goes awry. This time, he finally glimpsed hope. The pivotal and arduous Rinnegan has been fused. All that remains is to await Uchiha Madara's resurrection, gather the tailed beasts, and unleash infinite Tsukimi to achieve monumental success. Yet that familiar sensation has returned yet again. Uchiha Madara casually utters a phrase, and his true intentions are swiftly unraveled by the powerful beings of the ninja world. His entire scheme is on the brink of unraveling. He yearns to cleave open Uchiha Madara's skull to see what truly resides within. No, I cannot sit idly by. I must take action. Black Zetsu curses. The denizens of the ninja world are filled with apprehension. Suddenly, another Uchiha Madara, with lightning speed, unleashes a series of messages. Each one is so shocking, bizarre, and perplexing that it defies comprehension. Ninja world Uchiha Madara. Spirit, I am not. I have not. Do not speak nonsense. Ninja world Uchiha Madara. Spirit, I must clarify here that I have no connection with that bastard who claims to be Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, I warn you not to speak carelessly. I will sue you for defamation. Do you understand? I will sue you for defamation. Uehara, he is defaming me. He is slandering me. Ninja world Uchiha Madara. Spirit Uchiha Madara. I demand that you confess within half an hour in the barrage. Do not even think about running away. Do not think about sending a substitute to wander aimlessly. Do not think about having a substitute resurrect you to create chaos. If I see you, I will eliminate you in an instant. Ninja world Uchiha Madara. Spirit, I hold no allegiance to evil. This series of statements from the current ninja world Uchiha Madara astonishes everyone. Almost everyone who witnesses these messages, be they human or summoning beast, living or deceased, ninja or warrior, or even ordinary folk, shares a unified expression and gaze. It is as if they have encountered something extraordinarily strange and astonishing. Mouths agape, eyes glazed, pupils constricted, expressions frozen, bodies rendered immobile. The intensity of their emotional upheaval causes the previously explosive barrage to vanish without a trace in the realm of the departed. The utterances of Ninja World Uchiha Madara caused the once laughing original Uchiha Madara's smile to freeze. What is this? Shouldn't you consider what you are saying? Upon regaining his composure, he is filled with unrestrained anger and a hint of frantic curiosity. What has Uehara Tsukimi done to another version of himself? On the canvas, the silence of the barrage endured for a full 3 seconds. It was only after this brief interlude that someone could no longer contain their astonishment that this. A forgery. Is that truly Uchiha Madara? Surely, no one would dare impersonate him, right? I must be blind, or perhaps I've fallen victim to an illusion. Honestly, who would concoct such a tedious and absurd jinjutsu, so easily exposed? The realm of shinobi seems to lack a certain chill. No, my friend, where has your defiance gone? I would appreciate it if you could revert to that previous demeanor of yours. Even Uchiha Madara are not a target. Just how formidable must a force foe be? Yet, why does this evoke a sense of cruelty within me? Transforming the battlefield into such a spectacle must have been a captivating process. Wouldn't you agree? Strangely enough, I find myself yearning to watch a comparative video of Uchiha Madara. Haha, brothers and sisters, let's rally behind the esteemed Hokage with fervor. Regardless of the speculations and debates amongst the crowd, the video on the canvas continued unabated. Since Tsunade departed from Konoha, she too had wandered among mortals. Her trajectory nearly indistinguishable from that of the original Tsunade in the primal shinobi world. However, unlike the former Tsunade, who had merely sought to escape her inner torment and drift aimlessly, this version of Tsunade clearly embraced joy and freedom. Her entire demeanor exuding a stark contrast to her former self. Each day, this Tsunade explored various locales, casinos, bars, cities, mountains, rivers, forests, renowned landscapes, and a myriad of perilous and treacherous sights. From the eastern reaches of the land of water to the northern expanse of the land of snow. From the eastern territory of the land of wind to places so remote they nearly transcended the maps of the shinobi world, each step echoed her presence. She seemed to measure the entirety of the shinobi realm with her feet. Her formidable prowess rendered her nearly impervious to danger, adeptly navigating all unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, she diligently fulfilled the tasks entrusted to her by Uehara Tsukimi, while also mentoring Cat Shizen. Naturally, she occasionally dealt with bandits, taught a few ruffians a lesson, or outwitted unscrupulous merchants and bothersome aristocrats. One could say she lived with unbridled freedom, experiencing life to its fullest. The viewers, too, felt a twinge of envy, compared to the grim reality of bloodshed. Tsunade's life appeared utterly idyllic, embodying the essence of a perfect existence in every conceivable way. Sampling diverse cuisines, immersing herself in the unique customs and cultures, and even engaging in acts of chivalry. She was the envy of all. Even in Uehara Tsukimi's past life, amidst an explosion of information where every landscape could be found online in a dazzling array of images and videos, a similar lifestyle was highly coveted. Outdoor adventures, cycling, and RV travel were immensely popular in various programs and platforms. Not to mention, in the culturally barren shinobi world, such envy and longing flooded the entire canvas. The original Tsunade, who had traversed the shinobi world for nearly 2 decades, gazed with a momentary daze. Though the scenery remained the same, the emotional resonance was vastly different. While one version of herself could lose herself completely in the experience, she found herself trudging through each day, oblivious to the beauty around her, neglecting to notice any specialties in food or culture. Tsunade's days of wandering persisted for a full 5 years. In this time, Shizen had blossomed from a young girl into a graceful young woman, her fair, long legs standing confidently before the camera. Yet Tsunade remained unchanged. In the current video, a vast expanse of azure sea surrounded a small boat, only 5 or 6 meters long, gently swaying with the waves. At the bow of the boat, Tsunade held a jar of sake aloft, shaking it lightly, her mouth agape below, ready to catch the flowing liquid. Once the last drop of sake had fallen, she tossed the jar aside and remarked with a hint of longing. "Shizen, do you think I should return? After all, it has been 5 years, and that fellow's 5-year plan is coming to an end. As Konoha, it would be proper for me to return and hear the report and offer some suggestions. Don't you think? Beside her, Shizen pursed her lips slightly, thinking to herself, is that truly for Konoha? I almost feel embarrassed to point it out. However, suppressing her inner critique, she replied earnestly, it is indeed time to return. The Hokage will likely be quite pleased. Not that it was for that individual. She could tell he would take advantage of her the moment they met, his thoughts a mystery. All of this was Jiraiya's fault. If it weren't for him corrupting Uehara Tsukimi, Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Shizen, her gaze sharp and threatening. Yet, while she spoke, her mind wandered back to the moment 5 years prior, when that resolute gaze had nearly suffocated her. Over these 5 years, she had kept a watchful eye on Uehara Tsukimi. Although the Senju clan had been disbanded by her great-uncle, and many had perished in the Second Great Ninja War and Tsurutobi's would release plan, the roots of the clan ran deep, allowing some shadows to persist. Periodically, significant events in Konoha and the shinobi world, as well as Uehara Tsukimi's movements, were relayed to her through a special channel. This was the reason she could roam freely for 5 years. She knew that both Uehara Tsukimi and Konoha were not only safe, but thriving increasingly well. This individual had single-handedly subdued the 4 great ninja villages, bringing what should have been a prolonged Third Great Ninja War to an end in just a couple of years. Moreover, he had initiated profound reforms in Konoha, even completely rebuilding the village. Rumor had it that many new technologies were employed, leading to the emergence of numerous novel inventions that, of course, some of the most crucial matters for him were not overlooked. Mikoto and Kushina had both become pregnant, each giving birth to a son named Kamiyama Naruto and Kamiyama Sasuke, respectively. The Uchiha clan had even sent a girl named Uchiha Ayara to his side, and that rascal had brazenly accepted her without hesitation. Truly infuriating. When the opportunity arose, she would ensure he received a thorough beating. Additionally, she had heard he had taken on several disciples, including Hatake Kakashi, Yuvi Kurenai, Might Guy, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Hayashi, and Kisho Aoba, all of whom seemed to possess considerable renown. Furthermore, the Uchiha dilemma, which had eluded the second and third Hokages, was swiftly resolved under his leadership. Everything seemed to be progressing toward an unprecedentedly positive direction, far beyond what anyone could have imagined. That fellow must be feeling quite self-satisfied now. Wouldn't you agree? Contemplating this, Tsunade could not help but allow a subtle smile to grace her features. As a Hokage, the achievements of Uehara undoubtedly surpassed the imaginations of both herself and all his supporters. He fulfilled his promises with a swiftness that was almost breathtaking. For Tsunade herself, returning from the distant, uncharted seas even further east than the land of water, to Konoha was no trivial task. However, the video served merely as a transition, and soon the grand gates of Konoha loomed before her. This was the first appearance of Konoha 5 years later, instantly igniting a fervor among the viewers. To elaborate, it plunged all the inhabitants of the original shinobi world into profound astonishment. Gone was the dilapidated wooden door that had stood just moments before. In its place rose an imposing wall exceeding 20 meters in height. This was not constructed from ordinary soil, nor did it resemble typical Earth-style techniques. Instead, it gleamed with a polished jade-like luster, adorned with intricate patterns and depictions of various mythical beasts, rendering it a spectacle of unparalleled beauty. 2 colossal bronze gates, entirely forged from metal, were enveloped within this magnificent wall. Above the gates stood a gatehouse no less grand than a villa, where vigilant ninjas from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans patrolled. This singular image was sufficient to showcase the remarkable and transformative changes Konoha had undergone over the past 5 years. As she entered through the gates, the scene within was nothing short of revolutionary. Construction sites sprawled across the landscape, with numerous buildings, including the Hokage Tower, Ninja Academy, and various districts, razed to the ground. Countless workers and ninjas diligently toiled, sweat pouring down their brows as they passionately erected new homes. Surrounding them were rows of brand-new structures, each entirely distinct in style from their predecessors, appearing as if they had emerged from the realm of myth, exquisite to a degree that defied belief. The innovative and audacious designs, unconventional materials, and strikingly pleasing forms paired with vibrant color schemes, revealed the vast ambition and grandeur of the architect behind this transformation. Tsunade activated her body flicker technique, effortlessly leaping to Konoha's renowned landmark, the Hokage Rock. Standing atop the head of Sarutobi Hiruzen, she gazed out over the entirety of Konoha. Despite having heard of Konoha's changes through intelligence reports, she found herself momentarily spellbound. It was magnificent, grand, imposing, and beautiful, like a celestial paradise. Faced with a multitude of unexpected sights that had never before existed in her consciousness, Tsunade struggled to find the words to encapsulate the Konoha before her. Yet, she was acutely aware that throughout the entire shinobi world, there was no other place that could rival this. Was this the transformation heralded by the Child of Prophecy? Tsunade's murmurs echoed the sentiments of countless inhabitants of the original shinobi world. At that moment, their envy of the current shinobi world and their admiration for Uehara reached a pinnacle. Their own Konoha, even after a decade, remained unchanged, even after the turmoil of the Ninetales incident. The rebuilt structures mirrored their former selves. What once seemed unremarkable now evoked profound disappointment and sorrow within her heart. Many suddenly realized that under the reign of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha had not seen a single new development for decades. It was no wonder that Orochimaru, in his treachery, likened Konoha to a motionless windmill, devoid of any value to behold. Truly, it had become excessively antiquated and stagnant. While Tsunade marveled at the changes in Konoha, Uehara happened to glance toward Hokage Rock from within a newly constructed villa. In that fleeting moment, a look of delight appeared on his face, quickly morphing into a rather mischievous grin. Has he finally returned? The web I have woven for so long is ready to be unleashed. Tsunade, come to my domain post-haste. Tsunade did not linger atop Hokage Rock for long. She casually seized a passing ninja in the street, inquiring about the Hokage's residence before making a beeline for Uehara villa. Upon catching sight of the uniquely striking architecture that stood in stark contrast to everything else in the shinobi world, her flawless visage, devoid of any imperfection, suddenly lit up with excitement, her eyes shimmering with a green glint. It was as if a gaunt, famished wolf had spotted a delectable feast. The unmasked yearning in her expression might lead an observer to think she intended to devour a human. Not only was her expression animated, but her pace quickened as well, until she transformed into a mere blur. Hey, Uehara brat, hurry up and bring out your hidden fine wine for me. I am determined to indulge in a grand revelry today. It has been half a month since I last savored the taste of alcohol. Do you have any idea how I've endured these past few days? Why are you standing there dazed? Don't you recognize me? Open the door. Open the door. Oh, never mind. I'll do it myself. Tsunade's voice, filled with exhilaration, echoed closer even before she arrived. Her intense craving for alcohol, particularly the potent brew crafted by Uehara, was so overwhelming that she could hardly wait for the on-duty Umbu to greet her, let alone relay internal communications. With a resounding crash, a door shattered into fragments. Yet, as the door crumbled, the excitement on Tsunade's face abruptly froze, replaced by a profound shock. Beneath the canvas of this unfolding scene, innumerable spectators widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions exaggerated. Within the courtyard stood Uehara, bare-chested, clad only in loose-fitting shorts, his streamlined muscles bulged, resembling steel reinforcements, exuding an indescribable wildness and strength that delivered a powerful visual impact. Most astonishing, however, was his skin, smooth as jade, radiating a crystalline sheen akin to a magnificent work of art. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly left everyone astounded was that Uehara stood beneath a colossal metallic framework, gripping a pair of metal rings slightly wider than his shoulders as he slowly lifted a massive square lead block, each side measuring over 5 meters. His entire form was enveloped in a radiant, golden glow, with countless tiny sparks of electricity flickering around him, producing a crisp, crackling sound. The density of lead is approximately 11.3, and with a side length of 5 meters, the volume calculates to 125 cubic meters, resulting in a total weight exceeding 1,400 tons. In an instant, Tsunade calculated the weight of the lead block Uehara was hoisting. This magnitude had completely surpassed her own extraordinary strength. Yet, even extraordinary strength relied on chakra for temporary bursts, not on consistent physical power. Witnessing Uehara Tsukimi gritting his teeth, his face contorted in a grimace as he laboriously raised the intimidating lead block, an object that sent shivers down one's spine merely by looking at it. Tsunade felt her capacity for thought dissipate. Her gaze became vacant, her expression entirely entranced, to the point that she forgot the words she had intended to utter. The barrage of comments from viewers mirrored her own astonishment. Was this truly a human feat? The sheer enormity of the lead block being lifted by sheer human effort was unfathomable. Having just calculated that the weight of this lead block was at least 1,400 tons. It was a terrifying reality. Incredible, the murmurs spread. The legendary third Hokage could withstand tailed beasts, and the fourth Hokage was no less formidable than the beasts themselves. Such a level of strength rendered physical techniques insurmountable. The esteemed Hokage truly possesses an undeniable charm. One cannot help but wonder about the secrets behind such impeccable skincare. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, a sudden upheaval occurred on the arena. Without warning, the golden electric aura enveloping Kamiyama Shimi dissipated, causing his body to plummet towards the ground as if robbed of all strength. The massive lead block he had been holding came crashing down with tremendous force. Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically. Her chakra surged beneath her feet as she prepared to intervene. However, just as she took a step forward, the descending lead block was abruptly arrested mid-air by the mechanical apparatus of the metallic framework. A sigh of relief escaped Tsunade, yet in the next moment, her face contorted with fury as she exclaimed, "Is this chaos truly necessary?" With light release, Jinjutsu, and the flying thunder god technique, how many formidable opponents remain in this ninja realm? Why must you endure such hardship? As she spoke, her pupils constricted once more, and her expression faltered. There on the ground, Kamiyama Shimi lay, his skin marred by crimson threads that appeared to weave intricately across his body, creating a disconcerting illusion of being pieced together by countless fragile shards of porcelain. As if a mere touch could reduce him to dust, Tsunade's countenance paled. As a medical ninja, and one of the most skilled, she was acutely aware of the implications of such a condition. This peculiar symptom could only manifest from the complete tearing of muscle tissue. Moreover, the damage was not localized, but rather encompassed every muscle in his body. Utterly ravaged, as if the very fabric of his being had been obliterated at that moment. As if anticipating the crisis, two medical ninjas clad in white coats sprang forth, their palms glowing with a verdant light as they gently pressed against Kamiyama's legs. "Step aside," Tsunade commanded, effortlessly sending the two medical ninjas sprawling to the ground beside her. Following this, a far more potent and vibrant chakra of yang release emanated from her palms upon initiating treatment. Tsunade's astonishment grew exponentially. The gravity of Kamiyama's condition was far more severe than she had initially perceived, were it not for his inherent vitality and the meticulous handling of his injuries. His life could indeed have been at stake. Furthermore, the resilience of his muscle and bone structure surpassed her imagination, indicating that similar training was not a novel endeavor for him. Such prowess could only be achieved through years, if not decades, of relentless perseverance, consistently shattering limits and pushing the boundaries of physical endurance. Feeling the extent of Kamiyama's internal devastation, even Tsunade, with her formidable heart, could not restrain the tears that welled in her eyes. What was the purpose of this? Why go to such lengths? Kamiyama, hearing her words, could only smile wryly. "Oh, you think I desire this? Alas, the trees wish for tranquility, yet the winds persist. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Has the wine been consumed? I prepared it for you 4 years ago, and now it has nearly aged into a fine vintage." As he spoke, Kamiyama's expression transformed suddenly, adopting the demeanor of a doting father indulging a mischievous daughter, aware of her ulterior motives, yet unperturbed. Having already prepared for the inevitable and finding joy in the anticipation of being plundered. This instant touched Tsunade's heart profoundly. The system categorizes an actor's performance into 5 tiers. Ordinary, lacking depth, barely embodying the role, performances riddled with flaws that disrupt immersion. For instance, Might Guy's deception. adequate, sufficiently completing the role, though lacking in technical finesse, emotions conveyed in a straightforward manner, devoid of layers. Neither impressive nor disengaging, such as others' deceptions, standard, competently fulfilling the role, accurately expressing emotions, mastering various elements including demeanor, presence, gaze, expression, tone, and movement, effortlessly portraying the desired state while maintaining a natural flow, yet still lacking in depth. As seen with the third Hokage as deception. Outstanding. Seamlessly embodying the character, believing in the role wholeheartedly, with no discernible flaws. A perfect performance that establishes a unique style, possessing a powerful emotional resonance. Mastery over all factors required for performance, rendering it instinctual and effortless, exemplified by Kamiyama Shimi's honesty. Divine, surpassing perfection, an ethereal performance that touches the soul, deeply moving and transcending the realm of acting. A mere glance, gesture, or sigh leaves an indelible mark on others' hearts, lingering long after, as demonstrated by Kamiyama Shimi's voluntary deception. Note, divine is the pinnacle of the illusion technique, the will of fire. A signature skill of a certain individual, that Tsunade's proficiency indeed surpasses that of an ordinary medical ninja. Within mere minutes, Kamiyama felt a significant improvement in his condition. He gradually sat up, stretched his arms, and raised a hand to halt Tsunade's ministrations. With a wry smile, he remarked, "That should suffice. As long as I do not continue to bleed, it will be fine that if you treat me too thoroughly, all my painstaking efforts will be in vain. Why this reckless approach? Do you not realize that such severe injuries will deplete your life force? My grandfather perished from excessive depletion of his vitality. Do you wish to follow in his footsteps?" Tsunade's eyes brimmed with tears, yet her demeanor was fierce, exuding an air of command, her face suffused with anger. However, Kamiyama remained unfazed, secretly pleased that his schemes and efforts bore fruit. Many who typically exhibit indifference suddenly show concern for others in such a manner. Regardless of the approach or skill involved, the act of caring is commendable. Kamiyama's thoughts swirled, yet he wore a sheepish smile. Consider it mere boredom on my part, a passion for exercise, or perhaps a desire to challenge the limits of humanity. Such trivial matters. With that, before Tsunade could press further, he turned and strode towards the living room facing the courtyard. In that moment, Tsunade's expression soured dramatically. Mere boredom? Trivial matters. Do you take me for a fool? Who in their right mind would injure themselves to such an extent out of sheer boredom? The depletion of life force is no trifling matter. One could very well meet an untimely demise that I refuse to believe that a ninja of your caliber would be ignorant of such consequences. There was undoubtedly something hidden beneath the surface. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within her. Tsunade recalled the resolute gaze exchanged 5 years prior when they parted ways, a look that had left her utterly perplexed. While Kamiyama may have forgotten, she had not. She had meticulously investigated the matter, though clarity had always eluded her. Within the video, Tsunade's emotions fluctuated wildly. Outside the frame, chaos erupted on the canvas. Unlike Tsunade, who could vividly recall that particular detail from 5 years ago, the others were oblivious. For the online community, the resolute gaze of Kamiyama Shimi was unforgettable, despite merely 10 minutes having passed. One could hardly describe the memory as profound, for it was entirely indelible. Naturally, the connection was made effortlessly. Almost everyone arrived at an identical conclusion in an instant. The reason behind Kamiyama Shimi's fervent training, even at the cost of his vitality, must be due to some terrifying force compelling him to do so. Initially, it was thought to be Uchiha Madara, yet now, even Madara himself had stepped forward to deny it, exhibiting an unexpectedly adorable demeanor, clearly having basked too long in Kamiyama's affection to feel any trepidation towards him. Furthermore, once the intensity of power reaches a certain level, ascending to each new stage cannot merely be quantified by numbers, that in most cases, greater strength correlates with increased speed. The true impact of power is a confluence of both the strength itself and the velocity with which it is unleashed. A force of 1,000 tons is already sufficient to shatter the absolute defense of Susanoo. Coupled with the elimination of bloodline limits and various forbidden jutsus, if the sole objective was Uchiha Madara, there would be no need to go to such lengths. In an instant, A cacophony of speculations and discussions erupted once more. Even the two Uchiha were momentarily at a loss as seasoned warriors who had witnessed the red steam of the Eight Gates. The image of Kamiyama Shimi lifting a 1,000-ton lead block stirred something deep within them. Damn, could this guy be targeting me? While the barrage of comments thrived in a separate, secluded space, a middle-aged man clad in a white haori experienced a sudden shift in his gaze. This man possessed a rather unique appearance, with hair gathered atop his head and a long braid trailing behind. The Roman numeral 4 was tattooed beneath his left eye, and the most striking feature was the diamond-shaped black mark resembling a tattoo on his chin. Otsutsuki Ishiki grew increasingly uneasy, despite this individual's formidable ninjutsu and jinjutsu, and even having developed the bloodline limit elimination closely linked to the bloodline network. He was inexplicably fixated on mastering the most arduous and thankless form of taijutsu. If this were not aimed at the Rinnegan and the Otsutsuki, he would find it hard to believe. Moreover, a 1,000-ton force, when combined with extraordinary speed, could indeed pose a genuine threat to the true Otsutsuki. Not only Otsutsuki Ishiki, but also the original ninja world's Mayabuka Mountain's Great Toad Sage, the six-pad sages of the two underworlds, and Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra sealed on the moon. All who were privy to the existence of Otsutsuki shared the same thoughts upon witnessing this scene. The Rinnegan possesses the unique trait of absorbing chakra, rendering conventional ninjutsu and jinjutsu ineffective. To confront an Otsutsuki, taijutsu remains one of the few viable options. Upon realizing this, their interest in this so-called world willpower intensified, particularly regarding Kamiyama Shimi, whom they began to regard with greater esteem. Kamiyama Shimi had evaded a direct answer twice, either diverting the topic or outright fleeing. Tsunade did not press further, silently committing everything to memory, preparing to investigate discreetly. After regaining her composure, she entered the living room. Inside, Uchiha Makoto was delicately wiping the bloodstains from Kamiyama Shimi's body with a pristine white towel, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon seeing her, he could no longer hold back his own tears. With a voice tinged with surprise, he asked, "Lady Tsunade, what have you done to her?" Tsunade's expression turned peculiar. No, it's not because of Lord Hokage. Rather, it's not his fault. Makoto's complexion shifted dramatically, as if she were deeply concerned about others misconstruing Kamiyama Shimi, and she hastily waved her hands to explain. However, her clarification only served to provoke Tsunade further. She promptly crossed her arms, her demeanor shifting entirely. A vague hostility began to emanate from her, and her tone turned unexpectedly sharp. "Oh, so you care for him? Didn't you steal him from Uchiha? Is this a case of love blossoming over time? I recall that the Uchiha clan was greatly disturbed by him back in the day. Your current clan leader was severely injured, and even your grandfather, the elder, was quite enraged. Kamiyama, who would have thought you had such charm with the ladies?" Upon hearing her words, Makoto's expression towards Tsunade suddenly shifted to one of profound strangeness, clearly sensing something amiss. Though her nature was gentle, her inner acuity was unexpectedly sharp, especially after years of navigating frictions with Kushina and Hinata Ayaka. Garnering ample experience that AS for one person's palace intrigue skills, it would be more accurate to say they were virtually non-existent. Sister Tsunade, Kamiyama Shimi coughed lightly, forcibly redirecting their attention to himself. Then, he changed the subject, saying, "I've constructed an underground wine cellar, and the batch of wine I brewed for you is inside. Just head to the entrance and ask the umbu. They'll be aware that a few minutes later, Tsunade happily departed the villa's courtyard with 3 full scrolls of various meticulously crafted wines. However, instead of immediately seeking a place to savor these long-anticipated delights, she roamed the village in search of acquaintances. Meanwhile, in the living room, Kamiyama Shimi silently prayed, "Jiraiya-sensei, please stay safe. I hope you're unharmed." Tsunade did not linger on the street for long. Soon, a young man with a wholesome demeanor, somewhat reminiscent of the Akimichi clan, approached her. His name was Tenjin Naoto, also known as Senju Naoto, hailed as the most talented child among those who had dispersed from the Senju clan. At the tender age of 25, he had already held the title of official jounin for 4 years. Becoming a jounin at 21 might seem underwhelming compared to prodigies like Kakashi Hatake and Itachi Uchiha, who had made their names at 12 or 13. Yet, this was merely a common habit among outsiders who critique the realm as if demeaning others elevates their own status, in the true world of ninjas. The genin are the prevailing force and the largest demographic. Whether in missions or wars, it is invariably the genin who participate the most. The chunin ranks represent captains and leaders, comprising roughly a quarter of the ninja population. Jounin, including special jounin, are qualified to lead and command a frontline. Regardless of the age at which they ascend, they belong to the absolute elite and core forces, with their numbers exceedingly scarce, even in a hidden village like Konoha. Where various bloodlines converge, they seldom exceed 1%, that on average, for every 100 ninjas, only one jounin or special jounin emerges, showcasing the difficulty of such an achievement. Becoming an official jounin at 21 is sufficient to place one among the elite in any ninja village. He would soon become a focus of protection and cultivation. For comparison, Tsunade and Orochimaru ascended to jounin at 19, with only Jiraiya achieving it slightly earlier due to sage arts that in the original timeline of the ninja world. Minato Namikaze became a jounin at 18. Tsunade was merely a step behind these figures, especially considering the relatively chaotic circumstances of the Third Shinobi World War. Achieving this status is even more commendable, as jounin not only represent power but also symbolize status, requiring ample achievements and task completion to ascend. Tenjin Naoto's early ascendance to jounin is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the dwindling Senju clan. In just a few short years, he had evidently become a pillar of support, holding great expectations. This time, he was representing the branch family to meet Tsunade, the direct descendant. Shortly thereafter, in a secret chamber, Tenjin Naoto knelt on one knee before Tsunade, vividly reporting the series of changes in Konoha since their last exchange of information. After he concluded his report, Tsunade did not express approval or disapproval. She merely nodded lightly and instructed, "I need you to help collect and organize all of the Fourth Hokage's actions since he took office, both overt and covert, in meticulous detail, even if it pertains to mere whispers and rumors. Please strive to include them." After Tsunade finished speaking, she intended to depart. Senju Naruto not only possessed extraordinary talent and formidable strength, but what was even rarer was his unwavering loyalty. His handling of various matters was exceptionally thorough and meticulous, marking him as a versatile talent in the past. Every task she assigned was executed with remarkable excellence. However, today, there was an unusual delay in receiving a response. Tsunade lowered her gaze, only to find Senju Naruto wearing a hesitant expression, as if he were struggling to voice his thoughts that, "There's something else? Lady Tsunade, there is something I am unsure whether I should disclose. Speak your mind that in truth, the Hokage has been performing exceptionally well." Upon hearing this, a multitude of question marks sprang to Tsunade's mind. "What on earth? I thought you were facing some difficulties or had requests," suddenly praising that individual. Although the Fourth Hokage's ascent was somewhat aggressive, I believe he is remarkably outstanding as Hokage, even comparable to the Second Hokage. He is far-sighted and possesses unique insights on numerous matters, which are often validated in hindsight on the battlefield. He has led from the front. Had it not been for him during the Third Great Ninja War, the duration of the conflict would have been uncertain. Moreover, he harbors a broad-mindedness. Be they clan ninjas or commoners, he nurtures anyone with exceptional talent without discrimination. The people of Konoha hold great affection and support for him. The more Senju Naruto spoke, the more it felt amiss. Initially, Tsunade wore a serious expression, but as the conversation continued, she became increasingly perplexed, unable to discern the message he intended to convey. Eventually, upon realizing the implication, she was both infuriated and amused. She was already unsettled by Uehara Tsukimi's peculiar behavior, and now someone was casting doubt upon her. In a fit of rage, she delivered a punch that sent Senju Naruto crashing into the wall, her voice rising to a near roar. "Stop! What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm opposed to him? You fool!" However, after delivering that blow, Senju Naruto visibly sighed in relief. Blood trickled from his mouth, and his cheek was swollen, yet he had completely relaxed. No longer tensed, he climbed back before Tsunade to report. "Lady Tsunade, There are whispers circulating in the shadows, suggesting that you were compelled to leave Konoha due to the fourth Hokage's oppression and your dissatisfaction with Uehara Tsukimi. They also claim that the fourth has been consumed by power, assassinating and defaming the existing leadership, labeling him as Konoha's greatest traitor. If he continues as Hokage, the village will inevitably fall under his rule. They are rallying individuals, plotting to assassinate the Hokage and then endorse you as the fifth. And some from the Senju clan have also been implicated. Upon hearing this, a fury more intense than before ignited within Tsunade's already furious countenance. Senju Naruto felt engulfed by a terrifying aura of murder. It was as though he were staring into a sea of corpses, and in an instant, he found himself immobilized. As a jonin who had scarcely experienced war, the disparity between him and the Second Great Ninja War's key figures was starkly evident. Tsunade felt as though she might explode from rage. Her face flushed a deep crimson from overwhelming shame and anger. Her already prominent chest heaved with greater intensity. Her fists slowly clenched, the knuckles cracking under the pressure. Gather everyone. I demand to see them all. Remember, I want everyone. No one is to be left out, including those from the Senju clan. Yes, I will take care of it immediately. As evening approached, in another expansive clandestine location. Over 200 individuals congregated, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they focused intently on Tsunade. Many were astonished that she would truly support them. Recalling the tragic 5 years following Sarutobi Hiruzen's demise, they felt as though they were seeing the light of day once more. However, a prominent jonin from the Sarutobi clan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Lady Tsunade, there are too many people here. If there is something to announce, please do so swiftly, or unforeseen incidents may occur." Thankfully, Konoha is currently undergoing extensive infrastructure development, creating a chaotic environment. As soon as we gather, someone may take notice. Uehara Tsukimi is not someone to be trifled with, and given his ruthlessness, discovery could implicate even you. The Sarutobi jonin spoke earnestly. If they were indeed to conspire, caution was indeed prudent. However, Tsunade seemed to disregard his warning and turned to Senju Naruto, asking, "Is everyone accounted for?" "Everyone in the village is here. There are a dozen or so out on missions, but I have the list." Tsunade nodded, then turned to the Sarutobi jonin, in as calm a tone as she could muster. She inquired, "I am curious to hear how you plan to assassinate the fourth Hokage. Do you intend to rely on these fools?" Before the Sarutobi jonin could respond, another enthusiastic voice interjected, "Poison. Lady Tsunade, it is poisoned. And no matter how strong Uehara Tsukimi may be, he must have a means to unleash his power. I was originally placed in the village by Elder Shimizu, and know that Danzo possesses a number of peculiar toxins, some of which remain unreported due to the higher-ups being slain before I could relay the information. Our plan is to position a spy next to Uehara Tsukimi, gain sufficient trust, and then introduce a specially concocted lethal poison into his food. To counter any contingencies should the poisoning succeed, we would immediately strike Konoha Hospital to destroy all medications and eliminate the medical staff and ninja. Once Uehara Tsukimi is dead, his forcibly gathered subordinates will undoubtedly crumble. And you will only need to call upon the people, and the position will be yours effortlessly. Good, very good, exceedingly good. Tsunade chuckled ominously, her teeth clenched, her entire body trembling. She tightened her fists, a high concentration of chakra gathering in her hands and feet, exuding a dangerously ominous aura. If there are any spies or umbu from the Hokage present, step forward immediately. Following this, I will eliminate each of you one by one. Lady Tsunade, where are you? Upon hearing her words, the previously smirking root ninja beside her was instantly petrified, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The Sarutobi jonin's expression shifted dramatically, first reflecting disbelief, then gradually widening in horror. He realized that if even Tsunade, the cornerstone of their hopes, was unwilling to take action, their fate was all too clear. Not only these two, but nearly everyone present felt the excitement and fervor that had filled the air suddenly freeze, replaced by a profound shock, confusion, fear, and trembling. They had envisioned that once Tsunade ascended, as her loyal subjects, they would reclaim the days of power and unrestrained authority they had enjoyed under the third Hokage. perhaps even advancing further. But at this moment, all their dreams and meticulously laid plans shattered in an instant. They had feared betrayal from those around them, but never anticipated that the very fifth Hokage they yearned to support would be the first to stand against them. This farce was truly absurd. Shortly after Tsunade's declaration, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Countless incredulous voices clamored in disbelief. Do you not wish to become Hokage? That is the Hokage, after all. Some were utterly shocked. Attempting to sway Tsunade's resolve. Tsunade, the third Hokage was your teacher. You dare not even avenge him after his murder. You are nothing but a coward. Others, filled with disbelief, sought to rekindle Tsunade's fighting spirit. Tsunade, you are ungrateful. Everything you have is thanks to the third Hokage. Some trembled with fear, yet exhibited a facade of uncontrollable fury. Lady Tsunade, you must be joking. Ah, how amusing. Some individuals still clung to the last vestiges of unrealistic hope. However, confronted with all the skepticism, indignation, vitriol, and admonitions, Tsunade's response was singular and direct. She unleashed a powerful fist, obliterating the head of the still fearful Tsurtobi Jonin before her, reducing it to a shattered pulp akin to a crushed watermelon. Simple and unequivocal. Explanations, justifications, rebuttals, none were present. The umbu or informants promptly emerged, for any misjudgment leading to wrongful death would not be forgiven as Tsunade's voice was cold, her uncontrollable bloodlust cascading violently towards all present, with no semblance of restraint or concealment. Ever since she discovered that Uehara Tsukimi was depleting his own life force to cultivate power, a fierce anger had been simmering within her, a fire so intense that even she found it daunting and impossible to contain, with no outlet for its release. This fury reached its zenith upon learning that someone was using her name to slander, defame, and oppose Uehara Tsukimi, leading even her most loyal subordinate, Senju Jiraiya, to harbor doubts about her. Were it not for her understanding of Uehara Tsukimi's character, knowing that with his capabilities, he could never be oblivious to the machinations of such worthless individuals, and that if he had discovered them, he would never allow them to go unchecked. Now, it was almost time to cleanse the slate. That fellow was not one to be magnanimous, employing a long line to catch a big fish, and then netting them all to eradicate the roots of the problem was the sole reason these scoundrels had survived until now. With the leading Tsurtobi Jonin's demise, several figures exchanged glances within the crowd, activating the body flicker technique to leap behind Tsunade, revealing their identities. In the next moment, a sinister smile crept onto Tsunade's face as her right foot rose high, delivering a devastating axe kick to the ground before her. The chakra, condensed to its utmost limit, erupted suddenly, causing a thunderous explosion, shattering earth and stone, and splitting the ground apart. The terrifying sound of the explosion even ruptured the eardrums of many ordinary ninjas, leaving them bleeding profusely. After a moment, as the dust began to settle, the once flat ground had vanished, replaced by a massive fan-shaped valley extending over 100 meters, with depths exceeding 20 meters. More than half of those present, including the root ninjas directly facing her, were pulverized to the point where not even bones remained. Painful Heaven Step, a formidable ninjutsu created by Tsunade, combining the legendary strength passed down through the Senju clan with her unparalleled medical chakra control. By compressing high concentrations of chakra to its limits and releasing it directionally, this technique, when fully unleashed, could shatter even the defenses of a complete Susanoo. After executing the strike, Tsunade clearly had no intention of halting her onslaught. Utilizing the reaction force, she soared into the air, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated two unfortunate ninjas on the side into mere dust, almost simultaneously launching another fully powered Painful Heaven Step towards the direction with the greatest number of fleeing individuals. Following this, a small surge of chakra erupted from above her head, propelling her downwards with swift momentum as her foot shattered the ground. Her form transformed into an arc of afterimages. Her extraordinary strength allowed her to precisely control chakra, concentrating it in any part of her body for explosive release. Not only was it effective for attack, but it also significantly enhanced her speed. Once mastered, she could utilize aerial leverage, change direction mid-air, and maintain acceleration as routine maneuvers. Over the ensuing 3 minutes, Tsunade unleashed her full arsenal, turning the area upside down, detonating it dozens of times. Even after all enemies had perished, she showed no signs of relenting. In the end, aside from a massive pit over 100 meters deep and 500 meters in diameter, nothing remained. Not a single corpse, nor even the remnants of bones could be found. Nearby, on a tree, Senju Jiraiya, several Umbu, and other ninjas who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion were all drenched in cold sweat. Was such devastation truly necessary? This was no mere pulverization of bones. It was a complete obliteration of existence. Below, many first-time witnesses to Tsunade's overwhelming ferocity displayed expressions of astonishment as, "Oh, cool. Yes, truly cool. Lord Hokage has worked hard. Oh, I'm in our fourth, and no need to worry. Lord Hokage's martial arts are formidable. He won't lose in hand-to-hand combat. If all else fails, he can open the 8 gates. Hey, that's a bit much, but I'm curious about the 8 gates combat. That must be quite a spectacle." Enough already. Just a friendly reminder, the comments are real name verified. Be careful not to get fired tomorrow for your right foot entering the office first. In the ninja world, Jiraiya exclaimed, "Damn, a human-shaped female Tyrannosaurus." Original Jiraiya, the deceased terrifying. Your Tsunade is even more violent than ours in the ninja world, Uzumaki Kushina remarked. These people are too wicked. They've actually provoked Sister Tsunade to this extent that I in the ninja world. Senju Tobarama, the deceased, added, in terms of raw strength, Tsunade has completely surpassed both me and my elder brother in the ninja world. Hyuga Ayaka noted, Sister Tsunade here is truly furious. Original Tsunade replied, "You seem much more carefree than I do." After 3 minutes of intense, uninterrupted exertion, even Tsunade began to feel fatigued. She exhaled deeply, her fierce expression and the raging fire within her gradually subsiding. As she began to calm down, she also slowly recognized her own irrationality. While it was certainly infuriating to have one's name misused, losing control to such an extent was unreasonable. The act of killing had already transcended rationality, let alone the complete annihilation of all. Reflecting quietly on her recent mental journey, Tsunade was astonished to realize that her thoughts had been, "Kamiyama is exerting himself so desperately. How could you wretched lot still be scheming in the shadows?" Additionally, she worried that a certain young man truly believed that she harbored dissatisfaction or resentment towards him, a concern that weighed even more heavily on her mind, especially upon recalling the resolute gaze and almost never-seen tears of Uehara Tsukimi during their parting 5 years ago. It felt as if her heart had been violently torn open, leaving a gaping wound that throbbed painfully. In an instant, the heartache rendered her nearly breathless. What is wrong with me? Tsunade silently questioned herself. In truth, she had begun to harbor vague suspicions, yet lacked certainty and was unwilling to admit it. If it were anyone else, it might have been different, but the thought of that notorious scoundrel, Uehara Tsukimi, naturally evoked a sense of resistance. She had her pride, after all. She could not stoop to competing with Kushina for a man. 5 years ago, she had left Konoha precisely out of fear of such a situation arising. Tsunade silently critiqued herself, yet she remained unaware that matters of the heart cannot be simply suppressed by willpower. Throughout history, countless heroes have faltered at the hands of love, and many a valiant soul has succumbed to its allure. If one were to ask what love is, it can lead one to life and death. Senju Jiraiya's chosen position was not far from the Konoha city center, Tsunade's relentless onslaught of painful heaven steps, generating such enormous commotion, inevitably attracted considerable attention. However, upon recognizing the legendary Sannin who had vanished for 5 long years, many opted against further involvement. Instead, they engaged in curious discussions amongst themselves. Has anyone seen this? What is going on here? I know. Someone has been impersonating Tsunade to tarnish the fourth's reputation. Now that the real deal has caught wind of it, there will be no corpses left. It's a tragic affair. Even so, was such a level of fury necessary? This isn't digging 3 feet deep. It's digging 300. I have some insider information. Would you care to hear? Actually, it goes like this. Tsunade has been secretly in love with our Lord Hokage. These foolish and self-destructive individuals thought they could use Tsunade to attack the fourth. Isn't that akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet? Practically asking for death? Their own lives are inconsequential, but what if it affects the relationship of that couple? You're talking nonsense. Exactly. That Lady Tsunade, one the Sannin, I also find it implausible. The fourth already has so many wives, Ding. If you don't believe it, so be it. Nevertheless, what I say is the truth. Otherwise, how can one explain why Lady Tsunade is so enraged? In the video, a group of individuals is gathered together, enthusiastically engaging in conversation. The flames of gossip burn brightly, with animated expressions and lively gestures. I could see this moment. The scene depicted in the painting has also descended into chaos. This is due to a rather affable-looking figure who, upon witnessing the ongoing discussion, decided to leave a comment. Senju Hashirama, the undying, I can attest that what the young man with white hair said is indeed true. Senju Tobarama, the undying brother, spare us that I too can bear witness. Tsunade was previously envious of that child named Mikoto. Senju Hiruzen, the undying, is she the granddaughter of Hashirama? Quite remarkable. If she truly loves him, then she should pursue her feelings unabashedly. Uzumaki Mito, the undying Tsunade, allow me to confide in you. You must understand the nature of men. All right, perhaps it is because of the news regarding the demise of the Senju clan that, upon witnessing the vibrant Tsunade, an inexplicable sense of comfort fills the heart. Or perhaps it is simply a nostalgic reflection on youthful love, intertwined with longing and expectation. The moment Tsunade exhibits signs of romantic affection, a multitude of antiquated members of the Senju clan are stirred from their slumber, fervently expressing their opinions. Eventually, even the original Senju from the early ninja world enthusiastically joins in, each one more animated than the last, to the point where both Tsunade herself and her counterpart find themselves utterly exasperated. Returning our gaze to the video, most individuals choose to observe rather than intervene in the affairs of such a legendary ninja as Tsunade, who holds a unique status and identity. Only Jiraiya and Orochimaru advance, with concern etched upon their faces, inquiring, "Tsunade, what has transpired?" As comrades, they immediately discern that Tsunade was out of sorts just moments ago. It was as if she had completely lost her senses, engaging in violent destruction and frenzied slaughter. Even after the enemies had been vanquished, she continued to vent her fury upon the ground. This was the first time in decades of acquaintance that they had witnessed Tsunade in such a state. In the past, no matter how furious she became, she would maintain a modicum of rationality, never allowing her emotions to dictate her actions. "You too, come with me," Tsunade huffed coldly. Strangely, upon seeing these two, the calmness she had begun to reclaim was suddenly overshadowed by an impulsive urge to lose control once more. Not long after, deep within the forest of death, Tsunade suddenly erupted, striking Jiraiya down with a powerful punch. She relentlessly demanded, "Why didn't you tell me? Why? Am I truly so unworthy of your trust?" During the confrontation with Hanzo, did I ever falter even the slightest? Did I? Her voice crescendoed with rage, culminating in tears of frustration streaming down her face, her distress painfully evident. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, having just received a blow, was utterly baffled, completely unaware of what had transpired. After a moment, he tentatively spoke, "Are you referring to the conspiracy those lads from the Sarutobi clan are plotting? Surely that wouldn't trouble the fourth Hokage?" He reasoned that neither the teacher nor Danzo posed a threat to the fourth. How could they possibly influence Uehara? Orochimaru, more straightforward, replied, "It was I who instructed Uehara to keep them alive. Some of my experiments necessitate living subjects, and the quality of the materials is of utmost importance. Using mere prisoners and rogue ninjas would delay the research progress. The fourth would never allow me to extend my reach to others." The two believed they had clarified the matter. Yet Tsunade's expression revealed no glimmer of understanding or tranquility, but rather an unusual shock. "You mean to say you were unaware? You truly did not know?" Tsunade shouted, her terrifying chakra surging forth once more. The overwhelming force of her wrath enveloped Jiraiya and Orochimaru within its grasp. Half a minute later, after expending a massive amount of chakra and shedding some of his skin, Orochimaru unearthed the bloody Jiraiya from the ground. At this moment, both men comprehended that Tsunade's fury was not merely due to a few petty conspirators, but rather something far more severe. Has something happened to the fourth Hokage? Orochimaru's expression turned solemn. After all these years, his feelings for Uehara were anything but trivial, though he referred to him as a comrade. In his heart, the fourth Hokage had long ascended to the status of a deity. A pioneer of sorts, his vast intellect, extraordinary ideas, keen perception, and profound understanding of the world consistently left Orochimaru enlightened and astonished. During the third Hokage's era, their sporadic exchanges had already accelerated the research progress to an unimaginable extent. After becoming Hokage, with the unwavering support of those in power, the achievements and results garnered over the past 5 years far surpassed all prior efforts combined, particularly by delegating less critical or non-core research to others. He was able to focus solely on key projects, delving deeper than ever before. Compared to the past, when he had to work in secrecy and isolation, his current capabilities were leagues ahead. If something were to happen to Uehara, he would undoubtedly be among the most anxious and worried. Orochimaru's heart raced. As Uehara's mentor, Jiraiya would certainly not remain indifferent. However, he could not fathom that a prodigy capable of mastering sage techniques at the tender age of 12 could be so easily defeated. Surely not. What could possibly happen to someone of his caliber? Tsunade's gaze dimmed. He is training in a method that breaks through limits, completely tearing his muscles and causing severe hemorrhaging that I have privately inquired with Mikoto. Once a week for 3 years, since his body fully developed, he has not ceased. Isn't that depleting his vitality? Jiraiya gasped in shock, while Orochimaru's expression shifted. The method of breaking limits is known to many. Bodily tissues that endure damage and then heal can achieve a certain level of enhancement, and it is no secret. Yet, few dare to attempt it. The reason is simple. Those who undertake such a path rarely live long. Even during the tumultuous Warring States period, few made such choices that in the era of the ninja villages, Danzo was the only one known to train his subordinates in this manner. Uehara has no such need. Does he? His mastery over ninjutsu, jinjutsu, sage arts, and even forbidden techniques, sealing arts, and cursed techniques is extraordinary. Why would he stubbornly pursue taijutsu to such an extent? How am I to answer your question? How can you call yourself a teacher when you fail to notice such a crucial matter? If I hadn't stumbled upon this, who knows how long you would have remained in the dark. Tsunade, stop blaming Jiraiya. If Uehara wished to conceal something, no one would have discovered it. The most pressing issue now is to ascertain what has transpired and to assist him in resolving it. Tsunade turned her gaze, her previously sharp demeanor now fixated on Orochimaru. You know something. Speak of all that you know. Even if it leads to my demise, I demand clarity today. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before articulating his conjecture. Uehara has shown a keen interest in the essence of chakra. Perhaps he has uncovered something significant. The research tasks assigned over the past 5 years have predominantly revolved around the analysis of chakra's nature, with only a small fraction concerning taijutsu, and the remainder being miscellaneous. Furthermore, all experiments regarding the essence of chakra, regardless of their outcomes, have been classified as S-rank top secret. IT is strictly forbidden to disclose even the fact that anyone is studying chakra. This is evidently unusual. As Orochimaru spoke, Jiraiya suddenly felt a jolt of realization. What you say prompts a memory. There was a time when Uehara's demeanor was particularly despondent, especially when discussing topics related to peace. He would appear as if frostbitten, falling silent or awkwardly changing the subject that on one occasion he even rarely drank to excess. You're also familiar with him. Although this young man has a penchant for alcohol, his self-control is extraordinary, and he would never succumb to drunkenness at that time. When I went to comfort him, he posed a peculiar question that he asked me. Are you aware, Chives? Following this, he erupted into a fit of laughter. And despite my persistent inquiries, he remained silent thereafter. For some reason, this incident left a profound impression on me, and it occasionally resurfaces in my thoughts. As Jiraiya concluded his words, Orochimaru suddenly furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, Chakra, Chives, Taijutsu, Chakra, Chives, Taijutsu, Chakra, Chives, Taijutsu. He felt as if something had fleetingly crossed his mind. Yet upon reflection, he could not grasp the details. With a considerable amount of vital information missing, Attempting to deduce the whole picture from these fragmented scraps was akin to a blind man trying to discern an elephant, an exceedingly daunting task. If chakra posed an issue, then taijutsu would almost certainly be the sole means of response, which made sense. But what are the chives? Could it be that cultivating chives with chakra would result in them growing faster, more vigorously, and more deliciously? Jiraiya too began to engage his not-so-bright mind, straining to piece it together. Tsunade rolled her eyes at this. It couldn't possibly be that simple. However, upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils dilated in shock, and his entire body trembled violently, to the point where he could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed to the ground. His state of alarm immediately drew the attention of the other two. "What happened?" Jiraiya inquired. "Orochimaru, what have you realized?" Jiraiya was indeed correct. Utilizing chakra to cultivate chives could indeed yield quicker, more vigorous, and tastier results. Yet the chives here did not refer to the vegetable, but rather to the ninjas, their lineage. Perpetuated through generations, akin to chives that can be endlessly harvested. This was the reason the fourth Hokage had diligently honed his taijutsu, even at the cost of his vitality, as he intended to confront the entity responsible for harvesting the chives. No way, right? Jiraiya's face paled. Even he, with his carefree disposition, felt a chill run through him at Orochimaru's speculation. Tsunade was equally skeptical. Liken ninjas to chives, harvested from generation to generation, was utterly insane, cruel, horrifying, and unfathomable. Yet, with a single phrase, Orochimaru shattered the last vestiges of their resistance. "Are you aware of the impure world reincarnation?" he asked. This question struck like a bolt of lightning in the dark and silent night sky. Instantly, both Jiraiya and Tsunade felt their pupils constrict sharply. Their reactions mirrored Orochimaru's earlier response, their bodies trembling violently, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, as legendary Sannin and disciples of the Hokage. And with Tsunade being a princess of the Senju clan, they were certainly cognizant of the existence of the impure world reincarnation. This technique not only allows the souls of the deceased to be summoned back to the living world in physical form, but also grants them an almost undying body and unlimited chakra. Categorizing it as one of the most nefarious S-rank forbidden techniques in the past, they had not sensed anything amiss, for chakra had been passed down for millennia, giving rise to countless geniuses and remarkable individuals. With each generation enriching and expanding this system, it could be said that an abundance of peculiar and bizarre ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, seals, and curses existed. However, at this moment, with Orochimaru's statement, both Tsunade and Jiraiya felt a deep-seated dread surging from within, as if it would completely engulf them. What could possibly be more indicative of the notion that ninjas were merely chives cultivated in a nursery than the impure world reincarnation? The evidence was irrefutable, with no room for doubt. Not only the Sannin, but as Orochimaru presented his conjectures and evidence before everyone, the minds of nearly all ninjas across the two realms fell into a void. The previously vibrant discussions and rampant speculations abruptly ceased, plunging into an eerie silence. Even the likes of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha, Uzumaki Mito, and Hyuga Tenjin, superior beings at the pinnacle of power, found themselves at a loss for words. For even they had never contemplated such a possibility. Faced with this utterly unfathomable and shocking situation, they were left without a means to articulate their thoughts, as beings who considered themselves the apex of all living things. Believing themselves to be the masters of the world and inherently superior to humanity, the ninjas yearned to refute this notion. Yet, despite scouring their minds thoroughly, they could not uncover a single plausible rationale. After several seconds of silence, one brave soul mustered the courage to speak first. "This can't be true, can it? Perhaps Orochimaru is mistaken. After all, the fourth Hokage himself has yet to confirm anything. How could this be? It must be a joke, right? Such a notion is far too outlandish that if, and I stress if, this were all true, what kind of formidable enemy would the Hokage be facing? Could that individual be the legendary sage of six paths? The history of ninjas has endured for a millennium. Does this imply that someone has survived from 1,000 years ago? Original Uchiha, the deceased, I think I understand why my other self is so profoundly fearful of you. You are a prodigy, and moreover, a madman. Regardless of the truth, simply daring to entertain such a hypothesis. Uehara Tsukimi, your caliber has already surpassed mine. Original Senju Tobarama. The deceased, this ninja, named Orochimaru, possesses certain qualities that are not inferior to my own. He is an unconventional genius. Monkey, accepting the Sannin as disciples is perhaps the only merit I can acknowledge as a teacher. The ninja realm's Senju Hashirama. The deceased, it appears that remarkable individuals have indeed emerged in later generations. The ninja realm's Uzumaki Mito. The deceased, the Uzumaki clan, possessed a forbidden sealing technique used to summon the Shinigami, known as the Corpse Demon Seal, capable of directly sealing an enemy's soul. However, simultaneously, the practitioner would have their own soul consumed by the Shinigami. Anger, fear, shock, sorrow, concern, doubt. Undoubtedly, at this moment, the emotional turbulence of everyone present was exceedingly intense. Following a brief moment of silence, a reaction far more intense than before erupted. Not only within the ninja realm, but elsewhere, certain individuals of unique status were also astonished by Uehara Tsukimi's audacity in targeting beings beyond the realm of ninjas, the two deceased from the impure world. The Sage of Six Paths were equally bewildered. What is this? Aren't you pursuing world peace? How did this suddenly turn into a matter concerning me? Indeed, he was the master of the impure world, and the very realm of the deceased had been created by him. However, prior to this, the souls of this world, aside from a few exceptionally unique cases, would dissipate upon death, regardless of their strength or weakness. Surely, this burden cannot be placed upon my shoulders in an unknown alternate space. Otsutsuki Ishiki let out a subtle sigh of relief, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Just moments ago, he almost believed that Uehara Tsukimi's target was himself. After all, with taijutsu, sage techniques, sealing techniques, and space-time ninjutsu, this individual's capabilities were exceedingly tailored to counter the Otsutsuki. Now, it appeared that the focus was likely on Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Marvelous, truly marvelous. The reason he had been hiding here, reluctant to venture out, was not only due to the necessity of finding a suitable vessel for reincarnation, but also because of his apprehension towards the Sage of Six Paths, who still lingered in the impure world. That old fellow was cunning. Even Kaguya fell victim to his schemes, so who knows what other tricks he might conceal. Meanwhile, within the moon, Kaguya Otsutsuki, revered as the progenitor of chakra, began to feel a sense of worry. She held no fear of Uehara Tsukimi. Even if he were to cultivate taijutsu to its pinnacle, in her eyes, he would still be but an insignificant insect. However, if such a figure were to exist within the ninja realm, her plans for unsealing and resurrecting herself could be delayed for an indeterminate length of time. It seemed that everyone had been considerably shaken in the current ninja world, beneath the vast expanse over Konoha. Uehara Tsukimi gazed at the desolate canvas. Letting out a faint sigh, he acknowledged that the formidable move he had unleashed was indeed a touch excessive. For many ordinary or faint-hearted ninjas, it was akin to a bolt from the blue. Yet at that moment, it was aimed squarely at Tsunade and the legendary Sannin, an unequivocal powerhouse of the Hokage level, bearing the illustrious title of the foremost medical ninja in the ninja realm. She was also the joint princess of Konoha and the Land of Fire, with two Hokage grandfathers, along with a Hokage mentor and a Hokage nephew. Could anything trivial truly stir the hearts of such illustrious figures? If one could not penetrate her psychological defenses instantaneously and utterly, any other clever or unrefined method would merely be scratching the surface, yielding little effect. He was not Sarutobi Hiruzen. Did he intend to wield a rope tree as a weapon? As a transmigrator, in a sense even a distinguished one, he possessed a measure of pride, refraining from resorting to such despicable and repugnant tactics. Nevertheless, Uehara Tsukimi did not offer any words of comfort to those around him, for in the unfolding narrative, he would be the one to console Tsunade at that juncture. The sentiments of the onlookers would naturally improve. The video continued, and just as the Sannin were engulfed in trepidation and horror, a gentle figure clad in a classic secretary outfit unexpectedly appeared behind them. It was none other than Uehara Tsukimi's personal assistant, Uchiha Mikoto. With a sorrowful expression and tear-filled eyes, she exuded an air of poignant vulnerability. Evoking deep sympathy, she held aloft a meticulously crafted scroll, its reverse side a rich brown, with the bold inscription Heavenly Strategy prominently displayed at the top, unmistakably bearing Uehara's distinctive flair. In no time. Mikoto approached the Sannin, bowing deeply as she implored, "This may prove somewhat useful to you. I beseech you. Please assist Lord Hokage. I cannot bear the thought of his demise. I truly beg of you." As she spoke, tears streamed from her eyes like a cascade of broken pearls. Upon noticing the item in Mikoto's hands, the trio paused momentarily in astonishment, though the contents of the scroll remained unknown. The mere presence of those two characters seemed to emanate a grand and unyielding spirit. Heavenly Strategy. Was it a game of chess against the heavens, or a layout as inscrutable as the skies? Tsunade's gaze sharpened as she swiftly seized the scroll, immediately commencing her perusal. All those beneath the canvas followed suit, engrossed in the extraordinary tale unfolding within. In the village of Shizhuang resided a chess enthusiast known colloquially as Hundun. He was muddled in all matters, save for his profound mastery of Go. His gait was unsteady. It was said he walked upon the squares of the board, each step a calculated move. Hundun was indeed a prodigy. In his youth, a crippled old teacher imparted the art of Go to him. When calamity struck, his mentor perished from starvation. Thus, Hundun ventured into the wilds, nurturing himself on mountain springs and battling ferocious beasts. Emerging as a stalwart figure in the face of nature's trials, his chess prowess developed harmoniously with his experiences, as if empowered by an innate force, stirring tempests upon the board that left opponents in awe. Particularly notorious for his signature move, suppressing the divine head, his ferocity was unparalleled, capable of demolishing even the sturdiest fortifications with relentless vigor. Originally, Heavenly Strategy was a vigorous short story, renowned for its grandiose spirit and unique symbolism, making it a frequent target for plagiarism among transmigrators, especially the phrase defeating heaven with half a move, which upon its utterance reverberated through realms far and wide. Countless predecessors and peers had leveraged it to create an aura of grandeur in worlds beyond. Uehara Tsukimi had also made certain adaptations to it. The imaginative scope and the implications it represented were nothing short of breathtaking. However, the sole deficiency lay in the portrayal of the protagonist's chess skills, which fell short of exaggeration. How could a mere retired master serve as a fitting backdrop to demonstrate the extraordinary prowess of one who contended with the heavens? He not only orchestrated a series of extraordinary opponents for Hundun, but also drew inspiration from Jin Yang's literary works, integrating the philosophy of the five sword paths: sword, demon, ditto, chobai, sharp sword, soft sword, heavy sword, wooden sword, and formless sword, into the realm of chess. This allowed Hundun to evolve continuously within the narrative, ultimately attaining a level of chess mastery that transcended the limits of comprehension. The first stage, the sharp sword. His chess style was fierce and unyielding, unstoppable in its momentum, gleaned from encounters with fierce beasts in the wild. Before reaching maturity, Hundun had already contended with the world's champions, achieving his first milestone and establishing his own school of thought. The second stage, the soft sword, he maneuvered through treacherous paths, the board rife with ambushes, often striking unexpectedly for a decisive victory. Before turning 30, Hundun had reigned supreme, vanquishing all rivals and achieving his second milestone, becoming invincible among mortals. The third stage, the heavy sword. This sword bore no edge. Its mastery lay in subtlety. His techniques had matured to a point where he wielded them with grace, eschewing overt displays of prowess that, on the chessboard, he built formidable defenses. Waiting patiently for the opportune moment to strike, he excelled in overwhelming opponents with sheer force, rendering their clever maneuvers futile. In dreams, he engaged in divine matches, defeating generations of chess masters, achieving his third milestone and becoming unmatched in the three realms. The fourth stage, the wooden sword, he remained unbound by material constraints, using grass, wood, bamboo, and stone as his weapons. At this juncture, distinctions of style became irrelevant. Any technique could be executed effortlessly, adapting to the circumstances with the most fitting response. With further refinement, he approached a state where formlessness triumphed over form. With no rivals left to challenge him, Hundun felt a profound solitude, retreating into the depths of a secluded valley to play chess with himself. Achieving his fourth milestone, merging with the game, transcending self. The fifth stage, the formless sword in unity with the game, he returned to simplicity. His moves were no longer constrained by techniques. They flowed spontaneously, with lethal intent transforming into the intangible, generating a ceaseless stream of novel strategies. The chessboard encompassed infinite variations and possibilities, eluding capture, even deciphering the mysteries of the heavens, transforming the 3-foot square into his own world. At this moment, Hun Dun's chess skills reached an extraordinary and unfathomable level. Achieving his fifth milestone, at the zenith of the path, there was no further to advance. At this point, he uttered a famous declaration. I am unmatched among mortals. If not against the heavens, whom shall I battle? Hun Dun drew his sword towards the heavens, not in defiance, but to set the stage for a celestial match. As Tsunade read and unfurled the scroll, the narrative reflected her perspective almost entirely, projecting its contents vividly. With each successive reading and unrolling of the scroll, countless spectators from the ninja world became increasingly immersed in the unfolding tale. At this moment, they remained unaware of the profound implications and the tremendous impact of the final scene. Yet, even the mere act of Hun Dun challenging the world's chess masters, engaging in celestial matches, and laying out the heavenly strategy was already captivating enough. Particularly the phrase, I am unmatched among mortals. If not against the heavens, whom shall I battle? Instantly elevated the narrative, igniting fervor in the hearts of many. However, just as everyone's attention was fixated on the contents of the scroll, a voice suddenly reminded from the comments. Look up at the tree ahead. Following the guidance of the barrage, some individuals cast their gaze in that direction, only to behold, in the peripheral vision of Tsunade, a solitary figure standing tall in the narrow crevice outside the confines of the scroll-less content. Uehara Tsukimi embraced himself with crossed arms, levitating at the treetops, his robes gently billowing in the breeze. This scene sent a chill down the spines of many ninjas, as a profession inherently shrouded in darkness. The abilities of reconnaissance and intelligence are virtually the lifeblood and forte of a ninja. Even an ordinary ninja, devoid of heightened perceptual abilities, would instantly sense any disturbance in the surroundings, be it a whisper of wind, a shift in scent, sound, light, or even the subtle vibrations emanating from a human body, complemented by an instinctive sixth sense. Yet, at this moment, Uehara Tsukimi appeared brazenly before the 3 Sannin, who remained oblivious, their heads bowed in focus on the scroll. The 3 Sannin, seasoned shadows of their craft, were undeniably formidable, their vigilance beyond question. The only plausible explanation for this bizarre situation is that Uehara Tsukimi had ascended to a level far beyond their comprehension. Although it was well known that he was powerful, the impact of this revelation left many ninjas feeling a deep sense of dread. At this juncture, numerous spectators had begun to recover from the previous shock of ninjas being mere fodder, and the barrage resumed its lively chatter. Upon realizing that Uehara Tsukimi had somehow materialized in front of the 3 Sannin, some jesters among the viewers began to playfully bombard the screen, striving to alert the 4 within the video to their surroundings. Tsunade, look up, your conspiracy has been uncovered. However, as the video depicted events of the past, the barrage was incapable of transcending time and space. Thus, the audience simply watched as Uehara Tsukimi observed Tsunade and her companions perusing the scroll. With Tsunade's continuation, the latter half of the story, the most thrilling and shocking segment, gradually unfolded before the eyes of the spectators. After engaging in a game with Tion, Chaos found his mind unexpectedly adrift. In a haze, he seemed to glimpse a peculiar realm, strangely and unusually, no matter what he perceived in the blink of an eye. It would vanish from memory, leaving only a void with no recollection. All he knew was that countless dazzling lights permeated the air, utterly captivating. Time became an abstract concept. Perhaps a second had passed, or perhaps the world had already transformed beyond recognition. Before Chaos, a chessboard materialized out of thin air, yet curiously devoid of any pieces. The board's grid intertwined, seemingly enveloping the very essence of reality and illusion. Existence and non-existence, time and space, yin and yang, life and death, heaven and earth, all imbued with boundless profundity and wisdom that it was said to be the gateway to the mysterious and the arcane in Chaos's mind. A phrase emerged, nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth, named, the mother of all things, in a flash of inspiration, as if guided by an unseen force. He executed the killing move Zhun Shuntu, which he had mastered during his youthful battles with ferocious beasts in the wilderness, occupying the star position in the lower right corner. Immediately thereafter, a white piece coalesced on the board, claiming the center position. The game of Go traditionally emphasizes the fierce competition for every inch of territory. The nuances lie within. Particularly, the pieces positioned at the corners are critical strategic points for both offense and defense, often deemed essential battlegrounds for military strategists. Witnessing such an illogical move, Chaos felt a surge of astonishment. Despite having gained an advantage in terms of strategy, an ominous premonition loomed in his mind. For his second move, after much contemplation, Chaos opted to seize the star position, striving to bolster his strength as much as possible. The pieces flew across the board, and soon, the game reached its 16th move, where the two engaged in close combat, the battle commencing. The white pieces aggressively pressed against the black in the lower right corner, while Chaos resolutely severed their advance. The white and black pieces split into two segments. Four dragons entwined and surged along the edges, propelling themselves to the left and right. The intensity of the conflict escalated, the ferocity of the skirmish becoming increasingly brutal. Chaos, at times, recklessly seized a white piece, attacking relentlessly while pursuing with fervor. At other moments, he transformed into a gentle stream, stealthily flowing through the enemy's formation, infiltrating and lying in wait. Occasionally, he resembled an elusive antelope, leaving no trace behind. In such a state of gameplay, every move was a stroke of genius, each action a masterful maneuver, a divine touch. With every placement, countless considerations lay beneath the surface, unadorned yet inherently perfect, concealing lethal intent. As though he had calculated the entirety of the situation. Yet the opponent seemed equally adept, flowing like clouds and water, exuding grace and depth, each move more lethal than the last. The balance of victory and defeat teetered on a knife's edge. The fierce and captivating duel unfolded, where a single misstep from either side could lead to irrevocable downfall, obliteration. That on the 180th move, Chaos initiated a full-scale assault. The offensive surged forth like a tidal wave, each strike imbued with explosive rage and murderous intent, sweeping all in its path. The white pieces disregarded their own territory, fixated on annihilating the black dragon. It was akin to two warriors standing at the precipice of a cliff, each drawing forth their gleaming swords, commencing a life-and-death duel. Neither side defended. Both allowed their bodies to be mercilessly struck while they aimed fiercely at each other's vital points. It was not a genteel game, but a brutal bloodbath. There was valor, cunning, and meticulous plotting, leaving no stone unturned. After another 180 moves, the white pieces severed Chaos's black dragon. Yet Chaos claimed the earlier white territory. The ebb and flow of time had brought about a complete transformation. The two sides exchanged positions, yet the balance of power remained intact, with victory hinging on the final moves. At this moment, Chaos found his strategy exhausted, with no further pieces to play. However, he refused to concede. Instead, summoning all the masters, spirits, and demons he had previously battled against, humans, ghosts, and gods united in a singular force, contending against the unfathomable heaven. Upon witnessing this, whether the three Sannin in the video or the countless heroes throughout history, all were engulfed in profound, shocked play against heaven, using spirits as pieces and not falter in the struggle. Such an occurrence was unheard of, particularly in the culturally impoverished world of ninjas. Even in another realm, as long as the writing is exquisite, it can stir countless emotions out on the chessboard. The battle rages on. Particularly after the rearrangement of both sides, the situation has become increasingly intricate, with an interwoven complexity of mutual existence. Each move demands calculations and considerations that are far more numerous than before. Yet, Chaos, instead of retreating in fear, finds its spirit invigorated 100-fold. Time passes unnoticed in the void. And finally, the moment of decisive victory arrives. The fate of the game hangs by a mere half move, resting on a critical point in the lower right corner. This point, known as a KO, signifies a situation where both players are entangled. While I capture one of your stones, I simultaneously leave you with a liberty, granting you the chance to capture one of mine, a concept also referred to as mutual capture. According to the rules of Go, when such a situation arises, the player being captured must first make a move elsewhere to compel the opponent to respond before they can capture a stone. This move is crucial. If your diversion does not pose a threat to your opponent, insufficient to provoke a response, then your adversary will seize the initiative, resulting in your defeat. The place that can threaten your opponent, thereby forcing their response, is known as KO material. The KO itself is devoid of an inherent victor or vanquished, as it can perpetually cycle. I capture yours, you capture mine, and so forth. The crux of victory lies in the KO material each side possesses. The player with greater KO material can extend the cycle further, ultimately achieving triumph. This moment, the great dragon of chaos, though seemingly dead, has transformed into the perfect KO material. T pressures heaven to respond move after move, until the material is entirely exhausted. The scattered white stones within the black formation create havoc, preventing chaos from seizing the KO. They continually capture and recapture, leading to a fierce and bloody struggle. As both sides' KO material diminishes, the situation gradually clarifies. Chaos, with a profound understanding, realizes victory is within grasp. Yet he also comprehends that this game is not won by a mere difference in skill, but rather by the natural disadvantage of the opponent's initial position. However, just as Heaven's KO material is entirely depleted, insufficient to restrain chaos, and he is poised to make a move on the KO, an enormous white stone suddenly appears outside the board, in an instant. The disadvantage of Heaven transforms into an advantage. Heaven now possesses one more piece of KO material than chaos, causing the situation to flip dramatically that a seemingly well-played game is on the brink of defeat due to this KO. Chaos feels a surge of adrenaline rush to his head, invigorating his spirit. He laughs heartily. To contend with Heaven is endlessly delightful. To battle with Earth is endlessly delightful. And to strive against man is endlessly delightful. He then pushes against the mountain of gold and topples the pillar of jade, crashing towards the white stone outside the board, kneeling to secure the last liberty of the T that moment. The heavens reveal an extraordinary sight. Countless stars twinkling, and amidst the depths of the cosmos, the silhouette of chaos suddenly emerges. On Earth, the stargazer gazes at the night sky, observing the stars, both dark and bright, arranged like pieces on a board. It forms a perfect game of Go. Upon closer inspection, the composition is unique, the moves exquisite, exuding a magnificent aura that showcases the grandeur of a universe, truly a monumental work never before witnessed in his life. The mountains stand tall, encircling the board. The long sky is vast, draped in thick clouds, and a majestic eagle soars through the valley, its cry piercing the air. The stargazer stands in awe, deeply moved. Those around him, noticing his unusual demeanor, are perplexed and inquire, "What is chaos doing?" He replies simply, "Playing Go in the vastness of the starry sky." With whom is he playing? The stargazer remains silent. After a long pause, he solemnly utters a single word, "Heaven." The ordinary folk, with shallow understanding, eagerly press for more details. Did he win or lose? The stargazer meticulously counts the moves. Reaching the lower right corner, he sees the decisive KO. Chaos, kneeling on the ground, embodies a black stone, perfectly achieving victory in the KO. The stargazer, filled with reverence for Chaos's spirit, raises his fists high to the heavens, shaking the mountains and forests as he proclaims, "Victory over Heaven by half a move." Author's note: I apologize, everyone. I lost control for a moment, and this passage seems a bit self-indulgent. Nevertheless, please enjoy. The plot remains unaffected. Victory over Heaven by half a move. As the scroll fully unfurls, these final 4 words appear upon the canvas. Almost all spectators, even the exalted beings of the 6 paths, such as the illustrious Otsutsuki clan and Kagaya Otsutsuki, feel as if a thunderclap reverberates within their hearts. It possesses an almost otherworldly power, rendering every onlooker spellbound, their expressions utterly unrestrained. The magnitude represented by these four words is simply overwhelming. Particularly in light of the preceding narrative, the shock and emotional resonance reach an indescribable zenith. Indeed, to describe it merely as shocking or moving would be an understatement. Their previously held perspectives, values, and worldviews have been utterly shattered, forcefully replaced by something terrifyingly grand, 100 or 1,000 times more profound than before. It is akin to an ancient savage suddenly thrust into a bustling metropolis. Such feelings are beyond the capacity of language and text to accurately convey. Tsunade and her companions stand frozen, as if ensnared by a paralysis technique, unable to move for an extended period. Others beneath the scroll exhibit similar expressions of bewilderment when shock or other intense emotions reach a certain threshold. Their expressions become less exaggerated. Their minds nearly incapacitated, they fall into a state of stupor, often referred to as losing their senses or spirit. It is no surprise they react this way. The cultural landscape of the ninja world is woefully impoverished. One significant consequence of this cultural scarcity is that the vast majority of people, including many supposedly well-informed rulers at the pinnacle of power, possess remarkably limited perspectives and insights, if this were in a past life. Any reasonably intelligent adult encountering this story, even for the first time, would not display such a lack of composure. They would have encountered similar or even more elevated narratives across various forms of literature. Film, animation, games, and mythological tales. Countless authors, screenwriters, and planners have exerted their utmost ingenuity to capture the audience's attention and earn their modest funds, showcasing a diverse array of talents. Each performer presents their unique flair, resulting in a vibrant tapestry of creativity that dazzles the senses. With exposure to such a plethora of similar works, individuals naturally develop a form of immunity. They might even critique the author, saying, "This isn't as good as what so-and-so wrote. Theirs is far superior." Such is the perspective of those with sufficient experience and understanding when encountering new phenomena. Conversely, those with narrow horizons, limited to their own small domain, upon encountering something beyond their comprehension, can only gaze up in awe, sincerely bowing in submission. The first encounter is forever the most precious and unforgettable. The inherent limitations of the ninja world's cultural depth ensure that even the most intelligent, broad-minded, and knowledgeable of the strongest ninjas find it challenging to escape. Can you believe it? Jiraiya's unwavering perseverance in the realm of ninjutsu has become one of the rare cultural representations. Thus, when one encounters a narrative of considerable grandeur and excellence from a certain blue planet, they find themselves utterly captivated by the profound shock and the emotional resonance that stirs from the depths of their soul. Much like the banners and calligraphy of yore, this is not merely the triumph of Uehara Tsukimi. It symbolizes the victory of civilization itself. Most critically, Uehara Tsukimi had previously posited the notion that a ninja is akin to a chive, and this tale harbors profound meanings and directional implications. The phrase "to conquer heaven and earth" transcends a mere plot conclusion. It embodies humanity's indomitable spirit and relentless struggle against subjugation that IT serves as a declaration, a challenge, and an embodiment of courage. At this moment, in the hearts of nearly all, Uehara Tsukimi has ascended to a realm far beyond their comprehension. Bound to this declaration, this challenge, and this courage, if previously he was regarded as an exceptional Hokage, a formidable ninja, or a lecherous man, now all other titles fade away, leaving only one, the man destined to conquer heaven and earth. Simultaneously, many in another ninja realm begin to grasp why Uehara Tsukimi could dismantle the barriers between individuals, villages, and nations, and why he garners such fervent admiration and trust. His magnanimity is truly immense, rendering all who comprehend it deeply awed. It evokes a willingness to sacrifice oneself, and even in death, to do so without regret. While life is undoubtedly precious for such a noble cause and such a grand figure, what harm is there in dying? In this moment, they also recall earlier evaluations of Uehara Tsukimi from certain individuals in the ninja world. Shounen remarked, "I have never encountered a being as wise as Orochimaru. Kurenai stated. No matter the challenges or perilous situations faced, he will never falter, pressing forward with unwavering resolve. This is the Hokage we admire. Koharu said, unless you have approached that man, you cannot fathom the greatness and nobility that sustains his spirit. Yakumo expressed, those who cannot recognize the greatness of Uehara Tsukimi are but fools of this world. He can lay bare his most brutal and despicable side unreservedly before anyone, including those he respects, loves, and admires. That he acknowledges himself as such a person and seeks your forgiveness. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that what he pursues and anticipates appears so immensely precious and worthy of belief. Unlike some sordid individuals who present one facade while concealing another, ultimately oblivious even to their own demise. Uehara stated, though it may sound unbelievable, this is indeed the Hokage, whom everyone sincerely trusts and follows. Uchiha Makoto remarked, never has anyone united so many ninjas, factions, or even nations toward a singular objective. It has never been done to attain that moment. Many, although silent, harbored their own discontent within, knowing that nearly everyone was exhausting their vocabulary to extol this man. Yet now, they too harbor the same sentiments. The reason for describing Uehara Tsukimi in such terms is not merely that he deserves such accolades, but rather because their linguistic capabilities fall short of conjuring more sophisticated descriptors. A brief silence ensued, soon followed by a surge of enthusiastic commentary. Countless expressions of astonishment and admiration flooded forth, nearly overwhelming the entire canvas. If such an existence were to be, I too would willingly follow him and devote all that I possess. While an ordinary man may be lustful, Uehara Tsukimi likely finds it difficult to refuse other girls. After all, it is only natural for a figure as handsome, powerful, idealistic, and charismatic as he to attract the attention of many. In truth, we remain unaware of the Hokage's intentions. He has already garnered everyone's recognition solely through his conduct as Hokage. Indeed, without the comparative video of the world's will, we might never have realized that the Hokage exceeds our previous imaginings. The audacity of to conquer heaven and earth is truly unfathomable. Even a person as great as Uehara Tsukimi has been driven to storm the Hokage building in indignation, highlighting the malicious and inhumane nature of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. It is evident that it is selfish and incompetent not to entrust such talent with significant responsibilities, regardless of Uehara Tsukimi's assault on the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, no. What does this have to do with us? We were never part of this narrative. Furthermore, which of your eyes perceived that he was coerced? He was clearly sharpening his blades in anticipation, as the crowd fervently expressed their admiration in the comments. The three legendary ninjas gradually emerged from their profound shock. When they shifted their focus from the scroll, they naturally noticed Uehara Tsukimi, poised atop a nearby treetop. Barukin, are you about to employ that technique? Orochimaru inquired, his expression somewhat complex, but he quickly recalled that the contents of the scroll were far from a mere story. Everything within should carry symbolic and representative significance, if his earlier conjectures were correct. Or if the fourth Hokage shared similar suspicions, believing that something treats the ninja world as a nursery and ninjas as chives, harvesting them generation after generation, then undoubtedly the heaven referenced in the narrative pertains to this existence. However, in contrast to the clues left behind by the entity harvesting the ninja world, the heaven in the story was not elaborated upon extensively. I am invincible among mortals, if not battling the heavens. Whom shall I contend with? The answer is quite clear. Uehara Tsukimi himself. Regardless of innate talent, magnanimity, perspective, wisdom, or valor, this Hokage exceeds even the narrative's portrayal. The chaotic figure established a sect in his youth. Achieving unparalleled prowess by the age of 30, Uehara Tsukimi, by 18, had already outstripped all challengers. Beneath the light of the truth, all beings are equal. As long as one possesses flesh and blood, resistance is futile. In chaos, he enters the path through dreams, contending with gods and demons. The ninja world also possesses the technique of Edo Tensei, making it no arduous task to summon a few spirits. The only limitation lies in the current strength of the fourth Hokage. Even among the amassed souls of millennia, few can truly rival him. The ninja world indeed has its heaven, and our Hokage likens himself to chaos. Thus, the final confrontation with heaven and the ambition to conquer heaven and earth are not mere trifles. Orochimaru soon recalled Uehara Tsukimi's childhood, a figure second only to Jiraiya, who had even known him 2 years longer than the latter. Might Guit is said that this individual mastered a forbidden technique that could exponentially enhance one's strength at the cost of life itself. The 8 gates. Thus the ambition to conquer heaven and earth becomes almost self-evident. Not only Orochimaru but also Tsunade and Jiraiya quickly grasp this notion. After all, their Hokage is currently dedicating himself to the rigorous training of bodily techniques, employing the ancient and ruthlessly uncompromising method of breaking limits. In contrast to Orochimaru's complex emotions, Tsunade and Jiraiya expressed only pity and reluctance, especially Tsunade, who upon realizing her own feelings, no longer concealed them. Faced with Orochimaru's nearly certain inquiry, Uehara Tsukimi nodded without hesitation. This was precisely the answer he had orchestrated for them to guess, and there was no need for any hesitation. However, upon confirming Uehara Tsukimi's answer, Orochimaru began to hesitate. Can bodily techniques truly achieve such heights? As he spoke, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Uchiha Mikoto, along with one other, almost instinctively directed their puzzled and inquisitive gazes towards him. Beyond the canvas, a multitude of other ninjas, including many formidable elites, wore expressions of similar bewilderment. This moment. Not only had the Fourth Great Ninja War yet to commence, but the illustrious scene of Kai kicking down half of the Six Paths had also yet to unfold. Many were utterly oblivious to the true limits that physical techniques could achieve in their minds. Only those ordinary civilians who were entirely inept in ninjutsu and illusion techniques would resort to studying physical combat out of sheer necessity. Moreover, in ninja battles, particularly at advanced levels, the role of pure physical techniques was indeed minimal. It is thus unsurprising that apart from the Might Guy and his father, there were hardly any renowned figures excelling solely in this domain. The ninja world, too, exhibits a star effect, where techniques and individuals often elevate one another. Tsunade and Raikage represented the pinnacle of ninja physical techniques, which essentially remained rooted in ninjutsu, a concept that diverged completely. The arduousness of training, the substantial resources required, the high costs incurred, the sluggish growth rate, and the minimal outcomes. These constituted the prevailing impressions of physical arts among the majority of ninjas at that time. Even when Might Guy triumphed over the 7 ninja swordsmen, the perception hardly shifted. Primarily, the defeat of these so-called 7 was perceived as excessively humiliating and hasty. They had barely emerged from the cloistered village of the mist, lacking any significant accomplishments before crashing headlong into an immovable barrier, causing a shock that paled in comparison to its exaggerated implications. While many indeed respected Might Guy, a greater number harbored doubts regarding the prowess of the 7 ninja swordsmen, instinctively feeling that perhaps they were merely a fade, lacking substance. This sentiment was undoubtedly more pronounced than the former. Furthermore, another critical reason lay in the disproportionate relationship between effort and reward. Among ninjutsu, jinjutsu, secret techniques, and bloodline limits, there were far too many alternatives capable of delivering similar results. Why endure such strenuous endeavors when other options abound? Perched atop a tree, Kamiyama Shimi observed the expressions of the 4. Momentarily startled before letting out a self-deprecating smile, it seemed that many had entirely forgotten the foundations upon which I built my reputation. Upon hearing this, the 3 Sannin fell into silence, while Uchiha Mikoto quietly lowered her head, her complexion inexplicably flushed as thoughts coursed through her mind. Beneath the canvas, numerous contemporaneous ninjas who had shared the same school memories with him recalled a painful past that was difficult to confront. Back then, Kamiyama Shimi relied solely on a single move, which was to deliver a resounding slap. Once combat commenced, he would exploit his extraordinary speed to reach his opponent before they could even react, delivering a blow that was highly damaging yet even more humiliating. Simple yet brutally effective. Regardless of how one resisted, whether through ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or bloodline techniques, the outcome remained the same: a resounding slap, with the only variation being the number of strikes received. Many sixth-year students were left questioning their very existence, with some even breaking down in tears on the spot. This marked the genesis of his fame and his inaugural title. Even to this day, tales of the slap demon continue to circulate within the school. While the others were lost in their thoughts, Kamiyama Shimi spoke again to clarify. Although I could overpower the third Hokage in ninjutsu, annihilate Sharingan with Jinjutsu, possess perfect sage techniques, master Flying Thunder God, and even dabble in sealing jutsu and esoteric arts, my true expertise and strength has always resided unequivocally in physical techniques. This fact will remain unchanged even in 20 years hence. The reason you perceive physical arts as weak is simply that you yourselves lack the capability. It has nothing to do with the system of physical techniques. Conversely, if we were to discuss potential limits, aside from the direct bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, only physical techniques possess the qualification and possibility to challenge the utmost pinnacle. Upon hearing these words, the three Sannin fell into silence. The audience watching the video was momentarily at a loss for words. With a Sannin weak, dare you utter such claims? Would you like to step up and test your mettle? Do you wish to experience the scorching heat of sage technique combined with fire release? Or perhaps you desire a powerful massage courtesy of Susanu's might? Even Hans, once heralded as a demigod, would not dare speak so brazenly. Yet, the crux of the matter is that Kamiyama Shimi was indeed one of the very few individuals entitled to make such statements. He said it, and what could anyone do? The video continued to roll on the canvas. Unaffected by the emotional fluctuations of the crowd, as the scene flickered, Kamiyama Shimi appeared atop Hokage Rock. This time, he donned neither the striking Hokage robe from his previous appearances nor the opulent attire, but rather a silver crown and a silver-gray dual-colored armor, with glimpses of a black robe visible through the seams. Any traveler from another realm would undoubtedly recognize this as the most striking and charismatic attire reminiscent of the legendary Erlangsha. It must be said that Kamiyama Shimi possessed an unparalleled flair for presentation, having seamlessly integrated an air of grandeur into his very being, with every motion exuding an effortless charm. Not only had he perfectly replicated the armor's design, but he had also made enhancements to the original. After all, it was impractical to craft a television costume from metal. The texture and aesthetics of plastic simply could not suffice. Each component of this suit of armor was meticulously forged from special metal, resulting in an incomparable sense of presence and momentum when worn in his hand. He wielded a classic-style Miao knife and, standing atop the first Hokage's head, executed a series of traditional Chinese sword techniques. While one might question the efficacy of ancient Chinese martial arts, there could be no doubt regarding their aesthetic allure. After all, these skills were honed on battlefields during times of turmoil and thrived on streets during periods of peace, providing sustenance to many. Performance and spectacle were inherently among their chief functions. The elegance of the movements, the unique rhythms, the variations in speed, strength, distance, and length, combined with shifts in momentum, offered immense visual delight, an enhancement to one's aesthetic appreciation. Especially for those witnessing it for the first time. In truth, Kamiyama Shimi possessed little understanding of ancient martial arts in his previous life. However, he had consumed a plethora of martial arts dramas, performance programs, and expert showcases across various platforms. With a robust physique, replicating or even enhancing those movements and scenes was merely child's play. Furthermore, once the techniques of release and spiritual energy reached a certain threshold, all past memories could be recalled with precision down to the very second, without a hint of error. This set of sword techniques was a distillation of countless classic scenes. Not far away, Tsunade, along with the audience watching the video, found themselves entranced. Every aspect of this man's demeanor was irresistibly captivating, rendering it impossible to tear their eyes away even for a fleeting moment. "What brings you to me?" Kamiyama Shimi inquired casually after finishing his display of swordplay, casually inserting the long knife atop the first Hokage's head before sitting cross-legged at a low table. "Nothing much. I just suddenly feel that I may not have known you well enough in the past," Tsunade replied. Kamiyama Shimi shook his head upon hearing this, that "I have always been myself, with no intention to change or conceal anything, that if someone feels they do not know me well enough, that is certainly not my issue. It is their inherent prejudice. Human beings often carry biases in their hearts like a mountain, and no matter how hard others strive, they cannot move it. Everything you do will be scrutinized through tinted lenses. Some individuals are genuinely in search of answers, while others come armed with answers to seek excuses and justifications. You can only offer one explanation, yet they can concoct 1,000 reasons. The Tsunade's gaze trembled slightly. Strangely enough, she found herself unfazed by the most venomous and aggressive insults. Yet in this moment, a suffocating sensation enveloped her. It was as though she were drowning. If she were in the position of someone who could easily acquire power and wealth, living a life of comfort and joy, yet for the sake of the village and the ninja world, was resolutely prepared to sacrifice their life, bearing all burdens alone, how would she feel in the face of others' misunderstanding and lack of support? Even in the face of opposition and malicious speculation, and amidst the duplicity of outward compliance while inwardly rebelling, how profoundly disappointing, sorrowful, and distressing it must be. What experiences and burdens must one endure to declare that the prejudices held in the human heart resemble an insurmountable mountain, impervious to any effort to shift? Humans are creatures easily moved by their own emotions. At this moment, Tsunade finds herself ensnared in a self-induced sentimentality crafted by Kamiyama-shimi. An endless tide of regret and self-reproach surges from the depths of her being, consuming the scant clarity that remains. Yet, on the surface, Tsunade feigns nonchalance, a wry smile escaping her lips as she quips, "So, you truly harbor grievances about my 5-year absence. What do you think? Kushina and Mikoto have already given birth." A moment's pause leaves her at a loss for words. Strangely, a flicker of delight stirs within her. This fellow has indeed remained steadfast, clinging to the events of 7 years past with unwavering resolve. After a brief interval, she forcibly shifts the conversation, asking, "What is the success rate of that endeavor you wish to undertake?" "I'm unsure. If everything unfolds according to my plans and arrangements, it should be around 30%. He replies, 30%. Tsunade's expression darkens, an unsettling, not tightening in her chest. Logically speaking, a 30% chance against an existence so terrifying that it defies imagination is already quite substantial. Yet, not everything can be measured by logic. Once the 8 gates are activated, death is almost certain, a perilous gamble where one's life hangs in the balance. Even if the odds were 100%, what difference would it make? Tsunade yearns to intercede, to persuade Kamiyama-shimi to abandon this perilous undertaking. However, her mind draws a blank, failing to conjure a suitable rationale. After several attempts to speak, she ultimately succumbs to her emotions. Tears cascading from her eyes. Is there any fault in striving to protect the village and rescue the ninja world? Certainly not. Her only desire is that the one undertaking this task is not Kamiyama-shimi. Revealing a selfishness that lacks nobility. She is not even close to being among his inner circle, devoid of the standing or logical foundation to offer such counsel, even if the cause is just. Why must it be him who shoulders the burden? What if others view ninjas as mere fodder? For millennia, the world has endured. Continuing along this path is hardly catastrophic. After all, everyone must die. Immortality is an impossibility. How one meets their end is ultimately inconsequential. Perhaps, by the time he defeats his adversary, the very notion of the deceased will be rendered moot. Is it not preferable to care for oneself and one's family? To live a life of peace and happiness? Kamiyama-shimi remains silent. He cannot genuinely seek conflict with anyone. He is simply not that kind of person, even in the pursuit of saving the world. His motivation must stem from the inherent benefits that such an act can yield, coupled with the requisite strength to accomplish it effortlessly. However, with emotions and atmosphere reaching a crescendo, it would be remiss not to adopt a more imposing persona. He deliberates for a considerable time before articulating a phrase that would later resonate throughout the ninja world. A crown elevates its wearer, serving as a symbol of status. Yet, its true significance lies in the promise. When calamity descends, I will shield you from all harm, ensuring you witness only golden hope. Throughout the annals of ninja history and human existence, such individuals have never been in short supply. Have they? It is precisely because of their presence that eras advance. Civilizations evolve, and legacies seem imbued with a sense of mission, but if everyone were to retreat into their shells 1,000 years hence, the ninja world would remain as it is, resembling a windmill that refuses to turn. What meaning would there be in existence and continuity to either erupt in silence or perish in silence? This has always been my conviction. The assassination of the third Hokage epitomizes this, the suppression of the ninja world as well. And tomorrow's endeavors will echo this sentiment. Kamiyama Shimi reclines in a chair with legs barely elevated above a hand's height, his left hand leisurely rotating an exquisite azure porcelain cup. His tone unhurried. Beside him sits a similarly low table and short-legged chair, where Tsunade awkwardly kneels. However, her attention is clearly diverted from the unconventional furnishings of the ninja world. She murmurs, to either erupt in silence or perish in silence. You certainly have a knack for uttering thought-provoking phrases. Suddenly, her expression shifts, astonishment flooding her features as she exclaims, so, you're actually concerned that if we do not resist immediately, allowing the enemy to accumulate strength with the aid of formidable predecessors, the future of the ninja world will completely forfeit any hope of victory? Is that truly what I meant? Kamiyama Shimi is taken aback. His extraordinary memory often leads him to spontaneously articulate profound insights. Crafted primarily for the sake of impressing those beautiful female ninjas, hoping to evoke admiration in their gazes, the deeper meanings are of little consequence. Yet he does not deter others from drawing their own conclusions. As this enriches his original plan, Kamiyama Shimi promptly decides to unveil his trump card. With a hint of disappointment, he states, "It is already exceedingly challenging. This may be our final opportunity. Once I am gone, future generations will struggle to surmount me." He refrains from completing his thought, for Tsunade has already grasped his implication. Her countenance shifts to one of grave seriousness. To deduce the opponent's strength based on an entity capable of commanding all deceased souls is a daunting task. Even if that individual is utterly powerless, a mere weakling, the difficulty of accomplishing this battle is astronomically high, perhaps beyond comprehension. After all, it equates to confronting all the formidable figures who have perished over the course of nearly 1,000 years. The sheer terror of such a prospect is unimaginable. Over the course of a millennium, how many heroes have emerged? The answer remains unknown. Whether these heroes retain or even augment their power after death remains a question yet to be answered. However, this is still not the most arduous phase, for Kamiyama Shimi possesses an anomaly. As a teammate of Jiraiya and sister to Kushina, Tsunade is acutely aware of just how extraordinary the fourth Hokage is. Conventional ninjutsu, genjutsu, and even forbidden techniques are insignificant in comparison. He has even developed secret arts akin to his own abilities based on the Uzumaki clan's bloodline talents, such as the Kagura Mind's Eye and the Diamond Lock, both of which he has already mastered at. It is crucial to note that this is a bloodline limit, typically believed to be inherited solely through lineage. Her greatest trump card, the Creation Rebirth, Strength of 100 technique, was also a secret technique devised in collaboration with her grandfather's innate abilities and some sealing arts. This is seamlessly aligned with her combat style and preferences, significantly elevating both her combat potential and survival capacity. Moreover, the combination of light release with the initial fire and lightning dual nature has already proven exceptionally potent, its destructive capability far surpassing the use of fire or lightning techniques alone. During initial testing, it even shattered Orochimaru's strongest defense, the summoning, Rashomon. Subsequently, to enhance her long-range offensive capabilities, she integrated wind release, enabling her to unleash a brilliant golden beam of light from her position, obliterating anything it touched. Not only does it allow for extraordinarily long-range attacks, but its power is also on par with Inoki's dust release. Coupled with his extraordinary chakra reserves, he truly embodies the phrase "God kills gods." Buddha slaughters Buddhas. Should he continue to develop this ability, it is not out of the realm of possibility that he could incorporate all 5 elemental natures. And yet, this is but a fraction of Kamiyama Shimi's capabilities. Having known him for years, Tsunade is acutely aware of his nature, and he is one who envisions a generation, develops another, reserves a third, and publicly reveals a fourth. Any ability you are aware of, no matter how extravagant or powerful it may seem, is undoubtedly outdated. There are surely hidden depths, with capabilities several times, or even dozens of times more formidable lurking beneath the surface. Tsunade gazes at Kamiyama Shimi with wide eyes, fully comprehending the reasoning behind his insistence on this course of action. He fears that should he perish and become a spirit, he would be compelled to join the opposing side, leaving the future of the ninja world devoid of any means to secure victory. Thus, this burden, this mission, can only and must be borne by him. He is the sole and final hope for the ninja world. Actually, you don't wish to die, do you? You, with your insatiable desire for pleasure, relishing in the admiration and respect of others, having crafted so many fascinating inventions, and earning the trust and loyalty of numerous companions. You are but a mortal with your own genuine side, yet reality and circumstances compel one to embrace death, to sacrifice one's own life in order to establish a heart for the world, to secure the fate of the people, to inherit the teachings of the sages, and to usher in an era of peace for all generations. Becoming the so-called savior and child of destiny that, if given a choice, your greatest desire would undoubtedly be to seek a secluded paradise, to cultivate a few acres of peach blossoms, to accompany a few enchanting companions, to gather chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence, to leisurely gaze upon the southern mountains, to plant beans at the foot of the southern hills, where the grass flourishes, yet the bean sprouts remain sparse. I have perused the poetry you penned. This truly encapsulates your innermost longings. You do not wish to storm the Hokage Tower to seize power, burdening your life with infamy, nor do you desire to impose your will upon others, forcing the entire ninja world to revolve around your intentions. Yet, you find yourself with no alternatives. You must act as such, for the fate of the ninja world rests heavily upon your shoulders. And if you fail to seize control before the final battle, without adequate preparation, it will lead to the demise of the entire ninja realm. The root of it all is astonishingly simple. It is merely because you are too powerful. Excessively so. This is the true essence of being the child of destiny, and it explains why the child of destiny can wield influence over fate itself. Fate is inherently uncertain, yet when an individual attains a certain level of strength, they themselves embody destiny. Tsunade has crumbled. She collapses onto the table, wailing uncontrollably, unable to contain her emotions, her voice breaking into sobs. She never anticipated that the entire situation would unfold in such a manner. How could it be that an individual's overwhelming strength could be deemed a fault? What kind of thieving, reckless logic is this? Yet the pressing issue remains. Uehara Tsukimi has indeed grown formidable. If he does not shatter the shackles of the heavens in his generation, then the future will forever be devoid of hope. That I am so sorry, truly sorry. I had no idea you bore such a heavy burden. Had I known earlier, I would not have objected even if you had slain the third Hokage. I would have accepted my fate without complaint. Tsunade pushes away her chair and kneels on the ground, prostrating herself. This act, known in the land of the sun as Tsukida, is typically reserved to express the deepest apologies or earnest requests, a gesture of the highest formality. But Tsunade's narrative essentially concludes here, with subsequent events merely serving as a resolution. From the beginning of the discourse on the child of destiny to its conclusion, a full circle has been completed. To be frank, there are areas of dissatisfaction. As a cohesive arc, there ought to be a segment of a narrative detailing Tsunade's discontent, even aversion, towards the protagonist's harem that arise after a fall. Thus, when the pivotal twist occurs, revealing the protagonist's hidden cards, the contrast in mentality and emotion can be maximized. However, considering this is fundamentally a light-hearted narrative, it does not overly indulge in literary pretensions, only alluding to a 5-year departure in a subtle manner. The narrative has also been condensed. Perhaps some have noticed that numerous aspects that should have been elaborated upon were left unaddressed. For instance, the pivotal turning point for the original Tsunade, the death of Rope Tree, is completely omitted in the Ninja World version, leaving only hints that Rope Tree survived, rendering the comparison somewhat desolate. Yet, I reiterate, many readers can scarcely grasp the entirety of the 100,000 words. If the narrative is drawn out too long, the most riveting segments may be missed. The first major plot must be captivating while also being as succinct as possible. This is simply unavoidable. What has ultimately taken shape is this piece. Of course, the elements not included will be woven into the comparative narratives of other characters, ensuring they are not entirely neglected. The author is a seasoned writer, renowned in the realm of harem narratives. I firmly believe that if pure erotic scenes cannot be crafted, then the portrayal of emotions should be the primary focus of the entire work. If one can convincingly and smoothly delve into the psyche of a powerful figure like Tsunade, the resulting satisfaction will surpass that of other plotlines. Therefore, from the system functions to the protagonist's personality and plot design, everything is laid out to facilitate this goal. There will not be an excessive emphasis on system rewards, ostentation, or other core elements typical of light novels. Each major female lead, as mentioned in the first chapter, will have dedicated narrative lines and strategies, primarily centered around depicting the evolution of their inner thoughts and emotional progress. The core satisfaction points of ordinary Naruto fanfiction, including the protagonist's strength, reputation, and status, as well as interactions, rivalries, conflicts, and exterminations involving key antagonists such as the F4, Kaguya, Uchiha, Otsutsuki, and even the Sage of Six Paths, will all be briefly glossed over. The reasoning has already been articulated within the text. As a transmigrator, knowing that these elements are ineffective, the foremost task should be to lay the groundwork in advance, quelling dangers in their infancy, rather than lamenting and expressing outrage once troubles arise. Of course, I do not look down upon other authors and their works, that I have my favorites within those styles. However, this book has been structured to maintain the coherence of the female lead narratives. This is my first time at your esteemed site, and I'm uncertain if my style and writing approach are suitable, and if there are any opinions or thoughts regarding the subsequent plot, please feel free to express them. I will endeavor to accommodate them to a certain extent. Furthermore, the narrative for the next female lead will take a few days to commence, and you may also cast your votes here through paragraph comments, indicating who you would like to see written first. 1. Uchiha Mikoto, 2. Uzumaki Kushina, 3. Hyuga Ayaka, 4. Terumi Mei, 5. Konan, 6. Yakura, 7. Yuhi Kurinai, 8. Noera Rin. Counting Tsunade, who has already been completed, the primary female leads with relevant narrative arcs total 9. The protagonist will have other women, but there will be no separate narrative lines for them. Regarding the male character's narrative arcs, there may be one from Minato and Namikaze, but it is uncertain. The rest will not be written and will only be depicted through the perspectives of the 9 female leads. For instance, within Tsunade's narrative arc, the fates of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and even the F4 have largely been elucidated. In summary, I hope for your abundant support and understanding. The data and performance of this new book are of great significance. Thank you all. Arigatou gozaimasu. The sudden collapse of Tsunade caught not only Uehara Tsukimi off guard, but also the countless viewers from the ninja world who were equally unprepared. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Yet she suddenly broke down in tears, startling everyone. However, as they listened to her heartfelt confession, nearly every individual fell into a profound silence. Tsunade's sentiments were not difficult to comprehend. They quickly grasped her meaning. According to the theory of chives, all the souls that have perished, especially those powerful ninjas, become a source of strength for the one behind the scenes. This implies that as time passes, the adversary will grow increasingly stronger. Uehara Tsukimi, having completely surpassed conventional top-tier strength, possesses the capacity to shatter the balance and limitations that in a certain sense. At this moment, he is the only one in the ninja world capable of resisting the Reaper of Chives. Conversely, if he does not make a stand, once he departs from this world, it will result in a significant surge in the underworld's power, completely sealing off the future hope for the ninja realm's resurgence. The logical relationship here is remarkably straightforward, and nearly all viewers, upon realizing this, acknowledged Tsunade's judgment. Within them surged an overwhelming sense of admiration and sorrow. An avalanche of comments flooded in. Original Jiraiya, the deceased, so this is the true meaning of being the child of destiny. I've spent my entire life failing to comprehend it. Truly, I am a failure. Ninja World Minato Namikaze. No wonder the Hokage stated that all gifts of fate have been secretly priced. As Tsunade-sama articulated, he does not truly wish to act in such a manner. Yet he can only do so, and must do so. Ninja World Jiraiya. Many initially scoff at the concepts of fate and destiny, deeming them utterly nonsensical. Yet upon witnessing Uehara Tsukimi, they are unwaveringly convinced that he is undoubtedly the child of destiny. They believe he can transform the world and bring about peace. It is precisely this level of magnanimity and responsibility that has earned him the trust and loyalty of so many companions. From beginning to end, he remains my most proud and esteemed disciple and Hokage. There is no other. Original Kakashi Hatake. Compared to the third Hokage, such a magnificent figure is indeed incredibly admirable. Those who follow him and his companions must be exceedingly fortunate. Original Tobirama Senju. The deceased, if we adhere to your reasoning and logic, then the child of destiny in our world has yet to be born. Only when an existence of Uehara Tsukimi's caliber emerges will the choices of destiny simultaneously descend. Senju Tobirama, the undead nevertheless. I find myself immensely curious about the true extent of Uehara Tsukimi's prowess. Within the realm of the deceased, figures of the caliber of my elder brother and Uchiha are not exceedingly rare. The ranks of those just beneath them, such as Hans and Minato, vastly outnumber them, making them equally formidable adversaries. Confronting such an overwhelming multitude of powerful beings, compounded by a lack of intelligence and other advantages, is no trivial matter. Countless individuals fervently engaged in the barrage of comments, including many who had previously remained silent. However, in comparison to the vast majority of ordinary ninjas who merely extolled, respected, and admired Uehara Tsukimi, a select few at the cutting edge began to deliberate on the potential of the Chives theory and the likelihood of Uehara Tsukimi accomplishing such a feat. Even the undead found themselves unable to remain aloof from such matters at this moment, of course. There were others who, having witnessed Uehara Tsukimi's true caliber, experienced a profound shift in their emotions. The original realm of the ninja, where Uchiha Madara once harbored grand ambitions and unwavering confidence, now found his demeanor dimmed. Regardless of his reluctance, he had to concede that Uehara Tsukimi was indeed unlike anyone else. Talent, vision, wisdom, responsibility, and courage, qualities that rendered even a figure as prominent as himself, a dual champion of the warring states, feeling inadequate. Particularly, with the uncertain prospects of the Eye of the Moon plan, Madara felt an increasing sense of agitation. After a moment, he muttered self-deprecatingly, "Why do I suddenly feel like a joke? If the Sage of Six Paths is indeed that mysterious harvester of chives, can the Eye of the Moon plan truly usher in peace?" Not only Madara, but also Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage and founder of the ninja villages, found himself captivated by Uehara Tsukimi's magnanimity. However, unlike Madara, Hashirama bore no complex thoughts or stubborn pride. Instead, he actively joined the throngs in the comments, fervently portraying himself as a devoted follower of Uehara Tsukimi, appearing somewhat simple-minded in the process. Tobirama's face turned a vivid shade of green. One moment he had been animated, and in the next, he seemed to vanish entirely. Meanwhile, in the original ninja world, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, gazed upon another version of herself weeping inconsolably over the table, inexplicably moved. Logically, she had no connection with Uehara Tsukimi, unlike the Tsunade in the video, who had shared over a decade of deep bonds with him. Even if Uehara Tsukimi were truly deceased, it should have evoked a sense of reverence for a great figure, albeit tinged with something more. Yet, the current sentiment was one of abnormal sorrow and distress. Could it be that two identical figures from the ninja world could resonate emotionally? Or perhaps, through this so-called comparative video, she had grown fond of Uehara Tsukimi, just like that version of herself? No, it was impossible, absolutely impossible. The moment such a bizarre thought crossed her mind, Tsunade vigorously shook her head in denial. The fourth Hokage, while undeniably accomplished in many respects, was, in terms of emotional matters, a complete and utter scoundrel. Just in the video alone, he had appeared with 4 different individuals, and according to the comments, there were at least 10 more. How could she possibly harbor affection for such a cad? Impossible, absolutely, unequivocally impossible. Above the village of Konoha, Uehara Tsukimi listened to the system's notification chime echoing his mind, a proud and exhilarated smile gracing his lips. Congratulations, host! The bond level with the original ninja world Tsunade has deepened. Current bond level at 50. Super Sage Body Development increased by 20, 40 phase reward. Current Sage Body Development level, Super 95, but his pride stemmed from the pace of progress. It would not be long before the other Tsunade was entirely conquered, and he had exerted almost no effort. Simply watching the video had propelled her bond level upwards. This was truly exhilarating. The prospect of two Tsunades was thrilling to contemplate. The surge in excitement was also due to the rapid increase in Super Sage body development. Just 5 percentage points shy of full completion, unlocking the next phase at that juncture. Even if the Sage of Six Paths stood before him in his prime, he would not feel the slightest trepidation. To date, Uehara Tsukimi had garnered numerous rewards from countless renowned ninjas. Even the Rinnegan, were it not for his reluctance to have his eyes transformed into peculiar circular shapes, could have amounted to at least 3 pairs by now. Yet, despite the unaltered appearance of his eyes, he had perfectly inherited the capabilities of 3 pairs of Rinnegan. Nonetheless, despite possessing such a plethora of elite rewards, the Super Sage body remained the rarest. Most precious ability, yielding the greatest enhancement to strength while also being the most challenging to develop. The reason was simple. The profound development of the Sage body offered 3 unique advantages that no other ability could replicate. Firstly, it extended lifespan. Each percentage increase in Super Sage body development would add 10 years to one's lifespan, if fully developed. Considering the additional 100 years from the base Sage body at 100, one could potentially live to 1,200 years. This immense vitality would inherently enhance resistance to ninjutsu, physical attacks, health points, and recovery speed to an extraordinarily terrifying extent. Secondly, there was the chakra quantity. By the time the initial version of the Sage body reached a development level of 30, its chakra reservoir had already surpassed that of the first Hokage at his peak. His chakra did not solely derive from the Sage body. It was supplemented by the system's various rewards. Consequently, he had effortlessly mastered the technique of summoning anything with a mere clap of his hands. He could even execute pure Earth-style jutsu with power rivaling that of Hashirama's ultimate technique. The Buddha of the pinnacle, an abundance of chakra, exuded such grandeur. Moreover, the strength of the Super Sage body was not simply 10 times that of the basic version. The disparity between the essence of power and the quality of chakra was far more exaggerated than mere numerical differences. If the basic Sage body were akin to a pound of tofu, then the Super Sage body would be equivalent to 10 pounds of steel. Furthermore, the Super Sage body was precisely the level attained by the Sage of Six Paths during the era of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. This character was also an enigma. The original work revealed so little about him that one could hardly discern his true intentions. To such a level, his objectives could not possibly be as simple as merely harvesting chives. Uehara Tsukimi had speculated. Perhaps he was feigning death, aiming to have Tsutsuki Ishiki plant the divine tree in the ninja world, only to emerge suddenly to reap the rewards, besides lifespan and chakra quantity. The final aspect was the permanent, injury-free 8 gates. Yes, you read that correctly, permanent, injury-free 8 gates. After successfully attaining the initial version of the Sage body, Uehara Tsukimi could already open the 8 gates without suffering fatal consequences, albeit at the cost of some development. Once he reached the Super Sage body, even if all 8 gates were opened, it would merely expend energy. The development level would not only remain intact, but would also increase due to the enhancement of physical attributes. Uehara Tsukimi speculated that upon successfully unlocking the ultimate Sage body and completing the ultimate evolution, he would achieve the long-desired state of permanent 8 gates and perfect 8 gates. This meant he could maintain all 8 gates in an open state indefinitely, without any energy leakage, appearing no different from his usual self. The significance and importance of the 8 gates to him cannot be overstated. Thus far, they remained his most powerful offensive technique, unrivaled by any other. They far surpass Sage techniques, bloodline limits, seals, cursed techniques, and the now evolved 6 combined element super bloodline elimination techniques that in the original work, the descriptions of the Death Gate by Uchiha and Might Guy were fundamentally inaccurate, leading many to overestimate the technique without truly grasping its terrifying and insurmountable nature. After successfully training, Uehara Tsukimi quickly discovered that once the Death Gate was fully opened, akin to Might Guy's ultimate ability, Night Guy, in the Fourth Great Ninja War, his entire energy would enter a state akin to that of the previous 7 gates. Even in the extraordinary state of the 8th gate, which is entirely distinct from the Night Guy transformation. He refers to it as the plasma state. This plasma state ignites both vitality and chakra energy, momentarily elevating the mass and intensity of one's own energy to a higher echelon, akin to a chakra version of nuclear fusion. This is where the true power of the 8 gates lies, a realm ripe for exploration. Might Guy describes his techniques as the evaporation of blood, friction with the air creating flames, while Uchiha Bido claims his method of attack compresses air to form an air cannon. These are merely superficial manifestations, symptoms of the 8 gates' uncontrollable nature. The energy intensity of the plasma state is exceedingly high. Without proper control, the surging energy will dissipate wildly into the external environment. Simultaneously, uncontrolled plasma energy will convert into lower-tier energy forms that in this process, blood is violently expelled from a body, resulting in the creation of red steam and the vaporization of blood, AS for the air cannon. When high-level energy spontaneously transitions to a lower level, its intensity diminishes while its volume expands, much like liquid water transforming into steam that if one can consciously direct a portion of the plasma energy for focused release. It can manifest a shockwave akin to high-intensity compressed air. The necessity for the body to reach a certain level of strength before opening the 8 gates is rooted in the same principle. Insufficient physical strength would result in an instantaneous explosion caused by the rapidly dispersing lower-dimensional energy. Uehara Tsukimi conducted numerous experiments after attaining the sage body, establishing that the plasma state unequivocally surpasses bloodline limits and perfect sage techniques, representing the highest efficiency and limit of chakra utilization. This statement does not require the addition of should one achieve the ultimate form, a human nuclear fusion reactor. Defeating a major figure like Otsutsuki would not merely be a dream. Furthermore, the plasma state possesses a formidable ability. It fundamentally embodies the combustion of chakra, akin to how firewood ignites upon encountering a fierce flame. This burning chakra can render surrounding energies of lower mass and tier ineffective, even assimilating them. In other words, unless someone trains the 8 gates to surpass his own strength, the vast majority of chakra-based techniques will hold no efficacy against him. This is especially true for the enigmatic realm of space-time, which is disproportionately affected. This explains why Might Guy can genuinely lock onto space, while Uchiha Bido has resorted to relying on physical prowess, seldom employing effective techniques. Chakra is merely affected when struck by that plasma energy, whereas spatial fluctuations in proximity to the plasma state are entirely disrupted. Locking onto and activating space becomes impossible unless one wishes to be shattered by the chaotic forces of space. 3 reasons, each of which dictates that he must prioritize the enhancement and development of the sage body above all else. This is also why Uehara Tsukimi insists on practicing body techniques through limit-breaking methods, and why he orchestrated such an elaborate scheme for Tsunade. Amidst the diverse emotions of the onlookers, the video on the scroll suddenly fast-forwarded significantly. They witnessed Tsunade in utter despair, sobbing uncontrollably to the point where she could hardly articulate her words. Uehara Tsukimi extended his right hand, gently pressing it against her head. In the next moment, Tsunade collapsed onto the low table before her, sinking into a deep slumber. Following this scene, time evidently accelerated rapidly. Within mere seconds, the sun had completely set, and soon after, the moonlight enveloped the surroundings. Throughout this entire process, Uehara Tsukimi remained steadfastly by Tsunade's side, attending to her with care, having only removed his armor. It was not until the moon reached its zenith that the footage returned to its normal pace, and Tsunade gradually began to awaken. Although she soon recalled the events that had transpired, her expression and demeanor remained profoundly sorrowful. At least she had ceased her tears, having gained a semblance of emotional control. Upon seeing Tsunade finally awake, Uehara Tsukimi glanced over before suddenly vanishing from sight. Almost instantaneously, within less than 2 seconds, he reappeared, now holding a cup brimming with clear water in his right hand. Food is being prepared. First, let's have a sip of water, he said, placing the cup before Tsunade. He then picked up a pen and resumed sketching on the scroll laid out on the table. After such a lengthy wait, he was not merely idly biding his time as Hokage, no matter how much authority he delegated. Certain matters inevitably required his direct attention, especially during this pivotal period of transformation, where decisions necessitated his personal involvement. However, Tsunade showed no inclination to drink the water. After a moment of contemplation, her gaze suddenly shifted. Her large, expressive eyes, deep brown tinged with red, were incredibly captivating, but at that moment, they took on an almost mischievous glint. Scanning her surroundings, her eyes darted about, akin to a ravenous individual eyeing a delectable feast, leaving those watching in sheer astonishment. While they were astonished, an inexplicable sense of curiosity began to swell, prompting thoughts of something amiss in her expression and demeanor. Did this woman perhaps harbor ill intentions towards the Hokage? Countless individuals widened their eyes, fully activating their imaginations as the flames of gossip ignited within their minds, anticipation reaching its zenith. In the current ninja world, Tsunade's 5 children with Uehara Tsukimi and the fact that she was expecting a 6th child were well known. Yet unlike other wives with discernible romantic histories, such as Uchiha Mikoto, whose passionate story with the 4th Hokage was often recounted, Tsunade's relationship seemed to have materialized without any forewarning. Suddenly, they were together, unexpectedly expecting and seemingly inseparable. This piqued the interest of many in the original ninja world. Those who understood Tsunade's explosive personality were equally intrigued. Marrying a figure like Uehara Tsukimi was not absurd, but marrying a man with a tumultuous romantic history, whose wives numbered beyond count, and yet managing to coexist harmoniously for so many years while bearing 6 children, bordered on the fantastical, as anticipated by the onlookers. Tsunade brazenly lifted Uehara Tsukimi's strikingly handsome ceremonial robe, unabashedly wiping away the drool that had escaped her lips during her slumber. Subsequently, while pretending to engage in casual conversation, she inched closer before suddenly making her move. Her right hand swiftly snatched the wine cup before Uehara Tsukimi. Her remarkable skill and control ensured that not a single drop of liquid spilled, despite the abruptness of her action. Observing Tsunade as she repositioned the cup to a side that Uehara Tsukimi had not touched. Her face radiated ecstasy as she savored the wine in delightful sips. Countless individuals who recognized Tsunade in the ninja world collectively found themselves in disbelief. Her earlier demeanor had nearly given the impression of a thief preparing for a grand heist, only to be motivated by a mere cup of wine. Even the original Tsunade felt a twinge of embarrassment, having been so eagerly expectant moments ago, her mind perhaps racing through a narrative that spanned 8 gigabytes of plot. In the end, was this all? Her prowess seemed to falter. After finishing the wine, Tsunade finally adopted a serious expression. With an intent yet seemingly casual inquiry, she asked, "Is Ayaka about to give birth? Have you decided on a name for the child? If it's a boy, he shall be named Niji, Uehara Niji. If a girl, she shall be called Hinata, Uehara Hinata. This would be their 3rd child, yes? Indeed, our eldest, Uehara Sasuke, is 3.5 years old, while our 2nd, Uehara Naruto, has just turned 3. They are at an age where mischief abounds, much to their mother's chagrin." Tsunade and Uehara Tsukimi engaged in light, inconsequential banter. Yet in the original ninja world, many observers began to wear peculiar expressions. The names they had just mentioned sounded remarkably familiar, particularly concerning Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Hyuga Neji. Their emotions instantaneously shifted to an exceedingly delicate state, or perhaps one might even deem it absurd. As for Kamiyama Shimi, everything about him is commendable, save for his excessive indiscretion and lack of restraint in certain aspects. Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina, and Hyuga Ayari are unequivocally their biological mothers in an alternate realm. They are astonishingly united by the same individual. It is not merely Sasuke, Naruto, and Neji who are affected. Even the spirits of Uchiha Fugaku, Minato Namikaze, and Hyuga Hayashi are deeply troubled, although they hail from entirely different worlds. Merely sharing names, one cannot shake the feeling that their hair colors seem rather vibrant. Returning to the video, after Kamiyama Shimi answered several mundane questions from Tsunade, his voice suddenly faltered. He had distinctly sensed the turmoil within Tsunade's heart, who clearly yearned to acquiesce. Yet, Due to some inner turmoil or reservations, she persistently sought justifications. Kamiyama Shimi turned his gaze, regarding the inexplicably flushed Tsunade with an unusual intensity, and inquired, "Tsunade, do you know what sets me apart from others the most? Is it talent? I can't fathom how you manage to not only improve, but also master others' bloodline techniques. It seems utterly unfair. Not quite at IT is wisdom. At T, merely 7 years of age, you possess a perspective on issues that few can rival. Is it courage and audacity? The chosen one by fate? Still incorrect. What then?" Tsunade offered several responses, yet those nearby consistently shook their heads. After a moment, witnessing Tsunade racking her brain without a satisfactory answer, Kamiyama Shimi smiled gently and stated, "It is because I have always known what I truly desire. Thus, apart from that which is most important, everything else is merely a necessary sacrifice, unworthy of excessive concern, that I believe this uncertainty exists not only within you, but also in the hearts of many, even among those who hold me in high regard. Does he truly possess no shame whatsoever? Not even a modicum. He is clearly deeply enamored with Kushina, flaunting their affection daily, yet the very next day, he could confront Mikoto. He already has Mikoto and Kushina, yet he accepts Ayari without a hint of hesitation, as if it were a trivial matter. Is he not afraid of public censure, of being scorned by the masses? I can answer you clearly now. I genuinely do not fear it. Including the act of eliminating the third Hokage, I have meticulously considered the consequences of my actions and determined that I could bear the cost before proceeding with my plans. Once I attained what I truly desired, all else became but fleeting shadows, drifting away with the wind. What is the most cherished thing I truly desire, and what are the necessary sacrifices? What, then, is it that I hold most dear?" Listening to Kamiyama Shimi's voice, Tsunade found herself murmuring softly. In that moment, she involuntarily recalled his consistent manner of operation, unwavering and relentlessly forward. Many matters that would require utmost caution from others seemed to evoke no sense of trepidation in him whatsoever. When he resolved to act, he did so without reservation. Even Orochimaru, in similar circumstances, rarely displayed such decisiveness. For instance, who could have anticipated that the third Hokage, in a fit of discontent, would dare to storm into an office and sever another's head? He represents the village's shadow, entangled in far too many implications. The third great ninja war was ignited by the disappearance of the third Kazekage of Tsunade. Tsunade pondered, her expression unexpectedly darkening. "So, your nonsensical ramblings at school when you were 7 were indeed your aspirations. I believe I have always maintained that." After a brief silence, Tsunade inquired, "If that is the case, why then do you devote yourself so earnestly to governing Konoha, stabilizing the ninja world, even at the cost of—" Kamiyama Shimi shook his head, interrupting her before she could finish that. "You remain rather simplistic. Humanity harbors a laughably naive prejudice, believing that a good person must embody perfection, that their actions and intentions must be immaculate. Should they commit even the slightest misdeed contrary to their reputation, their persona collapses and suspicions arise regarding ulterior motives, as if all had been mere pretense. Conversely, a villain is presumed to be entirely malevolent, and every action is scrutinized through the lens of conspiracy, just like the second Hokage's incessant references to the evil Uchiha, which has become a catchphrase. Had he married, I suspect that upon learning of his wife's pregnancy, he would have instinctively uttered, "Evil Uchiha." The reality is far more intricate than fiction. People are complex beings. I have never claimed to be a paragon of virtue, nor have I relinquished my duty as a savior. In all endeavors, I adhere to a simple principle, to harbor no regrets, and to leave no room for remorse at a person of innate kindness, gentle disposition, graceful demeanor, and exquisite beauty, like a goddess from a dream. If I were to stand idly by out of concern for others' opinions, witnessing her plunge into the inferno, I would surely regret it in the future. Thus, I acted. It is as simple as that. Let me share a secret with you. I had not intended to confront the third Hokage so soon. Yet he dared to disrupt my relationship with Kushina due to Mikoto and even unleash that old dog Danzo to stir chaos. How could I endure that? If I allowed him to live another moment, I would no longer bear the name Kamiyama. While my thirst for power was one reason I eliminated him, it was not the sole motivation behind my actions at that time. Tsunade's expression became exceedingly peculiar, instinctively raising her glass for a sip, only to discover it entirely empty, and she could only awkwardly set it back upon the table. She truly had not anticipated that the esteemed Hokage, a legendary ninja, met his end for the sake of thwarting this fellow's romantic pursuits. How utterly absurd. Kamiyama Shimi paid no heed to Tsunade's shock. In a blink, he had returned with a blue-sake jug brimming with exquisite wine. The amber liquid flowed gently from the spout, deliberately aimed at the lip prints Tsunade had left behind. He then emitted sounds of enjoyment and intoxication, reminiscent of Tsunade's earlier drinking. Look at you. How unremarkable. Tsunade rolled her eyes in annoyance. She attempted to turn away, unwilling to witness such an embarrassing display. Yet, ultimately, she could not resist the allure of Kamiyama's floral wine. Her mouth watering uncontrollably. One could only wonder how he accomplished such a feat. Creating wines from flowers, each with distinct effects and flavors. She had traversed the entire ninja realm, yet found no comparable taste. Unremarkable. Upon hearing Tsunade's teasing retort, a hint of delight danced upon Kamiyama Shimi's lips. At times, one should not place their goddess upon an untouchable pedestal. It is appropriate to jest lightly, even if slightly over the line. If she does not vehemently object, one may venture further into jest. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, pinning the astonished Tsunade against the Hokage rock. With no regard for restraint, he boldly extended his tongue. After an extended moment, they finally parted, gasping for breath. Kamiyama Shimi wore a smug expression as he asked, "So, how do you feel? Have you learned your lesson for speaking out of turn?" Kamiyama Shimi had anticipated that even if Tsunade did not erupt in anger, she would at least attempt to escape. His astonishment. She showed no inclination to rise, merely turning her head away, her cheeks flushed, and with a tone of feigned arrogance, she replied, "Still not at all. You coward." The moment those words escaped her lips, even Kamiyama Shimi was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, an ecstatic smile spread across his face. "Oh my, if I don't make things perfectly clear, I might as well change my surname to something else." At this moment, Tsunade remained beneath him. With a gentle embrace of her arms, she was entirely enveloped in his hold. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished from sight, leaving only two tables, askew from their collision, in the frame of the video. Time accelerated once more. In the sky behind, it was uncertain whether dark clouds obscured the moon's gaze or if the moon shyly retreated behind the clouds. Regardless, the scene plunged into darkness. An abrupt movement from someone stirred the previously disappointed spectators, who had merely witnessed Tsunade snatch a cup of wine, into a frenzy of excitement. The screen was instantaneously flooded with countless enthusiastic comments. "I want to file a complaint." Just as we reached the most thrilling moment, it cut off. "We want to see what happens next. If you have the audacity, show us the rest." After Tsunade and Uehara Tsukimi reached their union, the video noticeably quickened its pace. A flash of the screen brought forth a clinical room adorned in pristine white walls, bed, attire, floor, and furniture, imbued with an almost sterile cleanliness. In the corner of the frame, Tsunade struggled with an expression of fury, seemingly intent on rising from her bed to discharge herself from the hospital, yet firmly restrained by 4 nurses who were prepared for such an eventuality. At the center stood a knowledgeable female doctor clad in a white coat, cradling a writhing, wailing infant, announcing with delight, "Congratulations, Hokage-sama. Congratulations, Tsunade-sama. It's a lively little boy." With another flash, Tsunade continued her struggle upon a hospital bed. And the same astute doctor now held a tranquil, sparkling-eyed infant, exclaiming joyfully, "Congratulations, Hokage-sama. Congratulations, Tsunade-sama. It's a charming little girl." Yet again the scene shifted, and this time Tsunade resigned to her fate, no longer fighting against her circumstances. Although she was hospitalized, she reclined with her legs crossed, shouting boisterously, exuding an energy surpassing that of both the doctor and the nurses. Noa Rin also donned a white coat, her gaze intensely focused as she carefully cradled an infant, gently reporting with a hint of awkwardness, "Congratulations, Hokage-sama. Congratulations, Tsunade-sama. Congratulations, Masaki-kun." Your mother has given birth to a brother, weighing 8 pounds 6 ounces, perfectly healthy, with no congenital defects or ailments detected. Such a repetitive triad of images left the onlookers before their screens momentarily stunned. Even among those in the current shinobi world, many were already privy to these developments and frequently discussed them as casual conversation over tea. Yet their feelings were undeniably perplexed. It was unclear why the fourth Hokage appeared particularly earnest. Passionate and devoted to the matter of childbirth, Tsunade was not an isolated case. Almost every matron had given birth to more than one child. In fact, she was not the most prolific, merely sharing the second highest count with others. Upon witnessing Tsunade consecutively bear 3 children, and following the triad of video clips, the barrage of comments erupted with fervor. Sarcasm met envy met astonishment, especially among the ancient figures of the Senju clan, who had learned of the near extinction of their lineage. Excitement surged as they expressed their admiration for Uehara Tsukimi's actions. Many of these individuals hailed from the Warring States period, where families served as military units. For them, childbirth was of utmost significance for family continuity. The first Hokage had 4 brothers, Hashirama, Tobirama, and a lesser-known Ban and Wa. For them, death had rendered many things meaningless. The only remaining concern was the happiness of their descendants and the survival of their clan. In mere moments, the comment section became overwhelmingly populated by several powerful Senju members. Indeed, splendid work. Keep it up, Tsunade. The revival of our Senju clan rests upon you, asserted Senju Hashirama, spirit. By the way, has our world's rope tree perished? Has he gotten married? Has he had children? How many does he have now? Inquired Senju Tobirama, spirit. I heard the second daughter has awakened the eldest brother's would release. Does she have plans for marriage and offspring? Asked the original Senju Hashirama, spirit. Tsunade, look at your counterpart from another world. She is already in her 50s and still waiting. What are you waiting for? Your fertility window is closing, urged the original Senju Tobirama, spirit. Little Tsunade, do you have someone you fancy? Surely you aren't still single? Questioned the original Senju Tobirama, spirit. Our Senju clan in this world is in a far worse predicament. You are our sole hope. Tsunade, what are you still waiting for? The original shinobi world, currently guarding the outer perimeter of the root base while awaiting Tsunade's commentary on the video, initially intended to voice some playful remarks. However, upon seeing the multitude of ancient Senju figures urging for marriage in the comments, a dark line formed across her forehead that a wild, impulsive urge to strike someone simmered within her muscles. Yet beneath it all, a tinge of shame and embarrassment crept into her heart. Being the last hope of the Senju clan at over 50 years of age and still unmarried, wandering the shinobi world in solitude, was indeed somewhat indefensible. It was not just the Senju clan. Inspired by these individuals, the elderly of other families began to take an interest in their descendants' matrimonial affairs. After all, as revealed in the earlier comments, it was evident that many ancient families, including the Senju, Hyuga, and Uchiha clans, had been significantly impacted by the F4. In an instant, the tide of public opinion in the comments shifted dramatically, with marriage proposals becoming the latest trend in fashion. However, amidst the sequential urgings for marriage, the video within the scroll finally approached a significant life milestone worthy of attention in Tsunade's later years: the selection of the 7 ninja sages of the king. First, 4 familiar golden characters adorn the screen. Background introduction. In the current shinobi world, during the 55th year of Konoha, the eldest son of the 4th Hokage Uehara Tsukimi, Uehara Sasuke, and his younger brother Uehara Naruto successfully graduated from Konoha Ninja School at the young age of 9, breaking the record for the earliest graduation since the school's reform and emerging as renowned geniuses in the shinobi world. Due to Uehara Tsukimi's immense prestige and his promise of additional guidance and rewards for the teachers of the advanced ninja school, the selection of the 7 formal teachers for the advanced ninja school became a focal point of interest for Konoha and the entire shinobi world. Over the course of 19 days, more than 300 fierce battles determined the strongest among them in 7 categories: ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, shunshin, sealing techniques, medical ninjutsu, and perception techniques, bestowing them with corresponding titles. As all selected candidates possessed Kaga level strength, some even exceeding that. They were collectively referred to as the 7 Ninja Sages of the King. The original 7 Ninja Sages of the King included Ninja Orochimaru, Illusion Uchiha Fugaku, Body Might Guy, Swift Minato Namikaze, Seal Kushina Uzumaki, Medical Tsunade Senju, and Perception Karen Uzumaki. The list of current members of the 7 Ninja Sages of the King underwent several changes and now includes Ninja Kakashi Hitaki, Illusion Shursui Uchiha, Body Might Guy, Swift Minato Namikaze, Seal Kushina Uzumaki, Medical Tsunade Senju, and Perception Naruto Kamahara. As the subtitles appeared on the scroll, the comment section erupted once again that a multitude of shinobi from the original world, especially those from Konoha, were overwhelmed with excitement, filling the screen with frenzied comments, for they had witnessed the most prosperous Konoha they had ever dreamed of in another world. The scroll had made it abundantly clear that the 7 Ninja Sages of the King were all at least Kaga-level powerhouses, some even surpassing that. From the original 7 Ninja Sages of the King to the current members, excluding the 3 who appeared in both lists, a total of 11 names had emerged. Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku, Might Guy, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, Tsunade Senju, Karen Uzumaki, Kakashi Hitaki, Shursui Uchiha, Might Guy, and Naruto Kamahara. This does not even account for others who, while not on the list, possess considerable strength. For instance, Jiraiya, Kakashi Hitaki, and the esteemed 4th Hokage, Uehara Tsukimi, who is renowned as the strongest in the ninja world at a total of 14 elite shinobi, and that is merely the bare minimum, as the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist are only listed for their prowess in specific domains, rather than a comprehensive assessment of their overall strength. From various discussions in the comments, it becomes apparent that numerous other ninjas possess formidable abilities as well. Take, for example, the Manjiki Sharingan wielder Obito Uchiha, the Sage Mode Adept Kabuto Yakushi, and Uehara Sasuke, who stand alongside Uehara Naruto in reputation, as well as Uehara Neji, who despite his youth has already carved out a name for himself and vowed to one day storm the Hokage building to claim the title. While some may not yet reach the level of Kage, they're certainly not far from to gather such a plethora of top-tier warriors in one place. What a concept! They could effortlessly dominate the entire ninja world. Couldn't they? Right from the onset of the comparison video, Kakashi Hitaki aggressively criticized the F4, even causing one of his eyes to turn red with fervor. Tsunade, too, fell silent, not out of shame, but due to the staggering disparity in strength. A glimpse into this scenario reveals much. The mere fact that individuals of the caliber of Jiraiya and Kakashi Hitaki are absent from the list clearly illustrates the exaggerated prowess of the members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. The 2 top-tier Kage, with such a performance, only accentuates the plight of the many ordinary ninjas who could hardly contain their envy. The more they envy, the harsher the criticisms directed at the F4 become. It is not the fear of inadequacy that stings, but the stark comparisons that resonate. Just look at the lineup they boast. Hashirama Senju, the Sage of the Thousand Hands, are even the new generation beginning to unveil Kaga-level strength, or at least rank among the strongest in certain aspects. The 4th Hokage, the 7 Ninja Swordsmen are not merely the strongest in Konoha. Each one simultaneously stands as a top-tier powerhouse capable of suppressing the entire ninja realm. Possessing a formidable reputation, both the 3rd Hokage and I have been defeated by the 2nd Hokage. Anoki, encountering a prodigy like Uehara Tsukimi is indeed a daunting challenge. Minato Namikaze, isn't the 8th gate of the 8 gates of death supposed to be fatal upon activation? Kakashi Hitaki, the 4th Hokage, has improved this technique, employing sealing techniques to create a sealing array that envelopes the entire body. This not only reduces the difficulty of training in the 8 gates, but also mitigates bodily harm during training and activation, significantly enhancing power intensity, striking precision, and energy efficiency. Furthermore, with adequate training, one can fully open the 8 gates without succumbing to death. In fact, the damage can be controlled within a certain range. However, few can achieve this at present. Killer Bee, does that mean there will be a multitude of those who can open the 8 gates? That is truly terrifying. Kuratsuchi, that technique is utterly horrifying. The Mist Village painstakingly assembled the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. only to have him eliminate 4 of them with a single strike. As the group engaged in fervent discussion, Jiraiya suddenly found himself unable to contain his thoughts. Jiraiya, I cannot believe my name is absent from that list. How can the great sage of Mount Myaboku be so disregarded? It is inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. Jiraiya, why not incorporate sage art and form the 8 ninja swordsmen? Heh, I'm the only one who can utilize sage art. Kabuto Yakushi, well, I must apologize. I can also use sage art, and I possess the perfect sage mode of the Dragon Cave. Uehara Naruto, Uncle Jiraiya, I can use it too, and it's perfect sage art. I relied on it to defeat Aunt Kanna. Uehara Masaki, here is my perfect sage mode from the Wetbone Forest. Am I joking as the ocean messenger? Orochimaru, Uehara-kun has lowered the difficulty of using sage art. Tsunade and I can now dabble in it, though we are not as perfect and proficient as they are. Jiraiya. Jiraiya was taken aback. What is this? Is sage mode now so undervalued? Amidst the astonished discussions, the golden subtitles on the screen faded, and the video resumed in the center of a vast plaza, resembling a colossal Roman Colosseum. 7 platforms of varying colors were erected. The members of the original 7 ninja swordsmen stood proudly upon them, basking in the adoration from all sides. Almost every seat was filled to capacity, even the aisles bustling with an influx of people. At a glance, there were certainly tens of thousands present. Keen-eyed ninjas even spotted their respective village leaders among the fleeting audience shots. Clearly, this was a grand event, not only significant for Konoha, but also capturing the attention of the entire ninja realm. As the footage displayed for several seconds, a sudden black figure appeared in the sky above. Dressed in a suit of his own design, Uehara Shiming's attire transitioned from black at the top to a golden hue below, with the hem adorned with a faint orange-red tint, intricate patterns and designs embellishing it. And the words 4th Hokage emblazoned on the back. From a distance, he exuded an indescribable aura of reverence and grandeur, appearing exceptionally handsome. The moment he made his entrance, the plaza erupted, transforming into a sea of jubilant cheers. Countless individuals leapt to their feet, clapping their hands vigorously until their palms turned red, never pausing for breath. Shouts of adulation soared, echoing until voices were hoarse. Hokage-sama, 4th Hokage, wow, ah. Some daring female ninjas even boldly declare their affections. Hokage-sama, please take another wife. 4th Hokage, I wish to bear your children. Uehara-kun, I'm wearing the ultra-short skirt you designed today. Every individual bore an expression of near-manic enthusiasm. The sheer, heartfelt joy and excitement radiated from them, infecting even those watching the video from afar. Just by witnessing this segment, one felt an overwhelming impulse to join in the cheering. Even many from the original ninja realm, aware of Uehara Shiming's immense respect and adoration, were astonished by the depth of affection displayed. The IT was fervently akin to a cult-like devotion. Observing the countless Konoha ninjas, as well as ordinary citizens and ninjas from other villages, exhibiting such raw, unfiltered excitement and reverence, with eyes ablaze like fire, one could sense that a mere glance would suffice for a lifetime of fulfillment. The emotional turmoil stirred within the many spectators from the original ninja realm was profound. They envied Uehara Shiming. After all, who wouldn't he desire such overwhelming popularity and adoration? Yet their envy was more directed towards those who were cheering, wishing they could have a leader as remarkable as Uehara Shiming. Free from the treachery and cautiousness of their own world, unburdened by the need for constant vigilance or judgment, to wholeheartedly believe in one person, to follow his path without hesitation, and to attain all that one desires, even that which one had never dared to imagine, was an unparalleled sensation. Simply exquisite. Regrettably, their ninja world lacked such an individual. Can you believe it? In a realm rife with hatred, slaughter, conspiracies, betrayal, and hypocrisy, even someone like Hiruzen Sarutobi seems less abhorrent in comparison. After all, he at least maintained a facade of virtue, pretending, if only slightly, to in the original ninja realm. Kakashi Hitaki perched on a telephone pole, gazing at the scene of fervent applause in the video, tears of bitterness streaming from the eye not hidden by his forehead protector. He reflected on all he had endured, from his father to teammates, and then to his sensei and mentor, the cherished individuals in his life, all now gone, despite the immense sacrifices and the profound pain he had experienced. He ultimately found himself with nothing to claim it was for the sake of protecting loved ones. They had all perished. Assert it was for the village. The village was on a steady decline. To advocate for peace, for the future, for safeguarding the blossoming flowers of the next generation, children are sent to the battlefield. Such a tragic and illusory reality has caused him to lose sight of his purpose. What is the significance of cultivation? What value does effort hold? In the end, does anything truly change? If he were to become Hokage, would I willingly sacrifice my life for him? With tears streaming down his face, Kakashi felt an indescribable mix of emotions. Not far away, Tsunade, too, fell silent as she watched the scenes unfold on the screen. That moment, she began to comprehend her own choices in another world. When faced with such a character, one could hardly consider minor flaws as noteworthy or deserving of excessive concern. The two formidable individuals at the pinnacle of power were deeply moved, and one can only imagine the sentiments of countless ordinary ninjas. Whether the venerable old trees of the past or the fresh seedlings of the new generation, all gazed on with reddened eyes, consumed by envy. How enviable indeed! If you were Hokage, would my daughter still be alive? I truly wish to experience the sensation of following such a figure. It must be an unparalleled happiness, one so profound that even in death, one would feel no regret, but rather an overwhelming sense of honor. Why, oh why, does our world lack Uehara Tsukimi? The seemingly affable and righteous Tsurutobi Hiruzen, who is scorned and despised, stand as a stark contrast to Uehara Tsukimi, who, despite numerous flaws and a tyrannical demeanor, is revered and followed by countless individuals. How ironic! Can you see? Everyone's eyes are sharp. Only sincerity can garner genuine support. In the video, Uehara Tsukimi made no significant movements upon his entrance, merely waving gently to the surrounding audience. Responding to their enthusiastic cheers, after a brief pause of over 10 seconds, allowing emotions to settle, he raised his hands in the air, signaling for silence. Remarkably, his gesture brought about complete stillness, as if a pause button had been pressed. All voices ceased, yet eyes remained fervently fixed upon the extraordinarily charismatic figure above. That moment, Uehara Tsukimi's unique voice resonated through the crowd, expressing his surprise that what began as a simple recruitment of teachers had transformed into such a grand event. However, since it had occurred and garnered immense attention, he would not hesitate to bestow the honors due to the victored Uehara Tsukimi. In the name of the 4th Hokage of Konoha, hereby declare the establishment of the Wuxia 7 Ninja Sect. The term sect denotes a master of a particular craft, someone whose skills in a specific field have reached unparalleled heights, deserving of admiration and emulation. The inaugural members of the Wuxia 7 Ninja Sect are Orochimaru of the Ninja Sect, Fugaku Uchiha of the Illusion Sect, Might Guy of the Body Sect, Minato Namikaze of the Instant Sect, Kushina Uzumaki of the Sealing Sect, Tsunade Senju of the Medical Sect, and Kanai Uzumaki of the Sensory Sect. Honors are like a golden crown, not merely a source of pride, but also a heavy responsibility. May you all live up to the title of role models, diligently and faithfully nurturing the future blossoms of our village. Accompanied by a commanding voice, 7 tailor-made robes, nearly identical to Uehara Tsukimi's attire, were draped over the 7 individuals. Simultaneously, 7 golden tokens, each engraved with the characters for ninja, illusion, body, instant, seal, medical, and sensory on the front, and their respective names on the back, gracefully floated from Uehara Tsukimi's hands to the new members. An overwhelming roar of applause and cheers erupted once more across the square, in the face of such a spectacle. Even Orochimaru, with his usual demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps in the past, within that same Konoha, he had entertained reckless thoughts of pursuing truth at all costs. Yet now, confronted with this new Konoha, one that bore Uehara Tsukimi's influence, his heart began to shift in a different direction, reminiscent of the character he became after the 4th Great Ninja War. The others, including Might Guy, shouted exuberantly, while Minato and Kanai struggled to maintain their composure. Their faces flushed, Tsunade and Kushina were simply overjoyed, passionately kissing their tokens without a second thought. In stark contrast, Fugaku Uchiha was overwhelmed with tears, nearly speechless. The Uchiha clan was receiving fair treatment for the first time, being honored as they rightfully deserved, and able to accept the cheers of the masses, unlike the past, which was best left unspoken. After being awarded the title of medical sect leader, Tsunade began to bear children once more. Following her first son, Uehara, her second daughter, Senju Chikun, and third son, Senju Bayun, she subsequently welcomed a fourth son, Uehara Ryumei, a fifth daughter, Uehara Naomi, and recently, she successfully conceived a sixth child in the war-torn world of ninjas. This could undoubtedly be considered a great blessing. The final moments of the video presented a series of photos that appeared one by one, freezing in time before transitioning. The first image featured the legendary three ninjas, the boisterously laughing Jiraiya, now accompanied by the gentle Orochimaru, who bore a strikingly different demeanor, and Tsunade, cradling a small red pig beneath her pregnant belly. Notably, their summoning beasts made an appearance, with a small toad perched atop Jiraiya's head, a white slug draped over Tsunade's shoulder, and Orochimaru's snake winding elegantly from his sleeve. The trio stood before the Hokage rock, under the visage of Uehara Tsukimi, all wearing smiles. The second image captured the Wangsha 7 ninja sect members, Tsunade, Kakashi, Shursui, Guy, Minato, Kushina, and Naruto, adorned in robes designed by Uehara Tsukimi, standing proudly before a building marked with the words Konoha Advanced Ninja Academy. Their expressions radiated an indescribable sense of pride. The third image showcased hundreds of medical ninjas, with Tsunade at the center, radiating confidence and joy. The fourth depicted a grand hall, where Tsunade, Minato, Obito, Orochimaru, and Kabuto stood atop a platform, each adorned with floral garlands, holding crystal trophies aloft with their left hands while cradling honor certificates to their chests with their right. Below, hundreds of jonin and representatives from various fields applauded. The fifth image revealed Tsunade officiating a wedding for Rope Tree, gazing intently as Rope Tree knelt, placing a ring on his bride's finger. His expression a blend of emotion and satisfaction. The sixth captured Tsunade in shock as a vibrant green sapling surged forth from the palm of Senju Chikun, seemingly invigorating the surrounding flora into a frenzied growth. The seventh featured Uehara Tsukimi lounging on a grassy knoll, his hands resting behind his head, a look of contentment on his face. Beside him, Tsunade lay curled up, resting her head against her husband's arm. The subsequent images continued to showcase moments of joy and togetherness, culminating in a family portrait where 8 figures stood together, radiating happiness, warmth, and joyous. The shimmering golden text enveloped the final family photo. The screen, along with all preceding images, faded away. Once again, the barrage of comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Original Jiraiya, spirit, this is sheer happiness, a perfect life. The only regret is that the male protagonist isn't me. Haha. Original Kakashi Hatake, spirit, Tsunade has truly surpassed us in every aspect outside of her career. Her life is exceptionally fulfilling. Original Kato Shizun, my brother, who should have perished, has married, and with a partner once deemed fruitless, has borne many children, achieving immense honor in the Wangsha 7 ninja sect, revered by countless peers though, and the village she longs to protect is becoming increasingly prosperous and peaceful. This must be Tsunade's greatest dream. Wouldn't you agree? Ninja World Senju but Susan, spirit, the 2 daughters and 3 sons bearing the Senju name. Splendid. Uehara, you are a man of conscience and responsibility. Original Senju Hashirama, spirit, this is the vision of Konoha I dreamt of. The peace I wish to establish. It is truly commendable. In the realm of shinobi. Senju Hashirama, spirit, I am proud of you. Tsunade. Senju Tobarama, spirit, passionate yet ungrateful, whether as Hokage or as a husband. I acknowledge you. And Tsunade, I wish you happiness. Both of you, Tsunade, may your happiness endure forever. The original SH Tree, spirit sister, regardless of what transpires, no matter how sorrowful the circumstances, one must always look forward with resolve and pursue happiness. The deceased should not burden themselves with excessive worry or guilt over the pain their passing inflicts upon the living. This is the responsibility and obligation of the living. Sister, you must emulate the other you, living joyfully and happily. This is my soul, wish thee, O not allow the other self to surpass you. Dear sister, you will promise me, and you will achieve this, correct? Senju, a sage tree, sister from another world. Though you may not be the sister I once knew, the bond between siblings remains unchanged, that I hope you can bravely step forward, stand tall, and respond fiercely with joy and happiness to those who conspire against you, reminding them that you are forever the indomitable Tsunade. Countless voices have risen to bless Tsunade, particularly from the original shinobi world, where many who have interacted with or respected this great medical sage cannot help but express their genuine emotions. Observing these comments, the other Tsunade finds herself moved to tears. The countless grievances and pains of the past seem to dissipate in that moment. Her heart is filled with something that can alleviate the emptiness, bolster her courage and perseverance, provide a fighting goal, and instill new hope. After weeping for merely 2 seconds, she abruptly wipes away her tears, her expression transforming into one of unwavering determination and fierce resolve. For amidst the deluge of blessings and heartfelt sentiments, there also mingles a few contrasting remarks. Original Senju, Tobarama, Spirit Tsunade, boldly pursue whatever you must, shedding your burdens and embarking on your journey lightly. This will be beneficial for both you and Konoha. Do not hesitate. Learn from Uehara Tsukimi, and if love cannot sway them, then let your fists deliver the lesson. Bloodied hands need not be incapable of love and protection. Original Orochimaru, Tsunade, be cautious. Danzo has implanted the cells of the first Hokage and over 10 Sharingan, one of which is Shursue's Manjiki, enabling him to wield wood release and the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques. Izanagi Kohakan, above Konoha, as the video on the scroll comes to an end, Tsunade herself is brought to tears, her heart heavy with emotion. She cannot fathom what might have become of her had Uehara Tsukimi not existed. Had this individual not undertaken all that he has, if, like in another world, her disciples, lovers, comrades, subordinates, and even family had all been subjected to treachery, and the conspirators were once respected teachers, what would her fate have been? Could she have endured the weight of such sorrow, the harrowing plight, the heart-wrenching sensation that shatters all faith? Just the thought of it sends a shiver deep within her, as if confronted by a profound terror. She has never been a lover of grand ideals like her grandfather, nor has she possessed the decisiveness, wisdom, and courage of the second Hokage. Her brother, family, teammates, and lover reside in the softest corners of her heart. While she may appear boisterous and bold, the direction given by love and emotion has always been rather selfish, with family forever placed at the forefront. No, it cannot merely be termed selfish. It is simply that she has witnessed too many who, in pursuit of so-called dreams, great love, village, and faith, have unhesitatingly sacrificed themselves and even their families for the sake of heroism. She has no capacity for such greatness. She deeply admires figures like the first and second Hokages. Yet having witnessed their sacrifices firsthand, she wholly rejects the notion of becoming like them. Tsunade tightly embraces Uehara Tsukimi, pressing her cheek firmly against the back of her beloved's head. With each sob, tears cascade down her cheeks. Never before has she been so captivated by the deep essence, the formidable physique of the person before her, enamored by his dominance and gentleness alike. She is entranced by his virtues and flaws, captivated by everything that he embodies. Even the once dissatisfying matters, such as his unabashed expressions of affection towards other women, now seem inexplicably endearing. Being human entails imperfections. A flawless sage does not exist, even if such a figure were to materialize. Much like the first Hokage, they might very well choose to devote everything to the greater good, sacrificing personal love entirely. That may represent the ideal for humanity and the entire shinobi world. Yet it shall never serve as Tsunade's reliance. The current state is quite satisfactory. Compared to the repugnant third Hokage, his lecherous nature pales in comparison. Furthermore, what is wrong with a man appreciating beauty? He merely expresses genuine affection, Unlike those hypocritical charlatans who disguise themselves, they're truly a fault in this. Not just Tsunade, upon witnessing the original shinobi world. Decades have passed, and Konoha has not changed at all. It remains lifeless, its strength even waning to such a degree. The entirety of contemporary shinobi Konoha, along with many other ninja villages, cannot help but sing praises for Uehara Tsukimi, marveling at his policy's brilliance and foresight. Uehara Tsukimi has nearly reconstructed Konoha from the ground up, not only in terms of architecture and village layout, but also regarding political systems, overarching structures, operational methods, and a mindset of ninjas that Konoha transforms. Serving as a beacon for the shinobi world, other villages will inevitably follow suit. Among them, a certain shameless Raikage is most eager, while other villages might wait for results before deciding on imitation. He disregards all and imitates without hesitation. Regardless of the merits or demerits, he simply insists on emulating whatever Konoha has done to this moment. The first comparative video has concluded, and following the fervent exchanges in the comments, nearly every ninja village, including many smaller ones, has gained considerable insight into their counterparts from another world. The stark contrast reveals a truth far more eloquent than words that a wave of realization sweeps through. With cries of understanding echoing I comprehend now. The fourth Hokage acted for the sake of the fourth Hokage himself. Truly magnificent. I knew this. The Hokage had foreseen this all along. Reflecting on it now, it is no wonder the Hokage is so astute. Shockingly, Uehara Tsukimi was indeed working for. Tears well up as the Hokage. In truth, you are unaware of the whole matter. Seems today, I must unveil the hidden secrets that have long been buried. Such phrases abound across the shinobi realm and the now faded scroll of the video. Not only are the majority of matters not Uehara Tsukimi's fault, but even if they were, they would find ways to absolve him. At this moment, their thought processes are remarkably unique, overflowing with inspiration, and their perspectives are refreshingly unconventional. Among all of them, only Jiraiya feels the most deeply moved. Heaven knows how excruciating it is to have Uehara Tsukimi as a disciple. He questions life daily that it is not due to any exceptional talent. Rather, this individual is simply too unruly. Even if unruliness were permissible, the issue lies in the fact that he consistently acts under Jiraiya's banner. And once the chaos ensues, he leaves the mess for Jiraiya to clean up. He remains indifferent to criticism and responsibilities, utterly unrepentant, claiming that he is the child of destiny and thus different from others. If further inquiries arise, then this moment embodies the significant choice foretold by the great Toad Sage, one that will determine whether the shinobi world veers toward stability or descends into ruin. Jiraiya, the time has come for you to make a decision. To confront Danzo for Kushina's sake is a monumental choice. To clash with the Uchiha for Mikoto is a monumental choice. To eliminate the third Hokage and ascend to power is a monumental choice. Regardless, I shall never waver or look back, so you must proceed as you see fit. Damn it, this single matter has haunted Uehara Tsukimi for a lifetime, leaving him perpetually questioning his existence and steeped in suffering. Now, gazing upon this radically transformed Konoha and shinobi world, tears of bittersweet reminiscence inevitably fall from Jiraiya's eyes. At last, the sacrifices made were not in vain. It seems that the situation has improved. Shall we withdraw? In midair, upon witnessing Tsunade suddenly embrace Uehara Tsukimi, Kakashi turned his gaze towards Obito, who remained silent. A swirling distortion of space enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, everyone, including Obito himself, vanished without a trace. Beneath the moonlight, Tsunade clung tightly to Uehara Tsukimi, her expression radiating bliss. Uehara Tsukimi understood the complexity of Tsunade's emotions at that moment and refrained from any actions that might dampen the mood. Instead, he retrieved a finely crafted jade flute from his pocket and began to play gently. In this life and the next, our Uehara-kun has become quite the virtuoso. The enchanting melody, with its soaring highs and gentle lows, unfurled around them like a serene stream, at times crisp and clear, at others soft and distant, a captivating serenade that lured one into a beautiful reverie. Reluctant to awaken, Tsunade's heart fluttered in response. Shall we go to my place tonight? Don't be silly. You're pregnant, that it's not the time for such antics, aren't there other techniques? Ah, is that really okay? Feeling the imposing presence of two majestic Mount Fuji's behind him, Uehara Tsukimi decisively abandoned Mikoto and teleported back to Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique to in the primordial shinobi world. Tsunade observed the acknowledgement from her great-uncle and the reminders from former comrades. Her previously cold gaze now emanated profound fury. Would release Sharingan, Izanagi. Ha! It appears there are games to be played. With a sweeping gesture, she commanded several jonin, originally under the advisors, to breach the defenses of the root base. The elders of Konoha and other shinobi villages differ significantly. In Iwagakure and Kumogakure, advisors serve as the shadowy aides to the Kage, assisting in matters they're ill-equipped to handle, wielding limited power themselves. In Kirigakure, the elders are divided into factions led by the bloodline clans, which is the root of the blood mist in Tsunagakure. The deaths of past Kazekages have been rather abrupt, forcing advisors to intermittently assume the responsibilities of the Kage. Konoha's system resembles feudal lordship. A vassal is not necessarily the vassal of your vassal. The root organization is particularly unique, but not an exception. Each faction possesses its own private armed forces, administrative departments, and realms of authority. The Hokage has direct control over the Umbu, the educational division, and the jonin ranks. The Umbu encompasses numerous divisions including intelligence, interrogation, analysis, tracking, sensory, and code units, among others. The general perception of the Umbu is that they are merely a combat unit. Yet under the third Hokage's diligent efforts, their power and intricate structure surpass that of all the advisors combined. In the original narrative, Sarutobi has appointed Hitaki Tsukumo as the Umbu captain to suppress his achievements, relegating him to the shadows to protect his accomplishments from public scrutiny. However, the Umbu's overwhelming authority, in a sense, could jeopardize the Kage's very existence, not to mention the necessity of executing clandestine tasks that the Kage cannot publicly address, such as spreading propaganda, orchestrating conspiracies, or covertly eliminating individuals. If an outsider were to gain control, even merely as the leader of a task force, it would pose numerous complications. Hence, 5 years after the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War. With Hitaki Tsukumo's notoriety waning and the Third Great Ninja War escalating, the time had come for decisive action. Some argue that Tsukumo's downfall was due to his own mental state, while others contend that it stemmed from a shattered faith. His fervent devotion to the will of fire ultimately betrayed, leading him to despair and choose death. However, from Uehara Tsukimi's observations regarding the F4, it was evident that Tsukumo had reached a point where his demise was inevitable, that the self-inflicted death might spare Kakashi. Had he not taken that route, no one could have slain him, ultimately resulting in another Orochimaru. His defection led to the demise of all his loyal confidants, for those truly possessing a profound belief and the willingness to act upon it. Their influence over others is immensely potent, especially for those shinobi dwelling in darkness yearning for light. At that time, over half of the Umbu directly under the Hokage were captivated by Hitaki Tsukumo. It is worth noting that the Umbu had nearly become the private domain of the Sarutobi clan. If he were to survive, who else would perish? Moreover, not only must he die, but he must also do so in the most humiliating and ironic manner possible. Aside from the Umbu, the remaining administrative roles were held by Mito Kazan, overseeing the administrative division and liaising with the daimyo, while TK Haru managed the medical and logistics divisions. Additionally, other departments, such as the police force, were under Uchiha control, while the sealing and barrier divisions, originally overseen by the third Hokage's wife, Sarutobi Bawako, were later taken over by Sarutobi Jonin. This peculiar system made it exceedingly difficult for even the new Hokage, Kyubi, to seize power outright, unless one could cultivate their own direct lineage. For instance, the former fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, upon becoming Hokage, could only command the newly established Umbu squad, specifically Kakashi's team, along with the 3 individuals from the Shadow Guard, Noara Rin, Kamizuki Izumo, and Shiranui Ginma. Similarly, after the 7th Hokage assumed office, the remaining 2 members of F4 continued to wield significant power, unabated in their interference. Such is the inherent flaw of the feudal system. As for those capable of cultivating their own direct lineage, one need only observe the fates of Itachi Tsukumo and Orochimaru to understand that Konoha simply does not permit individuals of such caliber to exist. Now, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, faces a similar predicament. To command a particular shinobi, she must first secure the approval of the respective department head. Initially, she intended to rely on her reputation as a legendary medical ninja and gradually infiltrate the medical division, ultimately replacing the Umbu to consolidate power through traditional means. However, after viewing the comparative footage, she resolved to adopt a different approach. Tsunade's icy gaze fixed intently on the jonin sent by the advisors to monitor her. Her fists clenched tightly, an overwhelming chakra radiating a dangerously potent aura, as if daring them to experience the might of her super strength. Kakashi, too, unsheathed a short blade reminiscent of White Fang, azure lightning dancing upon its surface. Emitting a sharp, piercing sound, he decided to abandon the pretense and lay all cards on the table. Just then, a large contingent arrived from outside, Hyuga and Inuzuka clans, alongside the main forces of the Sarutobi clan, rushed in to pledge their loyalty. The two F4 members, Mito Kazan and TK Haru, finally made their entrance. They dared not show any sign of defiance, mirroring Tsunade's expression as they began to display their political correctness towards the root base. After watching the comparative footage, particularly observing Uehara Tsukimi's demeanor, they felt a shiver of apprehension. What if Tsunade sought to emulate that? Even if she did not, Kakashi's stance was already abundantly clear. They were acutely aware of their own limitations and recognized they would not stand a chance. Thus, their only option was to apologize to Danzo and the root. Danzo, my friend, when you pass, I shall send flowers and burn incense in your memory. Just depart swiftly and spare us any complications. As the main figure appeared, Tsunade ceased her intimidation of the jonin and, with a stern expression, inquired of the two advisors, "What brings you here?" After careful contemplation, I have come to the realization that my age has rendered me somewhat lacking in vigor, and it is no longer fitting for me to oversee two significant departments. Therefore, I would like to recommend Kato Shizen for the position of medical minister. Additionally, I am willing to entrust the administrative department to Kakashi, who will solely be responsible for liaising with the daimyo and the capital. Observing the two of them shrink back in trepidation, startled by a mere word from me, Tsunade couldn't help but suppress a laugh. Yet, it was not a laugh born of satisfaction from gaining an advantage or the joy of finally wielding authority. Rather, it was a sardonic chuckle. Indeed, Uehara Tsukimi's approach proved to be the correct one. When you exhibit weakness or hesitation, others will not show compassion for your struggles or difficulties. Instead, they will intensify their demands, trampling upon your dignity. Conversely, if you are decisive, wielding your authority with an iron fist, they will become exceedingly cautious, mirroring your thoughts, anticipating your desires, and displaying an absurd level of compliance and reliability. Reflecting on the series of grievances I had previously endured, I felt an overwhelming urge to slap myself. How foolish I had been, as the esteemed Hokage, a formidable leader of the shadows. Allowing these two old dogs to bully me for so long was simply unacceptable. If Uehara Tsukimi were to discover this, he would surely mock me mercilessly. Tsunade's thoughts turned to TK Rin and Mito Menon, who believed they had made the greatest concessions, particularly Mito Menon, who thought the administrative department, while seemingly inconsequential, was in fact one of the most powerful and lucrative departments, second only to those directly overseen by the Hokage and the theoretically potent police department. Even among the departments managed by the Hokage, the education department serve a rather unique purpose, primarily tasked with instilling the will of fire in the next generation, thereby limiting its scope for arbitrary actions. The Jonin class, being the strongest force in the village, must remain firmly under the Hokage's control. Yet, precisely because this power is so formidable and vital, there exists little room for maneuvering. Often, it is merely a nominal authority. No one, be it the Hokage, advisors, or any other figure, is permitted to unite all Jonin, for such unity could challenge the power of the higher dash-ups as for the police department. One could only scoff. Theoretically, it wields immense power, almost akin to a second Umbu, or rather, even more exaggerated than the Umbu. However, all of this remains confined to the realm of theory. Whether it is maintaining internal peace and stability within the village or formulating corresponding rules and laws, as well as apprehending, interrogating, and detaining those with criminal tendencies, all these functions have been usurped by the Umbu and the administrative department. In reality, the police department is left to deal primarily with punishing row vendors and apprehending petty thieves or drunken ninjas, making it more akin to a city management authority. In the grand scheme of Konoha, the true centers of actual power are the Umbu and the administrative department. Yet the Umbu leans more towards ninja-related matters, pursuing rogue ninjas, gathering intelligence, protecting dignitaries, and engaging in conspiracies or underhanded tactics. Meanwhile, the administrative department oversees economic authority, tax collection, commercial transactions, real estate, and even the issuance of ordinary and low-level missions, each aspect laden with substantial benefits. It is precisely because the administrative department holds such immense power that its secondary responsibilities appear so insignificant in comparison. Tasked with liaising and communicating with the daimyo, while seemingly crucial, its authority pales in comparison. To put it bluntly, it is merely a conduit for communication. Do the daimyo and Hokage, the dual jewels of the Land of Fire, allow one to meddle in their decisions? Handing over the administrative department is no mere sacrifice. It is akin to severing limbs for survival. TK Rin felt similarly. The logistics department only finds relevance during wartime, while the medical department engages in diverse research endeavors, although it may not possess the operational breadth of the administrative department. It should not be underestimated. Nevertheless, they believe they had already paid a significant price. Moreover, with such substantial portions of power relinquished, who could remain unmoved by envy? The distribution of interests is no simple matter. Amidst mutual competition, Konoha is bound to descend into chaos for a time. With this period of buffer, the negative impact on myself would likely diminish significantly. This tactic had been employed numerous times before, each instance proving highly effective. Yet regrettably, what has been relinquished this time may never be reclaimed. The two were calculating furiously in their minds, yet they could never have anticipated that Tsunade, far from perceiving any semblance of sincerity in their actions, would instead keenly discern the weakness of the so-called advisors. We shall address your matters later. For now, we must deal with Danzo. Tsunade fixed a deep gaze upon the two, neither conceding nor refusing to their statements of submission. She had resolved to no longer exhibit weakness. Yet she was not Uehara Tsukimi and could not be so utterly ruthless. Whether to pursue complete annihilation would depend on their future conduct. At that very moment, the defenses of the root base had finally been breached, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, having received the legacies of the Senju clan, Uzumaki Mido, and the couple Kushina and Minato, had managed to cultivate several adept sealing technique ninjas amidst the enormous accumulation of resources. With the outer defenses of the root base now compromised, the scene within unfolded before everyone's eyes. In an instant, all who witnessed this spectacle, including TK Rin and Mido Menon, found themselves wide-eyed in astonishment and horror. A vast, seemingly bottomless subterranean expanse lay before them, crisscrossed by aerial bridge-like pathways that interwove countless caverns in all directions. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly left everyone dumbfounded was that at the center of the uppermost cross-shaped passage, Shimura Danzo had gathered a host of root ninjas, all poised for battle. Among them, Danzo had shed the bandages that once enveloped him, revealing the arm adorned with the visage of the first Hokage and the eerie, swirling Sharingan that adorned it. This was a scene that all could perceive, including the Hokage, who had long anticipated this moment and prepared accordingly. Danzo, gazing upon this unsettling sight, a tempest of fury erupted within the hearts of Tsunade, Kakashi, and the other Konoha ninjas. The desecration of the first Hokage and the plunder of clan bloodlines were offenses that could not be forgiven. Without hesitation, Tsunade unsealed the In seal and activated the Creation Rebirth 100 Healings technique, charging forward with a powerful foot strike. The terrifyingly potent chakra surged forth from her petite foot, adorned with playful red nail polish. Erupting like a storm aimed at obliterating everything in its path, the sheer might of her full-powered strike was formidable. Beneath the level of a Kage, A single blow could easily fell a child, and even another Kaguya would find it no trivial matter to withstand. Yet, having long since prepared for this eventuality, Danzo would not allow her to achieve her desires so easily. Tsunade's foot strike met nothing but air, as if passing through an illusion, and everything suddenly vanished, save for the shattering of a segment of the passageway. Almost simultaneously with the breach of the outer defenses, a concealed ceiling barrier hidden within the shadows of the passage was quietly opened, revealing the true root ninjas who had been lurking within. As Tsunade's kick propelled outward, 100 figures hidden within surged forth, pouring out from within. They scattered in all directions, each individual having predetermined a fixed target, engaging in a reckless, suicidal assault that instantaneously created chaos among the outer Konoha ninjas, particularly for the reinforcements comprising the two advisors' factions and the Sarutobi ninjas, as well as Kakashi and his comrades. Their heightened vigilance and battle-hardened experience paled in comparison to the brutal reality of true ninja confrontations. There were no probes, no feints, no mercy. Life and death were determined in an instant. This was the essence of being a ninja, especially a root ninja. Notably, Danzo, the cunning old fox, had chosen to target the softest of fruits, treating them as the breach point that, in mere moments, they suffered catastrophic losses, as they witnessed the outer encirclement being breached. A gap forming, Danzo's heart swelled with elation at the unexpected success of his strategy, far exceeding his expectations. The strength of the root was indeed formidable. Yet to oppose the entirety of Konoha was a venture steeped in folly. Thus, his initial objective was not to conquer, but to flee. Danzo seized the opportunity, charging towards the breach with several trusted subordinates without a moment's hesitation. What kind of gaze is that? Is it mocking my frailty? During his escape, Danzo did not neglect to keep an eye on others, particularly the elite jonin who posed a threat to him. Being observant and attentive to one's surroundings is a fundamental skill for any ninja. He first cast a glance at Tsunade, who, having rushed in too fiercely, found herself without a point of leverage after the aerial passage collapsed, making it difficult to turn back in a short time. Next, his gaze shifted to Kakashi. Kakashi effortlessly dodged the suicide attack from two root ninjas targeting him, all the while wearing a scornful and disdainful expression as he regarded Danzo's retreat. Danzo's heart plummeted. Kakashi was no ordinary ninja, excelling in both strength and intellect, that he quickly calculated the circumstances. Typically, when the defensive formation has been shattered and key ninjas are being monitored and restrained, it is exceedingly challenging for a shadow-level expert to escape unimpeded. Could it be that Tsunade had orchestrated some scheme behind him? While Danzo pondered this, a loud shout suddenly rang out nearby. Grandma Lee opened the door, having survived the pack of wolves that surrounded Konoha. Enduring the suicide of his father, the death of the fourth Hokage, the assassination of the Hokage that nearly brought Konoha to its knees during the Third Ninja World War, and Orochimaru's plans to dismantle Konoha, he managed to conceal and preserve his strength to the greatest extent possible. Eventually, he rose to the position of Hokage, guiding Konoha toward a flourishing era that Kakashi's cunning should not be underestimated. Every choice he made at crucial junctures and significant moments was calculated. Upon closer examination, one would be astonished to find that each decision aligned with his own interests, while remaining undetectable to outsiders. Everything appeared so reasonable, so smooth, and utterly flawless. A simple example suffices. Prior to the third round of the Chunin exams, his three students urgently needed to enhance their abilities in a short time, that he chose to mentor Uchiha Sasuke, with whom he had little prior connection, while leaving his own student, Naruto, to the tutelage of Konohamaru's family teacher, Ebisu. Some claim Kakashi was ungrateful, but this was precisely where his wisdom lay. Why Ebisu? Was there any commonality in their training or tactical systems? There was none. Did he have any special connection with Naruto or harbor high hopes for him? Not at all. If it were merely that Naruto needed to reinforce his fundamentals, any Chunin could have sufficed. After all, Ebisu only taught Naruto how to walk on water in the end. The answer is simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted Naruto to have exclusive access to the moonlight in his heart. While placing great expectations on the pure, legitimate heir that was Konohamaru, establishing a rapport with someone like Naruto, who was destined to become a top-tier powerhouse, was equally desirable. In fact, the subsequent series of interactions between Konohamaru and Naruto indeed began from this point. Not only did Konohamaru eventually become Naruto's disciple, but he was also regarded as a strong candidate for the 8th Hokage. If this instance were the sole evidence, one might argue it was coincidental or misinterpreted by those with ulterior motives. However, the multitude of similar occurrences surrounding Kakashi renders such coincidences implausible, especially when Sarutobi Hiruzen was attacked by Orochimaru and Guy prepared to intervene. Kakashi's reasoning for holding him back. The 3rd Hokage is the strongest Hokage, almost made the crowd of Hokage enthusiasts cringe. One cannot deny that Kakashi possesses a keen sense of irony. The strongest? Among the 5 Kage of his generation, few could be easily outmatched. The 3rd and 4th Hokages wielded wind and magnet release. The 3rd Earth had dust release. The 4th Water could replicate opponents or was a perfect Jinchuriki. The 3rd Lightning was hailed as the strongest spear and shield, while the 4th Lightning could match Minato in speed. Not to mention the 1st and 2nd Hokages, who were unparalleled prodigies in a century, completely on a different tier from ordinary shadow-level ninjas. Those who utter such claims exhibit a level of shamelessness rivaling that of Uchiha Shursui. Nevertheless, it seems fitting that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who espoused the will of fire, met his end surrounded by betrayal and abandonment. Kakashi, capable of bewildering even Sarutobi Hiruzen, rendered Danzo nearly powerless, leaving him with no opportunity to rise and constantly being used as a pawn in the Hokage's games, bearing the brunt of countless misfortunes. Moreover, Kakashi had once served en route and had been regarded by Danzo as a trusted subordinate, possessing an unparalleled understanding of his methods. It could be said that when Danzo made a move, Kakashi already knew what he was plotting. Such astute foresight, it hardly existed. It was merely basic skills. Might Guy was not one to overthink. He followed Kakashi's instructions without question. Upon seeing Danzo appear in his vicinity, he let out a mighty roar, and a surge of blue steam enveloped him in an instant. The 8 gates technique, with the first 2 gates releasing limits on brain function and physical fatigue, allowed for 100 physical capability, overexerting bodily energy to restore stamina, while correspondingly enhancing attack and speed. From the 3rd gate onward, each additional gate further unlocked bodily potential, exponentially amplifying strength and speed based on the previous gate. Even more terrifyingly, the physical conditioning required to successfully open the next gate increased correspondingly. In other words, not only were strength and speed multiplied, but they were multiplied on an even stronger foundation. During the Chunin exams, with 4 gates opened, Lee already possessed speed surpassing that of elite Jonin, outpacing Gaara's sand. The opening of the 6th gate, as the last before the Death Gate, nearly fully unlocked his bodily potential, achieving a level of speed and strength that ordinary ninjas could hardly fathom. Even Danzo was no exception. In the instant the 8 gates were activated, Might Guy shattered the ground beneath him. Literal explosions occurred as terrifying speed combined with equally terrifying power rendered him nearly invisible. The ground only reacted after it had been obliterated, sending debris in every direction. Those around could barely perceive a flicker of his figure, accompanied by the ceaseless explosions of the ground several meters behind him, akin to a fierce gale sweeping past, leaving no visible trace of his form. Danzo, however, managed to react. Instinctual combat awareness prompted him to dodge to the side. Unfortunately, speed was everything, and once he was slower than Might Guy, the outcome was already sealed. In the blink of an eye, a soaring kick connected squarely with his chin. This was the prelude of might. One of the few techniques devoid of the Konoha moniker, Danzo transformed into a faster afterimage, crashing back into the spot he had just vacated, demolishing the aerial passage and creating a large hole in the mountainside. Embedding himself deep within, Danzo felt a wave of excruciating pain radiating from his body, nearly rendering him unconscious. The injury to his chin was especially severe. That kick had shattered half his face. The impact on his back was no less damaging, with multiple fractures. This was the result of his attempts to defend himself. Might Guy had aimed for his neck. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Although Danzo was propelled away at great speed, Might's velocity matched his own. Almost immediately, he leaped into the air, spinning gracefully, and delivered a powerful kick to Danzo, who was embedded in the mountainside. the force of this blow was tremendous, having been charged with energy, causing the previously shallow pit, measuring just over 2 meters deep, to deepen 3- or 4-fold. Would have been merely 2 meters deep, thanks to the aerial passage absorbing some impact. Now bore the full brunt of the assault, transforming into an open cavern nearly 7 or 8 meters deep that Danzo's chest was utterly obliterated, a significant portion of it completely destroyed, with only the side harboring his heart remaining. Such grievous injuries would have claimed the life of anyone else long before this point. However, Danzo had already initiated his Anaji long before. His broken body remained in place, gradually transforming into a mere phantom, becoming increasingly transparent and insubstantial until it vanished entirely. Simultaneously, a complete version of Danzo, nearly unscathed, materialized behind Might Guy. Even upon his resurrection, a profound terror lingered in Danzo's gaze. The power and speed of Might Guy had surpassed his comprehension of what a ninja could achieve, not merely his understanding of Might Guy himself, but of the very limits of ninjutsu in his mind. Even if he were not the strongest in the ninja world, he certainly belonged to the elite few at the pinnacle. How could anyone render him incapable of even a reaction, unable to perform a substitution technique or body flicker? Such a thing was inconceivable. No, I cannot fall here. I have yet to become Hokage. Yet despite the overwhelming dread within, Danzo did not remain foolishly frozen. A seasoned warrior, his ninja instincts swiftly prompted him to recalibrate. He calculated silently. I possess would release the Sharingan, the Manjiki, the almost insurmountable Izanagi, and a multitude of loyal subordinates willing to risk their lives for me. The advantage lies with me. It is not impossible to turn the tide. Initially, he believed the only threat from Konoha was Tsunade, a mere medical ninja. Now, it was merely Might Guy, whose taijutsu was hardly noteworthy. Moreover, having resorted to forbidden techniques, such an attack must come at a significant cost. How many times could he execute it? As for Kakashi, without the first Hokage cells and would release, he dared to transplant the Sharingan. His potential long since exhausted, he could hardly unleash Raikiri more than a few times. Was he truly worthy of Danzo's attention? Thus, as long as he endured Might Guy's onslaught with Izanagi and seized the opportunity to ambush Tsunade, today would mark the realization of my dream, ascending to the position of Hokage. Regarding the slander in the scrolls and the villagers' discontent, once I become Hokage and wield absolute power, I can eliminate a few dissenters. Who would dare to speak out then? With his thoughts shifting, Danzo regained his confidence. He puffed his cheeks, rapidly condensing pure wind released chakra in his mouth until it formed a vast, fan-shaped vortex. Each strand of wind carried an intensely sharp aura, as though it could shred everything apart. The fair. His wind release was indeed remarkable. When combined with the summoning beast, the dream taper, it could even breach Susanu's defenses. Alas, no matter how powerful a technique, one must first release it to be effective. Just as Danzo began to gather the wind-release chakra in his mouth, a green light, akin to a cannonball, streaked past his position. Danzo's head was gone. Painful heaven's kick, Tsunade gracefully descended to the ground, retracting her delicate foot, its red nail polish strikingly vibrant. After delivering a kick that severed Danzo's head, she showed no sign of elation. Her expression first reflected shock, swiftly morphing into profound disdain, and then into quiet chagrin. The surprise stemmed from how effortlessly she had dispatched Danzo. Had it been either Jiraiya or Orochimaru in his place, they would never have been so easily defeated. Merely landing a hit required meticulous planning and strategy, and even then, it might not inflict substantial harm. Yet Danzo, well, his demise felt somewhat hasty. The disdain and chagrin arose from her realization that she had hesitated for so long due to such a worthless creature. No wonder Uehara Tsukimi dared to storm the Hokage building at 18. These individuals were truly pathetic, and she had been unnecessarily anxious. With such a degree of incompetence, would their demise truly affect Konoha? If anything, it would be a boon. Tsunade mused silently as Danzo reappeared. After being killed twice, he was evidently more cautious. He scanned the surroundings with the keen eyes of a battle-hardened ninja, taking note of the positions of several formidable adversaries. Simultaneously, his mind raced, swiftly devising plans on how to avoid Tsunade, exhaust Might Guy, and exploit Kakashi's vulnerabilities that a fraction of a second later, he resolved to eliminate Kakashi first that Kakashi's chakra was too scarce, making him an easy target. By incapacitating Kakashi, the number of powerful foes Konoha had to contend with would diminish, making it easier to deal with Tsunade and Might Guy. Danzo puffed his cheeks once more, this time learning from his previous mistakes. He refrained from unleashing the time-consuming vacuum Great Sphere and instead rapidly fired vacuum bullets, forcing Might Guy and Tsunade to evade. Next, he covered the remaining wind-release chakra over Kunai, forming a vacuum blade while simultaneously activating body flicker technique, ruthlessly slicing towards Kakashi in a corridor yet to collapse. Kakashi observed Danzo charging towards him, and the corners of his mouth subtly lifted beneath his mask. With a swift hand gesture, he formed a single seal, channeling blue lightning into his right hand. This was his signature technique. Chidori as Danzo barreled forward, he was elated by Kakashi's actions. Excellent. Just like that, expend all your chakra. The intelligence network of the Roots surpassed even that of the Umbu, and he was well aware that Kakashi could only perform Raikiri 4 times in a day, though Chidori consumed slightly less chakra than Raikiri. It still had a minimum threshold for A-rank jutsu. Before long, Kakashi would be weakened to the point of being unable to stand, just as envisioned. However, the joy on Danzo's face had barely begun to surface when Kakashi's Chidori suddenly surged with electric intensity, shooting forth like a torrent and piercing through Danzo's heart. The speed of the lightning left him no time to react. He was bewildered. The intel indicated this technique could only be used at close range. It was merely fast, so fast that even without the Sharingan, his dynamic vision could not avert disaster. If it could be used at mid to long range, there would be no such flaw. One could simply stand still and attack, rendering dynamic vision unnecessary. Danzo was unaware that Kakashi's Chidori could not only be projected, but could also transform into an animal form, capable of curving after being launched, effectively locking onto its target. How audacious! As he felt the explosive lightning ravaging his body, obliterating his organs, meridians, muscles, and bones, most critically his heart, which was reduced to a charred mass. Countless blood vessels perished, and Danzo could not suppress his fury. A fierce anger surged within him, as if it could lift his very skull. His face flushed a deep crimson. This was the 3rd time he had died. First, it was Might Guy, recklessly activating a forbidden technique at the cost of his life. Was he truly that detestable? Then came Tsunade's ambush, followed by Kakashi's assault. Time and again, he was left bewildered. Did they truly believe he would remain placid? Danzo did not rush to revive himself, but struggled to maintain his life. His face contorted with rage as he demanded, "Why won't you just die? Why? Why? So many have perished. Why do you persist?" At this moment, he was genuinely furious. He had meticulously planned everything that if he followed through, he could eliminate Tsunade, ascend to Hokage, and dominate the ninja world. Yet, these individuals refused to cooperate, insistently thwarting his once-perfect scheme. Regardless of Danzo's fury, Kakashi maintained an expression of cold detachment tinged with mockery, utterly unmoved. After all, who would concern themselves with a dog's final barks? Kakashi's mastery over the nature transformation of lightning had reached its zenith. The destructive power of lightning was formidable. After merely a few curses, Danzo sensed the vitality within him dwindling to a mere flicker and had no choice but to activate Izanagi once more, reviving himself. Just then, as if waiting for this moment, a hearty laugh erupted from the crowd. An elderly man, his hair gray yet robust, leaped forward, crashing heavily in front of Kakashi. Let this old man have some fun. Super enlargement technique. Meat tank. Akimichi Choza bellowed with laughter, his body suddenly swelling to transform into a giant over 10 meters tall. This is bad. Upon the sight of the familiar elder, the previously unperturbed Danzo's expression transformed in an instant. N01 understood the formidable strength of this unassuming disciple of the Hokage better than he, who had once fought alongside him. Aside from slight deficiency in speed, in terms of pure offensive capability, even the likes of the Daybreak had to tread carefully around him. The techniques of the Inuzuka clan, Boar and Deer, were primarily focused on control skills, showcasing a distinct specialization in this area. Only the butterfly possessed any offensive capability. In gaming terms, this would be likened to a 2-support 1-damage dealer configuration, illuminating the prowess of the Akimichi clan. Just as Danzo contemplated evasion, he realized, upon the activation of his chakra, that he was unable to move. Unbeknownst to him, his shadow had already entwined with 5 or 6 dark lines, a manifestation of the Nara clan's shadow binding technique. Damn it, Danzo cursed vehemently, watching helplessly as Akimichi Choji, in his massive form, curled into a ball and began to accelerate. He was soon crushed, along with everything in his path, reduced to mere rubble. Danzo was dead once more. Old, indeed, he was old. Upon witnessing Danzo's demise, Akimichi Choji, who had carved a deep trench into the earth, ceased his acceleration, cheerfully deactivating his technique and reverting to his original, robust self. With such minimal exertion, he had not even lost an ounce of weight. While Choji had thoroughly crushed Danzo, no one noticed a seemingly inconspicuous genin at the edge of the crowd, whose eyes fluttered open with excitement, adorned with an additional ring of orange patterns on his eyelids. He hastily created 2 shadow clones and began channeling chakra. One clone controlled the rotation, while the other altered the nature of the wind release. The sharp sound of slicing air echoed around. A terrifying ninjutsu resembling a 4-pointed windmill took shape. The Sage Art Wind Release, spiraling shuriken. Naruto, aiming at Danzo's newly emerged position, raised his right hand and hurled the shuriken with all his might. In that moment, Danzo finally reacted, his chakra exploding beneath him as he propelled himself sideways a full 10 meters. Though the distance was not particularly great, it was an impressive feat considering the urgency of the situation. Such a maneuver required not only keen reflexes, but also profound chakra control and adept body flicker technique. The distance moved was not merely about length, surrounded by a pack of wolves. With enemies lurking in every direction, a single misstep could spell disaster, far from a simple endeavor. Danzo successfully evaded the wind release, spiraling shuriken, even calculating the explosion range of this technique as per the intelligence he had received. However, the moment his foot touched the ground, he felt countless wind-infused chakra needles piercing his body, transforming him into a sieve. Beneath him lay not the remnants of a 10-meter blast radius, but rather a colossal crater spanning 50 to 60 meters, with earth and soil utterly pulverized. Not only was Danzo left in shock, but the other ninjas of Konoha, including Kakashi, who had previously witnessed this technique, were equally astounded. Was this truly a mere genin? It was utterly preposterous. Following Naruto's strike, many self-assured ninjas from Konoha began to attempt their own assaults on Danzo. Those who had already slain him seemed to share an unspoken understanding, refraining from further attacks, vigilantly watching him to prevent any last-minute desperate retaliation. This scenario starkly contrasted with the original confrontation against Uchiha Sasuke, where there was but one foe and a handful of onlookers. Here, encircled by adversaries from all directions, Danzo scarcely had the opportunity to employ any semblance of a proper skill. And no matter where he turned, there were foes poised to strike, launching covert assaults without a shred of honor, in short order. Aside from Might Guy, Tsunade, Kakashi, Akimichi Choji, and Uzumaki Naruto, he met his demise 5 more times, a total of 10 kneelings. With only a single Sharingan remaining, the most precious Mangeki, Danzo finally ceased his struggles, standing there in a daze, unyielding, embodying a profound despair. After 10 deaths, he had exhausted every conceivable strategy, all culminating in failure. Even the once feared Uehara Tsukimi, which he had believed to be his ultimate trump card, faltered before it could be unleashed. Gazing at the throngs of Konoha ninjas, their faces alight with excitement and fervor, particularly the 10 who had achieved the accomplishment of defeating Danzo, Tsunade, Choji, and Kakashi, all of whom were renowned elites, while Guy, having invoked a life-burning forbidden technique, was also an exceptional J-nin. Ridiculously, amidst them was even a mere genin at last. Something within Danzo awakened, and he murmured to himself with a tinge of regret. It appears I have always been but a jester. Breathing heavily, his weathered face etched with fatigue, he was in a state of utter despair. Pain coursed through every fiber of his being, his mind in chaos. As the right arm, adorned with Sharingan, lost control over the would-release power due to the continuous blindness of his Sharingan, transforming into a colossal tree. Though Izanagi was reputed to nullify all detrimental occurrences within a certain time frame, reverting them to non-existence while manifesting favorable outcomes, such transformations remained bound by limits and conditions. Chief among them, the expended stamina, spirit, and chakra could not be restored. Not only could they not be regained, but activating Izanagi itself would severely deplete chakra reserves. The repeated experience of death, coupled with the excruciating agony of being crushed, impose an unparalleled mental strain that in this state. Many abilities that would typically be accessible became unattainable. Insufficient chakra, decreased reflexes, and heightened fatigue were all fatal in the heat of battle. Objectively speaking, whether Izanagi, once deemed the ultimate genjutsu, amplified his combat prowess, or constrained it remained uncertain. Old dog, it is over. Go lament your fate in the afterlife. Danzo sought to reflect upon his actions, yet Tsunade showed him no mercy. With a fierce surge of chakra, her body soared as if propelled by cannon fire. In her right hand, shaped like a blade, unleashed a pale green chakra that coalesced into a razor-sharp weapon over a meter in length. Cleaving Danzo vertically in two for the final strike, she resolved to deliver the coup de grâce herself. The death of her brother, the loss of her lover, the vengeance of countless heroic souls, and the decline of her village, all these demanded an answer, a conclusion that Danzo's corpse would serve as the most fitting sacrifice. After the blow, Tsunade remained vigilant, signaling the surrounding ordinary ninjas to maintain their distance. She was acutely aware that Danzo still possessed a Mangeki Sharingan. One could never predict what desperate actions such a person might take in their final moments. Before long, Danzo reappeared, yet this time he did not attempt to flee or retaliate. I cannot allow you to claim my corpse. With a swift tear of his clothing, black sealing runes emerged on his chest, and countless dark liquids splattered outward, rapidly forming a colossal sphere that enveloped everything within a 20-meter radius. Daybreak. You are the leaves basking in the sunlight. I am the roots concealed in darkness. Since the leaves have withered, there is no need for the roots that nourish them to persist. Ultimately, he lamented, I have never attained the position of Hokage. With a sigh, Danzo, along with a segment of the root base's passage, dissipated into nothingness, or rather, was sealed away in an unknown realm. Thus, the curtain fell on this chapter. How tragic, how lamentable, how absurd, at this moment. The comparative video had concluded, yet the barrage of comments on the scroll remained vigorous. Ninjas from two worlds continued to ardently engage in discussion, each with a vested interest in discovering another world, another self, and even another version of their loved ones. Merely 15 minutes after the conclusion of the day's comparative video, the original Ninja World's foremost internet celebrity, Kakashi Hitaki, posted a new comment. Danzo is dead. In an instant, two worlds, nay, if we include the realm of the dead, it is indeed four worlds, were set ablaze with the fervor of countless ninjas. Their already tumultuous emotions surging to new heights. Particularly in the primal ninja realm, nearly everyone expressed exuberant joy at the demise of the shadowy figure of the ninja world. Primal Senju Tobarama, Spirit Tsunade. You have performed admirably. Whether as a ninja or the leader of a village, there are times when one must possess the requisite resolve. When the moment for decisive action arrives, hesitation is not an option. Primal Senju Hashirama, Spirit to safeguard the village and protect hope. Sacrifices must be made, even if it involves comrades. Primal Uzumaki Nagato, Spirit, it is regrettable that I could not avenge Yahiko personally. Dans, you truly deserve your fate. Primal Sarutobi Hiruzen, Spirit, Dan's determination and will to protect the village remain steadfast. He could indeed redeem himself through merit. Konoha is in such a weakened state that a shadow-level powerhouse is of utmost importance. What if other ninja villages see our internal strife as an opportunity to instigate a war among the ninja realms? Primal Hitaki Kakashi, is it truly that significant, with my father's suicide? The defection of Rei, Shursway's ambush, and Tsunade and Jiraiya's departure. I had thought these matters unimportant. Primal Inoki. Sarutobi Hiruzen, had you still been in power, I would undoubtedly mobilize my forces to feign an assault on the Fire Country, sparking a war among the ninja realms. After all, you're the timid third Hokage, and I would be compensated with a wealth of resources and benefits. Why pass up such an opportunity? Primal Chio, Spirit agreed. Primal Uehara, likewise. Primal Karatsuchi, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, do you think everyone is like you? Tsunade's temperament is not to be trifled with lightly. Moreover, should Dan's perish, I believe Konoha would become more united and stronger. Rather than descending into chaos and weakness, Primal Chio, Spirit agreed. Primal Uehara, likewise. Primal Gaara, Tsunade and Konoha are allies. I trust that under Tsunade's leadership, Konoha will grow ever stronger, and Tsunade will stand by them through thick and thin. Primal Uzumaki Kushina, Spirit, this is hilarious. Haha, in the current ninja realm. Upon returning to the village, Uehara immediately lifted the first level alert and merely stationed 2 additional teams of elite Genin to patrol at night, guarding against unforeseen events. However, upon exiting the shelters, countless villagers and ordinary ninjas did not rush home or resume their interrupted tasks. Instead, they congregated in the streets, chanting Uehara name. Many had become accustomed to numerous things, even taking them for granted. Yet upon witnessing the contrasting video of another Konoha and learning of the extreme tragedies that befell their counterparts in another world, an overwhelming sense of relief, pride, and a fervent admiration for the seemingly eccentric 4th Hokage surged within many. As for past prejudices, they could be damned. Widespread slaughter of innocents. That is merely decisive action. Have you ever seen a ninja who refrained from killing? Unrestrained lust? This is clearly a manifestation of compassion. He seeks to rescue those lost female ninjas. Did you not see how tragic the fates of Tsunade, Mikoto, and Kushina were in the primal ninja realm? Neglecting responsibilities? He is simply delegating authority wisely. Is he not? This, indeed, epitomizes the greatness of the 4th Hokage, unlike Tsurutobi Hiruzen and his ilk, who masked their power struggles as selfless dedication. Truly revolting. Moreover, the Hokage's role of strategizing and planning is already mentally taxing enough. Must he personally attend to mundane affairs, commanding the front line to shift its traps 5 meters to the right? How absurd! Not only the ordinary citizens and ninjas, but even many top-tier elites whose powers could not even compare to their former selves held Uehara in the highest regard. It is a fact that speaks volumes. This Konoha, in every aspect, could easily overpower the original Konoha. Especially the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, their fervent devotion reached a level that would send shivers down the spine of even the most rational observer. Yet, Uehara himself felt a sense of pride. He was rather indifferent to excessive personal adoration. Alas, as the one being worshipped, he could only acquiesce to the will of the people, especially that evening. After indulging in a most extravagant and unrestrained celebration in history, he felt even less inclined to halt the revelry. Point 1 could only say, Tsunade is forever admirable. Once enthusiasm ignites, it can be all-consuming. Only his strong constitution could withstand such tribulations. Were it another, they might very well ascend to the heavens on the spot. The following morning, Uehara gently covered the nearly exhausted Tsunade with a blanket, ensuring she could enjoy a good rest. After freshening up, he donned his attire and made his way to Mikoto's residence for breakfast. Having left Mikoto waiting the previous night, he knew she might not mind overly much. But as a seasoned romantic, he felt it necessary to offer an explanation. Despite being a scoundrel, one must maintain a proper attitude. Naturally, everything went smoothly. The kind-hearted Mikoto expressed no dissatisfaction regarding his absence the night before. Instead, she believed it was commendable and responsible to comfort Tsunade during such a time. Uehara flitted among the various beauties, his schedule remarkably full. The emergence of the contrasting videos had profoundly altered the mindsets of countless individuals across both ninja realms. Some were shaken. Others had their beliefs shattered, and some experienced a moment of awakening. Even some inappropriate thoughts began to take root. His wives were not exempt from this phenomenon. Upon learning of the misfortunes that befell their counterpart in another world, even a brief glimpse through the barrage of comments left their emotions in a complex state. In such moments, as a considerate and understanding man, he felt compelled to provide comfort and guidance. With a sturdy embrace, gentle words, and a warm presence, he sought to dissolve their grievances, solidifying and deepening their mutual affection as dusk fell. When Uehara Tsukimi returned to Mikoto's villa, the scroll illuminated with a brilliant golden light precisely on cue. Following the previous day's comparisons and the immense impact of the information revealed in the video, nearly everyone in both ninja realms was filled with anticipation for the new comparative video. Many had already arranged their affairs over an hour prior, eagerly awaiting before the scroll. The barrage of comments grew noticeably lively and excited as the 6 o'clock hour approached, as the golden light once again graced the scroll. Countless eager spectators felt a jolt of excitement, their gazes brimming with fervor. For most, it was simply the thrill of anticipation. After a long wait, something new was about to unfold. There was no deeper significance to it. Yet for some, there was an intense hope that the figure of comparison would be themselves. The scroll bore no ink or opening advertisements. It simply flashed a beam of golden light, signaling attention. Before golden letters began to materialize that today's comparative character, Ninja Realm Uchiha Mikoto vs. Primal Uchiha Mikoto 1-minute countdown. 60, 59. As the letters appeared, the crowd's emotions surged to new heights. Ninja Realm Uzumaki Kushina. Wow. It's Mikoto ne. How wonderful. Primal Uzumaki Kushina. Spirit Mikoto ne, look. It's you. Ninja Realm Uchiha Itachi. I want to see how the Uchiha of the other world exterminated their clan. That bastard, share my name. Better listen well. I secretly hope these two worlds remain disconnected. Ever since last night, everyone has been looking at me strangely. Even Izumi pretended to casually probe me, suspecting I'm a deranged killer with issues. I did nothing wrong. My only aspiration is to become the head of the police department, serving the village and the Hokage, and to live happily ever after with my beloved wife. Because of you. Everything has changed at I swear to kill you. Only by slaying you can I cleanse my shame and infamy that I will make you suffer 1,000 deaths, leaving not a trace behind. Uehara Sasuke, I think you need not worry. Though I don't know how the original you managed it. With your current 3-tomo power, you might not even breach the gates of the Uchiha or the police department that I need not a kaleidoscope to subdue you. Let alone the current member of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, Shursui, and the former leader, Fugaku, Kakashi, the 8th Hokage, along with the likes of Itachi and my mother, you wouldn't stand a chance against any of them. No one believes you possess such capability. Hence the so-called strange gazes from others are likely mere manifestations of your own psychological turmoil. It is akin to a child boasting of their intent to annihilate the world. There is no need to take it to heart. However, I must admit, I find a peculiar interest in the notion of eliminating another Itachi. This world is far too peaceful, making it difficult to find a worthy opponent. And I often ponder the significance of my daily training in the realm of the Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha reflects. Even if it is the truth, your bluntness weighs heavily upon my heart. Following Sasuke's words, several Uchiha clan members unexpectedly rose to console Itachi, including some who harbored grudges against him after their earlier exchange. They too had initially donned tinted glasses, yet upon hearing Sasuke's remarks, clarity dawned upon them. Who among the illustrious Uchiha clan, boasting 7 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, could possibly be extinguished? What fear could they harbor? A mere Itachi. Let him attempt to leap. Should he dare, he would meet his demise. As the discussion among them unfolded, the countdown reached its conclusion, and the subtitles materialized once more. Commencing the comparison, background introduction, Mikoto Uchiha, the granddaughter of the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan and the wife of the last clan leader. Fugaku Uchiha, she is the mother of the infamous S-rank rogue ninja. Itachi Uchiha, a 3-tomo elite jonin. She was born in the 23rd year of Konoha and passed away in the 58th year, leaving behind a legacy at the age of 30-5 that in stark contrast to Tsunade's illustrious titles and accomplishments. Mikoto's narrative is considerably brief. Beyond her identity, there exists little more than the singular fact of her 3-tomo Sharingan. After all, during this timeline, she was preoccupied with the duties of wife and mother. Her experience is rather unremarkable, as the golden letters gradually receded and vanished. The visual scroll commenced its portrayal. within a spacious chamber adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblematic fan motif. A middle-aged man bearing numerous deep scars across his face emanated a softness that belied his fierce appearance. Cautiously, he cradled a pristine, seemingly adorable infant, his eyes reflecting a profound seriousness, his movements methodical and measured, as if engaged in a task of utmost peril, where a moment's distraction could spell disaster. After what felt like an eternity, the man finally positioned himself before a crib and gently placed the child within. Yet at the moment his hands withdrew, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, transforming from solemnity to exuberance, resembling a playful fool. I have a daughter. I truly have a daughter. The man danced around the crib, hands on his hips, laughter echoing joyfully. This scene evoked heartfelt smiles among countless spectators, many of whom had already embraced the role of parenthood. Once upon a time, were they not similarly filled with exuberance? In a world rife with turmoil, despair, and relentless struggles, witnessing the advent of new life, their own bloodline stirred emotions within them, surpassing even those of Mikoto's father. For this was the embodiment of their hopes, a beacon propelling them forward, a being they would fight to protect with their very lives. In the video, the infant soon blossomed into an irresistibly charming little girl, her hair styled in pigtails, earnestly practicing with wooden shurikens, her expressions serious and movements precise. However, those observing her, including the viewers outside the screen, felt an irresistible urge to reach out and ruffle her hair. Before long, her mother fulfilled this desire, enveloping little Mikoto in her embrace and playfully tousling her hair. Mikoto, far from being displeased, merely pressed her lips together, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, radiating a delightful shyness. This elicited even greater excitement among the audience, who found her utterly adorable, affirming the need to have a daughter of their own. The scene shifted once again, revealing little Mikoto embarking on her academic journey, where her class lacked prominent figures, with the heirs of the famed Inoshikacho trio joining 3 years later, the renowned fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, would enter a year after the Inoshikacho, yet one individual captured more attention than Mikoto, the granddaughter of the Uchiha clan elder, Hashirama Senju's grandson, Issage. This highly regarded heir of the Senju clan was truly exceptional, boasting a vibrant personality befitting a quintessential anime protagonist, frequently proclaiming his aspirations to become Hokage. His talent in ninjutsu was strikingly evident, with a vast chakra reserve and mastery over all elemental natures, even employing shadow clones to execute advanced techniques. Particularly adept at earth release, he surpassed many nin, leaving even Mikoto, who was already considered a prodigy within the Uchiha, often in his shadow. The scroll presented brief glimpses into Mikoto Uchiha's life, revealing that a significant portion of her experiences revolved around the Uchiha clan. For instance, at some point, an incessant annoyance, a bothersome fly, began to pursue her favor. Additionally, the clan's reputation within Konoha continued to decline, already diminished and now further deteriorating. Their accomplishments went unrecognized, while any minor misstep became fodder for village gossip, transforming even routine matters or directives from higher-ups into accusations against the Uchiha. Gradually, even ordinary citizens felt emboldened to openly critique the Uchiha clan, and many began to cast peculiar glances in Mikoto's direction. Their reputation plummeted. Discussions arose regarding their character, bloodline, and legacy, with evidence presented to assert that the Uchiha were inherently malevolent. Such sentiments gained traction, garnering widespread acceptance. Simultaneously, the authority of the police force, already limited, faced further curtailment, as numerous responsibilities that ought to have been managed by them were gradually usurped by the Umbu and other higher echelons, until their powers were virtually nullified, accepted as the new norm. Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed remarkable patience, employing adept strategies to reduce the police force from a potent entity to a mere shell over the span of decades. Each maneuver was subtle, often employing a gentle touch, as if to lull them into complacency. In this gradual boiling of the frog, many Uchiha clan members remained oblivious to the unfolding schemes. Some were even deceived by the fa ade presented by the higher-ups. believing them benevolent and striving for reconciliation, blaming the Uchiha for their inherent wickedness and inability to meet the Hokage's expectations. The few who maintained clarity of thought were ostracized as outcasts. Over time, even these rare voices of dissent faded from the public eye, never to reappear. The protracted timeline of these events meant that plots were often seeded years in advance, with the rationale and justifications for their emergence masking the true nature of the orchestrations. While the majority remained in ignorance, the moment a singular individual's years of experience and observations were distilled into mere minutes, the interconnections of cause and effect became glaringly apparent. Particularly, each fragment displayed within the scroll bore profound significance. And when woven together, even the most oblivious would grasp the unfolding reality. In an instant, the Uchiha of both the original and current ninja worlds erupted in outrage. Countless comments flooded the screen. Akin to an explosive geyser. "Curse Sarutobi, your heart harbors such malice." They exclaimed, "This is the truth. How despicable to employ such underhanded tactics against the Uchiha." But let us not forget, the Senju clan's fate was not much better. Another voice chimed in. "Why treat the Uchiha this way? We are the founding clan of Konoha." Together, the Uchiha and Senju quelled the chaos of the warring states to establish the Hidden Leaf Village. The Konoha symbolically represents the unique wood release of the Senju's leader, while leaf derives from our Uchiha crest and the fan's leaf design. Now, the village seeks to ostracize the Uchiha, to eradicate us entirely. How can that not be seen as ingratitude? Original Uchiha Shursui. Spirit, I was truly foolish. It turns out the higher-ups never sought reconciliation. What they desired was the annihilation of the Uchiha clan all along. Original Senju Hashirama. Spirit, I established the village for the sake of peace, only to find that it ultimately became a tool for schemers to conspire against my kin. Original Uchiha Fugaku. Spirit, I am a sinner of the Uchiha. It was my weakness and concession that allowed the higher-ups to encroach further. Original Namikaze Minato. Spirit, Fugaku had indeed discerned certain truths, yet he intended to address the issues only after the new Hokage ascended. Alas, fate had other plans. Original Inoki. Sarutobi Hiruzen is remarkable. The four great shinobi villages could not eliminate the Senju and Uchiha, yet he managed to do so merely with his words. Who could rival the strongest Hokage? Author's note. I would like to remind everyone at the outset that some content from the previous chapter has been revised. The original world of the shinobi should have appeared first, but the previous chapter mistakenly included Uehara Tsukimi, hence the rewrite. I sincerely apologize for this oversight. I was somewhat muddled at the time. Additionally, I regret the lack of an update yesterday, and will strive to make up for it in the coming days. If the Uchiha of the original shinobi world felt anger, then the current Uchiha clan of Konoha experienced fear and relief. Almost everyone, upon witnessing the plight of their counterparts in that world, felt an immense emotional upheaval. Thankfully, the F4 here perished early. Fortunately, they had Uehara Tsukimi. How cunning Sarutobi Hiruzen turned out to be, it was truly beyond expectation. Some who previously thought Uehara Tsukimi exaggerated or fabricated tales, believing he painted the former leadership as utterly malevolent, perhaps the worst villain in history, solely to usurp the Hokage position, now felt an overwhelming sense of shame. They had been judging a noble man with the mindset of a petty person. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed a rare breed of villain. Uchiha Itachi from the shinobi world. Why have they not retaliated even when bullied to such an extent? Manipulating public opinion to tarnish the clan's honor, commanding the Umbu to seize power, even assassinating visionary and talented clan members. Surely, even the Hokage would not escape unscathed. Uchiha Shida from the shinobi world. Do not speak so lightly without understanding the burdens of others. First, reflect on what you have done in another world. Uchiha Shursui from the shinobi world, because they lacked a celestial being named Uehara Tsukimi. Uchiha Fugaku from the shinobi world. Indeed, the fourth Hokage is the true great leader, far-sighted, selfless, and honorable. Though he forcibly took my fiancée, it also proves he harbored no prejudice against the Uchiha, does it not? After all, how could he be so fond of my fiancée? Mikoto is also of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tetsuru from the shinobi world. As the clan leader, I truly do not know how to describe you, Det. If I call you a weakling, had the clan not retreated back then, our fate would likely not have been much better than in another world. If I say you bore humiliation with foresight, well, the Uchiha of the original shinobi world perished under your leadership. Forget it. Let us praise the Hokage instead. The Hokage is formidable. Countless individuals were either filled with righteous indignation or gripped by fear. While the video continued to play unaffected, after a series of trivial events, Uchiha Mikoto finally encountered a significant turning point in her life. In the 35th year of Konoha, Uchiha Mikoto graduated from the Ninja Academy with outstanding results. First in culture, second in practical skills, and second overall. Unlike many other Uchiha who directly joined the police force, she harbored dreams of altering the Uchiha circumstances. Following the village's arrangements, she formed a small team of 3 with classmates and was assigned a J-nin teacher. She hoped to change the village's perception of the Uchiha through her own actions. The daily life of the newly formed Genin team was quite simple, even dull, consisting of either capturing or cleaning up debris, and even various farming tasks. The video showcased only a fragment or two before swiftly transitioning to the next phase. In the 37th year of Konoha, the Second Shinobi World War erupted, and Mikoto, now a Ch-nin, along with her team, was summoned to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Previously, from Tsunade's perspective, everyone had already witnessed the brutal casualties of this war. However, Tsunade was there to turn the tide. By the time she arrived, the most devastating early losses had passed. Moreover, unlike ordinary ninjas, as a commander, she would only appear in the most critical battles, such as against Hanzo of the Salamander. This time, Uchiha Mikoto, from the perspective of a low-ranking ordinary ninja, allowed everyone to grasp the tragic extent of this war more clearly. The news of countless tragic reports flooded in, almost every day, familiar comrades becoming mere cold names. Among these, the Uchiha suffered the most. Nearly every team with Uchiha members frequently encountered various mishaps, leaks of information, ambushes, wrong routes, and even surprise attacks within their own base. That Mikoto's team was no exception. She was tasked with reconnaissance, and, despite concealing their movements, they were ambushed before reaching their destination. When she rushed to assist her ambushed comrades, she found they were actually Nin in disguise, and swords were drawn the moment they met. She was dispatched to patrol, only to encounter an elite team from the Hidden Rain village mysteriously appearing near their base. Even within the camp, the Uchiha's quarters faced suicide attacks from spies. One unexpected incident might be forgivable, yet facing continuous mishaps, anyone would find it hard to believe it was mere coincidence. That moment, the audience began to faintly perceive the underlying issues, after experiencing 5 or 6 such incidents. And yet Mikoto's team remained unscathed. A certain unnamed figure in the shadows lost their patience. They were unexpectedly dispatched to the Hidden Rain village to make contact with the Dark Line. Upon the announcement of this mission, it was needless to say, Mikoto's team and nearly all ninjas in the shinobi world were in an uproar. Intelligence is the lifeblood of ninjas, particularly in wartime. Espionage and counter-espionage operations are ceaseless. Each successful infiltration of a rival ninja village by an intelligence officer is invaluable to prevent these hard-won spies from being discovered. It was unthinkable to use an ordinary team for such a dangerous and easily exposed task. Even letting unrelated personnel know was out of the question. Such work is typically handled by seasoned elites from the Umbu, and such methods are only employed as a last resort. Ordinary intelligence transmission often relies on secure secret methods or special channels, such as summoning beasts, merchant caravans, or coded messages. Meeting to exchange information? What era is this? An ancient relic. In the commander's tent, Mikoto's J-nin instructor, Kamizuki Hayato, was infuriated, his face flushed, even when threatened by Danzo with accusations of betrayal. He persisted in arguing for reason. Yet, no matter what they said, Danzo remained unmoved. Not only was there no alteration to the task force or its methods, but even the meeting location and time were strictly dictated. They must return with the so-called crucial intelligence within 3 days. J-nin Kamizuki Hayato. This intelligence transfer is of utmost importance. Should you fail to retrieve the information within the stipulated time, you will be charged with jeopardizing the war effort. I hope you understand the gravity of this. Within the commander's tent, Shimura Danzo sat behind a long desk cluttered with scrolls and documents, appearing expressionless and exceedingly stern. Yet, the cold glint in his eyes betrayed a murderous intent. What of the new, elite Jainin? What of the granddaughter of the Uchiha elder? If I find you displeasing, if I wish for your demise, then you shall perish. He had dominated the battlefield in the land of rain for 6 months. If one includes the border defenses before the war and a myriad of covert infiltrations, assassinations, and incitements, it had been over a year. Many adversaries he found distasteful, including the Senju and Uchiha clans, had been systematically eliminated through various means. Yet this Kamizuki team, like an unkillable cockroach, stubbornly survived, even achieving victories time and again that if this continued, wouldn't the Uchiha produce a 14-year-old Jainin. This simply could not be tolerated. Especially concerning Jiang Musui Run. I initially thought his talent was commendable, possessing some value for recruitment. However, he unexpectedly rejected my overtures, refusing even to collaborate. Does he look down upon me? Danzo, since you hold this Uchiha in such high regard, let him accompany his demise. Yes, I understand. With the protest failing, confronted by the authority of the advisory elders and the commander of the shinobi forces, Jiang Musui Run had no choice but to bow his head in acceptance. The moment he accepted the mission, Danzo could hardly conceal his sardonic laughter. This smile was not merely filled with an air of disdain and disgust, it also exuded a sense of triumph. As if he wielded power unchecked, the unfolding drama poignantly revealed his inner thoughts. That detestable Uchiha, why could they not be like the Senju and willingly rush to the front lines to meet their doom, forcing me to labor to ensnare them? Yet, once I deal with this Mikoto, the Uchiha will be sufficiently targeted that I end that instant. If that old fool is still alive, he might push too hard, leading to mutual destruction. The indecisive Izashi would not allow me to proceed, and perhaps even the commander's position might be revoked. No, in this final stretch of time, I must recruit more allies from the route to quickly strengthen our ranks. Yamashon, Oil Woman Kaze, and the commoner ninja, Zongjin, are all promising candidates that I hope they possess the wit to recognize the situation. Otherwise, if they are as disobedient as Jiang Musui Run, I shall have no choice but to send them to their deaths. The Inuzuka and the commoner ninjas are the foundation of the Sarutobi clan, and I cannot allow such talents to remain in his hands. By the way, yesterday's report indicated that the consumption of the wood release plan exceeded expectations, and we are running low on experimental subjects. Bairu is utterly useless. So many have perished, yet there has been no progress. Nevertheless, the plan must proceed. Although the Senju clan has diminished, with some ingenuity, we should still be able to gather a new batch of experimental subjects. Furthermore, that Uchiha is only 19. Yesterday, he managed to slay 2 ranged shinobi without sustaining a scratch in a 1 versus 4 scenario. He might possess the potential to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Moreover, at such a young age, he has already mastered the art of stealth and concealing his power. Had yesterday's incident not been so sudden, even I would not have known of his remarkable prowess. This matter requires urgent attention. Unlike the scenes depicted in videos, each moment captured here is a fragment of reality, with outsiders present, offering a comparative perspective. Even if the F4 were to act foolishly, they could not overtly display their excesses. The inner thoughts, however, are entirely different. No one is cautious when contemplating matters within their own mind. It is precisely because of this audacity that when these thoughts were exposed to the public, it ignited an uproar. The various schemes against Mikoto and the subsequent tearing of the facade to force them into peril have already incited considerable ire. The darkness and terrifying implications revealed through these thoughts only added fuel to the fire. In an instant, a torrent of vitriol filled the entire comment section. Those who defy him shall face death, while those who comply will bear cursed marks and be treated like mere dogs, ultimately meeting the same fate that this person mentally unwell. The Inuzuka and the commoner ninjas are the foundation of the Sarutobi clan, which he aspires to lead. Thus, they must perish. The Senju, Hyuga, and Uchiha clans are aristocratic houses, unwilling to obey and serve as mere tools. They too must be eliminated. Under Danzo's leadership, Konoha is indeed fortunate among the four great shinobi villages. We are grateful for Konoha's mercy. Is it not true that the wood release plan was initiated by Orochimaru? Moreover, the announcement indicated that it only began during the period of the third Hokage's abdication. How is it that Danzo is now involved? I struggle to articulate just how formidable Danzo truly is. It is truly absurd that the shinobi world war has transformed into a tool for certain individuals to pursue personal gain. What are we, the peace seekers, but fools? No wonder the Uchiha harbor such resentment. If all matters were handled thus, who would not feel indignant? The more I reflect, the more I believe that the third Hokage's decision to eliminate the F4, led by Sarutobi Hisashi, was the greatest fortune in the village's history. Original wave, wine Minato. Spirit, can one's heart truly be this dark? Original Hatake Kakashi. Sarutobi Hisashi merely placates the masses, suppressing any urge for rebellion in the name of the so-called greater good, embodying the will of fire. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo employs ruthless tactics in the shadows, assassination, betrayal, and slander, utilizing every means to weaken the village, ensuring his complete control. Once, our Hatake clan was a noble warrior family with hundreds of members. Now, I am its sole survivor, original Anoki. The second Hokage was quite active yesterday. Why do we not hear from you now? Come, let us discuss your esteemed disciple. Original Chiyo, Spirit Senju Tobarama, ought to be too ashamed to show his face again. The whirlpool of the shinobi world, Kushina. It is terrifying to have such individuals in high positions. Thankfully, we have Kamiyama-kun. Beyond the criticism of the F4, some viewers also express concern for Mikoto's predicament within the video. Although Shimura Danzo is repugnant, the trap he has set is undeniably sinister. To execute a mission while rendezvousing in the enemy's village leaves little room for error. Any misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Not to mention that certain individuals will undoubtedly ensure they encounter misfortune. Failing to carry out the mission equates to disobedience, tantamount to treachery, resulting in death regardless. Even if one successfully completes the rendezvous, Danzo could expose the spy, accusing them of colluding with enemy nations and betraying village secrets. It is a no-win situation. No matter the choice, death looms, unless someone can promptly rectify this erroneous command. The predicament remains unsolvable. Yet, under Sarutobi Hisashi, without Kamiyama Shimi, such a possibility is nearly non-existent. AS discussions and critiques continued. It wasn't long before someone dissected the nefarious intentions behind Danzo's assignment. To execute the mission carries a high probability of falling into a fatal trap. To abstain from it leads to death for disobeying orders. Even if one navigates through numerous hardships and succeeds, an even deeper conspiracy awaits, rendering the situation nearly inescapable. In the preceding video, Mikoto showcased her gentle nature, kind-hearted innocence, and charming appearance, winning the hearts of countless fans. Now, witnessing her ensnared in such peril, many held their breath, their eyes fixated on the screen, the atmosphere thick with tension. Even though the audience knew Mikoto would ultimately survive, their concerns remained unabated. Naturally, their hatred and anger towards Danzo intensified. In the video, Mikoto and her companions swiftly exited the camp, proceeding stealthily toward the Rain Village, seemingly commencing their mission normally. However, the four exhibited entirely different demeanors. Leading the team, Jiang Sui Run maintained a calm expression, though a flicker of resolve occasionally shone in his eyes. Mikoto's gaze was dimmed. She was kind-hearted, not foolish, and had already sensed something amiss. The other two displayed contrasting behaviors. One exhibited an extreme and irrational vigilance, akin to a frightened bird, startled by the slightest disturbance. The other appeared outwardly untroubled, yet consistently strayed from the group, having already vanished from view 3 or 4 times in a brief span. Clearly, both individuals harbored issues. Due to the limited length of the video, many details were glossed over, especially concerning the ninjas' missions. Including Tsunade's, most of the time, only significant segments were broadcast, or there were no visuals at all, merely a surge in task records at intervals. However, this time, the entire process of the mission was unusually presented in its entirety. Occasionally, the 4 individuals' inner voices were revealed, a privilege previously exclusive to the F4. As the four progressed, their roles gradually became clearer through the portrayal of their thoughts. Mikoto, you were a good child, but alas, I can no longer protect you. This is the final moment. Consider it a repayment for the Uchiha's past kindness. Mother, father, grandfather, I am sorry. I fear I may not return to Hokusama. Referring to the third. Why did Elder Danzo smile so sinisterly upon learning I was sent by you? Is he planning to target me as well? Elder Danzo, their route seemed suspicious, repeatedly taking detours as if searching for something. The four twisted and turned, while they were generally headed towards the Rain Village. Much of their path consisted of unnecessary detours. Suddenly, Jiang Musui Rin's eyes brightened as he walked. Though it soon fell into silence, becoming indistinguishable from its former self, the audience observed everything clearly in the close-up of the video. Many were taken aback, realizing that this individual, Jiang Musui Rin, seemed to possess some profound perceptive abilities, which explained why Tuan Zhang's previous attempts to target him had all ended in failure. Yet, it remained a mystery what had transpired, and how he would shatter this seemingly fatal predicament. As the four continued onward, Jiang Musui Rin suddenly issued a peculiar command. They had moved beyond the watchful eyes of patrols and sentries. Where enemy activity was notably frequent, given the covert nature of their mission, they could not afford to expose their whereabouts. Uchiha Meichin, stealthily scout 2 kilometers to the east, then returned to report. Meichin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied with the order. Meanwhile, Jiang Musui Rin closed his eyes and awaited in stillness. Half a minute later, with a sudden burst, he transformed into smoke. It was a shadow clone. Just as the clone dissipated, a bright yet chilling arc suddenly sliced through the air behind him. The 2 lower ninjas in the team clutched their necks, terror etched across their faces as they collapsed to the ground. Jiang Musui Rin's true form emerged, and no one knew when he had swapped his true self with the shadow clone. Nor did anyone comprehend what he had accomplished during that interval. Even the video bore no evidence of such events. All that was apparent was his battered state, bloodied and visibly weakened, after slaying the 2 spies in their midst. Jiang Musui Rin conjured 2 more shadow clones, one transforming into the guise of a sand ninja, pursuing Meichin, while the other retained his original appearance, taking 3 blank scrolls from his true self and hastily inscribing upon them. He summoned 3 white falcons, transferring them to the shadow clone before vanishing in an instant. The remaining shadow clone, after completing the 3 intelligence reports and dispatching them via the summoned beasts, unleashed a wind technique that obliterated the heads of the 2 spies, subsequently disguising the scene before exhausting its chakra and dissipating into smoke. The shadow clone that had taken on the form of a sand ninja, however, arrived ahead of the others, lying in wait on Meichin's path. Due to the secretive nature of the mission and the orders for stealthy reconnaissance, Meichin proceeded with utmost caution, refraining from using the body flicker technique to rush ahead. After advancing a short distance, she would pause to scrutinize her surroundings. Yet, it was evident that she was still far from the prowess of a jonin, particularly that of Jiang Musui Rin, who was quite formidable among them. Before long, the shadow clone disguised as a sand ninja unleashed a powerful wind technique, sending Meichin crashing against a tree and inflicting considerable injury. The clone, emboldened by its success, followed up with a relentless barrage of shuriken. Despite Meichin's desperate attempts to evade, she was struck, and the shuriken were laced with a unique poison from the sand ninja, their tips exhibiting an eerie purple hue. Meichin's complexion darkened visibly. While the sand ninja may not have surpassed Konoha in overall combat strength, or even other hidden villages, its ordinary ninjas proved unexpectedly formidable, primarily due to one factor: poison. Tsunade boasted a master poisoner rivaling Tsunade, renowned for concocting lethal toxins that could swiftly claim lives, as well as complex mixtures that were nearly impossible to treat or decipher at the front lines, rendering them nearly insurmountable, especially against similarly ranked Chunin and Genin. Having participated in warfare for some time, Meichin was well aware of the terror posed by sand ninja poisons. She valiantly consumed an antidote pill. But her heart remained heavy with despair. For even if the antidote proved effective in a perilous battlefield where every second counted, there would be no time for it to take effect. The enemy would not wait for her to neutralize the poison before launching their next attack. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, and Grandpa. I truly have no way to return. However, just as despair threatened to engulf her, Jiang Musun Ren's true self arrived. His face was etched with urgency, his body marred with wounds. To mask the dried blood from earlier, fresh blood flowed from numerous injuries. Mei-chin, the Sand Ninja are launching a surprise attack. You must immediately return to base with the intelligence and alert them to prepare defenses. I will hold them off. Seeing Mei-chin hesitate, unwilling to leave, Jiang Musun Ren's expression darkened as he sternly admonished, "There are many injured ninjas in the camp, nearly devoid of combat capability. The consequences of surprise attack would be dire. If this location is breached, the entire war situation could be jeopardized. You comprehend the weight of the responsibility you bear." After a series of exchanges, Uchiha Mei-chin was finally compelled to turn back. Shortly after her departure, the true Sand Ninja appeared above in the frame. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Watching Mei-chin's silhouette vanish from view, Jiang Musun Ren finally felt a measure of relief. Yet, even as he released that tension, he meticulously assessed whether his plans contained any flaws that I carefully sensed and scouted along the way, radiating out over 10 kilometers on either side, and detected no enemies. Those two route teams meant to monitor and potentially eliminate threats were also neutralized. As long as Uchiha Mei-chin's luck isn't abysmally poor, returning to the camp should pose no issue. Next, if I can eliminate the vanguard of the Sand Ninja surprise attack, all doubts can be eradicated. Even if Tuanzong has spies within the Sand Ninja, it would be impossible to uncover what transpired here. Tuanzang's blatant actions must have incited dissatisfaction within the village, or he may have faced protests from Uchiha, leading to the potential removal of his command. The transfer of power should occur within the next few days. Otherwise, he would not be acting with such urgency. With the team decimated, including the Jonin leader tragically slain, and Mei-chin herself injured, she would not be dispatched on missions again for some time. The recovery of her injuries, combined with the need to assemble a new team and establish rapport with her comrades, would likely take at least half a month. During this period, the new commander would have presumably taken their position, alleviating concerns of being targeted. Moreover, bringing back intelligence on the Sand Ninja surprise attack would be a significant feat. And when combined with her previous accomplishments, it would be more than sufficient for Mei-chin's promotion to Jonin. However, the higher-ups would likely not permit a young prodigy like Uchiha to rise, especially one aligned with Uchiha interests, and would probably fabricate reasons to reassign her for recuperation. In such a case, Mei-chin could extricate herself from this quagmire, avoiding further participation in the war. Once back in the village, joining the police force would be a mere formality, making it exceedingly difficult for the village to mobilize her thereafter. All information regarding the covert mission, including the identity of the infiltrating spy from the Rain Village and the specifics of their rendezvous, would remain solely with me. After reviewing it, I immediately destroyed the mission scroll in Tuanzang's presence. In the event of my demise, even if the information were to leak and the spy were discovered, there would be no grounds to investigate or blame Mei-chin. The Uchiha would swiftly receive my message, and they would take action that I had also arranged for others to covertly oversee the camp, leaving little room for error. Jiang Musun Ren's inner monologue echoed in the ears of those present. Tears welled in the eyes of nearly all. This seemingly unremarkable Jonin, who had not even appeared in the narrative, had touched countless hearts. Through his sacrifice, he rendered Mei-chin unfit for the mission, thereby helping her escape from an almost insurmountable deadlock and survive. Moreover, Mei-chin subsequently awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan, rising to the rank of elite Jonin. It was profoundly moving. Perhaps this was the true essence of a teacher and parent. Whether as a ninja or a mentor, this Jonin, named Jiang Musun Ren, could undoubtedly be deemed exceptional. Despite the relentless devastation that Konoha had endured, it remained unvanquished, a testament to its rich heritage. Meticulously plotting and strategizing, he sought nothing more than a dignified demise. Such spirit and courage epitomized the essence of a ninja. Once again, this affirmed the greatness of our fourth Hokage. Without him, one could scarcely fathom the current state of Konoha and ourselves. Thank you, teacher, that I truly appreciate your sacrifice. Beyond my parents, you are perhaps the only person I can genuinely thank. The original wave of Feng Shui Gate. Undead, it is truly a pity for such a promising Jonin to have succumbed to this level of internal strife. it is utterly unacceptable. The original Whirlpool Kushina, undead wow. I also desire such an excellent teacher. Jiraiya, that lecherous old man, always disappears at the most inconvenient times, making him difficult to find. The original Uchiha Itachi. Is it possible that the Uchiha have faced such injustice? I have been blind to it all, believing it was merely a deficiency in my clan's character that bred such hatred towards the higher dash-ups. In the ninja world, Senju Tobarama, am I, in another world. The teacher of Uchiha Makoto. Alas, it seems that I have not been graced with such a remarkable disciple in this realm. Countless comments flooded in, especially after the words of the current ninja world's Senju Tobarama. Reaching an instantaneous climax, this ordinary retired jonin, whose fame was modest in both worlds, suddenly became renowned, his name echoing throughout the ninja realm. His calmness in the face of crises, his perceptiveness in breaking deadlocks, his wisdom, and his cautious demeanor as a ninja, not to mention his courage and will in the face of death, earned him the admiration of countless individuals. The two ninja worlds, including renowned figures like Jiraiya, Might Guy, the first Hokage, and the second Hokage, all sang his praises. Even Uchiha Makoto, currently cradled in Uehara Tsukimi's arms, appeared teary-eyed, resolved to prepare some gifts to properly visit and express her gratitude to this teacher she had never met. In the realm of the dead, upon learning that her teacher did not meet an accidental demise at the hands of the Sand Ninja, but rather sought them out using sensory ninjutsu to willingly embrace death in a bid to protect her. Uchiha Makoto was enveloped in profound sorrow, her tears flowing uncontrollably, nearly rendering her voiceless. Were it not for her spiritual state, she might have activated her Manjiki Sharingan, in the original ninja world, within a hidden cave. Uchiha Itachi's expression and demeanor became chillingly terrifying. He had previously struggled to understand why his clan harbored such animosity towards the higher-ups and the entire Leaf Village, why they could not appreciate the diligent dedication of the Hokage, whose hair had turned white from worry for the peace and prosperity of Konoha. Why could they not coexist amicably with the villagers? He thought them lacking in character and sanity, perceiving Uchiha as an evil clan. Aside from his brother, he believed the others deserved their fates. Ultimately, he resolved to annihilate the entire clan. Yet, as he reflected on his mother's experiences, he was left dumbfounded. Uchiha Makoto was the granddaughter of the clan's elder, holding a position of considerable influence. The reason her father ascended to clan leader was largely due to her mother's contributions. With a formidable, strategic jonin as her teacher, and without any glaring flaws in her character. Indeed, she was quite benevolent. It was unfathomable that she endured such injustices, being forced into life and death situations multiple times. Point 1 can only imagine the treatment of ordinary Uchiha. Having faced betrayal, targeting, and assassination, it would be absurd for Uchiha to harbor no resentment. A wave of intense humiliation and fury surged within Uchiha Itachi, and he felt his Manjiki Sharingan might soon be compelled to evolve further. Although Uchiha Makoto remained unaware that her teacher willingly sought death to dismantle Danzo's plot against her, the death of Senju Tobarama nonetheless triggered her awakening of the Sharingan, activating it to the three-tomo state. At this moment, she was still under 15 years of age, yet even within the illustrious history of the Uchiha clan, she ranked among the top-tier prodigies, aside from a few exceptional talents. However, after enduring 6 months of relentless targeting on a battlefield, even the inherently kind Uchiha Makoto had lost some of her former innocence. She had matured significantly. She concealed the activation of her Sharingan, divulging it to no one. As the video continued, it unfolded as Senju Tobarama had anticipated and orchestrated. Within a few days, the legendary Sannin replaced Danzo as the commander of the Rain Country's ninja forces. The change in command brought forth a myriad of complex matters. Whether it was Danzo or the Sannin, neither had the time to specifically target a mere Nin. Shortly thereafter, Makoto was transferred to the rear for recuperation after her injuries healed. No longer participating in the conflict, the rationale being the heavy casualties suffered by her team, necessitating a reorganization. The awakening of her Sharingan marked a crucial turning point in her life. However, after surpassing this milestone, her exploits became somewhat unremarkable. The subsequent videos predominantly revolved around three key events: joining the police force, gaining a genuine understanding of the Uchiha's circumstances and struggles within Konoha, the deepening friendship with her companion, Uzumaki Kushina, and, years later, her marriage to the candidate for clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Interspersed were updates regarding the progress of the Ninja World War in the Rain Country. A chaotic battle unfolded between the four factions: the Hidden Rain, Konoha, the Stone Ninja, and the Wind Ninja, devoid of any semblance of order. Each faction faced three adversaries, mutually attacking one another, resulting in utter chaos. However, Orochimaru skillfully utilized the Sand Village to firmly restrain the Stone Ninja. While he devised a plan to separate Hanzo, the Salamander, a demigod, from the ordinary ninja forces of the Rain Ninja, akin to a strategic horse race where he focused all efforts on eliminating the Rain Country from the conflict first. With the disruptor eliminated, Orochimaru decisively split his forces. He and Jiraiya defended against the Stone Ninja at the border, preventing the cunning Inoki from taking rash actions. Meanwhile, Tsunade, alongside the elite Jonin known as Konoha's White Fang, launched a fierce assault against the Sand Ninja. With both poison and puppetry, two of their greatest assets, nullified, Chiyo, the elderly matriarch, could not hold out long, leading to a swift and catastrophic defeat, with her son and daughter-in-law also falling on the front lines. As for the Rain Country and the Lightning Country, it remains uncertain whether some conspiracy was at play. Regardless, they opened a new front, engaging in mutual raids, nearly driving each other to madness, completely neglecting the situation at hand. The Second Ninja World War, though brief, lasting merely 3 years, resulted in significant devastation. During this time, despite achieving a decisive victory, the Uchiha were left severely weakened, while the Senju faced near obliteration, and many middle-tier clans were practically driven to extinction. As Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and the high-ranking advisors of the F4 finally laid down their burdens and fears, they initiated a series of glaringly covert dark box operations. At the forefront was the immense legacy of the Senju clan, encompassing the inheritance of ninjutsu, material wealth, and commercial enterprises, all of which were brazenly confiscated by the village under the guise of righteousness. Subsequently, these assets were authorized for management by Sarutobi in the name of the village, effectively granting him ownership. Moreover, nearly all vital positions were filled with the direct descendants of the four great clans, while the Umbu, as the foremost authority, began to encroach upon the rights and powers that had belonged to other departments. The Uchiha police force, once a superpower on par with the Umbu, was reduced to a mere entity that could bully small merchants, earning them nothing but disdain. Meanwhile, the already powerful Umbu grew excessively bloated, losing all semblance of checks and balances, becoming a true monopoly, and essentially private property of Sarutobi. Under the manipulation and tacit approval of the third Hokage, Danzo waged a merciless campaign against dissenters, resulting in numerous accidental deaths. Konoha's White Fang suffered the most egregiously, his demise marked by profound tragedy and notoriety. Yet they're by no means the only ones. Countless exceptional ninjas whose names never even graced the narrative have vanished without a trace. Nearly all renowned geniuses failed to survive into adulthood. Since the era of the three legendary ninjas, the sole exceptions have been the likes of Minato Namikaze, whom Jiraiya deemed the child of prophecy, and Kakashi Hatake, whose intellect is unparalleled and whose past is unencumbered. Even Kakashi himself once served in the roots for a period. Others, even those like Inoshike-cho, who were supposed allies in the Hokage lineage, have largely failed to thrive. The Oil Woman clan, which boasts the most formidable comprehensive strength after the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, could not even protect its own clan leader's son, the family's greatest prodigy, from being forcibly conscripted into the roots, leaving them utterly powerless. Yet, clans like Inoshike-cho and the Oil Women have managed to survive, albeit barely. Many families that did not appear in the original storyline did not do so because they lacked existence, but rather because they were exterminated to the brink of extinction during this tumultuous period. This is especially true for those secretive clans, such as those skilled in spirit transformation and the super beast imitation technique. Indeed, the substitute member of Team 7, Sai, does not derive his signature ninjutsu from roots training, but rather from a family legacy, as the original plot indicates that Sai had an elder brother named Shin. In an effort to ensure that his younger brother, Sai, could survive the brutal training regime of the Roots, Shin deliberately perished at Sai's hands during a battle, aiding Sai in forgetting his emotions. Of course, the tale of Sai and Shin unfolds later on. However, by this time, the F4's onslaught against the bloodline and secret technique families had already commenced. Mikoto Uchiha, who joined the police department in the latter stages of the Second Great Ninja War, happened to endure this dark epic. Although she did not witness every event firsthand, a series of reports, letters detailing the war, an array of bygone names, and the vastly expanded graveyards and memorials of heroes combined to evoke a chilling sensation among all observers. The darkness was profound, indeed, and the cold-bloodedness was appalling, sending shivers down the spine. What kind of beast could extinguish humanity to such an extent? Even those who had accepted the truth that Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura were less than virtuous were once again shocked by the horrifying scenes before them. They realized how naive their previous perceptions of the F4 had been. They were far darker than they could have ever imagined. Just 5 years after the conclusion of the Second Ninja World War, the Third Ninja World War commenced almost seamlessly in a certain sense. One could argue that the previous conflict had never truly ended. It merely underwent a temporary lull due to excessive casualties and evident strategic miscalculations across the various villages, resulting in a 5-year intermission for rest and recovery that in the 45th year of Konoha, just a year after the suicide of the White Fang. The third Kazekage of Tsunade mysteriously vanished, in a bid to shift focus away from internal strife. The Sand Ninjas launched a surprise attack, initiating hostilities against the Land of Fire. Following their defeat in the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade had been rigorously preparing for combat, despite the seemingly hasty timing. Their preparations were remarkably thorough. The fact that the shadow of an entire village could go missing within its own confines incited a swell of fury among the Sand Ninjas, bolstering their morale and military spirit to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, the advisory council led by Chiyo openly declared that this war would serve as a means to select the fourth Kazekage, igniting a fervent desire among potential candidates to seize the opportunity to distinguish themselves. Compounding this, during the Second Ninja World War, the two main forces opposing Tsunade, White Fang's suicide and Tsunade's departure, had further fueled the confidence of the Wind Country, which believed that the moment for monumental achievement had finally arrived. With these factors converging, the Sand Ninja army advanced with unyielding momentum, swiftly breaching multiple defensive lines within the Land of Fire, nearly reaching the borders of Konoha and threatening to strike at the heart of the village. Witnessing the apparent incompetence of the strongest nation in the ninja world, the Water, Earth, and Lightning countries swiftly joined the fray, encircling Konoha and plunging it into its most perilous hour in history. What? To wage war against the Land of Water? Surely you must have misheard. How could it possibly be a battlefield in the Land of Water? 7 years later, having successfully ascended to the rank of Jonin and taken on the role of squad leader, Mikoto Uchiha was incredulous. The Uchiha clan's strength, heavily reliant on the legendary Sharingan, known as one of the 3 great ocular techniques, is undeniable. Regardless of initial talent, activation of the Sharingan results in an immediate surge of chakra, granting enhanced dynamic vision and formidable genjutsu capabilities. Over millennia, the Uchiha have perfected the development and utilization of these abilities to an extraordinary degree. Uchiha fluid techniques, Uchiha sword techniques, and Uchiha throwing techniques excel in speed and adaptability, synergistically enhancing the effects of dynamic vision, resulting in a combined power that far exceeds the sum of its parts. Genjutsu ranges from the basic 1 tomo to the advanced 3 tomo, encompassing a complete training and combat methodology. The simpler forms can disrupt, intimidate, and disorient an adversary, while the more advanced techniques can ensnare opponents in a Genjutsu realm, leading them to complete disorientation. The combination of Genjutsu-induced intimidation and Uchiha sword techniques, Taijutsu, and throwing techniques allows for rapid assault, complemented by fire release techniques that can restrict movement. This meticulously crafted tactical approach has led to the Uchiha's fearsome reputation for ensuring survival in one-on-one confrontations. However, both dynamic vision and the Sharingan's unique Jinjutsu necessitate a clear line of sight to deploy effectively, while the Mist Village's signature technique, the Hidden Mist technique, most severely impairs visibility. Even the Uchiha's other significant support, fire release, is entirely countered by water release, especially in a maritime environment where water is abundant and inexhaustible. Ninja techniques can typically be executed in two ways. First, by utilizing chakra to generate the corresponding element, such as fire release, which is often expelled from the mouth, and lightning release, which forms directly on the body. Second, by manipulating existing elements in the surrounding environment, as with water release, earth release, and certain wind release techniques. A simple example is Kakashi and Orochimaru's use of earth-style wall, which rises from the ground, while during the Konoha collapse plan, Hiruzen Sarutobi expelled a mouthful of dirt to execute the Earth Dragon Bullet. The latter method consumes over 50% less chakra than the former, and the more potent the technique employed, the greater the reduction in chakra expenditure. This principle also applies to the Rain Village, where aside from Hanzo's exceptional prowess, the abundant water supply is another critical factor that emboldens its ninja. This rationale holds true for both the Land of Water and the Mist Village. The environment significantly enhances the power of Mist ninjas, compounded by elemental counters and tactical disadvantages. This command effectively amounts to a death sentence for the Uchiha. Not to mention, at this moment, the Uchiha remain unaware that Obito has taken control of the fourth Mizukage, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha, wishing nothing more than to see them eradicated, a scenario that would equate to delivering them directly into the jaws of death. Consequently, upon receiving this news, not only was Mikoto incredulous, but the entire police department, nearly all Uchiha members, widened their Sharingan in shock and fury, a wave of agitation surging through the ranks. What astonished the Uchiha even more was that, at this juncture, the newly appointed clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, emerged to mediate the situation. With one breath, he spoke of the dire circumstances, and with the next, he argued that the higher-ups were powerless, reminding them that the clan must not isolate itself, but rather integrate into Konoha to earn the trust of the villagers, while also hinting a secret plan to provide a reckoning for the souls of the fallen when the time was ripe. The Uchiha soon found themselves divided into two factions. One faction supported Fugaku as perspective, believing that during such critical and perilous times, they must not sow discord within the village, lest they invite their own demise. The other faction, however, was incensed, with several members so agitated that their Sharingan evolved in response. Observing this bizarre scene, the commentary erupted in a frenzy. Are there not 4 battlefields? Any of earth, wind, or lightning would suffice. Why must it be the Land of Water? It's 4 against 1, with the village facing annihilation. They dare to engage in internal strife, openly, no less. Hiruzen Sarutobi truly is a remarkable individual. If it weren't for the Yellow Flash's sudden rise, Konoha would have long been obliterated by our Wagakure. My heart aches for the Uchiha of another world. Their plight is truly tragic, forced into such dire straits. Such an absurd command surely cannot be accepted by the Uchiha in the end. Can it? Who says the Uchiha have a bad temper? Having been so grievously wronged, they still do not revolt. This merely illustrates that their temper is far too mild, in the realm of shinobi. Uchiha Sasuke pondered. Previously, I was perplexed. How could such a formidable clan as the Uchiha be annihilated so silently? Upon reflection, I concluded that the Uchiha deserved their fate. Truly, there was no injustice in their demise. They made their intentions clear, seeking to eliminate you, and yet you willingly walked into the snare, obediently fastening the noose around your own neck, only to inquire if you appeared compliant. Indeed, even a cornered rabbit will bite, and a desperate dog may leap over walls. It was not as though the Second Great Ninja War was confined solely to the Land of Rain, leaving no room for choice. Truly, it was utterly absurd. Original Uchiha, Itachi remarked. Perhaps they feared that dissent would incite internal strife. After all, during the time of the Great Ninja War, the situation was perilous to the extreme. A slight misstep could lead to national catastrophe. In the shinobi world, Uchiha Itachi retorted, "What nonsense is this? The Uchiha fear the destruction of their village, the fall of their nation. Yet the third Hokage, as well as the high-ranking F4, felt no fear or concern. They were, after all, the primary responsible parties. Original Hatake Kakashi stated. This plan was proposed by Shimura Danzo. Initially, the third Hokage held opposing views, believing that one should not press too hard, yet unexpectedly, the Uchiha consented. In the shinobi realm, Uchiha Masaki commented, "This is what my father referred to as the sleeping dragon and phoenix. Indeed remarkable. In the world of shinobi," Namikaze Minato lamented, "to lose one's humanity is to lose much. To lose one's animal instinct is to lose everything." Every word from the fourth Hokage is always so thought-provoking, brimming with philosophy. With Kakashi's utterance, the barrage of comments fell into a profound silence, with only a few remaining. The reason was simple. They were left in awe. The Senju clan at least had a plan to blend in with the common folk. Although publicly exterminated, the extent of their survival remained a mystery. At least their bloodline was assuredly passed down. Conversely, the once prestigious Uchiha clan had been reduced to a mere rogue ninja and a lone orphan. Initially sympathetic, one might have felt pity, but now there is a palpable rage directed towards the third Hokage and the F4, as well as a growing frustration at the Uchiha for their own shortcomings. Surely, there must be limits to foolishness? Is this not a tad excessive? Compared to the swift resolution of the Second Great Ninja War, the Third Great Ninja War dragged on for an exceptionally prolonged period, becoming far more intricate. Since the disappearance of the Third Kazekage in the 45th year of Konoha, for years had elapsed, yet the hostilities showed no signs of abating. Instead, they escalated, nearing a boiling point. Faced with a relentless 4-year siege and attrition from the 4 great ninja villages, even the affluent Konoha began to falter. The requirements for enrollment in the Ninja Academy were drastically lowered, permitting anyone capable of utilizing a modicum of chakra to attend school, while the graduation age was repeatedly adjusted, shifting from a 6-year program to a mere 3 years. Even war orphans from outside the village, if they met the criteria, were allowed entry into the ninja school and could graduate to become ninjas of Konoha. With children bearing such burdens, the elderly were not spared either. The ancient relics of various clans, whether retired ninjas or those regarded as hidden strengths, were all summoned to the battlefield. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen himself appeared benevolent, enlightened and warm-hearted, seemingly accommodating, the glinting blade of the root beside him, along with Danzo's cold, bloodthirsty gaze, spoke volumes in silence. "If you seek dignity, I shall grant it. Should you choose otherwise, I can ensure your disgrace. And we shall see who lacks dignity then. Accept my grace with both hands, and do not be ungrateful. It would benefit no one that I, in such a dire situation, the Uchiha ultimately found themselves on the battlefield of the land water. Nearly the entire clan mobilized, leaving only women and children like Mikoto behind. Even the elderly and frail were taken along. Notably, Uchiha Fugaku, in a fit of madness, declared his intent to set an example and facilitate his children's growth and maturity. Bringing along his son, the merely 4-year-old Uchiha Itachi, to the battleground, Mikoto wept profusely, yet found herself powerless, helplessly watching her child being taken away. One can only say that the sleeping dragon is extraordinary. But the Phoenix chick is not to be underestimated either. Unquestionably and unsurprisingly, when Uchiha Itachi first entered the battlefield and beheld the horrifying sight of corpses strewn across the ground, blood flowing like rivers, and the brutal scene of individuals slaughtering one another without hesitation, he was rendered utterly speechless. A teen merely 4 years old, having seen and learned nothing, he began contemplating the nature of life and the meaning of existence. Even after being told that life held no meaning, he despairingly leaped off a cliff, seeking to grasp the essence of life through death. What does 4 years signify? It is an age where one still believes their father to be the most formidable being, an age replete with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, where witnessing a bird in flight would evoke astonishment. The human brain matures around the age of 3, gradually erasing all memories prior to that age. Thus, 4 years is when one truly begins to develop a certain understanding of the world. While others debated whose father was mightier, Uchiha Itachi had already begun to explore the origins and significance of life. This was not precociousness maturity, or genius, but rather a form of affliction, as expected. The once seemingly normal Uchiha Itachi, who was merely a tad brighter than his peers, began to exhibit signs of distress. It was as though he could not escape the haunting images from that scene. Nearly every day, indeed every moment, he pondered profound questions: life, death, peace, war, family, village, and world. Moreover, he did not seek answers through inquiries to others, nor did he consult books or resources, observe, research, analyze, or synthesize societal phenomena. He simply sat in solitude, silently contemplating, engaging in mere daydreams, forced thoughts, and relentless musings. Without attending school, without attempting to comprehend the world through other means, he remained wholly unaware that many of these concepts had long been understood, experienced, and concluded by those who came before him. In the 50th year of Konoha, 2 years after the Uchiha took charge of the battlefield in the Land of Water, two remarkable geniuses emerged from the eastern and western fronts, eclipsing even the most seasoned veterans: Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shursui. Namikaze Minato, with his lightning-fast reflexes and the second-ever mastery of the legendary space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, along with his self-proclaimed not-so-skilled yet instantaneously activated perfect sage mode, faced the formidable AB combination of Kumogakure in single combat, rendering their air and perfect Jinchuriki unable to exert their full potential, reducing them to mere decorations. The most perilous moment, he infiltrated the rear lines of the Land of Earth, instantly dispatching 50 elite ninjas, disrupting the backbone of IWA shinobi, demolishing their logistic supply routes, and safeguarding the defensive facilities and underground fortifications housing the troops. Could be said that he single-handedly altered the course of the war. Subsequently, the Land of Earth sought peace, retreating to their own ninja village, while Kumogakure, fearful of potential betrayal, hastily returned, only to fall in an ambush en route. The Third Hokage, in a bid to preserve the legacy of his village, valiantly confronted an army of 10,000 IWA ninjas, managing to hold his ground for 3 days and nights in relentless combat. In this battle, the strongest Hokage, known as the mightiest spear and the mightiest shield, the Third Hokage met his end, suffering significant losses. Following the demise of those 50 elite ninjas, thousands of ordinary IWA ninjas were subsequently crushed, suffering a grievous defeat, left in a state of utter humiliation. On the battlefield of the Land of Water, although Shursui Uchiha's fame and achievements paled in comparison to the Golden Flash, the might of the Uchiha clan rendered the entire Mist Village powerless against him. He was the primary contributor, the foremost blade, and the strongest shield. Not only did he possess illusionary techniques far surpassing the ordinary Sharingan, but his mastery of body flicker techniques was also extraordinary. More alarmingly, he had combined both skills to create an illusionary body flicker technique. Ordinary clones, even more advanced elemental clones, and bloodline limit clones all possess two fatal flaws. First, they vanish the moment they incur significant damage. Second, they require a division of chakra, thereby diminishing the combat strength of the original. However, Shursui Uchiha's illusionary body flicker clones were the most basic E-rank clone technique, a fundamental ninjutsu that even students of the Ninja Academy could perform. By integrating the characteristics of illusion techniques, the easily discernible flaws were entirely eliminated. Furthermore, when one attacked him, it was as if they struck an illusion, resulting in direct penetration. However, if you truly believe it does not exist, daring to disregard it, yet are immediately capable of replacing it with the essence to unleash a devastating blow, allowing you to experience what it means to feel a chill to the core and a heart soaring with exhilaration. Moreover, apart from the rising talents such as Minato Namikaze and Shursui Uchiha making their mark, the seasoned powerhouses of Konoha have not been idle. Orochimaru has capitalized on the Sand Village's eagerness for swift results, luring the enemy deep into their territory, placing them in a perilous situation for which they could emerge only through struggle, enticing the Sand Shinobi to the borders of Konoha at Kaiki Mountain. Subsequently, he risked his life to fiercely defend, engaging in a bloody battle without retreat, pinning the elderly Chiyo firmly at a mere foot away from the gates of Konoha. Simultaneously, Danzo, with the root, dealt a crushing blow to the already overextended supply lines of the Sand Village. The Land of Wind, being resource-poor, could not sustain itself amidst the lack of achievements at the front and the exhaustion at the rear. Sarutobi Hiruzen, adhering to his usual demeanor and capabilities, actively sought peace with all nations. Promising a myriad of benefits, at long last, the Third Great Ninja War was declared over. What? No reparations. The end of war should be a cause for celebration. Yet within the Uchiha Police Department, there arose a wave of fervent agitation once more. For their wise and sagacious Hokage had renounced all war reparations. The entire Uchiha clan, even all the shinobi of Konoha, were utterly stunned, left bewildered and in disbelief by this astonishing decision to forego reparations. What, then, was the purpose of all the sacrifices made by so many shinobi? Did they find it entertaining? What did all this sacrifice amount to? Merely to fill the void of the memorial stone. The world of shinobi was inherently grotesque and irrational, rife with absurdities. The existence of dual treasures in one nation was already remarkable enough. The operational framework and logic relying on missions, whereby the nobility funded the endeavors while the shinobi risked their lives, was even more ludicrous and surreal. Even the objectives of war were not to conquer or expand dominions, but rather to seize greater shares of missions and showcase their strength to the nobility, thereby qualifying for the opportunity to undertake more tasks. Nonetheless, at this juncture, within this system, missions constituted the lifeblood of shinobi villages and their inhabitants, as it was nearly their sole source of income. As for the daimyo's allocations, they were intended solely for the maintenance of the village's operations and could not be directed to individuals, and were exceedingly limited in quantity. Shinobi are human too. They require sustenance, shelter, social interactions, and dignity, and do not become extraordinary merely through training done on the contrary. Training itself demands even greater resources and investments, often consisting of special resources and inputs that ordinary folk would not utilize. If sufficient mission shares could be seized, the income of the shinobi from their own village would increase, providing more opportunities for training. Greater income allows for more investment in training, and more training opportunities enrich mission and combat experience. Conversely, the same logic applies. Fewer mission shares result in diminished income and fewer opportunities for training, leading to a slower growth rate for shinobi. This encapsulates the logic of warfare in the shinobi world. Mission shares equate to the potential and strength of a shinobi village, transcending mere superficiality and wealth. Yet now, after Konoha's arduous struggle against four foes, a grueling 6-year conflict that saw even children and the elderly thrust onto the battlefield, with countless casualties, they finally emerged victorious, only for Sarutobi Hiruzen to relinquish reparations. How could Konoha's shinobi not erupt in outrage? Especially the Uchiha, enduring elemental disadvantages, environmental constraints, and combat method disadvantages, under deliberate targeting by higher-ups. They single-handedly faced the entirety of the Mist Village. Engaging in a bloody fight without retreat, they fulfilled their mission without tarnishing the honor of the Sharingan. And now you tell me that everyone's efforts have been in vain. This war was fought in vain. The enemy bore no cost. I cannot fathom this. This transcends the question of whether the Uchiha can endure. It even surpasses the question of whether shinobi can endure. It becomes a matter of whether humanity can endure. The police department was, for a moment, filled with indignation. Surely, they could at least weaken the Sand and Mist villages, both of which were already the weakest. Further diminishing them would mean facing only the Earth and Lightning nations next time. Mikoto did not partake in this war, yet she found it utterly incomprehensible that post-war reparations presented a prime opportunity to weaken the adversary's strength, diminish their potential, and enhance one's own foundation. Everyone had made such sacrifices for this very purpose. Why abandon it? This was entirely illogical. Mikoto stared blankly at Fugaku Uchiha, hoping he might step forward to convey the family's sentiments to the higher-ups. The Uchiha had already stifled themselves for far too long. If this continued, it would lead to trouble. Indeed, Fugaku rose to the occasion, yet his words filled Mikoto's eyes with instant disappointment, faced with the furious indignation of his clansmen. Fugaku Uchiha bore a look of urgency, his heart racing with turmoil, that he understood well that the higher-ups, and indeed all of Konoha, had never held a favorable view of the Uchiha. If they were to cause a ruckus at this critical juncture, what would others think of the Uchiha? Their reputation would continue to sour, and in the future, how could the clan maintain its standing in Konoha? If such were the case, all his efforts to withstand the front lines against the Land of Water, and to improve the village's perception of the Uchiha, would be in vain. No, they must not allow this chaos to continue. Fugaku Uchiha pondered anxiously, and in a moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. Illuminating his eyes, "Everyone, please be silent and listen to me, that I will run for Hokage." He slammed his hand on the table and strode confidently to the forefront, addressing the clan's elite with pride. "First, our Uchiha clan has borne the greatest cost in this war, exerting the most effort, holding an entire front with the strength of our clan, in terms of both power and achievements. We are more than qualified to produce a Hokage. Secondly, is it not our opportunity that the third Hokage has erred? I refuse to believe that only our police department is dissatisfied with the higher-ups' decision to forego reparations. The entire Konoha has suffered greatly, and everyone is awaiting reparations to recuperate. This matter shall not be so easily dismissed. Therefore, I believe it is time to realize the Uchiha's long-standing aspiration. This is the moment that comes closest to its fulfillment. However, at present, the clan must maintain restraint and must not create disorder. Perhaps the higher-ups are waiting for us to stir up trouble, to strip us of our qualifications to run for Hokage. We cannot fall into their trap." Fugaku Uchiha spoke with wisdom. Appearing like a poised sage, a significant portion of his clan was indeed swayed by his performance, beginning to thoughtfully contemplate the underlying logic and the potential for success. Some even transformed into enlightened individuals, suddenly realizing, "Clan leader, you previously mentioned that the reason for accepting the village's obviously unreasonable order was based on your own considerations and plans. Could it be that the Hokage position is that very consideration and plan?" What nonsense! Fugaku Uchiha felt utterly bewildered. He had merely been placating the clansmen to prevent unrest. As for the so-called planning, yes, that's exactly it. I intended to keep it hidden, yet you managed to uncover it. Fugaku Uchiha felt a renewed vigor, his expression brimming with pride. Soon, he regained his composure, feigning an air of authority and assuredness. In that moment, not just a portion, but the vast majority of the Uchiha clan became exceptionally invigorated. Compared to the position of Hokage, the uncertain prospect of mission shares falling into the clan's hands seemed trivial. Only Mikoto's eyes dimmed gradually. She understood that this was yet another excuse. Fugaku Uchiha simply lacked the caliber. By the very logic of it, Fugaku Uchiha was not wrong. To forego war reparations, or to relinquish all reparations from the four great nations in pursuit of that peace, which was already within reach, amounted to rendering Konoha's 6-year struggle and countless sacrifices utterly futile. To abandon the weakening of other shinobi villages and the enhancement of Konoha's foundation foretold that, in a decade or so, as the strength of others recuperated, a new war would inevitably brew. This would undoubtedly be a significant political blemish for any village leader, one that would be irreparable. Not to mention, Sarutobi Hiruzen had committed an uncountable series of grave errors during the Third War. Not merely the Uchiha clan, but numerous individuals and families, many promising geniuses, and even several renowned powerhouses have met their untimely demise as a result. The Hyuga clan, including even the main house, has rarely witnessed such tragic losses in battle. Were it not for the emergence of Might Guy, Minato Namikaze, and Uchiha Shursui, who fought valiantly at the cost of their lives, along with Orochimaru's unwavering resilience, the annihilation of Konoha would not have been an impossibility. What left everyone utterly astounded was that, even in the face of such dire peril, with the enemy already at the gates of Konoha and only the final line of defense remaining, the so-called strongest Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, remained seated in Konoha. The high-ranking F4 had yet to set foot on the battlefield. Even their families merely dispatched a few individuals to manage the relatively safe logistical and support roles. This situation alone had already incited immense discontent. After all, none were fools. No matter how well they grasped the sentiments of their superiors, such an egregious disconnect was beyond comprehension. Confronted with this scene, Amidst the collective outrage, there was scarcely any alternative but to offer thanks. Aside from using the Hokage's seat to deflect criticism and redirect attention, there existed almost no other choice. Indeed, Hiruzen Sarutobi could be deemed a competent politician. Rather than waiting for impeachment or to be cast down from his pedestal, he decisively proposed it himself. Once the prospect of electing the fourth Hokage became evident, the entire Konoha experienced a dramatic shift in sentiment. Though the third Hokage's performance had been lackluster, the authority he wielded from that position, along with the benefits and privileges it afforded, were all too apparent. The allure of the Hokage's throne was undeniably irresistible. Countless hearts burned with fervor, whether they were eligible for candidacy, voting, or aligning themselves with a faction. Konoha had seen the rise of numerous powerful figures during the Third Great Ninja War, yet only a scant few possessed the qualifications to vie for that esteemed position. And everyone was acutely aware of this. Among them, Orochimaru, who had previously dominated the battlefield, and Minato Namikaze, who had single-handedly turned the tide in the most critical moments, along with Uchiha, who had valiantly held a front line for the land of water. Notably, Orochimaru garnered the highest acclaim. Despite his serpentine demeanor and seemingly eccentric nature, his charisma was unexpectedly profound. Many may not have favored him, yet when it came to selecting a Hokage, they would still cast their votes for Uncle Snake. This was simply because even ordinary folk understood that being an excellent Hokage and being a skilled ninja were entirely different matters. After all, the role of Hokage was not merely about combat. It encompassed the intricacies of human relationships and the divergent paths of skill development. Orochimaru embodied both facets. He was the very wind poised to reinvigorate the aging machinery of Konoha, and many believe him to be the most suitable candidate for the Hokage's position. Orochimaru himself was no exception. If one were to articulate his current thoughts, it would be, the Hokage position is rightfully mine. Who else could take it? Or perhaps, with 2 kings and 4 twos. How could I possibly lose with the remaining cards forming a straight? He even maintained a demeanor of calm indifference, unlike Uchiha, who sought votes everywhere. However, one evening, a familiar age figure made a rare visit to the Uchiha clan's territory. That very night, at the Nanha Shrine, I resolved to support Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Fugaku, with an expression of wisdom and confidence, addressed the Uchiha elite thus. Becoming Hokage was undoubtedly appealing, capable of completely transforming the clan's circumstances, fostering growth and restoring the glory of the Uchiha. Yet, had anyone considered the consequences of failure? The animosity and targeting from previous Hokages and the higher-ups had already inflicted severe losses upon the clan, costing them dearly in ways that should never have been necessary. Should they offend the new Hokage, especially one in the prime of life with a tenure expected to exceed 2 or 3 decades? How would the Uchiha navigate such a predicament? Would they truly resort to rebellion? Could they triumph against a Konoha bolstered by the likes of a ninjutsu PhD, the Yellow Flash, and the formidable Orochimaru? Given the current situation, I found myself merely in 3rd place. Not only was I unable to surpass Orochimaru, but I even fell short of Minato Namikaze. Moreover, the 3rd Hokage and other high-ranking officials were likewise disinclined to see the Uchiha ascend to the Hokage position, thereby amplifying the uncertainties. One could say my chances of election were virtually non-existent. Thus, it was imperative to strategize early. My fellow clansmen, you must heed my counsel this time. My wife, Uchiha Mikoto, is a close friend of Minato Namikaze's fiancé, Uzumaki Kushina, and this presents a rare opportunity for our clan. Furthermore, although Uchiha Bito has perished in battle, he was once a disciple of Minato Namikaze, and this connection endures. The Yellow Flash would undoubtedly harbor no animosity toward the Uchiha. And presently, Minato's support seemed to be waning. If our Uchiha clan's backing could elevate him to the Hokage position, consider how he might treat us afterward. Additionally, Minato is not Orochimaru. He lacks a core faction and staunch supporters. He only possesses popularity, and such alone cannot secure that position. Should he indeed ascend to Hokage and wish to wield significant power, he would require trustworthy subordinates. At that moment, would it not present an opportunity for us Uchiha? The sagacious Uchiha Fugaku had completely forgotten the original motivations behind his candidacy for Hokage, passionately delivering a stirring speech to the clan's elite. Moreover, his arguments sounded so logical and persuasive, painting a seemingly bright future. Consequently, the Uchiha found themselves once again swayed by their clan leader's rhetoric. The following day, when Konoha suddenly saw an influx of unfamiliar shinobi bearing the surname Sarutobi, and the Uchiha, who typically held the most shinobi, bizarrely cast unanimous votes for the Yellow Flash, Orochimaru's expression turned exceedingly grim. The atmosphere felt as though it had plunged into darkness, akin to a black hole devouring all light, unfathomably deep. In truth, he cared little for the title of Hokage. He truly did not. His desire to become the fourth Hokage stemmed solely from the belief that certain elements had reached a point necessitating change. He wished to prove to his mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, that he could accomplish anything and excel in all endeavors. He longed to witness what Konoha, invigorated by a fresh breeze, might become. Yet the third Hokage had not even consulted him. He had directly severed his own path and, before the eyes of the public, turned raw rice into cooked. Fourth Hokage, congratulations. Orochimaru cast a deep glance at Minato Namikaze, laughed heartily, and departed with a flourish. Minato Namikaze's ascension indeed provided the Uchiha with a moment of respite, for it was not only Fugaku who recognized the profound relationship between this fourth Hokage and the Uchiha. The bonds of personal friendship ran deep, with Mikoto and Kushina being close confidants, and Fugaku himself having fought alongside Minato. Moreover, in terms of interests and circumstances, they were natural allies, even with Hiruzen Sarutobi still occupying the Hokage's office, even as many significant matters remained under the purview of the aged third Hokage. Even though Namikaze Minato appeared to lack authority, many who had previously dedicated themselves to disparaging, targeting, and ostracizing the Uchiha clan began to approach and show goodwill in hushed tones. Even the Sarutobi clan and other direct descendants of the third Hokage no longer dared to act excessively. After all, Minato was exceedingly young, over 30 years junior to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In other words, once Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer around, Minato could potentially serve as Hokage for another 30 years. Such a lengthy temporal span raised questions about what might transpire during that time and the direction in which the situation would unfold, leaving no one capable of predicting the outcome. Even the astute third Hokage himself hesitated to make guarantees. Confronted with a significant political advantage, the Uchiha clan seemed to transform overnight from a despised outcast into a revered and trusted foremost clan. Within the family, the previously thick atmosphere of resentment dissipated significantly, and smiles adorned the faces of all. Everything appeared to be progressing in a most favorable direction. However, this promising situation was short-lived. Within a mere year, one fateful night, a thunderous, beastly roar echoed across the skies of Konoha, leaving the entire Uchiha clan in a state of shock. The Nine-Tails had escaped, its enormous eyes glaring with the unmistakable pattern of the Sharingan. Tailed beasts were synonymous with calamity, and the Nine-Tails, being the mightiest among them, brought with it an immense power merely through its colossal form that a casual swipe of its claws could flatten entire buildings or cause them to crumble. Strangely, when the Nine-Tails first appeared at the outskirts, it inexplicably vanished and reappeared in the heart of the village, leaving Konoha with no time to react before suffering tremendous losses in the face of such a terrifying disaster. Many shinobi rushed forward without a second thought, relying on their meager ninjutsu techniques in a desperate attempt to restrain or even repel the Nine-Tails, despite their powers being wholly inadequate and their strongest attacks merely scratching the beast. They were willing to sacrifice their lives if it meant buying even a second for their families to escape. The Uchiha were no exception that a group of elite shinobi adorned in battle attire, led by Uchiha Fugaku and accompanied by the renowned Shursui, surged forward toward the Nine-Tails with an imposing presence. However, as soon as they burst out of their homes, they were met with a large contingent of masked root ninjas who surrounded their clan grounds and the police force. Sealing off all exits, Shimura Danzo took the lead, his gaze cold and shrouded in darkness, locking onto the Uchiha with unwavering intensity, particularly targeting Fugaku and Shursui. He spoke with a firm tone. The responsibility of the police force is to evacuate civilians and protect non-combatants. Uchiha Shursui was momentarily taken aback. hesitating briefly before turning to his clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku stood still for several seconds before he simply turned around and retreated. That moment, the canvas of events, already rife with speculation due to Fugaku's bewildering decisions, sparked a torrent of discourse. Some expressed amazement, others lamented his lack of resolve, while others resorted to foul language. Yet when faced with this inexplicable scene, everyone was momentarily rendered speechless, as if their minds had been abruptly reset or a threshold had been crossed. Following a brief silence, a wave of outrage surged forth. Namikaze's Minato exclaimed, "What use are you to me? What purpose do you serve?" Danzo was indeed detestable, thinking of personal gain during such a critical moment. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku was even more reprehensible for his utter lack of backbone. Was this still the Uchiha? One could only mourn their misfortunes and rage against their lack of fortitude, subservient to external forces while striking hard internally. If he had shown even a fraction of the resolve to compel the Uchiha to undertake a perilous mission to the land of water, matters would not have escalated to this extent. There were 1,000 reasons to comply, yet only one reason to refuse, and he chose that singular reason. In terms of moral justification, the Uchiha were part of the village. When the village faced peril, they ought to assist. Politically, Minato was their sovereign, and at the most critical juncture, Fugaku had failed to uphold their covenant, betraying this community of shared interests. Even from a familial perspective, such circumstances could only be cleansed through bloodshed, washing away the stains and suspicions that it was incomprehensible why he would make such a choice, merely due to Danzo's words. Danzo had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Uchiha. Could he truly hate them any more than he already did? It was utterly unfathomable. The original Uchiha Shursui spirit, the roots of the clan's destruction were sown at that moment. The deaths of the fourth Hokage and the chaos of the Nine Tails were all blamed on the Uchiha, staining them irreparably. By the time the family realized the gravity of the situation, rebellion was their only recourse. The original Senju Tobarama spirit to think such a character would emerge from the Uchiha. And to top it off, as their leader, Ninja World's original Sasuke. Shursui, you're also a failure. You possess the power of a strong shinobi but lack the pride and unwavering will of one. Just unleash Susanoo and charge at Danzo. Let's see if he dares to stop you. By the way, Shursui, I'm not referring to you, but rather to that other world-s failure. Ninja World's Uchiha Shursui. It's alright. I've always been a weak individual. Not everyone can possess the vision and caliber of your father. He is a true giant in every sense. Original Uchiha Itachi. How does this differ from what Danzo told me? Amidst the countless curses, the video soon progressed to the next phase. Due to Uchiha Fugaku's erroneous decisions during the Nine Tails incident, suspicion arose that the Uchiha clan had manipulated the Nine Tails to destroy Konoha and conspired against the fourth Hokage and his wife. Public opinion swiftly turned against them. Even those who had previously remained neutral or held the Uchiha in high regard began to waver in their stances, even assuming no evidence could be found. And even if the Uchiha were truly innocent, their choice to remain passive during such a critical moment rendered them suspect. Rumors circulated that the Uchiha had intentionally allowed the village to suffer significant losses, waiting for the upper echelon to sustain casualties so they could seize the opportunity to instigate a coup. The clamor grew louder, making it increasingly difficult for them to clear their names. Before long, on the eve of the fifth Hokage selection, Orochimaru was discovered conducting cruel human experiments using fellow village shinobi. He severed his ties with the village as if brushing off an inconsequential speck of dust, laughing as he embraced his new identity as a rogue ninja without a hint of burden. Shortly after, the third Hokage returned to power, and the political landscape reverted to its previous state. Not long thereafter, Danzo seized the opportunity of rebuilding the village to drive the entire Uchiha clan to the most remote edges, subjecting them to complete surveillance from within and without, sparing neither children nor elders. In this instance, Uchiha Fugaku once again chose to acquiesce. With suspicions already clouding their name, this decision reignited the storm of doubt. If the Uchiha were innocent, if they held no guilt, why would they be under surveillance? Why would they agree to relocate to such a place? The once proud foremost clan found themselves residing in conditions inferior to those of ordinary villagers, For many uninformed citizens, such actions were tantamount to a confession of guilt. The upper echelon's blatant coercion and oppression, coupled with the peculiar gazes of countless onlookers and the escalating discussions in every corner of the village, wore down even the most patient Uchiha. A rebellion seemed all but inevitable. A question with only one option remaining. Even Uchiha Shursui, the clan's most trusted and strongest, could not delay the clan's plans, ultimately sacrificing himself to thwart their schemes. When Mikoto's second son turned 7. 6 years after the Ninetales incident, the fractured Uchiha finally reached a consensus and resolved to instigate a coup. Alas, this rebellion was doomed to failure. Every action they took was meticulously monitored by the higher-ups. On the eve of the coup, Uchiha Itachi, a double agent sent to the Umbu, accepted a special mission from the higher-ups, promising to protect his younger brother while using his abilities to quell the rebellion and maintain the hard-won peace. Self-sacrifice. This is my understanding of a shinobi. Where there is light, shadows must exist. A world devoid of darkness is unattainable. The term ninja has never been synonymous with light and righteousness. Rather, it embodies the essence of shadowy perseverance, bearing burdens in silence, and serving as unsung heroes in obscurity. This has always been the true nature of ninjas, and indeed, the most appropriate stance one could adopt. You are not alone in this. Many ninjas have met their demise in quietude. That it is precisely due to these individuals that the world has managed to maintain a semblance of peace. Thus spoke Danzo. Consequently, Uchiha Itachi, wielding a watermelon knife, commenced his relentless assault from the southern gate to the eastern road of Penglai. No, it was actually from the village entrance all the way to the Southie Shrine, without so much as a blink. Indeed, he is a prodigy, possessing an extraordinary battle intellect, often transforming the simplest techniques into miraculous feats, displaying unparalleled prowess within the entire Naruto saga. Perhaps only figures like Minato Namikaze and Hashirama Senju could stand as his equals. Moreover, surrounded by countless root ninjas and aided by the overwhelmingly powerful Obito Uchiha, the feared Uchiha clan found themselves bereft of any means of resistance, their blood spilling in a single night. The only potential obstacle to this massacre might have been Fugaku, a fellow Manjiki wielder who had demonstrated considerable strength during the Third Great Ninja War. However, the clan leader once again chose to retreat. Confronted with the horrific scene of his entire clan being slaughtered, and witnessing his own son raise a blade against his parents, he merely smiled and uttered, "It seems you have made your decision. Then proceed." He then closed his eyes, resignedly offering his neck for the fatal strike. He even knelt with decorum upon the cushion, maintaining a posture of utmost precision, feeling a sense of pride for such an Itachi. On the grand canvas, Uchiha Itachi stood with his blade drawn, his expression taut, the crimson tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly, displaying a visage of seriousness and vigilance. Opposite him, Fugaku knelt, exuding an eerie sense of calm. As if seeking liberation, entirely devoid of pressure. As for Mikoto, the protagonist of the day, her image was given a close-up. Although she knelt in the same manner, her eyes had lost all luster, rendering her expression blank. A chilling sense of lifelessness enveloping her, striking at the deepest recesses of the audience's souls. Despite not exhibiting a trace of sorrow or despair, devoid of any emotion, she made everyone acutely aware of the profound grief of a heart laid to rest and the utter desolation of all hope extinguished. It was sorrow elevated to its utmost, despair reaching its pinnacle. The pain was unbearable, truly unbearable. Witnessed the family descend into irretrievable ruin, to see his son massacre their kin in a harrowing tale of familial betrayal. To count the dead, with parents perishing in obscurity, a grandfather departing with regret and remorse, a husband slain by his own progeny, one child severing all cherished emotions for a misguided sense of righteousness, destined to be reviled by many, living in guilt, conspiracy, and a torrent of vile words. The other, forlorn and desolate, driven by hatred and suffering, devoid of any happiness. And yet, the self could only watch as all this unfolded, powerless to alter a single facet. What profound sorrow is this? Ultimately, Mikoto met her demise, her bright blade illuminating the entire screen, surrounded by darkness, akin to a waning crescent moon. This flash of steel seemed to strike the tear ducts of the audience, prompting an outpouring of tears. For many, such anguish was beyond imagination, difficult to comprehend, let alone empathize with. Yet, the mere thought of such calamity befalling oneself would evoke an overwhelming dread, subsequently stirring a formidable strength within. After Makoto's death, the video did not conclude. Instead, it gradually pulled back, elevating the perspective until the entirety of the Uchiha clan grounds was laid bare. The relocated Uchiha may occupy a remote location, yet the expanse of their territory had grown several dash-fold to this moment. Within the vast estate, countless figures moved about, including a mysterious man adorned with a tiger-striped, spiraled mask, who intermittently extracted Sharingan from the corpses strewn about, immersing them in vials of nurturing solution before vanishing with a gentle wave of his hand. Surrounding the area, numerous root ninjas, expressionless and executing their tasks with precise, practiced efficiency, delivered the final blows to every fallen Uchiha. Regardless of whether they were ninjas or ordinary folk, whether innocent children just beginning to speak or elderly individuals in their twilight years, none were spared. Tio described this scene without exaggeration. It was as if every egg yolk was thoroughly scrambled. Worms were cleaved upright, and ant nests were drenched with boiling water multiple times. The ground was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowed freely, and no life remained, leaving the Uchiha grounds utterly desolate. Due to the preceding footage featuring Makoto, many details had gone unobserved. Numerous individuals held only a vague understanding of the once magnificent Uchiha clan, often familiar only with its name. However, at this moment, when viewing from an aerial perspective, nearly all spectators, especially those from the original ninja world, were left utterly stunned that in the latter stages of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Tsurutobi clan had once formed a 3,000-strong ninja army. Despite the entire populace being mobilized and entirely disengaged from production activities, the army still required a population of at least 10,000 to sustain itself. The Uchiha clan, once the foremost noble house, possessed a depth and legacy that far surpassed that of the Tsurutobi clan.